Okay, well there you go. I guess that one is really old or something. No, one of the pieces landed in my water, dude. What the heck? No, dude. Oh man. That's so sad. This is gonna be the beginning of the maximum marathon. Alright. Here we go.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, hold on. I gotta full screen this. Alright, let's go.
Hello, everyone. I'm MoreMaximum, and this video is going to cover how to double jump in nearly every single Red Ball game. Goober13MD, or just Speedruns, made a great video covering the Red Ball 4 Volume 1 and 2 double jumps.
I don't know why this is blurred. Like, what is the beginning of this video? It's just, I just blurred Red Ball gameplay, and that's it. Like, why did I do that? I don't know.
But we have discovered a method of double jumping in Volume 3 now. Thought I would take this opportunity to add on to his video, as well as cover the other games in the series. These tricks are hard to pull off, but they are very useful for speedruns and in casual playthroughs. So let's just jump right into it, Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go. That's my first joke ever, guys. It's good.
Red Ball 1 does not have a method for double jumping. Wait. Don't leave yet. You can, however, jump super high off the bouncer pads with a thought to be frame perfect jump input.
It is frame perfect. We do know that now. So, that's cool.
This is useful in levels 7 and 10. The timing...
Yeah, what's up, F1? Good to see you, man.
For this is hard, but a good tip is to use the sound effect as a guideline. I usually jump around the second boing, or whatever you want to call it. Smaller jumps off the pad is also useful in a different part of 7. You can double jump in this game. Well, it's technically jump storage, but double jumping is more commonly used.
Wait, we called it jump storage? I don't think that term has been used in, like, ages now.
To perform this trick, press the jump button and hit the P button.
We say pause jump.
The game. You should hear a jump sound on the pause menu if you did it correctly. Keep holding the jump button and hit the P button again once the jumping sound has fully played to unpause the game. This makes you jump super high, more than the height of 2 normal jumps combined. This trick is useful in nearly every level, but I will play some of the bigger saves.
Okay. So this is a video on Jam's channel called like Fortnite X Not Doppler or something. And I don't like, I guess I just like wanted to put something to fill in the gap or whatever. So I just threw it in the video, you know? Like I don't like I couldn't tell you why. Just
Yes, this is an official Red Ball game. The double jumping in this game is the same as Red Ball 2, but you barely get any height from it. I mean, like, barely any height. I'll play a video so you can see the difference.
I'll play a video so you can see the difference.
And now I'm going to forget this game exists again. The double jump in this game is also very similar to Red Ball 2, but it is a lot easier. This is because you can hit the jump button and the pause button at the same time. The easiest way to do this is to use your left hand to hit both of the keys.
I said my left hand. In the video, I'm literally using my right hand. Like, I don't know why I said left hand. It's so funny, dude.
The first game in the series that lets you jump with the spacebar. Hit the spacebar with your thumb and hit the P button with your 4th finger.
Also, you can see in this video that I didn't disable resampling, which is this dumb thing that's on by default in Vegas, where you can see like the frames just kind of like blend together. I don't know why that's on by default, but like I didn't know how to turn it off. So this video just looks like a mess, you know, because of that.
The rest of the process is the same as Red Ball 2.
A lot of my early speedruns are like that as well, especially with Run 2. It looks terrible.
In level 16, hitting the P button while on a platform will initiate the double jump, as you automatically jump in that stage. Another odd thing about the stage is that you're able to pause and unpause before hitting a platform, and if you hit that platform while vertically ascending, a double jump will happen. This double jump...
we didn't play in full screen back then because we didn't know we didn't know about show all.
Was already covered in Goober's video, but I'm going to cover it here for completion's sake. You have to press the jump button twice in succession with a very specific timing. At first, this is super hard to get down, but once you get the hang of it, it's easy to perform most of the time. You can do this trick
Ultra,
by
isn't that
mashing
insane?
as well, but it is not as consistent. It's better to learn it with the correct timing. I find it much easier to do this trick with the spacebar, but your mileage may vary. The double jump is used multiple times at nearly every single level, so I recommend looking at MotorJam's current world record, which is in the description, to know most of the uses. If you want to look at all the Red Ball 4 volumes, I have a multiple Red Ball game speedrun of volumes 1 through 3, which is also in the description.
I wonder what the record was.
The double jump in volume 2 is exactly the same, but you can't use it everywhere. For some reason, platforms that have a non-solid bottom cannot be double jumped on. We have no idea why this is, but it makes some strats very hard. For example, in level 8, to skip this giant puzzle section, you have to double jump on the top of this tree, do an off-screen double jump from the tree, and jump off the top of the next tree. Suffice to say, I reset there a lot. This is the newest double jump that has been discovered. I'll play the clip now.
What? I just
Classic clip.
Did you see that? I just double jumped.
Wow, MotorJam was only VIP back then, guys. It's alright, she's a mod.
The reason this double jump went undiscovered for so long is that the normal timing for volumes 1 and 2 does not work in volume 3. Because of this, we just assumed that it was not possible. Thus, this was discovered by complete accident by me while streaming. The timing is much more spaced out, and the double jumps do not add as much speed as they do in the first 2 volumes. Interestingly enough, this timing also works in volumes 1 and 2, but it is not as good as the normal timing. Unfortunately, this timing does not work on the annoying volume 2 platforms, making them tonight's big loser.
I think that was like a meme back then. Yeah. Anyways, Sal.
This game is just a reskin of another game, and it is not by the original creator. You can't double jump in it anyways. I hope you learned something new from this video. If you have any questions about Red Ball speedrunning, we have a Discord server which is linked in the description. Finally, I would like to thank the one and only...
Oh yeah, I forgot one thing that there used to be a thing in this video where I like showed the Red Ball 4 mobile thing for a few seconds and said you cannot double jump in this game, and that's it. But then we figured out that you could double jump in Red Ball 4 mobile. So I just edited that out of the video with like the YouTube editor. So
the creator of the Red Ball series, Evgeny Fedosov. I really hope I didn't butcher that. For being the impetus of this video. Yeah, I used a mem bean.
Okay, so probably I don't think like anyone knows what this thing is. It's like a vocabulary thing that's like was used at my school. So shout outs to any membeaners out there. I doubt there's very many of you.
Word. Thanks for watching, everyone, and I'll see y'all in the next one.
Okay. All right. I'd say that was something. Wow, what a great video. I hope it isn't outdated in any way. True, Ultra. Entonara yo ando buscando como ayer el doble salto y lo que veo es bosques nada más. Thank you. Oh wait, is that Big Giant Pants? Guys, it's Big Giant Pants. Holy smokes. Alright, cool. Well, thankfully that one is not I didn't put that on the tier list, so we're not gonna rank that one. It's only for the public ones, so. Alright, now we get to the good stuff, guys. Red Ball 4 Volume 1 World Record Progression. Yeah, just what do you guys think about that first video? I thought it was something. Yeah, it was definitely a video. But yeah, now we get something big. All right, so the Red Ball 4 Volume Red Ball 4 Volume 1 World Record Progression came out like was it like a year after the double jump tutorial video? So this is like when I started taking it a bit more seriously, but I don't know, I definitely wasn't like taking it extremely serious. It was just, you know, I'll make a video, see what happens. And I was like super pumped when it got like almost 1,000 views in the first day, because I had never had anything do that before. Definitely got helped by Reddit on that one. But yeah, so this video starts with a modern vintage gamer song that like I had heard in his videos and stuff, and I thought was pretty good. But I never like, it's not in the content ID system, but I never like asked permission to use it or whatever, which is why I haven't used it since. Because like back when I was using this, it was like I had like less than 400 subs or whatever, so I wasn't like too cognizant or paying attention to like what music I was using in my videos. And this video did actually get copyright claimed because of a Cult of Personality cover thing. So, but yeah, this song it's a cool intro, and I also used it in Red Ball World Record Progression, but I've never like sent an email to ask if it was like okay or whatnot, because like it's already been done. Like there's nothing I can really do. So anyways, let's begin Red Ball 4 Volume 1 World Record Progression. I like that smooth transition from the you know, the montage music, and then it just like you can like literally not hear it anymore. It's pretty good. Also, yeah, do you guys press 1 if you want closed captions? I don't know if I should use them or not. They're kind of covered by my webcam, so I'm not going to use them. But if enough people want them, I'll turn them on.
The date is February 21st, 2019. MotorJam and I, its Maximum, are speedrunning.
That old profile picture, oh my gosh. So, backstory behind that. So the person who drew that profile picture actually drew my current profile picture. But it was of my Minecraft character, right? So, I had like not been making like Minecraft stuff anymore, and I didn't like using it on other platforms, because this is back when like Minecraft was like, because this was, I guess Minecraft was just becoming like cool again or whatnot, but like 2017, 2018, 2019, I didn't want to use the profile picture because like people thought Minecraft was like cringe or whatnot. So I originally like photoshopped some like random like face onto it for Discord and whatnot. But then when I made my speedrunning channel, I just like put Sanic onto it. So that's why you see that on your screen right now. So thankfully, that's no longer my profile picture.
Running Red Ball 4 Volume 1, a popular Flash game made back in 2012.
The peaking on the mic is very awesome.
For weeks, we had been competing against each other, in hopes of becoming the first person to complete the game in less than 3 minutes and 40 seconds. We both had poured thousands of attempts in hopes of reaching this goal, but we had both ended up short of the mark. My personal best set at a time of 3 minutes, 40 seconds, and 300 milliseconds.
I think this was before I learned how to animate Gaussian blurs and stuff, so it just immediately blurs.
While MotorJam's personal best set at just 3 frames faster, with a time of 3 minutes, 40 seconds, and 200 milliseconds. With MotorJam set to start streaming in just 30 minutes, I began doing some offline runs, hoping to get sub 3 minutes and 40 seconds before MotorJam started his runs. The elusive barrier could be broken.
Also, yeah, I mean, this was before MotorJam transition, so the pronouns are gonna be wrong. There's nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. It's just how videos are.
Any day now, and I was doing my best to stay one step ahead of MotorJam.
But hold on.
Why are MotorJam and I trying to speedrun and optimize such a short, simplistic Flash game that looks like it was made for children? What was the outcome of this day? What were the events that led up to this point in time? Let's talk about that.
Let's also talk about the fact that the intro to this video borrowed heavily from like how Lemon started his Hungry Box documentary. Because it was just like it like went to a certain point in time, and then it like eventually got back to that point in time as the video progressed or whatnot. So shout outs Lemon for that, I guess.
This is the world record history of Red Bull 4 Volume 1.
Awesome, welcome to the stream, man.
Red Bull 4 Volume 1 is the fourth installment of the mainline Red Bull series. From a movement standpoint...
Oh, wait, I didn't even notice that. What? That was a... That was an editing error. Yeah, it like... I guess that makes sense. It just like shows the game.
From a movement
for
standpoint, Red Bull is only able to move left, right, and jump. Unlike previous games in the series, jump height does not change depending on how long the jump key is pressed. One interesting tidbit is that Red Bull is able to jump for quite a while after rolling off a platform, at a reduced jump height. Red Bull has 3 hit points in the form of hearts. Red Bull dies after taking 3 hits from enemies, landing in water, falling in a pit, or being crushed. Upon death, Red Bull will be sent to the last collected checkpoint,
The peaking
which
is
also
so bad
happens if a
on the
puzzle is
mic.
failed or the R button is pressed.
I don't know how I didn't
The
notice
game is
that.
split into 15 levels, the first 14 being platforming levels with puzzles, enemies, and obstacles sprinkled within, and the last level being the boss fight, which is made up of 3 phases. On the first phase, the boss rolls to the other side of the
W
screen
plus right,
and then
yeah.
becomes vulnerable for a hit. After 3 hits, phase 2 begins, where there are normal and armored enemies to dodge and defeat. In the last phase, the boss bounces around the screen and becomes vulnerable after hitting the ground either 4 or 5 times. The last phase is by far the most unpredictable and erratic, so it ended up becoming a major run killer once the game became more optimized. After the game was released in 2012, it took a while for speedrunners to get a hold of it. The first recorded speedrun of this game was with a time of 7 minutes and 29 seconds on the 30th of November 2014 by speedrunner Jez. This run was, for all intents and purposes, a fast, casual playthrough of the game. All puzzles were completed like they were supposed to be, and no real speedrunning strategies were displayed in the platforming levels, aside from maybe hitting this enemy in 13 to make it move out of the way a bit faster. However, in the boss level,
That strategy was carried over to Skipless, the category that is gonna get nuked soon.
Jess had figured out that purposefully taking damage while the boss is rolling to the other side of the screen will cause the boss to reverse its direction and become vulnerable at the same wall that it started, saving a couple of seconds each time that it is performed. Jess also restarted at the start of phase 2 to get back to 3 hearts, which could have been used to perform the same boss manipulation technique in phase 2, but damage inflicted by the enemies prevented this from being possible. This run stood as the world record for 3 months, mainly due to a lack of competition and the desire to find new strategies. However, this run was about to be uprooted by a discovery that would completely change the future of the speed game.
I wonder what it was. No, they're baked.
That's right,
Ruffles.
double jumping is possible in
Baked
Red Bull
ruffles.
4 Volume 1. A glitch that was completely unknown by the game's developer, Evgeny Fedosov. In an email conversation that I later had with him, he said, "It was a long time ago I created Red Bull 4 Volume 1, so it contains some bugs, but I think speedrunners are happy to find them. After performing a single jump, there is a single frame where another jump input can be executed, resulting in a double jump. With this new strategy..."
Yeah, so that is a complete lie. I don't know why I said that. Like, I handled it right with the double jump tutorial video where I said, like, and the balance pad thing, I said it's thought to be frame perfect because we had no idea if it was frame perfect or not. Like, we didn't know how it worked. We didn't have task hacks. So how double jumping actually works is that you have to hit the spacebar for exactly 1 frame. And then you can hit it again anytime between like 2 to 8 frames later. The issue is that of like how Flash handles inputs, like your inputs get dropped a ton on the first press and whatnot. And then you can also get like 2 frame presses for the first press, which makes it not work and whatnot. So we just like didn't know any of this. Now we do, which is cool. It's 2 to 7 frames. Gotcha. So that's how it actually works. I wish I had been more clear about how uncertain it was, but whatever.
Virtually every single puzzle in the game could be skipped, and it became possible to reach greater speeds than ever before. Once leisurely gameplay had been replaced with precise double jumps and a lot of keyboard abuse.
Alright, I'm gonna go to 1.25x.
With this new tool, the speedruns of the game were able to be completed much, much faster, and the possibilities for new strategies became endless. The first world record to make use of double jumping was a 5-minute, 11-second time by once avid Flash speedrunner Jumpy-Love on the 28th of February 2015. Unfortunately, the speedrun appears to have been lost to time, as the Twitch VOD for the record no longer exists. The next record to make use of double jumping was a 4-minute and 36-second time on the 1st of May 2015, also by Jumpy-Love. In just 6 months, double jumping had taken the world record of the game down by almost 3 minutes. For a game this short, that was a really, really big deal. This run also marked the first sub-5-minute run of the game. Jumpy was able to put together a really good run for the time, with most of his time loss coming from missed double jumps at some points in the run. An understandable reality for such a difficult trick to perform consistently. Throughout the run, most puzzles are partially...
that was a great transition right there. Okay, I'm talking faster now, so I'm just going back to normal speed.
...or completely ignored, skipped via double jumping. One puzzle that Jumpy did not skip was in level 12, where he was forced to push this boulder down the hill because if the boulder is not pushed, the game counts it as a puzzle fail and forces a restart. In the boss level, boss manipulation was more effectively used in Phase 1 compared to Jez's 7-minute and 29-second run. But Jumpy elected to not restart at the beginning of Phase 2 to take further advantage of it. Jumpy-Love held the record for over 2.5 years, until a speedrunner named Banana Nana beat it with a time of 4 minutes and 16 seconds on the 10th of November 2017.
However, between these two runs, former world record holder Jez got a run with a time of 4 minutes 29 seconds on the 6th of April 2016. An interesting tidbit about this run is that, as of the time of writing this,
it is the most viewed Red Ball speedrun on YouTube with over...
This is no longer true. I think it's Mario's Red Ball 4 Volume Nice run, which has 2 million views now. So yeah, that's funny. Yeah, YouTube Kids is insane.
1.5 million
crazy
views. Back to the speedrun itself. The movement display.
Oh, it has 2.5 mil now. Never mind, guys. Never mind.
And was very similar to Jumpy's movement, but there are some key differences that set them apart. First of all, Jez figured out that in level 12, instead of pushing the boulder all the way down the hill, one could simply nudge the boulder and then jump over it, preventing the forced reset, while also saving a bit of time. Also, Jez reset at the beginning of the Phase 2 of the boss, allowing him to further manipulate the boss and save more time. This run would have been a new record in the first ever sub 4-minute and 30-second run.
However, it turns out that this run made use of a double jumping macro to hit the spacebar twice in succession with a single button press. This didn't guarantee 100% consistent double jumps for...
Yeah, so what we know now, you can actually make like a really consistent double jump macro if you like set the milliseconds right or whatnot. Yeah. Definitely not gonna give a tutorial.
A variety of reasons that I won't get into.
Yeah, when I hit the spacebar during my runs, I'm actually using a macro, guys. Sorry.
But it was surely enough to make this run invalid.
But back to Banana Nana's run. How was he able to top Jumpy-Love's extremely solid time by over 20 seconds? Well, it turns out that Banana Nana was just really, really good at double jumping. In Banana Nana's 4-minute and 16-second run, you'd be hard-pressed to find a single missed double jump. He solidified the fact that, to be good at this game, you had to be extremely, extremely consistent with double jumping. He also started incorporating more double jumps into the run, using them whenever it was possible. The level with the biggest time difference between the 4-minute 16-second run and the 4-minute 36-second run was level 11. Here, take a look.
Let's see.
Banana Nana also got the infamous triple jump strat in level 5, caused by performing a single jump into the
triple
rim, and then
jump,
performing a double jump right after. One thing you may notice about this
So-
run is that Banana Nana had a personal best of 5 minutes and 14 seconds before achieving this time.
Because of this, some people could see his 4:16 as a fluke.
But I see it as an amazing example
Yeah.
of Banana Nana's speedrunning
That's right.
mentality at the time. If he had made a mistake, he would reset. He wasn't looking to inch his way towards the record. He wanted to get it all
Yeah,
in one
shout
go.
outs to Bandicam. I used to be a Bandicammer.
Thankfully, Banana Nana wasn't
What?
done, as he came back on the 23rd of March, 2018 with a time of 4 minutes, 3 seconds.
It's so funny, like
He
that.
managed to accomplish this
I don't know
feat
what I
partially
was
because of
doing
a
with the audio recording on this video. There's just like, it's like 4 different ways of recording audio and stuff, and it's it's an absolute mess because I had to like re-record stuff, reorder stuff. Yeah.
new strategy
It's
in
fine
level
now.
10.
where the first chasm is completely double jumped over. This route was really inconsistent, mainly because the game only maintained one speed between levels 9 and 10 about 50% of the time. The game seems to randomly drop red ball speed between
that's
levels,
the right
an
amount of
annoying,
Bandicam
run-killing
logos, yeah.
reality that still isn't fully understood to this day. Thankfully, Banana Nana was able to maintain speed and perform the strategy, though the rest of his 10 was a bit sloppy. Another big improvement came in levels 12,
13, and 15.
Yeah, I definitely like try to not do that anymore where you have like a big like you talk and then nothing and then you talk and then nothing. I like say what's actually going on. Cuz like on the script it just says he had big improvements in levels 12, 13 and 14 or whatever. And then I just like split it up and then showed the thing, whereas I need to say in 12 he improved this and 13 he improved that. So yeah, definitely have improved on stuff like that.
Reflecting on this run, Banana Nana said, "Wow, looks like sub 4 minutes is possible. Maybe I'll go for it someday, but not soon." Indeed, sub 4 was now possible, but it seemed like Banana Nana didn't really have the motivation to go for it yet. However, after about a month, his hibernation was sharply interrupted.
Uh-oh. The song is sick. Yeah, I think I found a lot. Oh yeah, this is not. That's right, because it's another modern vintage gamer song. Yep. Yeah, I found a lot of. I think I found a lot of music for this video from Lemon stuff. Just looking at his music list. What's up, Robert?
Speedrunner Motor Jam ousted Banana Nana by just half a second. Banana Nana now had a reason to go for sub 4, as if he didn't get it soon, Motor Jam would beat him to it.
Oh, gotcha,
On
like,
the 1st
yep,
of May,
yep.
2018, exactly 3 years after the 5-minute barrier was first broken by Jumpy Love, Banana Nana was on quite the run. It was now all down
Honestly, that was a pretty good montage. Just get good music, good song and whatnot. So, not bad, not bad.
to the boss.
I did edit in Vegas at this time. Yeah, I still edit in Vegas. That hasn't changed.
And with the heard round the world, the fruit,
That was
the
pretty
myth,
funny.
the legend had done it. A 3-minute, 58-second run was now in Banana Nana's possession, the very first sub 4. With this time, he retired from speedrunning Red Ball 4 Volume 1, and went down in history as a Red Ball legend. So, what's next?
Yeah, I definitely found this from Lemon.
Unlike
Ultra.
Banana
I've
Nana,
used that song a
Motor Jam
bunch
wasn't
in the
quite done
future
with
as
the
well.
game yet. He still wanted to take down Banana Nana's record and then lay the game
Once
to rest
again, why is this blurry? Like, what's the point?
himself as the
I
world
don't
record
understand.
holder. So he kept grinding and grinding, but it wasn't until the 30th of July that his goal was finally realized. So yes, despite a sloppy boss and a couple of mistakes throughout the run, he got a 337.200. Reflecting on this run, he said, "I finally did it." Some new strats were used, but some sloppy execution throughout the run, such as level 7, 8, and 13. I also choked a bit on the boss, along with him not giving me any cream cheese.
I love that was what the phase 3 pattern was called. I don't think that term has been used in a long time.
Sub 345 is totally possible, and sub 340 is theoretically possible if you were a god.
Guys, I think there might be a lot of divine beings on the leaderboard, if that's true. Wow.
So, hold on a minute. The game had just gone from sub 4 looking like an unbreakable barrier to sub 340 looking like the new goal. How prophetic of you, Motor Jam. With new strategies being
I forgot about
discovered
that.
every day and the possibility for new strategies in the future, Motor Jam saw
I don't
the
think
true
anybody has
potential
a
of how
sub
far the
340
game's world
now.
record could truly go down. But while Motor Jam was thinking about what the future could be, it started to come into fruition.
Wait, that's funny, Lake Huki. I don't know about Nile Green. I'll have to check that out.
was such a fluke. That's literally all I can say. I'm not gonna PB for a long time after that.
My gosh, with the resampling, it looks so bad. Dang, dude. What?
I'm shaking. That was a 350 punch. So, Motor Jam, you can take this back for sure, and you will take this back because you're a lot better at this game than I am. But that just happened.
Against all odds, and despite doubting my abilities, I had risen up the ranks in just 8 days, and took the record. Something that I didn't even foresee as a possibility at the time.
But that
Still
did
in
just
shock,
happen.
I said, "I don't deserve this time, but I am grateful for what I received." It was true. Compared to Motor Jam, I had put in a minimal amount of effort into the game, but it turned out that the amount of time and effort put into the game by both of us was about to skyrocket. For a rivalry had just been born. Motor Jam picked
No way.
himself back up and decided that, to improve his consistency and discover new backups, he would do 100 no reset runs of the game.
I forgot. I used some like website or something to make this. I now know like how you can like make it work with FFmpeg. But yeah, that's funny.
On the 7th of November, 2018, on his 13 no reset run, this happened.
Why is the music so quiet? What?
A very sloppy level 5 had put Motor Jam 7.8 seconds behind 359 pace.
What? Okay, so I showed it was 7.8 behind, but like I showed 7.5 in the video. I guess I couldn't tell because of the preview window or whatever.
However,
I just
Motor
didn't
Jam
fix
had some
it.
new tricks up his sleeve. By resetting at this flag in level 9, he was able to transition well into level 10 almost 100% of the time. This also set him up for getting a good jump off this spoke, saving even more
Andy, if you don't actually play the game the entire time, it's not going to get accepted.
time.
So.
This
Don't waste your
maneuver put
time.
him 1.3 seconds
No,
ahead of 359 pace.
I
on the
think
split.
somebody's
He eventually
pressure
went for
washing
some
or
very
something.
risky double
It's
jumps
alright,
at
they'll be
13
done.
that could have killed the run if he missed them. He nailed the boss, and he got a 354.483, beating me by around 0.3 seconds. And while I was focusing on the other Red Ball 4 volumes, Motor Jam didn't stop playing. He still had about 8 seconds to shave off, remember?
Yeah, no, I could be. The montages in this video are good. Like, Doomstones. Doomstones. It's so funny that the run started like that. My gosh.
That's it, boys. That's it. He did it. On the 11th of January, 2019.
It's pretty good.
He shaved off
The video gets better as it goes on. Like, I guess it's because I was, like, getting better at editing and stuff. Because I was like, this is the first time I was actually figuring out how to do anything in Vegas, but, like, beyond the extremely basic drag in clips and hit render. So, yeah, that is cool.
8 seconds. He nailed level 3. He nailed level 5. He nailed level 10. He nailed level 12. Motor Jam was refining his movement to a level never seen before.
Yeah,
And he
Nora,
proved
you've
that he was
definitely
right.
watched this video
Sub
more than I
345
have.
was indeed possible. And unless I did some catching up, Motor Jam would undoubtedly be the first person to get it.
Dude, I got it. I got the 4X.
On the 19th of January, 2019, Motor Jam and I began streaming attempts, both with hopes of becoming the first person to get the first sub 3 minute and 45 second time. We both streamed for over 4 hours, a normal
Yeah.
key for Motor Jam, but a rarity for me.
Rarity.
Normally I got burned out after playing the game for more than an hour at a time, simply because of the constant resets and
Yeah.
revisits to level 1.
No, this is actually a really good point. Do not play this game for more than, like, 2 hours straight. Like, you're wasting your time. You're just wasting your time because your double jump consistency falls off a cliff after like an hour. At least it does for me. Like the majority of my PBs were gotten within like the first like 30 minutes of streaming this game. Because it's just the double jumping. It's just how it is.
But something about breaking this barrier, streaming with Motor Jam, and talking to his friends kept me going. This is what happened that day.
Yep. This song is why this video is it's actually revenue split, so I still get money from it, but it's like less than half of what it would actually be getting or whatever.
If I had predicted the first one correctly, that would have been a 45, man.
Dude, so close.
No.
Oh, that's funny, Nor. I first heard it in Guitar Hero 3.
Let's go. I did it. I did it.
That's the split sound clip. That's funny.
What the heck?
That 4 hour stream was back on top. This is what I had to say. The possibility of a sub 3-minute 40-second run is extremely real, and new strats appear to be on the horizon. This game is nowhere near dead. Red Ball be crazy, man. Motor Jam once said that sub 340 is theoretically possible if you were a god. So that begs the question, who was it gonna be? Before we talk about the quest for this time, we must first talk about a timing rule change that happened during this time. You may have noticed that, up until now,
time in that
every
sentence
single
like
person
3
started their
times.
timer when level 1 was pressed. They had to carefully maneuver their mouse to the bottom right corner of the game window and then hit the cutscene skip button. While most people were spending more than half a second on the cutscene each run because of this, Motor Jam had a trick up his sleeve. He put the game window on the bottom right corner of his monitor. This made it very easy for him to hit the skip button, as the bounds of the monitor lined up his mouse on the skip button. So, in some instances, the cutscene didn't even have a chance to start playing. However, this small time save was quite inconsistent. With both Motor Jam and I getting very annoyed with this reality, we decided to change the timing rules. Now, timing started on the first frame that Red Ball appeared on the screen in level 1, or the first frame that control was gained over the character. This timing rule caused all previous runs to have to be retimed. So, if you're wondering why most previous records had a much different time than what their splits showed, well, maybe except for Motor Jam's runs, then that's why. With that being said, let's resume. So, you may be wondering about the dog on screen right now. Well, it turns out that all Motor Jam needed to break the record was the immense, unmistakable power of the dog cam. This 342 by Motor Jam was the first run to make use of a new boulder skip in level 3, which made use of this curved corner to yield the perfect angle to jump off the top of the boulder, finishing the level without losing any speed. This strat had been discovered by accident by Banana Nana less than a year prior, but it was just now being used in runs. Motor Jam lost all of his speed on the transition from level 6 to level 7, which happened about as often as the level 9 to 10 transition that plagued runs for months.
Yeah, like, Kiki, we're just lazy.
Thankfully, unlike losing speed between 9 and 10, this only lost him about a second.
We should bring back the old timing.
He got a 56 boss and decided to imitate a very familiar pop-off at the run's conclusion.
Let's go! I did it! I did it!
I'm telling you, the shenanigans that were going on around this time between us were next level. To take back the record the next day, I had to arm myself with a force much greater than dog cam. My secret? Chinese food. I golded level 5.
I don't know why I should have just
level
recorded
6.
a line.
I kept speed going into level 7. I golded level 13.
Weird stuff with this video.
The stars had aligned. I entered the boss with a 340 best possible time. However, if I was able to get a 54 boss, something that was well within the realm of possibility, I would beat my gold by enough to get the first 339. Here's what happened. First part of phase 3. 4 bounces. Second part of phase 3. 5 bounces. If I got a 4 bounce, this would be it.
I don't think I got the 4 bounce, guys.
But it was a 5 bounce. Just short, not lucky enough. The proximity of this run to 339 had left me saying this. Note that I had to record my thoughts later due to a recording mishap.
That is too close to 330. Like, that is too close. That is. I'm eating Chinese.
Needs food.
Okay, like that.
I was eating lunch. Yep.
February 2nd, 2019. Motor Jam entered the boss about a second ahead of the world record, meaning that he only needed a mid-56 boss to break the barrier. Phase 3 began. 4. Another 4. Some hesitation after the second hit meant that he needed another 4 to get the 339. But he got a 5.
Darn boss.
Though he broke the world
no
record
cream
by
cheese,
3 frames
guys.
with a 340.200. Better luck would have gotten him a 339, as would have been the case with my 340.300. Also, on this day, while I was playing all of the Red Ball 4 volumes in a multiple Red Ball game speedrun, this happened.
the first 53 boss. He had given me a 4-4-4 pattern.
Laggy.
I barely spared any time before each hit. This was a great example of my mindset when playing the boss.
This is me watching older videos.
It was going to be a 4 or 5 bounce by looking at the previous jump height. If I was right, it would save me a small but significant chunk of time. However, if I was wrong,
forgot I also have a
I would
soundboard.
die, and the run was over. And that is everything significant that happened before that day of February 21st, 2019, which kicked off this video. And without further ado, this is what happened that day. All I needed was a low 56 boss to secure 339.
Boom.
So I got a 54 boss instead.
Yes! I got it!
Sup, LMC?
Go! I beat Motor Jam. I beat him. And I got a 54 boss. I got a 54 boss, dude. Yes!
Not quite.
That's it. That's it.
Just kidding.
Next, I spread the news to Motor Jam once he started his stream.
I love that glitch, dude. Oh my gosh.
And that is not where the world record stands.
Whoa! Yeah, so yeah, this is basically like, I think, so with Emplemon's Hungry Box documentary, once it got to the, like, what he started with and what he ended with was, like, the same thing. So I guess I, like, kind of subverted that by, like, it, like, gets back to that, but no, there's more. Like, it's, like, it's set up to be circular, but there's actually more. So, I don't know, I think that, I don't know, I guess, it was pretty cool, I guess. Yeah.
Easy. Look at that center dash. Oh my god. I knew that was 336. Let's go, dude. The possibility of a 329 happening sparked something in me. I had to get it, and I would do whatever it took to achieve this milestone. This was my first true sub 330 pace in the late game. If I nailed this last double jump in 11, I would be 5 seconds ahead of my personal best. Pixels off.
Dang.
No matter, I kept on grinding.
Yo, Yak, thank you for the 3-month resub. Appreciate it, man. Enjoy the emotes and stuff. Yeah. Prime Gaming. I guess you'll get the bronze badge, which is cool. It's okay, Nora. We forgive you. Alright. And I can't believe we were still playing in a tiny window at this point. Like, I mean, I guess we play Volume 3 like that because of lag, but, like, dang. True, Nor, true. Yo, Gamertech, thank you for the 3 months as well. Yep, enjoy the bronze badge and the emotes and whatnot. Much appreciated. Let's go. Will there be any more Red Bull for runs in the future? Yeah.
2 seconds away, 1 step closer to 329. At this point, it could happen any run now. And on the 5th of August, 2019, I had my first opportunity. Best possible time going into the boss was at 3:27.
Oh, see, now I learned how you could, like, do the smooth pan and crop stuff.
I only needed a 55.
Just learned more and more as I made the video.
A 5. Second part, I predicted a 5. But instead, the game had given me a 4. The game gave me just the right amount of luck, but I misread the pattern. I hesitated. No matter. If the next part was a 4 bounce, this was it. However,
oh man, that was
in
so
Red Bull
close.
4 Volume 1, there's no such thing as a free lunch. I got a new world record of a 3:30,
It's true.
but I lost 3:29. The 7th of August, 2019.
Yeah,
Another
exactly.
3:27, best possible time going into the boss. Once again, I only needed a 55.
Except the horse never really gets
I was worried about
good.
phase 3, but while I was building my nerves for phase 3, I missed killing this enemy in phase 2.
It's complete BS. So unfortunate.
I needed triple 4s in phase 3 to get the 329. The first part of 5, I was already doomed. 330.300, a new world record by a 1/6 of a second, but once again, just short of the 329. At this point, I accounted that I had lost 7 sub 330 best possible time paces.
Yo, Norksor, thank you for the bits, man.
I was
Appreciate
just
it.
short every single time. How many more runs would
Let's
I have
go.
to
It started a
lose?
hype train.
I couldn't think about that. To break this barrier, I had to cast aside all of my previous misfortune.
I like the
okay.
the reverse here is pretty cool. Okay, I'll give myself that. It's pretty cool.
I couldn't give up.
That was Okay, guys. So yeah. So the reason I included this because I think like Jam said something about like, oh, you gotta include Homer finally landing, and I agree. Like it like it works, but like, man, I really wish I hadn't done that. To be completely honest, like, could have used a different song, man. Could have used a different song. It's okay. It's all right though. Yeah, it's just way overused. Yeah, it's a good song, but it's just overused and cliche and whatnot. And I wish the video had ended a different way. But you know, we'll still enjoy the montage. Of course he did Xbox. Yeah. True jazz. Yeah, you definitely have. Oh my gosh, I almost died there. Man, that was tight. That was a good hit. So was that.
I did it. Oh, finally. Finally.
Yep.
Oh.
There you go. That's all the music. Did I sort in a Google Doc? I use Pastebin now for all my music lists. If you guys don't know, every video has a music list in the description. So.
Oh, what a relief, dude.
All right. Yeah. Well, there you go. That's my first, solid speedrunning video, I guess. Lots of, issues and stuff I wish I did different, but overall pretty enjoyable. The montages are good. So in terms of enjoyment, it's either C or B, I'd say. I'll put it at B for now. I think we'll see if that changes later. But yeah, let me do something really quick. All right. all maximum videos are good. Clearly, you haven't seen the video. Like, I uploaded videos before speedrunning videos. Let's not forget about that, guys. that was definitely, yeah. Definitely don't want to watch those. Okay, yeah, so then we have, so this video, I changed the title on this. I can't pause it to start out with. I changed the title on, oh wait, let me scroll down a bit. Thanks for the 5 bits, Jacoby. I changed the title on this, like, I think 4 times or something. It was originally, will Flash game speedrunning die in 2020? Adobe Flash Player shutting down, like something like that. Which like worked until 2020, I guess, but like, or 2021, I guess, because that's when it actually died. But like past that, people aren't gonna click on the video because it's like, oh, it's 2022. Like, why would I click on this video? So then I like eventually changed it to, is it still possible to speedrun Flash games? And then I realized, oh, like. This title could work better, and then I changed the thumbnail a bit as well. I changed the thumbnail like 4 times as well. But yeah, this has a much better click-through rate, so I think this is like the definitive title for this video right here. So, yep.
Unless you've been living under a rock for the past few years, you have probably heard the news that Flash is dying in 2020.
Yeah.
And last time I checked, that's this year. All of the major browsers...
Oh yeah, this is also when I started using Roboto Black in my videos, which I still use to this day. Very, very solid font. I'm glad I found it early, and I've kept that theme consistent. But yeah, I spent a lot of effort on this intro. I was definitely trying to, you know, get better at all of this stuff.
Removing support for the respective Flash plugins. Not even Internet Explorer will be immune. Hell, I can't even open Google Chrome anymore without it asking me to disable Flash. To people like me who grew up playing Flash games, usually in the back corner of an elementary school classroom, it is really sad to see Flash go. However, it's not like Flash is leaving for no good reason. ActionScript, the programming language that is the backbone for Flash games, first released in 1990.
Yeah, there's really no reason to watch it, but now you're watching it now, so yeah, that works.
Still released all the way back in 2006. Throughout its lifetime, Adobe has been in a constant battle to fix the numerous bugs,
CVE
and
wall,
security vulnerabilities that have run rampant through Flash. With Adobe stopping any future Flash updates after 2020, browsers simply can't afford to deal with the numerous unchecked security vulnerabilities that
this is when I learned how to do the fade on the Gaussian blurs and stuff.
Flash will ultimately impose. For speedrunners, this could propose a major issue. When Club Penguin was shut down in 2017, it completely froze the game Speedrun.com.
Okay, I don't understand this at all, because they have the SWFs for the game, and like it's like the same, but you can't do runs on the original Club Penguin anymore, even though it's literally the exact same game and you can play it offline. I don't understand it at all. Like, why is it on its own leaderboard? It makes absolutely no sense. Like, I don't know why they handled it like that. Like, obviously, ban percent isn't going to work anymore, but 500 coins, all missions, like, they have the SWFs. Just play it offline. It just doesn't make any sense.
No new runs have been added.
I use Vegas Pro to edit.
So, once Flash is shut down in 2020, will every other Flash game on Speedrun.com meet the same fate? In today's video, we are going to answer that question. This is the official standalone Adobe Flash player.
Wow.
Simply open a .swf file, the compiled form of a Flash game, and bam, the game is being played. No browser or internet necessary. .swf files are obtained through a relatively easy process. Simply navigate to a website that hosts the game that you want to play, open Inspect Element, navigate to the Network tab, enable Flash Player, filter for .swf files, and bam, there it is. Some Flash game websites, like Not Doppler, even provide a
you can fly over
SWF
Nor. That's
file
cool.
downloads. The standalone Flash player provides other benefits over playing on a website. The game runs much smoother due to the less amount of lag, and there are no ads to worry about, unless they are embedded in the
editing this segment of video. I remember like Vegas just like it was like horrible because it was on my old computer, and Vegas just kept crashing and having absolutely like horrendous performance. Like finishing this video was an absolute nightmare. Like I I did not have a good time editing it, to be honest, because of all of that garbage going on.
The game itself. Flash games have more lag.
I do have a Stream Deck. I also have a Steam Deck.
More actions to deal with than just running the Flash game. The standalone Flash player has one job and one job only: to play the game. With all of these benefits, it probably doesn't come as much of a surprise that most Flash speedruns are done on the standalone platform already. However, despite most Flash speedruns being done...
the sub 20 train vid crashed like 4 times when I was trying to render it. Like, the name of the file is literally like, please, in all caps with like 6 E's. Which is funny.
Outside of a browser, Flash's death on web will still make a huge impact for speedrunning. Despite all of the benefits that standalone provides, there are still many Flash speedruns that are done on websites, usually amongst newer runners. When people first start speedrunning Flash games, they usually aren't aware of the existence of the standalone.
I just found some random speedrun performed by somebody named Poggers, bro. You can't see the Poggers part, but yeah, that's, yeah.
For example, someone may stumble across the leaderboard of their favorite Flash game of years past. Let's say, for instance, it
RipSpeedrun.com
was Run 2. Maybe they took a look at the world record to learn all of the strategies.
How the
They popped that game into the search bar. First link, coolmathgames.com.
Pretty smooth transition.
And boom, the first speedrun attempts begin.
Yeah, this was just some random emote. I really don't know what it originated from. I guess it's in like a bunch of OSU players chats.
They're usually short, making it easy to get a first attempt done, and they are very easy to record with free capture software like OBS. Additionally, Flash speedruns seldom have any cutscenes to worry about, meaning that runs are very fast-paced and attempts can be done very quickly.
I don't know if that's true, Jez. That sounds kind of dumb.
People who are still speedrunning Flash games on websites. Sometimes Flash games cannot just be downloaded and played.
Plus, like nowadays, like you can upload a video without tags, and it'll probably still do fine if it's like algorithm
DRM, or Digital Rights Management, describes the anti-piracy measures that are employed in.
I think tags just help with YouTube search, and that's it. I think the algorithm does everything else.
Video games and other forms of media. While well-established games such as Spyro Year of the Dragon employed DRM measures that had even the most skilled hackers scratching their heads for months on end, most Flash game DRM measures ultimately rely on a simple URL check. The game will find the URL of the website that it is being played on, and the game will only load properly if that website has been whitelisted in the game's code. These checks can sometimes be patched out by decompiling the Flash game and editing the game's code directly. For example, Its Maximum was able to make the last 5 levels of Red Ball playable, which were site-locked to king.com, a website that doesn't even host the game anymore.
Yep.
However, Flash developers have another trick up their sleeve: obfuscation. Obfuscation jumbles up the code of a Flash game when it is compiled into a .swf file, and when it is run through a decompilation.
I know, I can't believe I'm a cheater. I like literally hacked the game.
Unreadable mess. On top of being hard to read, obfuscation often confuses JPEXS's recompiler, meaning that many scripts cannot be directly edited without completely bricking the game. Sometimes the only reliable way to edit a Flash game's code is by editing the P code, and let me tell you, it's an absolute nightmare. So, when Flash is going from browsers, are these DRM-locked games going to be lost for good? No, not at all. And this is all thanks to a massive Flash game archival project called Flashpoint.
Let's go.
MoreMaximum's Flashpoint is a program that is able to access and play almost every single Flash game, amongst games from other dying platforms. From bottom-of-the-barrel games to absolute classics, Flashpoint
Let's go,
really
SM63.
Flashpoint is able to play these games in their original state, whether or not the game has any DRM. But how is this possible? This is all accomplished with URL spoofing. Instead of patching out the URL checkers themselves, Flashpoint simply gives the game the exact URL that it is looking for. No hacking necessary. Whenever a user wants to play a game on the normal version of Flashpoint, it is downloaded from the cloud. However, there's also a over 300 gigabyte download that will store all of the games on the machine that it is being played on. Essentially, every important Flash game ever made can be played with no issues, even without an internet connection. So I'll just load up a copy of Nitrum's Hot Air and, where the heck is it? In February 2020, news came out that Nitrome had asked Flashpoint to remove all of their titles.
Yeah,
from the platform.
it kind of sucks that Nitrome did this. I mean, like, we can still, like, get around it and stuff, but, like, I don't know, Nitrome has just gone down the drain, to be completely honest. Like, their HTML5 ports or whatever, I think they, like, partnered with, like, Kizzy on this or whatever, which is unusual, but they run like garbage, and they like have ads not just at the beginning of the game but in between every single level, and because of like how they work, you can't like get rid of it with an ad blocker or whatever, so you literally can't speedrun the HTML5 versions of the game, which is just like ridiculous. HTML5 is generally balls. I mean, it's pulled off pretty well with some games. The Happy Wheels HTML5 is alright. It runs at like 720p, I think, instead of being able to do 1080. But yeah. Is a shame.
In recent years, Nitrome has become more focused on making mobile games, whether it be new titles or ports of their Flash games.
I mean, JavaScript and HTML5 are describing the same thing.
These games are often riddled with microtransactions and ads, so basically your typical mobile game. As controversial and unfortunate as this move may be, Nitrome does own the copyright and intellectual property to these games, and they are within their rights to have them taken off Flashpoint. Seeing as the Flashpoint team probably isn't looking to get sued, they complied with their request. As of March 2020, no Nitrome...
I don't know why when you get sued, what the judge just like oversees the trial. They aren't the one like prosecuting or whatever. I don't know. Should have had like a team of lawyers or something instead.
Nitrome games are available for download on Flashpoint. However, this doesn't mean that Nitrome games will be lost to time. We simply have to jump through a couple more hurdles to play them.
Yeah, this is pretty funny. I said like, oh, don't actually do this, guys. You don't do it. But I don't really know why. Like I don't think it really makes a difference, but it is funny.
And with the DRM rabbit hole out of the way, we can finally get to the third reason why some Flash speedruns are still done on the web. Despite the extra lag, sometimes web is actually faster than standalone. But how is this possible, you may ask? Well,
Red Ball time.
Let's take a look at Red Ball. Here you can see Red Ball being played in the standalone player versus being played on Google Chrome through an HTML file. For this demonstration, the SWF has been hacked to allow a string of inputs to be read and processed.
The first TAS hack. It was made by me. It was horrible. It was so bad.
On every reset. And this was also all made possible because the creator of the game sent us the source code of Red Ball 1, which still blows my mind to this day. Though the exact same inputs are being read on both platforms, Red Ball is jumping further on web, allowing this time-saving strategy in level 10 to be possible. And unfortunately, this third reason is the most challenging to overcome.
Yeah, so, yeah, this was back before we knew that the reason why that happened was because of the bit classification of the Flash player. So the web plugin was 64-bit and standalone was 32-bit. And that, you know, that's why it was happening. But we didn't know that. We just thought it was like, oh, it's only possible on web. But in Adobe Animate, the standalone players that are included are actually 64-bit. We didn't know this at the time, but it like was like randomly working. I was like, oh my gosh, like this random player works. So, you know, like sent that out and stuff to people. And then we later realized, because like Jetman pointed out, like, why is this larger than normal Flash Player 30? It's like, oh, I included a virus in it, guys, that's why. Just kidding. No, but it was because it was 64-bit and not 32-bit. So, yeah. I'm really glad we solved that, because playing on a web still would suck.
This one specific instance...
But yeah, it's because of floating point rounding and stuff. We'll get to Red Ball Task Explained, which will explain more why that happened.
Find a way to play Flash games on a web browser after 2020. We aren't quite sure whether this will be accomplished with a virtual machine, an old version of a browser, some jank browser that nobody has ever heard of, or something else entirely.
It was something else entirely.
The one thing that we can be certain of is that we will find a way, because that's just what speedrunners do. So, to answer the question that was proposed by this video, Will Flash game speedrunning die in 2020? Well, thanks to Adobe's standalone Flash player and the fantastic Flash game archival project called Flashpoint, the answer to that question is a definite no. Maybe there will come a day when Flash games will lose all of their relevancy and all of their respective leaderboards on speedrun.com will lie dormant.
Yeah, there's no point, because I think you can do resetless 10.
But I don't like to think about that because it makes me really sad.
So
that was the video. I hope you enjoyed watching. If you are interested in doing any Flash game speedruns of your own, there is a relatively large selection of games under the web platform on speedrun.com. Just make sure to check show unofficial releases to see them all. I'm definitely not done with this whole YouTube thing. So
guys, he's not done with this whole YouTube thing, I think. That's good.
Stay tuned for more videos in the future. Have a great day, and happy speedrunning.
I wonder if he's going to release more videos in the future. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Okay, I'd put this one like high C maybe. Like it like served its purpose at the time, but now it's just like kind of out of date and whatnot. And there were a few funny moments, but yeah. Okay. In 2008, we'll get to it eventually, guys. Don't worry. Okay, guys, it's time. It's time. I hope we're ready for the video. I think should I watch this on 1.2 because this one has the slow narration problem like the worst. But I feel like we just have to experience it as it is. So all right, here we go, guys. The story of Sub 20 Trin. The story of Sub 20
In level
Trin.
11 of a Flash game called Red Ball, there exists a train that slowly moves from the left side of the level to the right. Red Ball starts in the back compartment, or caboose, of this train, and Red Ball must reach the first compartment of this train, which contains the flag, or goal, of the level.
Okay, just kidding. This
if
is
Red Ball
this
is
definitely
too
is.
slow.
Oh, it is on.
flag,
This is on.
the
This is on 1.25. Oh my god. Okay.
train will fall into the endless abyss, making the
Okay.
flag
Wait. That was the downward spiral from Employment. Because like, I think he like talked about like the downward spiral being like seen out in the wild, like in one of his videos or something. I was like, okay, I need to include that in one of my videos, and I did, and I got like a few comments about it. But yeah, Amp Lemon, great YouTuber, definitely huge inspiration. Might be my biggest.
unobtainable and forcing a reset. There are many obstacles that will instantly kill Red Ball, including spikes, larger spikes, this spinning red bar, and these 3 spinners, or turbines. Red Ball is—
Guys, they're saw blades! Oh my gosh! Yeah, I got that comment. It's okay, it boosted engagement, it's fine.
blocked from jumping and moving forward in the train for a large portion of the level, making it quite challenging to progress enough to reach the end in time. Because of how the level is set up, it has a very similar feel to an autoscroller. Wait, jump once, wait, jump twice, wait.
Oh yeah,
jump
a funny thing
times.
about this video is that I think I wrote maybe over half the script on my phone, which is funny. I can type pretty fast on my phone as well. I can do like, 70, 80 words a minute. Obviously not typing a script that fast because, you got to think about what you're about to type. But, yeah, I mean, I always, like, have this idea. It's like, oh, I got to wait till I, like, get home and I'm, like, in the zone to, like, start writing on a script. It's like, no, just whenever you feel like writing, just start on your phone. Google Docs, it doesn't matter.
And get the flag. You can't go any faster than the game allows. Though this level can be quite challenging for new players, once it has been mastered, it is really, really hard to mess up. From the dawn of Red Ball speedrunning to the present day, level 11 has looked seemingly identical.
Oh yeah, the run on the left isn't a record anymore because I found a faster run, which is like a 720 that was performed earlier. So
in every single world record. The level is always finished shortly after the train exits this large patch of ground.
I'm gonna take a break at some point, but probably not for a while.
26 seconds.
I might take a break after Red Ball World Record progression.
Even if some of these waiting areas were somehow skipped, Red Ball would still have to wait for the train to reach the end of the patch of ground before collecting the flag. For any large chunk of time save to be had, Red Ball would have to collect the flag before the first cart goes underground. But looking at a normal playthrough of the level, this looks far from being possible, right?
It's over. It's over, dude.
It's over, dude.
In this video,
Yeah.
we are going to explore the story of Sub 20 Train, the hardest strategy in the Red Ball series.
Honestly, like, the structure of that intro is pretty cool. Like how, it like plays the clip, but then like further contextualizes it later in the video and whatnot. It's cool. It's over, dude. It's over.
When the 3-minute 30 barrier was broken in Red Ball, people began actively looking for new strategies that would enable the possibility of another 10-second barrier being broken, sub 320. Though the train level had never had a single breakthrough in the entire history of the game, that didn't deter people from looking for ways to save time. On October 18th, 2018, Rare XZC, the roommate and friend of Rare EG, the second place runner at the time,
I don't know what the heck that
separate
was.
waiting periods in the train level. The first one being under this large spiky object, and the second one being under these 3 turbines. So let's break down how exactly
Guys,
both
there's
of these were
samplings.
accomplished, starting with the large spikes skip. Though dark red objects can typically never be touched by Red Ball without dying, this reality has been circumvented with a couple of key discoveries. By pausing and unpausing the game at any point, it was discovered that, with a high enough velocity, Red Ball would have a short immunity to spikes before dying. This would allow Red Ball to jump on the ground below the spikes, making some huge time saves possible in multiple levels, most notably level 10, where the rolling ball challenge can be completely skipped with a few well-timed jumps on the spikes. Unfortunately, this discovery was not useful in level 11, because the spiky ceiling that blocks Red Ball's movement at the beginning of the level cannot be entered and exited fast enough to prevent a death. Thankfully, another key discovery was made: ninja jumping. In level 9, there exists a, ninja that rolls back and forth on a bridge. New players, and even sometimes experienced ones, will fail to jump over this spinning ball of doom and die. However, there is a silver lining to this. People's ineptness at jumping over this ninja led to the accidental discovery that the ninja...
I think you're actually supposed to say ineptitude. But, you know, I didn't exactly proofread my scripts very well back then.
Under the right circumstances, could actually be jumped off of. Simply jump in just the right way so that you barely graze off of the ninja, and get another jump in before the game realizes that Red Ball touched the ninja in the first place.
Yeah, so, like, we obviously know now that that's because of the contact bug, but back then we had no idea, and we still didn't.
No,
like,
this strategy
by the end
is
of the video.
actually quite difficult. It's very inconsistent, and is pretty useless anyways. However, we don't care about jumping on knockoff Fortnite Ninja. We care about jumping on the red stuff in level 11. So, knowing that red objects could be jumped on under the right circumstances, it would make sense that the large spikes could be jumped on as well. However, there was just one small problem. The large spikes aren't a circle. We aren't quite sure how the Rare Gang managed to skip the large spikes back in 2018.
See, I don't know why I didn't just, like, talk to them more. Like, because then I could have gotten an answer probably about, like, that stuff, like filled in a couple gaps. I guess it made it more interesting. I guess it's like a bit of a, you know, speculation or whatever, but like you could I definitely could have just talked to XCC and EG more. I don't know why I didn't.
But it was probably with the help of a corner jump. Corner jumps are somewhat of a physics exploit that allows Red Ball to jump very high off an object while also maintaining most of his velocity. This exploit had already been put into use in level 4 to quickly get through the stair section, and it was also put into use in level 12 to skip over this box challenge before the discovery of Spike Glitch. If Red Ball grazed the corner of the large spikes in just the right way, he would be able to execute a corner jump there without dying. If enough speed was maintained, Red Ball would clear the spikes, and would be well on track to collect the flag at the end of the level as soon as possible, saving around a second overall. With how optimized Red Ball speedruns were getting at this point, a strategy that could save an entire second would be a pretty big deal. However, as Rare XCC put it, this strategy was insane, and far too inconsistent to have any hope of being done in runs. Thankfully, the second approach, skipping the turbines later in the level, seemed a lot more practical. With a well-timed jump on the ridge between these two carts, the turbines could be completely jumped over. However, this was still quite inconsistent. The jump would often not have enough momentum to clear the turbines. However, there's still a chance that pseudo-RNGesus would bless Red Ball with a ninja jump, allowing him to live. This was possible because, just like the ninja, the turbines are spinning circles. Another approach to the strategy was to go for a ninja jump on the first turbine right off the bat. If this was successful, Red Ball would always clear the turbines without the need for another jump. Because of the aforementioned bottleneck,
yeah, this strategy will never be done in runs.
This would save the exact same amount of time that the large spike skip would, around a second. According to XZC, Rare EG had this strategy in his back pocket, just in case it was needed to achieve a new world record. However, due to the strategy's great risk and the availability of other time saves elsewhere in the game, it was never used in any of his runs. The Red Ball community had finally figured out a way to break Red Ball's pseudo autoscroller, but the minimal time save
yeah, the end of the video is really funny.
prevented its usefulness from extending beyond the realm of individual level speedruns.
It's a 1 in 500
trying
chance.
To get the fastest time in a single level of the game. In late 2019, individual level speedruns were finally established for every single Red Ball game.
Oh yeah. Dang, this used to look so clean. And then speedrun.com happened. But yeah, I'm glad they're on their own boards now. Yep, especially because of level 1.
And over on Red Ball category extensions. Finally, runners had the chance
I'm watching
to
this one at
1.25x. Each level.
It objectively makes it better.
The quest began to optimize each level in Red Ball to its absolute limits. In early 2020, Rare EG finally uploaded a video of him completing the level with the turbine skip strategy, ending with a time of 25.667, around half a second faster than the current record of 26.200 by Sutal, which didn't do the turbine skip. Rare EG collected the flag pretty soon after it appeared from the underground section, but it was clear that a faster grab was possible. Around a month later, Speedrunner MotorJam figured out that by pushing against the train, it would cause all of the
Sutal's run is like 100p, bro. It's so funny.
Closer to the front of the train. The slightly shorter distance that the train now needed to travel before Red Ball could jump to the ground triangle allowed the level to be completed in less than 26 seconds without the use of the turbine skip. The turbine strat wouldn't benefit at all from this due to the bottleneck at the end of the level, though it was believed that pushing against the train would allow it to move ever so slightly faster,
the classic BNMC profile
saving
picture.
A couple of frames. This has yet to be confirmed. Regardless, MotorJam used the train pushing strat and collected the flag faster than Rare EG did, ending with a time of 25.517. With interest in the level growing, people began to wonder if it was possible to collect the flag before it entered the underground section. If this could be pulled off, it would save over 7 seconds, allowing the level to be completed in under 20 seconds, something that had already been accomplished with most other levels in the game.
Yep.
Speedrunner DHA demonstrated that with an extremely fast
DHA just makes a
skip,
surprise appearance in like every one of my videos.
Red Ball could make it to the cart before the cart with the flag. However, the ground above did not give enough clearance for Red Ball to jump into the next cart. Something new would have to be implemented to get Red Ball to the flag in time. Seemingly at a dead end, speedrunners went back to improving the individual level world record. A 60th of a second was shaved off by speedrunner LUMLPTM, who we just call LUM, and the record was swiftly taken back by MotorJam.
It's going pretty good, Luciousness. I'm doing pretty good so far.
The turbine strategy was effectively maxed out, and there were no more improvements.
Get myself some more water.
And on the same day that MotorJam said his
who's DHA?
Record, Rare XCC would come out of the woodworks to share something with the community. On April 19th, 2020, Rare XCC reminded the community of the insane large spike skip strategy that had been conjured all the way back in 2018. Though his wording does make it seem like the large spike skip was only theoretical and had never been performed before. He tried to accomplish this by corner jumping off one of the carts.
I love the visuals here. Like I just used the paintbrush tool in paint.net, I think. Yeah, I don't really know why I didn't like make them better, but you know, I guess it works, you know.
Seemingly not enough to clear the spikes. A new lead was a new lead. And speedrunner Norzor decided to invest.
Norzor! Oh my gosh, it's like Norzor. That's how you say it, guys. Yeah. No, it's... In case y'all don't know, for some reason, it's a NOR-gate is a not OR, and then XOR is an exclusive OR, so it's like, you're supposed to say NOR XOR, but nobody's gonna say that, so it's you just say Norxor. So it's like you just have that in between the two. It's a cool name. It is a cool name.
Investigate.
Okay, so we are going to grind it.
So yeah, it turned out that Red Ball could cross the large spikes by just
that's literally how you say it, Norxor.
On them. However, there was just one small problem. This jump was even more inconsistent than jumping off circular objects. And, on top of this, Red Ball usually had to get these lucky jumps 2 or even 3 times to make it across. Red Ball also had to get enough distance to land on this platform.
Yeah, there's the paint.net paintbrush tool again.
Jumping off the train was too slow. So, was combining the
I don't
large
know how
spike
this
skip
video has
and the
1.3
turbine skip
million
enough
views.
to
It's
get
kind
a
of
sub 20
insane.
train? Armed with a save state hack, it was time for Norzor to find out.
You're telling me this has 1.3 million
No!
views?
You can't be serious! Come on!
It is a
Just
classic,
short.
though.
However, not all hope
It is
was
a
lost.
classic.
If Norzor was able to perform the large spikes skip sooner, it just might be enough. He got a good save point and started going
I am
for a good
happy with
turbine
myself.
skip. He got one. This had to be it. There simply wasn't any way to go faster. If he didn't collect the flag here, the strategy didn't have any hope left. But thankfully, that didn't happen.
It's over! It's over!
Norzor collected the flag before it went
Guys, it's
underground,
over.
proving once and for all that a sub-20 train was possible. Now someone just had to do it without any save states. Around this point in time, level 13, one of the bonus levels, was completed in 18.967 seconds by me, its maximum.
That's really funny because like this is the level that got Nor his leaderboard IL sweep. It's funny.
Beating Norzor's previous record of 20 seconds flat, level 11 was now the only
Yeah,
level
what's your
in the
PB now,
entire
Nor? I
game
bet it
to have a
sucks
world record
still.
of
Oh, wait.
over 20 seconds. This reality is what gave the brand new strategy the name Sub-20 Train. Knowing the symbolic importance of successfully executing this strategy, Norzor, Motor Jam, Yellow Skarmory, Lum, Mario, and I began grinding to allow level 11 to be the final entry into the Sub-20 Club. If the odds of getting both the large spike skip and the turbine skip in the same run weren't bad enough, as Norzor demonstrated before, the large spike skip also needed to be performed insanely fast for the runner to even have a chance.
Shout out Slum.
It turned out that the best approach to this was doing a corner jump on the front of the large spikes. Red Ball had to not die on the corner jump, a very rare occurrence. The corner jump had to be far enough to land Red Ball on the black platform without losing any speed.
Yeah, it's
Another
just
rare
not.
occurrence. And sometimes that
It was
wasn't
later
even enough
determined
have
to
a good
not
chance at
be the
sub-20
optimal
train.
strategy.
It was determined that the best strategy for setting up the turbine jump was to jump as late as possible on the first black platform. Pray that your large spike skip was fast enough to get a good cycle on the red spinning bar. Land far back on the second black platform. Land on the ridge between these two carts. And then, after doing all of that perfectly, just hit the turbine jump. No pressure. While in a call with Norzor and Motor Jam, who were both doing attempts at the time, the stars began to align.
Come on, man.
I missed the corner jump on the large spike skip, but I still lucked out with 2 fast jumps and a good landing. I timed everything perfectly. I was ready to do my turbine jump, but it was too short. However, I got an extremely lucky jump off the turbines. Maybe a bit too lucky. I had never gotten anything like it before. Normally when jumping off of the last turbine, the jump is very shallow, but this time, it was a big jump. And at this point,
My 5-head brain.
Yeah, I haven't
needed to
streamed
make
in a
decision.
while.
Choice A, keep holding jump, land on the triangle, go forward, and collect the flag. Or choice B, slow
Oh yeah, this is from the I don't know if you guys have seen this or not, but this is from that one Who Wants to Be a Millionaire clip where he like calls his dad or whatever and says like I won the million because he knew the answer to the question. It's so funny. You guys have to see it if you haven't already. But yeah, no, this
slow
section
down,
is pretty funny.
land on the train, jump off the train, go forward, and don't collect the flag.
Oh my god.
Because obviously that's way too slow. Upset but undeterred, I kept doing attempts. Someone was gonna get it any day now, and I desperately wanted to be the first to get it. And on the same day, over 2 hours of attempts later, this happened.
Coke Zero. Rip the old can. The old can is better. I don't know why they changed it.
It's over. It's over, dude. It's over, dude. No way, dude. It's over.
And that is the story of how Sub-20 Train became a reality. Its status as being the hardest proven to be possible strategy in the Red Ball series
None of these are even like top
was garnered
100
from community
anymore.
opinion. The community has been working to put together a list of the 20 hardest strategies in the Red Ball series, and
Are you watching
Sub-20
your
Train
YouTube
sits
shorts
atop
too?
that
No.
list, undisputed. To this day, the strategy has only been successfully performed by one person, but hopefully others like
That
Norzor
it'll never change, guys. I'm the only one who's ever done Sub-20 Train.
and Motor Jam will be able to pull it off in the future.
Why?
Norzor managed to pull off Sub-20 Train while I was making this video. Nice. And as for the possibility of
good
this
part.
being used in full game speedruns one day,
Guys, it's never getting used in full game speedruns. That's what I'm saying. It's never getting used in full game speedruns. There's no way. Like, they're never gonna be able to pull it off. Yeah. In terms of enjoy, I'd say it's like probably. I don't know. It's either here or here. I'd say I don't know. I really like montages. I'll put it there. Yeah, I know. A lot can change. And how long has it been since I streamed? Like 5 months or something. It's S tier, guys. Yeah. Don't worry. I'm not taking this very seriously, by the way. Okay. Yeah. So now we have the updated double jump tutorial video, which is good. Because yeah. Yeah. Hold on, let me check something really quick. Somebody just screamed outside. Dude, what the heck is going on outside? Hopefully nobody got injured. I just heard another... I'm sure, guys, I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they're fine. It was you? Okay. Just trying to say hi. My God. They're doing great. I know they are.
In the time since I made my last red ball double jump...
1 second, I gotta do something here. Okay, updated double jump tutorial video. This is like the only like, you know, kind of not like video essay type of video on my channel. It's, you know, which is definitely interesting, but it's a decent video and it's definitely helpful. It has definitely taught quite a few people how to do these strats, which is good.
In the time since I made my last red ball double jumping tutorial video, some discoveries have been made that have effectively obsoleted it. Thus, I've decided to make a new video.
Yeah, this one's fine and normal.
The new information.
This video had good narration. I feel like the first time.
Follow. So, without further ado, this is how to double jump in almost every single red ball game. The first game in the series, Red Ball, often referred to as Red Ball.
Yeah, Jetman's in the Death War video.
Has no true way of double jumping. However, there are a few exploits that can allow Red Ball to get more height than intended.
Welcome to the stream.
The first of these exploits is corner jumping, which is exactly what it sounds like. By jumping off the corner of an object in just the right way, Red Ball will get a higher jump than
slower
normal,
now.
while also maintaining most of his velocity. This is most notably used in level 4 to get through this stair section quickly. Secondly, by pressing jump in a very specific window after landing on a bounce pad.
See now like I was like more careful about like what I said because we still didn't know if it was frame perfect or not. But now we do. But yeah, I said a specific window instead of frame perfect because we didn't know. So, you know, I didn't want to like say something I didn't know was true.
Red Ball can get a much higher jump than intended, allowing parts of level 7 to be skipped. Moving over to Red Ball 2, the first form of double jumping can be found, though it is usually referred to as pause jumping, as it relies on the pause menu to store a jump. Here is how it works. Press the jump button, and, a few frames later, right before Red Ball leaves the ground, hit the pause button, while continuing to hold the jump button. There are now 3 possibilities for what is about to happen. Possibility 1. Red Ball is still on the ground, but there is no jump sound. This means that the game was paused too early, and the trick has to be tried again. Possibility 2. There is a jump sound, but Red Ball has left the ground. This means that the game was paused too late, and the trick has failed. And finally, there is possibility 3, where Red Ball is still on the ground, and the jump sound has been played. This means that the trick has been performed successfully. Wait for the jump sound to finish playing, and, while continuing to hold jump, unpause the game to complete the pause jump. Red Ball will reach insane heights using this trick, far higher than the height of 2 normal jumps combined. This trick is used all over the speedrun, but its greatest use has to be in level 9, where this slow RNG cannon section can be completely skipped over with 2 pause jumps, saving a boatload of time. Taking a detour from the mainline Red Ball series, Red and Blue Balls is a local multiplayer puzzle game, sort of like Fireboy and Water Girl.
Local
just
multiplayer.
not as good.
Yep.
And
just not as good. Yep. Yep.
both characters can't be played at the
It is a better speed game now, though. That's just cool. It's crazy how physics platformers can just end up being something really cool.
same time. Control is switched between using the spacebar. This game has the same pause jump that Red Ball 2 has, but it only causes Red Ball to jump a few pixels higher than a normal jump, making it almost completely useless. Because of this game's slow nature...
It's funny, like, it isn't, like, it's actually used in, is it level 9, I think, to, like, climb over the wall or whatnot, so it is cool that it does actually have a use.
and inconsistent
In current
puzzles,
day.
speedrunners didn't want to get anywhere near it for quite a long time. However, this all changed when speedrunner Motor Jam discovered buddy jumping, often dubbed motor jumping, after, well, Motor Jam. If the active character jumps at just the right time while racing toward the inactive character will be used as somewhat of a slope, converting much of the active character's horizontal velocity into vertical velocity. Depending on when and how the jump is performed, it can yield varying amounts of height and distance. This trick
True.
can often be used to completely
Sup,
skip
buddy?
the puzzle in a given level, such as in level 12, where both of the gems can be immediately collected upon loading the level with the use of buddy jumping. The next Red and Blue Balls games, Red and Blue Balls 2 and 3, equipped the characters with arms and feet. There is no double jump in these games. Returning to the mainline Red Ball series,
Pretty good.
Red Ball 3 has a very similar pause jumping strategy to Red Ball 2, with only one major difference. Instead of having to press the pause button a few frames after pressing the jump button, they can now be pressed on the exact same frame. One important thing to note is that the ground in Red Ball 3 is anything but flat. Thus, Red Ball is frequently a
Anything but flat, also known as bumpy.
couple of pixels off of the ground when moving in any given direction. For the pause jump to work, Red Ball must be on solid ground when the game is paused, or else no jump will be stored. Another important thing to note is that, in level 16, Red Ball automatically jumps on the platforms. Because of this, the pause jump only involves hitting the P button on the exact same frame that Doodle Ball touches a platform.
Doodle
There is no
Ball.
need to hit the spacebar to jump. By doing this on the first
I don't know if
Doodle Ball can
I don't know if the name Doodle Ball is canon. I don't think it says that in the code anywhere, but yeah, I mean that's obviously what it should be called.
zoom to the first checkpoint. Another interesting tidbit is that, by pausing and unpausing before Doodle Ball touches the bottom of a platform, a pause jump will happen without the need for a frame-perfect input. This exploit is used twice in the ending section of the level. While everything mentioned beforehand was either a pause jump or a physics exploit, Red Ball 4 Volume 1 is the first Red Ball game with a true form of double jumping. After jumping a single time, there is a short window when another jump can be executed, yielding a double jump.
Yeah, we still didn't know about the you have to hit it for one frame thingy. So yeah, I wish this had more information about that. Like, but you just can't like go back and update videos. It is what it is.
This trick is very rhythm and muscle memory based, and it may take a while to get the hang of it. It is possible to perform this by just mashing the spacebar, but it is generally less consistent, so it is better to just learn the real timing. However, there is a small caveat to this trick, in that, similar to Red Ball 3, the ground in Red Ball 4 Volume 1 is filled with bumps and ridges, though it is not to the extent that Red Ball 3's ground is. If Red Ball is even a pixel off the ground, a single jump will be executed, but a double jump will be impossible. Likewise, Red Ball can jump for a short window after rolling off an object, but because Red Ball isn't on solid ground, a double jump cannot be executed. Double jumping allows for many puzzles throughout the game to be skipped, and it also allows for speed to be maintained for much longer periods of time. Some good examples of this are the gap jumps in levels 10 and 12. Red Ball 4 Volume 2 behaves very similarly to Red Ball 4 Volume 1 in terms of double jumping, with one pretty significant difference. Platforms with a non-solid bottom cannot be double jumped on. This presents a couple of challenges, such as not being able to double jump over this tree in level 8 to skip this puzzle. However, this has been worked around by double jumping on top of the previous tree, and then double jumping off of that tree to skip the puzzle. This trick is quite challenging because the double jump has to be performed without any visibility of Red Ball's current position. For a long time,
Red Ball's
it was
current
believed
position.
that Red Ball 4 Volume 3, the final Red Ball 4 Flash volume, did not have a method of double jumping. The timing from Volumes 1 and 2 just didn't work in Volume 3. Then, everything changed when the Fire Nation when I accidentally discovered while streaming that...
Dang, yeah, that's because I was watching Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's like, oh my gosh, this is so funny. Yeah.
More spaced out timing was required to double jump in Volume 3.
What? I just double jumped. Did you see that?
This same timing also works in Volumes 1 and 2, but it is completely useless in those volumes.
Not true. Not true at all now. like different double jump timings and stuff are now like very important for hitting different strategies and whatnot. Thanks, Tess Hack. It was pretty funny, I guess. I mean, it wasn't that bad.
It is more difficult, and it generates less velocity than the standard timing. The discovery of Volume 3 double jumping did save a good chunk of time using strategies like skipping the button in Level 7. However, Volume 3's more restrictive nature from a movement standpoint made it less useful than the double jumping in Volumes 1 and 2. Red Ball 4 Mobile faced a similar situation to Volume 3, where it was believed for a long time that double jumping in the game was impossible. And, just like Volume 3, it later turned out that there was a double jump timing method that actually worked. However, there was just a couple of teensy-weensy problems. First of all, the timing was believed to be frame perfect, which wouldn't be too difficult to hit if it weren't for the second problem. Unlike the flash rate...
Yeah, I don't know if that's been tested or not. There isn't actually a way to test it, I guess, because there's no TASAC, but it does seem plausible that it's frame perfect, but it also just might be a case of the first press has to be like only one frame at 60 FPS.
Red Ball 4
so I don't know.
Which run at 30 frames per second.
Doesn't
Red
really
Ball
matter.
4 Mobile runs at 60 frames per second. 1/60th of a second tricks are somewhat doable in most games, given enough practice. However, most games are played with a controller or a keyboard, not a touch screen. To determine the trick's difficulty, here's a sped up video of me trying to get it a single time. And
Nice.
finally, if that wasn't enough, this trick would need to be performed hundreds of times in the same run to utilize its maximum potential. Hey, I just said my username. It isn't hard to see why this version of the trick was never used in any speedruns. That was until it was discovered that playing the game on a laggier
Yeah,
phone,
it is really
which
funny
ran
that this
the
was found because people just started playing the game on like budget phones.
game around 30 frames per second instead of the intended 60 frames per second would make double jumping much, much easier, as the double jumping window was around the same as it was in Volume 3. However, this introduced another problem: hardware differences. Now, the fastest way to play the game
We're at
from
the
a speedrunning
updated
standpoint
double
was with
jump
a phone
tutorial.
from 8 or so years ago. Thankfully,
video
there came
number
a solution
4.
to both the frame rate and touchscreen problems: the Android emulator known as BlueStacks. The game's touchscreen controls can be bound to keys on the user's keyboard, and the frames per second can be set to whatever value is desired in the engine settings, with the current FPS floor designated by the rules being 30 frames per second. In Red Ball 4 Mobile, there are 2 new volumes
Mobile!
to
Dude, like Kooky, it's Red Ball 4 Mobile. Oh my gosh. Yo, Jakey, thanks for the 6 months, bro. Appreciate it. Enjoy the silver ball and the emotes and whatnot. Let's go. Yeah, lots of subs today. I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, we're on video 4 right now. Oh, I guess video 5 because I watched the outdated double jump tutorial. Mobile.
with double jumping that did not see a flash release, Battle for the Moon, and Into the Caves. In level 52, the level end portal can be reached much sooner than intended, making it one of the shortest levels in the game. And in level 64, this green key can be obtained much sooner than intended, skipping about half of the level. And finally, to close off this video, we have Red Ball 5, which is a licensed Red Ball game that was not made by the original developer, Evgeny Fedosov. There is currently no way to double jump in this game, but at least one can mash the shit out of the spacebar upon completing level 1.
This was the origin of the mashing the shit out of the button meme in my videos that I've used like 5 times or something.
Skipping over a level each time the spacebar is pressed. This ultimately allows this 14-minute long game to be completed in a cool 48 seconds. I hope that
It's
you
now
learned something
sub
new
30,
while
I
watching this
think.
video. Jumping exploits and glitches are largely what have made the Red Ball series so interesting and fun to speedrun and watch.
Yeah, this is 1.25x speed.
If you have any questions about any Red Ball speedrunning strategies, feel free to ask in the Red Ball Speedrunning Discord server, linked in the description. Thank you for finding some time in your day to relax watching It's Max.
Ooh, that one was bad. I acknowledge it though.
Okay, I'm never saying that again.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'd say it's in C because it's like it's a tutorial, so I think that's how that works.
In 2008, a video.
Okay, this is a springboard that took my channel from like, 400 subs to the larger number I have now. So yep, and this video is just also just huge for the community and whatnot. So excited to watch this whole thing with you all again. Really am. Yep, Nor. Yep. It was originally supposed to release in the summer, but that didn't happen. Keep in mind, like, this is a year and a half after Red Ball 4 Volume 1 World Record Progression.
The year is 2008. Eugene Fedosiv, a concrete mixer salesman from Russia, is sent a link to a blog where someone shares their experience about how they made money creating Flash games. Intrigued, he decides to purchase a book about ActionScript 3.0.
Yeah, it was a year and a half after Red Ball 4 Volume 1 World Record Progression. Red Ball 4 Volume 1 World Record Progression was... But what do you mean? Yeah, it was 7 months. Sorry, guys. I misspoke. I meant to say the double jump tutorial video. I don't know why I said Red Ball 4 Volume 1 World Record Progression. I meant to say the double jump original. It was a year, like, I think it was a year and a half after the original double jump tutorial video or something like that. That's what I meant to say.
Programming language that is the backbone behind Flash games. After taking just 2 weeks to learn the programming language, Eugene starts work on 2 simple puzzle games, Fast Stone Pyramid and Raindrop. The games release in early 2009, but to limited success and little to no monetary gain. Eventually, Eugene stumbles across a simple platform game tutorial with Box
You got chips?
physics
Cool.
engine. In this simple game, the player controls a red box, able to interact with a green circle.
It was really
stacked
cool finding
boxes.
red box and stuff.
Eugene starts to play around with the demo, adding different obstacles and allowing the box to rotate. Finding the box to be too hard to control, Eugene changes the character to a circle. With this, the character known as Red Ball...
Yeah, to do that, I just, like, did a sprite swap on the red box SWF, which is funny.
...was officially born. After 3 months of development, Eugene releases Red Ball Platformer with 12 different levels in the spring of 2009. A little while later, King.com, a Flash game website, approaches Eugene with a sponsorship opportunity for his game, also suggesting that the name of the game be changed.
Oh yeah, I originally had a thing in the script where I, like, ranted about how King.com was a front for gambling for, like, 40 seconds or whatever, but yeah, I took that out because, yeah, definitely... broke up the flow or whatever, and wasn't really relevant.
From Red Ball Platformer to simply Red Ball. Per this agreement, Eugene makes 5 additional levels to be exclusively playable on King.com, quitting his concrete mixer sales job in the process. Just like the blog writer that had inspired him to make Flash games in the first place, Eugene was rolling in the big bucks.
Yeah, I think I did that because Shift had that GIF in one of his BFBB docs, so it's funny. Yo, okay, all right. What is up? So, get over here. Yes. Okay. So, I do have a surprise for you all. So, we do have our esteemed channel artist right here, DCTR. I should just say Doctor. I don't know.
I don't give.
He's opening a pack of goldfish right now. That's good. I do have other shit as well.
That's Max.
But yeah, we just started on my first.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
What can I say potty words? Is that okay? Can I say?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
just
I was about to say,
keep it like PG-13.
I'm about to like fuck this up right now. Oh my god.
Yep. Yeah. So do you want to give the backstory behind the profile picture really quick? So I sent you.
This guy.
Yeah.
Okay. This guy sends me an email in like 9th grade, and he's like, "Bro, I love my profile picture on YouTube, but like it's time for a new one." And I was like, "I got you, bro." So I went to Paint, like Microsoft Paint. Took 5 minutes, scribbled some shit out, and gave it to him. And I was like, "This is it. You're not getting anything else." And he was like, "Damn, that's real, bro."
Yep.
That's what I said. What are we doing?
So okay, so this is I'm currently on Red Ball World Record Progression, which is video 6, I guess. Yes, this is from DCTR observation. Real. Cheers. But yeah, you have headphones right there.
Oh, that's so fun.
Yes. So yeah. So we're just gonna be watching this video. Please provide commentary and reactions and stuff and whatnot.
I have a problem with the frame on which we paused. This is incredibly suspicious.
It's because he's rolling in the big bucks. You know what I mean? Like that. That's why.
Big brother, sauce.
Okay, I think you might have peaked the microphone a little bit there. Am I right, guys? Oh, let me turn it up a little bit because we're further away now. Let's go. Okay. Continuing on. Let's go.
For the next few years, Red Bull would frequently be the most played sponsored game on the site, reaching over 6 million plays by 2011 on King.com alone. The Red Bull series would continue to have massive success, apexing with the release of Red Bull 4 Mobile in 2014, which would go on to receive hundreds of millions of downloads and YouTube views. With the genesis behind Red Bull fully explained, let's go back to 2009 to take a look at the beginning of the game's speedrunning history.
Bro, my balls are red. What's up?
It's no secret that a large portion of Flash's popularity came from the school environment. Flash games could be easily accessed by any web browser just by typing in the URL of any Flash gaming website. Any 5-year-old Dell Optiplex with dust bunnies on the inside and Cheeto dust in the keyboard could run these things.
That's me.
So I find
that
it
is
quite
literally
fitting
your
that
laptop.
The speedrunning history of Red Bull started in a primary school. After
Guys, I
finding
want you
Red
to
Bull
know
on
that
Friv.com
I was playing.
in
No, you
2000
don't have to pause it.
Okay.
I was playing a game
Classmates
of
Jez
League
and
of
Zephy
Legends,
started
and
doing
my
speedruns of the
computer
game
just
using
started like
PC
overheating,
system
and I was like,
timer.
oh lord.
But as you
And
might
then it
have
just
guessed
like
from 8 to 9-year-olds,
my
who didn't even
keyboard
know how to
caught on
safely
fire,
download software.
and I didn't
There are
know what to
no
do. Like I just
unregistered
started
hypercam
pouring
recording
water
at
on my
this
computer, and then it
First
stopped
speedrun
working.
with
Like what the
actual
fuck?
recorded time
Like
came
come
from
on,
Zephy,
we gotta be better than
winning
this,
a
guys.
2105 in the 12 levels category on March
I'm so
11th,
proud of you,
2010,
Yep.
with no video, unsurprisingly.
Let's go, Zeffy.
The first actual recording of a
Elementary
Red
school
Bull
speedruns,
was
guys.
uploaded to YouTube by someone named Katarina V on February 7th, 2000.
Okay, correction, guys. This is not a record. We found a 720. I found a 720 later. I know I mentioned that earlier, but this run, no purpose whatsoever, doesn't matter. Kind of an
with a time of 15:20. However, this
I
was
come
more
with you to
so
the
just
pub?
an
Where y'all pub at?
experienced casual playthrough,
Where
and the
y'all pub
video
at?
title
Hold
and
on.
description give no indication
Let's
that this was
go.
done.
They,
as a
they
speedrun.
unfortunately live on the
Video
opposite
was
side of the
No, I
found
will.
in
I will catch a flight
Speedrun.com
tonight. Where the pub at?
Many years
Where
after
the
its
pub
actual
at?
Yeah,
Let me
drop
know.
the address.
Taking a look at the
Yeah.
video, you can see that iconic unregistered Hypercam 3. in
Dude,
the top
unregistered
left corner.
Hypercam 3.
Truly a specimen of its time. I would use this run as an introduction to the
Let's
game.
go.
There's no game audio. There's a mouse cursor on the screen the entire time.
Also, if you
It's
press
in
this button,
360p. It's probably around 10
shit, my
frames per
OBS is
second.
lagging.
And there's major artifacting all over the place.
It does
Doesn't
that.
get much
Yeah.
more complicated than that. Going
Good gif.
strictly by what information is currently available, it would appear as though the next records were set by Oblivion RR on February 2nd, 2014,
level
with the
12
time
now.
of
Oh yeah,
attack.
Graham is a lizard
And Graham is a
joined the
Lizard
server
on
like
April
a few
24th,
days ago. He like found the
2014 with
video
a
by
time of
typing in his
6:30,
name. It's like
both
holy
with no
shit.
video
And he joined the
evidence,
server. It's
as all
really
the runs
funny.
were being recorded on a
Sup,
Google
bro?
Sheets leaderboard.
I heard Katarina V, and I was
Video
like, damn,
proof being
I beat the shit out of her.
Runs like these,
But I
with
didn't
no
realize
video
we were talking about
proof
two
would
different
not be
people, and I
allowed
was
onto
like,
the
oh, fuck.
Speedrun.com leaderboard.
She's
in
probably
its
like
current
30
state.
now.
However, all of
I'm
these
30.
runs predated the
No, you're
inception
not. I said my
of
31st
Speedrun.com
birthday.
in late
You can pass for
2014.
30, but
However, these runs were
Unfortunately,
almost
aren't.
certainly
I'm
never
older than
world
you.
record, as Jez
Hell.
claims to have a run around 5 to 6 minutes in length.
yeah, thank you
before
Fetch
Oblivion
Fruit for the
RR
follow.
and
I
Graham
don't know
is a
who has
Lizard
Fetch
ever
Fruit
submitted
as
their
their name,
times,
but that's pretty funny.
meaning that they never actually held the world record. Unfortunately, the Google Sheets leaderboard that Jez maintained did not keep track of obsoleted runs, so the time and date of this claimed world record is completely unknown. Thankfully, on May 5th, 2014,
Dude, is that the angry video
Jez
game
finally
name?
uploaded
Oh my
the
God.
first actual Red Ball speedrun with recorded video evidence, getting a
Yeah,
time of
like
4
he just needs
minutes,
to get a
43 seconds.
speedrunning work visa.
However,
to
you
get
can
out,
tell by
guys.
the bottom left corner that the claimed world record at the time was actually
Thumbs up.
a 442 by him, being set on April 28th, 2014, meaning that the 443 wasn't actually.
I know
world
y'all are not
record.
trashing on
The date
Brazil
of
right
this
now in my chat.
442 is known.
It's okay,
because
no,
it
like,
just
if you
so
lives in Brazil.
happened to be archived.
Brazil
in the
does not
Google Sheets
suck.
leaderboard version history.
Nonetheless,
Well,
this 443
listen,
marks
listen,
the
listen.
beginning of the
I buy
era
my
of
cocaine
Red
from
Bull
Brazil.
speedrunning.
Like
The video quality
Yeah.
is good enough.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
like
yeah.
as an introduction
my buddy
to the game.
Julian.
So,
His mother
let's
is
take a look.
Brazilian, and I was like, "Sir, put me on
Jez
with your
starts on the
Brazilian
title
contacts," and he
screen
was
of the game,
and
which
Con.
displays
That's
a
so
logo
me.
for
My eyes
And
look like
Con
that, bro. It's like,
Arcade, a flash gaming website. The game is not being played on King.com, meaning that
It's
only
okay.
the
Like
first 12 levels
Cookie's
are
family
available.
makes money
Jez clicks the play
in a
button to
non-illegal
go to
way.
the
which-
bro,
level
you best not be getting rid of my
and
dealers,
enters
sir,
level
sir.
Yeah.
Red ball is now placed in level 1, but timing does not
You just
begin
robbed
until the first
someone
keyboard input,
without
which
me?
is usually the
Yeah,
right
that's what
area.
I'm saying.
Level 1 is
Thoughts
an
on Wyoming?
extremely
Oh,
basic
I got some
level.
funny thoughts on
All
Wyoming,
requires
guys.
jumping and holding right to complete. Upon collecting the
So
flag, Red
Gaminator
Ball's momentum
3-3,
grinds to a halt,
3-3.
and there is a
My brother went to
2.8
college
second
in
wait
Wyoming,
before
right?
entering the next
And
level.
the town that the
Level
college
2
is in is very
quite
pretty. It's
basic
a nice,
as
it's a
well,
nice, pretty
but
little
it
town.
does
But
add a
like,
couple of moving obstacles into the mix. Level 3 has
Yeah,
I
two
don't like my
upward
brother
moving
too much.
platforms, and it
he be
introduces
struggling.
the checkpoint
He might be
flag
watching.
and the spikes
Redeem
into the
chips.
game, the latter of which will instantly kill the player.
Dude, he got it. Let's
Level 4
go.
Let's go,
contains
chips.
multiple
Chips.
deadly
Yeah,
moving
you can turn it-
obstacles,
just turn it,
which
yeah.
force the player to wait
No,
for
don't
certain
do it. Don't do it. Don't do
The
it.
video
The
hits a bit
chips,
of a
they're
lag
taking
spike
over.
on the stairs, but it is clear that Jez struggles to climb them smoothly. Entering level 5, the first speedrunning skip in the game can be seen, found by Graham as a lizard.
Yeah.
By building up speed and jumping
Thoughts
at
on
just
Spain?
the right time at the end of the
Um,
slope, Red
oh,
Ball
Lord.
can collect the flag without having
So,
to solve the
my cousin Josh
extremely difficult
moved
puzzle
to
level,
Spain
saving
after
around
college,
2
and he met his hot
Level 6
Spanish mommy
introduces
wife
downward
there.
faces of
So
the
like,
game, which allow Red Ball to
I would
gain
say-
a
I would
large
say-
amount of angular velocity and thereby speed.
Yeah.
But hold on a minute. What is
Bro!
angular velocity?
Why did I do
Well,
that?
Angular velocity
Okay, now I gotta clean
refers
this shit
to
up.
How
Hold on.
fast Red Ball is spinning, which is made visible by the black line on Red Ball's character. However, the large amount of
Cut that.
video compression
Boom.
in Jez's run makes this line almost completely invisible.
Yeah.
And on
Thoughts
the
on
subject of
Uzbekistan?
velocity,
Oh, man.
there's another type
Um,
of velocity that is even more important. Linear
lusciousness,
velocity,
more like
which dictates
It's
the current
lusciousness.
vector that Red Ball is moving on, essentially tracking his speed and direction.
Yep.
There is a maximum
Trinidad and
linear
Tobago is
velocity
pretty
that
pretty,
is
I
set for
think.
moving
Like,
left and right on flat
all things
ground,
considered,
but the
I may be
usage
watching
of
some of my
slopes allows
videos
this limit to be
Nightbot.
exceeded. For the angular
Oh
velocity
yeah,
that
that's
Red Ball generates
I
directly
watched some of them
contributes
at
to the amount of
1.2x
linear
speed because I was
velocity
like,
that he has.
in
didn't
level
understand any of
11 of
It's
a
honestly not too
fla-
hard.
you know how it is.
Who's your
Back to the
cousin?
run itself.
Name
Jez
drop,
then
name
gets a couple
name
of
drop the
short
name
jumps
drop
on
the
these
cousin, bro.
falling
Let's go.
platforms. Jez is able to control Red Ball's
We'll
jump
see, it's-
height
we'll see,
because of
he'll-
the fact
he'll check
that
the
it changes
list. He has
based
it
on
in
how
notes on
long the
his
jump
phone,
key
I'm
is
just
held. With tap jumps,
No, he's
giving
talking
Red
about my
Ball
brother.
much less height than
Oh.
jumps with the up arrow key is held the
Oh
entire time.
yeah.
Next,
Got it.
Jez moves Red Ball off the right side of the large gear to skip the funnel and slope section.
Funnel.
On the first small turbine, Jez first jumps on the circular part, and then a few
I
frames
accidentally
later jumps
inhaled
off
like
one
a
of the
shard
spokes.
of pee.
He's not.
The
You're
combined
straight. You're
velocity
good.
of these two
You're good, bro. Don't
concurrent
stress.
jumps allows him to land
Now
right
me on the
next
other
to
hand.
Level 7
Now,
has
myself.
bounce pads
Whoa.
which
You
bring
guys wanna
Red
see
Ball
something pretty cool?
pretty
Look at the
high
zipper
into
on my
the air
shirt.
After being landed on.
It doesn't have a
Jez
pocket. It's
navigates
just a
It doesn't
zipper.
do anything.
But like,
platforms and then lands on the second
what's
bounce
up, mamas?
platform. On the right side, there is a red wall that is supposed to block Red Ball's
Yeah, I know.
path. To get rid of it, the player
I
is
used to have
supposed
one.
to go to the left, hit
But then
down some
Netflix
boxes,
added speed
and then
control, so-
disable the red switch. However,
Netflix.
similar to how
Netflix.
Jez used the compounding,
Y'all watch
of two
Stranger
normal
Things
jumps
yet?
to his
Don't.
advantage in level 6.
I'm
Jez
gatekeeping
executes
Stranger
a
Things.
normal jump
I thought it was
just as
pretty
the
good.
bounce pad starts to
Season
give
no,
him
it's pretty good. I'm
momentum,
just gatekeeping it.
compounding
Oh,
the
okay, I
effect
understand.
and allowing him to clear the top of the red obstacle without having to remove it. This strategy was found by Oblivion RR earlier that same year.
Dude,
Jez
Minecraft
completes
Steve with the
rest of
Christmas
level
hat.
with
Let's go.
ease and moves on to level 8. This level starts with a massive slope at the beginning, which allows
I also
Red
have
Ball
a
to
unique
cross
last
this
name,
huge
Smith.
Gap. Jez navigates through the
definitely.
obstacles and jumps into the
John
top.
Smith.
This purple vehicle
Josh
allows Red Ball to
Smith.
navigate these
True.
deadly red slopes.
I'm not
safely
gym buddies
delivering
with
the player
Sir.
to
It's
the flag.
Maximum. I apologize.
Simple,
We have
right?
been to the gym together. Okay, carpellation, let's go. I made this like okay, carpellation. I forgot when I uploaded this on my second channel, but
You know Josh
it was
Smith, Sir,
like
beloved.
6 months ago before this video. It's funny. True. We love him. You're getting coconut mauled right now, by the way. Who enjoys being the wheel? I like being the wheel. The third wheel specifically. We could use a new carpolation. I don't know. I feel like, cause I don't know if I could use anything other than coconut malt. Let's go.
Bro said coconut balls.
Coconut balls. That was a good one, dude. That was. Yep. That's a good one.
Me and Sir Yak be playing Geometry Dash together, bro. I'll be FaceTiming him at like I'll be texting Yak Attack at like 1 in the morning, and I'll be like, "You up?"
That Yak 27 and Yak Attack aren't the same person.
This causes
Wow, really?
objects in the level to be placed in their default position that they were at the beginning of the level. All except for Red Ball. It was placed at the last checkpoint flag that has been collected.
Red balls.
The green platform's default position just so happens
Red
to be
balls.
closer, making it faster to
It is pretty
intentionally reset there.
How the balls
Jez
are red.
attempts to dodge the spinning ninja on the bridge, but he fails to do so.
Guys, he's gonna
Red
die.
Ball
He's gonna
happens
die.
to
He's gonna
graze the
die. I know
ninja
he's gonna
in
die.
just the right way, so that Red Ball is able to jump, but the red object
No way!
connection has
No
not
way!
been
He
activated.
lived!
Thus, Jez
Let's
is able to jump
go!
off the ninja and continue playing the level.
I knew it.
Jez avoids the plunger, climbs up some stairs, navigates through some pendulums, and then completes the level. Level 10 starts off with some tricky jumps leading into a bounce pad
Tricky
section,
jumps.
which Jez happens to fail on his first try. I guess that third jump was just a little too difficult.
Just a
Next
bit
up
too
are some
difficult. Come on,
spinning
Jez.
boxes and a rolling ball challenge.
That's kind of a skill
where
issue.
Jez attempts to push the ball as fast as possible without falling off the left side and dying. This is a speedrun, after all.
This is a
Level
speedrun,
11
guys.
Thrusts Red Ball into the caboose of a train, and Red Ball must
you like
work his
thrusting
way
red
up through
balls?
the train to reach the flag in the first compartment before the train completely falls off the edge.
No way.
The level is extremely restrictive and methodical, making it pretty much a no reset point in the run. Jez would have collected the flag.
Guys,
shortly
train is
after
so
it
easy
exited the
nowadays.
underground section,
People never
but he
reset
gets
there.
a bit stuck on the cart beforehand, losing some time. In level 12, the player must knock down this small stack of boxes to cross the spike grid, but where the boxes go is essentially up to pure luck.
Yeah, the
Sometimes
AVGN
the
gif
pattern
is really great.
extremely easy. Sometimes
In
it's
hindsight, I probably
extremely
should have
hard,
just, like,
and sometimes
masked
it's
it
just
out,
completely
but, you know, whatever.
impossible. Jez thankfully is able to complete the challenge on his first try. Jez is able to
Nice,
avoid pushing
Jez.
this box by jumping a couple
work.
of times to gain height.
I'm gonna put my
However,
Twitch stream
his
in the
first
chat.
attempt at
Okay.
this death-defying
I don't stream,
trick
but, like-
was unsuccessful. Its challenge rivaled only by
Wait, do I
that
not?
of the last bounce pad.
Guys, I don't have a
jump
Twitch.
on
What the fuck am I doing?
Jez enters the ski lift
Dang.
and collects level 12's flag. Almost
Mommy!
faster than anyone had ever done it before.
That's his Twitch account.
With
yeah.
Red Ball and its mechanics now mostly explained, let's take a look at the next world record.
The first appearance of the progression graph. Yeah, so if you guys don't know the backstory behind this is a good one. So I was like, I DM Shift about like some like auto splitter thing that I had made for BFBB that was like based off the audio. True. Mommy! True. And then I think I go like 50-50, like flip a coin. True. But yeah, Shift was like, yeah, I'm like thinking about like having, because Rush Speedrun Highlights had like made these graphs before, and he's like, yeah, I'd like to have a progression like graph like that for the BFBB docs. And then I figured out like, okay, it's Flourish Studio, you got to use the line race thingy, and then I like figured out how to use the Speedrun.com API to get all the data and whatever, nobody cares. But then I made like the sidebar thing was made entirely in Vegas Pro with auto hotkey scripts. It was an absolute nightmare. Like making those graphs was like just, it was so much like dumb work and finicky stuff and whatnot. And it's kind of a miracle that it actually like worked. Yeah, bless AHK. If I had to do that manually, Anyways, so, but yeah, by the time I made this video, I was like, okay, I gotta make this better. So, I don't know if I had made the program yet or not. I actually don't remember. But I eventually did make the sidebar thing into a program that didn't blow balls and actually worked, and I could make these things like pretty quick. Yeah, he keeps talking. What a nerd. Let's go. Yeah.
Doctor isn't in society. That's so real. I literally just sit in my house and eat quesadillas and go to the gym and
never do illegal.
bang your mom and then go home.
Dude, true. Tell him about it.
Doctor's a menace to
29th of
society.
November, 2014.
It's okay.
Jez
Who's
topped
anime
both his recorded 442
Yeah, I
and
know,
his
I know.
unrecorded 442 with a time of 427.
I know,
Bulk
I
of
still
the time
upload
saved
daily
in
on
this run
Speedrun
came
graphs,
from
yeah.
not messing
That
up
channel
the
was a
stair
great
climb
idea,
in
I'm glad I
level
made it.
4, the bounce pad jump in level 10, or the large box skip in level 12. Jez did put one new strategy into use at the end of level 12, where he jumps off the left side of the ski lift to ride the top
I remember
of the
my
landing
uncle
ramp
watched
onto
like
flat,
the Red Ball 4
saving a
Volume 1
tiny
world
bit of
record
time
progression. He
over
was like,
using the ski
was
lift
that
in the
was that
intended way.
image at
At the
the
end of this run,
in that one
Jez
part like an
expressed his
anime
satisfaction
person?
with his
And
time.
I was like,
so pleased with that.
it was.
I am so pleased with that.
Guys, he was
Why does he
really
sound
pleased.
like that? Like Mr. Britain over here. Get this.
3 days
Get out
after
of
this
my-
run was
get out of my
performed,
face.
Red Bull received its own leaderboard
True.
on Speedrun.com, completely replacing the Google Sheets.
Whoa,
leaderboard
Google
and
Sheets
score
just
documentation.
died.
With this change, video evidence started being included in the
I
vast
say what I said.
majority of
I say what I
submissions.
said. Let him know.
Going into 2015, there was radio silence from Jez, with no new personal bests being posted.
I'm not
on
sexualizing you. I'm clowning you, bro. They're not the
Sure,
same.
427
We are
had
not
some
even
pretty
comparable.
solid execution, but the run certainly wasn't perfect.
This one is so disfigured.
Improvement into the
Oh, he's
401X
so me.
was definitely
That's me.
possible. However, on April 25th, 2015, Jez shocked the world by getting a run with a time of 3 minutes and 56 seconds.
No way.
Smashing the 401X barrier, the 40X barrier, and even the sub 4.
I remember I spent so long on that segment just finding random like clips that like were like Creative Commons or I don't know, dude, why did I spend way too long on dumb
To
stuff
smash
in this
the record
video.
by over 30 seconds, some crazy new strategies must have been found. So, let's take a look at some of the new additions. The first major addition was in level 9, where a couple of well-timed jumps on the beginning slope allowed Jez to just barely land and jump off the green moving platform before it disappeared, saving a boatload of time over the
Boatload.
checkpoint reset method. Every level in this run just appeared to be more refined than in the 427, with the most apparent examples being a faster ball roll in level 10 and a faster flag grab in level 11. Now in level 12, Jez lined himself up for the hardest known strategy in the game, something that was discovered in 2014 by Oblivion RR.
This run is so
By
good.
flipping
Jez
the
definitely
corner
wouldn't
with
have
a small
cheated,
stack
right,
of
guys?
boxes in level 12 in
Right,
just
guys?
the right way, Red Ball could reach
Jez
the
would have
top
never
of the large
cheated
block
in
of
this
land
run.
past the
Like
spike
that would
pit.
be
The
ridiculous.
setup for this trick involved resetting at the
Like,
checkpoint
this is
flag,
definitely a real
rolling
run.
Red
You
Ball
think this
back
run's
as
real?
much as possible without going past the corner.
Yep.
Moving Red Ball back to the checkpoint flag, and then holding jump.
Yep.
Hoping that Red Ball had the perfect speed and position to
Yep.
clip the boxes perfectly after the second jump. The reason that this strategy had never been attempted before in runs
This
was
run is
because of
real.
its sheer
By the way,
unparalleled
no
difficulty.
cheating whatsoever.
Getting the trick first try in an already excellent run was almost out of the question. Despite all of this, Jez went for the trick and appeared to absolutely nail it on his first try.
It did appear to be the
Jumping,
case.
first on the block
I'm sure
of
he got
land,
it first try.
then
There was
just
no
past the
funny business
spikes,
going on.
Then right in front of the saw blade, and then on the corner of one of the small stair steps, giving him just enough height to land on the top of the ramp.
Bro
without
is literally
having to use
no
the ski
clipping.
lift.
L
Down Victory Lane,
Yep.
Jez had seemingly accomplished the unthinkable. A speedrun of Red Ball with no clear mistakes, which incorporated every difficult strategy in the book. It appeared as though all of his hard work had finally paid off. There was just one small problem with the run. It wasn't real.
No! No! I feel betrayed right now. I feel absolutely betrayed.
On the
It's
25th
not
of
real,
April
dude.
2015, I uploaded a speedrun of the original
What?
Red Ball, claiming a time of 3 minutes and 56 seconds.
No!
I hate to say it, but this run is spliced. Here, I was using a new and very inconsistent strategy
don't even know what to
discovered by
think anymore.
Oblivion RR
I don't even know
that
what to think
involved a
anymore.
precise jump, clipping the corner of a box and sending Red Ball to a high part of the level, allowing you to skip past the puzzle below.
Yep.
Unfortunately in the run, I cocked up the strategy a couple of times and ended up finishing just shy of 4 minutes. Expectedly, I was livid.
He was livid.
Unlike a
What?
normal
He was
thinking
livid.
person,
Dude, you know
instead
he
of
was livid.
taking a break and returning to attempts at a later date, I decided to edit the failed attempts at the box clip out of the run and take my time below 4 minutes.
The video had been tampered with. Jez hadn't actually gotten the box clip on his first try, but rather on his third or fourth attempt. The only reason why this spliced run is being covered so heavily is because the video, without being tampered with, was actually a world record, a time in the 40x range. And as you probably guessed, the actual unedited video for this run no longer exists. Jez understands that the decision to splice his run was a regrettable one. And though he was just a young teenager when he made this decision, he acknowledges that there are no excuses for cheating a speedrun.
Bro, nobody gives a...
After coming clean on his own
Dude, but he's got the funny alien gif in the top left. I think that makes up for it.
Jez managed to claim a genuine 357 in 2020 with hand cam, using almost the exact same strategies. Proving that he could have gotten a genuine sub-4 back in 2015
You should be hung.
without resorting to taking the easy way out.
Over.
The short-term satisfaction gained by splicing
You should be killed for your
does not
crimes.
make up for the long-term guilt that comes afterwards. And Jez's fake 356 affirms this reality.
in Red Bull, in Minecraft.
Even with the actual record being an obviously
No,
beatable
like, I'm gonna
4-0
take you. We're gonna play Bed Wars. Hey, you and I, we're gonna play Bed Wars together. I'm gonna mess your ass up.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Minecraft swords are gonna be swung.
That wasn't fast enough to be a world record. However, on the 10th of September 2016, a runner by the name of Flower unknowingly claimed the world record with a time of 4:04. This run actually managed to get the box clip first try in level 12.
I don't want to
but a
center
slow
myself,
train
because then I'll have to
segment and
uncenter
an
myself.
unfortunate mistake near the end of the run prevented this run from being a sub-4. One thing that you may have noticed is that, up until this point, every single world record and claimed world record has had 0 game audio. Why, you may ask? Well, primarily because it's extremely irritating to listen to the same 2-minute-long song over and over again during an attempt session that could potentially be multiple hours.
He got the Nerf gun.
Don't get me wrong, the Red Ball OST can absolutely
This is my
slap
brain right now.
given the right doses.
Did you see the video?
If loud, annoying saxophone.
That's just me when I wake up in the morning.
But just like radiation, getting
Just like
too much
radiation.
can be extremely damaging.
You know what else can be extremely damaging if you get too much?
Despite this, a forum post was made on the 12th of March 2018.
Are you? Which one do you prefer? 1.8 or 1.9 combat? Let me know.
All runs faster than 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
I prefer
to have
1.9
game audio
casually,
enabled to serve
but
as a
1.8
barrier
for
against future splicing.
Yeah,
This
call me
rule
bad
would
things.
also
Call me
be
names.
applied
Find out
to
what happens.
pre-existing runs,
Find out what
which
happens.
would cause the removal
Yeah.
of the fake 356 from the leaderboards. Without Jez having to face the
What
embarrassment
scandal?
of having to oust
Beta
his own run as being
1.501?
spliced.
Sir.
Yeah, I guess that plan didn't really work out.
Alpha enthusiast.
Between the time of the rule change announcement and the planned date of its enforcement, Ultra AUG, an up-and-coming Red Ball runner, made a monumental discovery that would usher in a revolution of Red Ball speedrunning. He was going to listen to Steam Hams.
Oh yeah, okay. This is actually like really serious. Don't make funny faces. So after I uploaded the video and it like when it hit the algorithm in January, some of Ultra AEG's friends found the video and they let me know that he had unfortunately passed away like back in 2018, which was really sad to hear about. So videos definitely dedicated to him now. I've noted that in the run description and the pinned comment and stuff. So rest in peace, Ultra AUG. Your contributions to the game will not be forgotten. I know.
High quality music to drastically increase his performance during runs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and he also figured out how to jump in those pesky spikes without dying. By pausing and unpausing the game at any point during the run, Red Ball would gain a short immunity to spikes, given that Red Ball had a high amount of speed before coming into contact with them. With this new ability, the ground beneath various patches of spikes throughout the game could now be jumped on, enabling new massive skips and time saves throughout the game. Its earliest applications were in level 10 to skip the arduous rolling ball section, and in level 12 to jump through the spike pit without having to nail the extremely difficult
If only Jez had
box
known
corner
about this,
jump.
then he wouldn't
With
have had
this, the difficulty of the run dramatically decreased, and Jez was able to hastily snag a new world record with a time of 3:52, which included game audio. This run also marked the first sub 4 minute time in the game's history.
Let's
Overall,
go.
The run was nothing to write home
Real
about.
sub 4.
Execution was pretty average.
Yeah, the run
The
sucked.
bridge skip on level 9 was much safer and slower.
I agree, it is an upgrade.
Platform was
I
used
think
in level
Nickelback.
10, and level 12 was fairly slow, at least in comparison to what was now possible with the spike glitch. The large amount of
I don't know,
time
I think the
saved
red
from
ball
border
image
skip
from
in
your
level 10
cheated
and the spike
429
pit
volume
skip in
1 might
level
be the
12
best,
are
though.
ultimately what allowed this run to eclipse Flowers 404 by over 10 seconds. Shortly after this run was performed,
That was a good
Jez
shot.
released the first ever red ball speedrunning guide in the form of a
Holy
37-page long
Dude, he knocked the
It covered
YouTube button
everything
off my
from timing
wall.
and recording software to detailed
Yeet.
explanations and
That's good.
diagrams describing how to most optimally play all of the 12 main levels of Red Ball. This ended up being a great community resource for new runners.
Dude, I like this profile picture. Putt went to the whatever. Yeah.
And it served as a hallmark
No,
example
it's
of
not
how
the monitor,
dedicated
he shot the
Red Ball
camera.
speedrunning community was at perfecting their craft. 2 days
Wait,
later,
when
on
did
the
Nifsky's
25th of
monitor
March,
break?
A runner by the name of Six Rock snagged the world record with a time of 3:48, whereafter it was improved by Jez to a 3:47 on the same day.
with the main improvements over his 352 coming from levels 4, 10, and 12. In level 4, he managed to get up the stairs with just a single corner jump. He quickly reset at the flag, setting him up for a faster axe cycle than he would have gotten by just waiting. He first used this checkpoint reset in his 352, but his stair section was too slow to allow him to save
That's
any
funny,
time.
like Kiki.
Levels 10 and 12 were overall faster and cleaner, though he still
Was it
missed
like
the
a good
stair corner
monitor?
jump at the end of level 12 and was forced to take the
Have you
bottom
ever
route.
damaged
With Spike
electronics
Glitch still
before?
only
Surely not.
having 2 useful applications.
Yeah.
It was a relief
I
to see that
definitely
Ultra
have.
AUG
I've broken,
had found
like, 3
another
headphones,
application
phase
for the
headphones.
glitch in level 7, which he shared via a forum post on the 27th of March. Applying the extremely difficult jump on the first bounce pad in level 10 to the first bounce pad in level 7, the player could gain enough height to reach the top route of the level.
My best
where
on
the red
Cataclysm
barrier
is
switch
18 to
is.
74.
Normally spikes would block
6
the player
times.
from
I haven't
garnering
really
any
done runs
future
this year.
progression, but the usage of Spike Glitch allowed this gap to be crossed. The top route strategy for level 7 saved around 2 seconds on average over the existing bottom route method.
Flower got snubbed.
However,
for
the
sure.
frame-perfect bounce jump and the inconsistent box stack topple made this strategy anything but consistent. Because of this reality, it didn't come as much of a surprise that the next Red Ball world record, set by Six
Oh, yeah, I
Rock
did
on
like
the
your Michael
26th
Reeves
of
for
March,
Split Snore. That
2018,
was a
with
good
a time
image.
of 3:45,
Six
did
Rock!
not incorporate the new strategy. There isn't much to note about this run, but one interesting tidbit is that Six Rock actually got a super bounce on the second bounce platform.
74
in level
is
7,
right
though
at
this
the
didn't
end of the
really
ship
save him
part.
any time. The next world record, set by Flower on the 13th of
Yeah,
April
so are the authorities,
2018,
Gaminator,
did
don't
not
worry.
incorporate the new level 7 strategy either. This run clocked in with a time of 3:40, which would have been quite unattainable had it not been for this new strategy that Flower implemented in level 9.
Red Ball music. Yeah.
That's right.
that was-
Flower
yeah.
managed to discover and implement
that's what
Top
I'm
Route
saying.
9, a
That's what
strategy
I'm
that would
saying.
prove to be an absolute inconsistent nightmare for future runners of the game. Level 9, which once involved a great deal of stop and go, could now almost be completed entirely in one mad sprint. Flower's ingenuity had completely blown the community away. So much that on the
Yeah, this
8th
is
of
funny.
May 2018, the run was removed from the leaderboards for being spliced.
Yeah, you
All
get
right,
what you
before
deserve,
you get
I'm
mad
just
at me for bringing up yet another spliced run in the context of a world record history video, this situation had a much different ending. So just hear me out for a little while. In the description of Flower's run, the following statement can be found. Not a splice on Ninja on the bridge, just a reset as to not die of spikes. You can see the exact reset that he is referring to right here at the start of level 9. I understand how this could seem pretty suspicious to mention, but you have to keep in mind that people were mistaking checkpoint resets for splices in the comments of Jez's 347 and even on the Red
You
Ball
got me,
Speedrun.com
I'm owned. That's
forums.
good.
Flower
Response.
claims that this reset helped him not die on the first set of spikes, and with current knowledge known about the game, this actually does hold some merit. Six Rock, a Red Ball Speedrun.com moderator, claimed to have discovered that the run
It's
was
so-
spliced
so
by
funny
finding
that
a
Sharky is doing
desync
mod.
between the game audio of Flower's run and the game audio of the second place time. But when another look was taken at the run's validity in early 2020, it was found that this supposed discrepancy didn't exist and was caused by Six Rock using the car noise to sync up the audio of the two runs. A noise that starts and repeats depending on when you enter the car and level it.
Oh wait, no,
making
I'm
it completely
this is
nonsensical
Cataclysm.
to analyze
Not
between the
Bloodbath.
two runs. Flower failing to provide a
Yeah.
local recording of his run session at the time, responding simply by saying, "Ahaha, okay,"
Ahaha.
didn't really help his case.
Alright, guys.
But aside from that, all signs pointed to his run being legitimate. Thus, the decision was made in April 2020 to restore the run to the leaderboards. This situation thankfully had a happy ending, but it wouldn't end up being the last time that questions over a run's validity would become a
No
source
way.
of contention. After the initial hype of Spike Glitch died down, Flower's 340 set uncontested for a span of around 6 months.
Oh,
However,
guys,
in
first
early
montage is coming
September,
out.
the community was shocked to see a brand new runner by the name of Rare EG achieve a time of 3:44. as his first submitted Red Ball
No,
speedrun
EG's a
ever.
legend.
A run
No,
which
he's
was
not.
believed
Yes, he
to
is.
be world record
he's
at
a
the
legend,
time,
Bill
due to
Clinton.
Flowers 340 being absent from the leaderboards. And the
Depends.
craziest part
I
about
get
this
it.
run is that Rare didn't even hit the top Route 9 strategy, losing him around 7 to 8 seconds. This run
Oh.
proved to be one of the
Real.
first to implement Ultra
Who, Bill
AEG's
Clinton?
top Route 7 strategy, which EG absolutely nailed. EG claims to have gotten his start with Red Ball speedrunning by racing against his sister
Norxor
using the iOS
YouTube.
version of the game, which has completely different
YouTube.
physics.
You
After
guys
his
play
swift
Dragon
transition to
Dude,
speedrunning
of
the
course,
Flash
of
version
course. Do we
Red
have any
Ball,
Dragon
EG
Veilers in
was
chat?
now
You wanna be
easily
friends
a
on
world
Dragon Veil?
record
What's up?
contender. EG was
Look, bro.
refining his movement to a level that had never been seen before, as he began unlocking the maximum potential of Red
He didn't
Ball's
fly to
sandbox
agree.
like
that
I
island.
agree, Jez.
His sum of best segments of 324 was a true testament to his sheer mastery of the game. All EG had to do to claim the world record from Flower was to hit top
I wonder if
Route 9
EG will
on
set any more
decent
records in this
pace.
category.
So, on the 13th of September, he did just that.
First montage. This montage is good. I like this one.
Bro, get out of this chat.
Okay, yeah, that's what the Yikes.
Get out of this chat, bro. No way he just said that out loud.
This monumental run by EG would mark the start
It's
of
like
a
my
new
Twitch
era
chat
of
is daycare
post-spike glitch
sometimes.
optimization for Red
Guys,
Ball.
what do you
A
think
second wave,
It's
if you
Maximum
will.
is gonna get arrested
Unfortunately
for
EG,
next year
this
in college?
335 was missing one crucial piece.
Place your bets
game
now.
audio. Just
I
like
think it's
many
gonna be
world
murder.
record holders before him, EG
Trip.
couldn't stand listening to Red Ball's ear-splitting OST. This cost EG from having his run verified on the leaderboards. But
Under-
like the video
Shut up,
evidence
bro.
that were mentioned earlier in this video, it will
Yeah.
still be treated as a legitimate
Yeah.
world record for the purposes of this
Embezzlement.
My
EG
God.
Hey, y'all want to talk
continued to do
about
attempts,
Senor,
hitting
the
a
good sir, Mr.
341,
Blackstad?
followed by a 339.
No.
He was still unable to top his
We're trading in
unofficial
dangerous waters right
335, despite the numerous
you want some
runs he
water?
had that were on insane paces. With
From
his motivation
Thog.
somewhat dwindling,
Yeah, he did.
EG wanted people to start playing Red Ball again to brew some competition, and thankfully, his request was answered.
Dude, who's that? Surely it's not me.
Is Maximum uploaded his first
my
Red
gosh,
Ball
it's
speedrun
British,
on
he's
the 24th
talking.
of September
I'm just kidding.
2018, achieving a time of 4 minutes and 4 seconds. In less than a week, he would swiftly improve his time to a 3:37 on the 30th of September, garnering him first place on the leaderboard. On that same day, talks
It's
began in
BGP.
the Red Ball Speedrunning Discord about making the
I
last
don't
5
know.
levels of Red Ball playable again.
You were in
see,
danger.
in
Yeah.
That's true.
2014, King.com,
okay.
the only site where the 5 bonus levels could be accessed, completely restructured their website after the success of the mobile release of their new
Yeah,
hit
that's what
game,
I'm saying,
Candy Crush
Jez.
Saga. The sponsored games and pseudo-gambling activities that had
Pseudo
once made up the
gambling,
site's
let's go.
image had now completely vanished.
Also, yeah, the reason
With
that
this,
that's my mouse
Red
right
Ball
now is
became
because GD
completely
broke my
inaccessible
elbow.
on the website, and so too did the last 5 levels. After looking into Red Ball's Swift file, it was seen that the last 5 levels were present in the game's files, but access to them was locked out by a URL check, a common DRM tool employed in many Flash games. Essentially, if the game was not being played on King.com, the last 5 levels could not be accessed. However, on the 7th of October, its maximum was able to nullify the URL check by changing a single Boolean value in the game's code from false to true. Genius, I know. With this, the last 5 levels of Red Ball became playable for the first time in around 5 years, and the 17 levels category could finally be played again. One day later, during a 17 levels attempt, its maximum claimed his own 3:35 time in 12 levels, but ended up being just 0.4 seconds slower than EG's before its maximum could finally snag the record for himself. EG once again stunned everybody by uploading a time of 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the 9th of October. So how did he manage to save 5 seconds over his already excellent 3:35? Let's have a look.
Let's go. I agree. I agree, or my hardest is 9 circles, but I can be a much more difficult level.
EG was willing to go for every strategy in the book, and his perfect execution of
is that from a comment, Jez?
Dubbed YOLO balls.
Your Highness is totally club
to this
step.
reality. Though he did lose around 4 seconds from messing up
You should be Diabolic Club Step. I was there when it was made.
His seemingly impeccable execution throughout the rest of the run certainly made up for it. The run was tantalizingly close to shattering the sub
I think I'd be able to beat Stereo Demon S. It doesn't
people
seem that
knew
difficult.
that a time in the mid 2x range was now humanly feasible. With EG and its maximum in heavy competition for the world record, the quest for sub 330 was now in full swing. Despite Red Ball being littered with seemingly uncontrollable inconsistencies, such as being able to jump after landing in level 6, the box stack topple in level 7,
if you beat Sakup and Hell on your Guitar Hero
and
guitar,
dying to the spikes in levels 9 and 12, despite
number
having enough
is
speed
Sakup
with
and
the
Hell on
spike
the
glitch
demon
active,
list?
the two had managed to optimize the game to heights that would have been laughed at even a month
Bro said,
prior.
mate, get out of
Breaking
this
the sub
chat
330
right now.
barrier was essentially seen as the game's final frontier. So,
maximum
who was going to be
clear,
the first to get it? The bloke who was less than a second off? Or the fella that was over 5 away?
The bloke. Yeah, Jez added in the British slang. I did not put that in the script.
Yeah,
Despite its
Sacramento is
maximum
not
not getting the
anymore because
greatest
the game has
six
gone from
and making
skill
a
to
mess
just
of
luck.
the YOLO ball
Like,
Also,
strat in level
Sakup
9,
and Hell is not
the
a
solid
good level.
execution
Yeah, it
throughout
sucks.
the rest
It
of the
sucks
run,
balls.
including a gold in 7 and the
Like,
super bounce in 10,
some of the
made
game
it
has
just
just,
enough
like,
for him to clear
watching
the
some of these
first
people
sub
play, it's like,
330
yeah, you're
with a
talented
time
and
of
like good job, but like at the same time, so
329.833.
much of it is just
Following
RNG and like,
this,
can I
EG
clip through
retired
this
from
spike
Red Ball
right or not?
speedrunning,
Like,
leaving the Discord
Slaughterhouse
server
is one
in
of
the
the worst
process,
levels I've ever seen in
only
my
to
life.
return
It looks
just
like
a
someone
month
spent like
later
5 minutes
and
decorating
reclaim
it
the
because
world
I used to play this
record
game
at 328,
religiously.
ending
Yeah.
with the greatest pop-off in
It's
Red
so
Ball
bad.
history.
Alright, hold on. EG pop off. Let's observe.
EG lost. EG lost. I lost. Oh.
Chips.
With this, the second wave of
AOD
spike glitch
decoration
hype had
is-
come to a close, with world record competition drying up due to the sub 330 barrier being broken, and both its maximum and EG moving on to play other games in the series. Around 9 months would pass without any new records being set. But then, seemingly out of nowhere, EG made his comeback.
Let's go! New narrator. Let's go.
Guys, if you donate to its maximum, I will surely make its maximum merch.
Yeah.
In this run, he got
You're
a
right.
phenomenal 6. He got an insane
Why are there so many
car
narrators?
as he discovered that
Because it
purposely
was,
ejecting
you know,
himself
community
had the
video and
potential to be
stuff.
much faster than
Also,
riding
it
it
keeps it
normally. He nailed
fresh, I
YOLO
guess.
balls in level 9. He got the super bounce.
It definitely did not make the video
and then
easier to
this
make.
happened.
It made it harder. XDC's narration had to be redone like 3
seconds.
times. And
This
yeah, it
death
was a
cost
pain.
him
Anyways.
3 whole seconds.
AOD
but EG
decoration
pressed
is
on.
absolutely
Collecting the
better
flag
than
in level
Slaughterhouse
12,
and
EG had still managed to get
Sakupin. Is
a
it Sapukin or
325.
Sakupin? I
He
forgot.
messed up the end of
Circles,
level
whatever.
7. He died in level 10, and he still
Yo, Nor, thanks
managed
for the
to get
100 bits.
325.
That-
This run
yeah,
proved
okay.
that a mid
We're working
2x
on it.
was no longer the limit for the game. A low 2x was. With every level played to near perfection, maybe a sub.
I mean,
320
bro,
would
it's
be
better than
achievable.
my
But let's
narration in
not
my
get
first
too ahead of
YouTube
ourselves
video
here.
that I
On the same
narrated.
day as his 325, EG achieved another world record, this time being a 323. Going into level 10, the run was near perfection. An amazing 6, a blazing fast 7, a lucky car, YOLO balls in 9. If he had a perfect ending,
SpongeBob.
the run would have been dangerously close to being the world's first 319. But unfortunately for him, he missed
Yeah,
the
we need
super
a top
bounce in
1
10,
that doesn't look
costing him
like
about
doo-doo.
2
But I mean,
seconds. And he
Silent
missed the
Club
last
Step
stair
is probably
jump
going to
in
be
12,
the next top
costing
1,
him
so.
around a second. Playing without splits, EG didn't even think it was a world record at the conclusion of the run due to a mistake in
Tab,
12.
true.
Missed it, man. I missed my jump, and that's it. That's fucking it, dude.
I guess he forgot that he died in level 10 in his 325. EG still wasn't satisfied with his time. He wanted to get the fabled
Edge of
319,
Destiny. Have you seen
a
Edge of
time that was
Destiny?
pretty much treated as a meme
Give it-
until
give it a
just
peep,
a
it
day
looks
prior.
amazing.
EG kept going, and he achieved this run on the
Gaminator, we're
6th
both
of
hiding
August
from the authorities.
2019.
Tax evasion.
Did Woodkid ever happen?
Woodkid.
This 322
Yes, but
would have
no,
been
but
just
the
a
song
fraction
isn't
of a second
on
off 319.
Newgrounds,
But he missed one of
yeah.
the easiest strats in the
I think he
entire
got-
game.
Literally just another
The
one
puzzle
of these
skip at level
levels.
5,
He got C
costing
and
him
D.
around 2
No,
seconds. Funnily enough,
it
he made the
gets
exact
better.
same mistake in his 328.
No, it's just another.
In the
this
description
is-
of this run, there were 2 words. 319 soon.
There's a
EG
segment
tried
that's,
his
like,
best to
sick
achieve it,
with,
but the milestone
the
just proved to
backgrounds.
be too difficult. Besides, EG needed to do more than just replicate his 322 without missing the early flag grab in
Isn't
5.
this just a
He needed
recreation of
a
that
new
one level?
strategy that could save over
Blade of
half a
Justice?
second
Yes.
to be
Yeah,
able
it's
to
the
push him
sequel to
over
Blade of
the edge.
Justice.
In September of 2019, some theory crafting between its maximum and XZC led to the creation of a new strategy in level
Yeah,
9.
Woodkid
the
and
plunger
Innard
jump.
said the 2
By
hardest
falling on
falls
this
in
jointed
GD.
obstacle and
Innard's
jumping
could've been
off
so
of it
good.
at just the right time,
They
Red Ball
nerfed
could
it
gain
to
a massive
oblivion.
amount of horizontal and vertical velocity, giving him the ability to go straight to the flag platform, skipping the pendulums entirely. This strategy had the potential to save almost a second over YOLO balls, but it proved to be extremely difficult
Yo, it's
and inconsistent.
XCC. Let's go.
All of the puzzle pieces for a 319 were finally there, but nobody, not even EG himself, was able to put them together.
Yeah, Death Corridor
Thus,
sucked.
The world
Like
record progression
unnerved
went
Death
through
Corridor. It was
yet
so
another
uncreative.
era of
Zobros deserved
inactivity.
nothing for that. Like,
What do you think about
Around the same
Kugel
time as
Blitz's
EG's
version
insane
of
12-level
Death
world
Corridor?
record
I didn't see
improvements, Red Ball began to have
Isn't
some
that weird?
individual
I feel
level
like I should know what
competition
that is.
established for the first time
Just
over on
type
the
in
Red
Death
Ball
Corridor
category
showcase.
extension site. With this, each
Sorry, I'm
level in the
watching
game
Edge of
started being
Destiny.
pushed to its
Okay,
absolute
that's a good
limits,
background. I messed with
with
that.
entirely
This one
new
UFO part is
strategies being
crazy.
discovered in the months to follow. Some of these strategies proved to be completely
This game has
unreasonable
literally
to
just become
attempt
who has
in
a
full
better
game
computer.
setting, while other optimizations
I mean,
actually showed
everybody
some
has
promise.
FPS bypass.
With the
now,
IL competition
360,
brewing,
so.
runners other than EG had
But
the
yeah,
opportunity to master
people
the
just
game's
play on low
mechanics
detail mode
and refine their
to
movement to an
actually be
insanely
able to
high
play on
degree.
360.
Most notably, its Maximum, Norzor, and Yellow Skarmory were really pushing it at this time. By the end of March, Yellow Skarmory would achieve a 326,
whoever beats
pushing
this,
Maximum
for
back
sure.
to 3rd place, and
That's a
Norzor
good
would achieve a
ending.
time of 331,
Very cool.
putting him in a comfortable 4th place. At this point, the immense optimization of the
I
IL
like
world
blurred
records had
out the
pushed
times
theoretical
on the
best
board
time
'cause
for
I didn't
Red
wanna
Ball
spoil
well into
anything.
the 30x range. It was
Even though
undeniable
nobody
at this
really
point
cares.
that any runner with an immense amount of dedication had the ability to achieve a
Tosh Deluxe.
319.
I forgot he
With Red Ball
existed. His
competition
content
being at an
sucked.
all-time high,
Yeah.
its Maximum announced on the 23rd of March 2020 that he was going to go for the fabled 319. Here is how that went.
Oh, this guy
He also hacked like accomplishments and stuff. Epic. Sure, Gaminator.
Oh wait, this kid actually beat Unnerved Death Corridor.
No. Oh yeah, the original, yeah. But Kugel Blitz's version is way more difficult. It's got like 40, 60 FPS frame perfects or something.
Frame perfects are bad.
Just like that, Maximum was within 1 second of Rare's world record.
I know, it is interesting that the level is designed for 60 FPS.
That involved an extremely short jump on the ground before the pendulums to land on the second ball in just the right position to be able to reach the end of the level with just one.
That's what the ad said.
Overall, it was a little bit faster and easier than the
Raphael Warnock.
In level 10, he implemented a safer
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
That saved just over
okay,
half
you know
a
what?
second.
This is good decoration.
Finally, in level 12, he would sometimes go for the IL strategy, which involved getting 2 jumps in the beginning spike pit as opposed to just 1, and allowed Red Ball to stay ahead of the saw blade in the ending section rather than
mess with
behind
this, but like if
one thing you may notice about these videos is that the game is really, really laggy. This is because it was discovered around a month prior that the more the game was zoomed in on any given web page, the more consistent that spike glitch would become.
Yeah, it was so funny when we found that, like, oh, if you zoom to 500%, you'll literally never die to spikes. Also, the game runs at 2 FPS. It's pretty great.
Accomplishing this for years because the game was nearly impossible to see in its standard window size without the aid of a microscope. When the discovery was made, people began zooming in their game as much as possible.
You want an
as the
LCD
lag produced by Flash's poorly optimized spaghetti code was well worth the benefit of not dying at the beginning of level 9 16 times in a row. So close to the world record after just a few days
wasn't
of
a good level either.
Maximum knew that he could topple
I think Hard Machine is the best top 5.
And on the 29th of March, 2020, while on a call with many of the other Red Ball runners, he did.
It's kind of like a meme level, but it's pretty funny. It uses Time Machine as its own.
I did it, dude! I did it! I did it!
There's like 5 people in BC for this.
Oh my god!
Rare's almost 1.5 year long reign over the game had finally been snapped. However, Maximum wasn't done playing Red Ball just yet. He's still at a 319.
I mean, okay,
another key strategy that would aid him achieving this goal was a huge discovery made by him in level 10.
It's number 1 though.
Yeah, that was cool.
I know. Chilling in VC is nice.
Overall,
for sure.
the strategy saved around 2 seconds over Rare EG's method of doing level 10, making it yet another reason why Maximum's job of getting 319 was much easier than it would have been for Rare.
Yeah, I know.
319 may not have been the nearly impossible milestone that it once was, but that certainly didn't make it easy to achieve. And besides, that new level 10 strat relied on a frame-perfect bounce pad jump.
Bro, that some of those clips
it certainly wasn't making the game easier. On the 7th of April, Maximum was on an incredibly good run going into level 10. After nailing the bounce pad jump, his nerves began to skyrocket. He entered level 11 with the best possible time of 3:17.11. This had the potential to be an absolute.
Yeah, I remember my heart was.
What is it with these massive
Level 11
spike
has always
jumps
been known as the calm before the storm,
We gotta be
where
more
an
creative
essentially free Autoscroller is followed up by one of the hardest levels
Silent
in the game
Club
from
Step
a speedrunning standpoint,
unironically has
level
like
12.
the best level.
While waiting on that
not
train, the runner is given time to think more and more about
like
what
no
is
other
coming
level
up
has a
ahead.
maze at the end.
Because of this, the train doesn't help settle people's nerves at all. It makes them skyrocket. Barely able to control his own hands, Maximum entered level 12 with 1 goal in mind. 319.
He did after he got exposed or whatever for hacking everything.
No.
Yeah, that was BS that I died to those spikes.
In his spur of extreme nervousness, Maximum jumped a little too early before the wood box, placing him squarely in the spikes. A situation which Spike Glitch, unfortunately, did not save him from. Thankfully, while streaming 3 days later, Maximum had another chance.
I agree, like Kiki. Oh yeah, this is the first time I used it in the final. I agree, like Kiki, you shouldn't be allowed to.
I'm glad Eric Van Wilderman is still playing Geometry
Yeah, it's
Dash
funny.
this whole time. Like,
it's funny.
All the way till now. This is insane.
Just turn on closed captioning.
319.
Whoa! Narrator change.
After around 6 active years of speedrunning competition, rivalries, advancements and discoveries, Red Ball's last 10-second barrier was finally shattered. Well, at least its last realistic 10-second barrier. But this didn't mark the end of the world record competition. Remember Norxor, the guy who had a low 3x as his PB?
I think 1x was the last 10
he
second
was
barrier,
long overdue for getting a 2x, but nobody could predict what would happen
3x
on the 12th of April 2020.
Norxor!
Just like its maximum, he entered level 12 on 3:18 pace, and then choked it. However, he still managed to finish the run with a 322.833, making it the craziest PB the community has ever seen. And Norxor wasn't done, not even close. Norxor choked 3.
Yeah, I would never go from 304 to 255 later. That would never happen.
319 time and time again, and the new world record of 317.833 set by its maximum on the 10th of June wasn't making things any easier for him. This run made use of a new strategy in level 3, found by Norxor himself.
I think this was the run where, when I streamed it, I think it just had like a fake IP address on the screen. It was pretty great. Because like a bunch of you guys were in chat. This is my first stream that hit 20 viewers, I think.
The fact that moving platforms are only hinged on one center point. Whenever one of these platforms became tilted by Red Ball's downward velocity, they would quickly kick back into place. By combining a jump with this platform kickback, Red Ball had the potential to reach great heights. So great, in fact, you could manage to reach the flag in level 3 from the right hand side, saving around 2 seconds. Another notable thing about this run is that it was the first world record performed on the standalone Adobe Flash Player, which avoided using the web entirely. I'll briefly hand over the metaphorical narration baton to its maximum to explain why this has significance.
People continued to play Red Ball via an HTML file on an internet browser for 2 reasons. One, you could actually zoom in the game, which was essentially necessary for Spike Glitch to work well.
Bro, you just have to hit, like, Control Show All. Like, I'm so dumb. I'm so mad that we didn't know about that.
And 2, this
we just enabled the context menu later, which
in level 10, which saved around a second, was only possible on web for whatever reason. Standalone always came up short. The first of these problems was solved by re-enabling the Show All option in the right-click menu, which caused the game to look like this, as opposed to this when it was full-screened. And problem 2 was solved by digging through a multitude of different Flash player versions to find the one that behaved the same as the Flash web plugin did in level 10.
Why I didn't mention
this new way of playing the game, dubbed Definitive Edition, made the game much more accessible and enjoyable to play overall. And it also provided a solution to the looming threat of Flash being removed from all internet browsers in late 2020.
Oh yeah, funny thing, for some reason Flash is like still being developed, but like only in China. I don't know what company's like heading it, but like if you go to the Wikipedia page, like Flash Player versions are still coming out. It's pretty funny. Like I have like Flash Player 34 downloaded on my system. I don't really know why I opened it. The CCP probably like knows everything about me now, but that's okay.
Using Definitive Edition, Norxor finally achieved his well-deserved sub 320 with a time of 318.967 on the 20th of June. This run would have broken the world record, if not for him missing the stair corner jump at the very end of the run. On the 19th of July, Norxor missed the bounce pad jump in level 10, making him lose over 2 seconds. But with the rest of the run going smoothly, he managed to take his PB down to a 318.633. On the 22nd of July, Norxor entered level 12 with his heart rate monitor reading over 190 beats per minute.
Quick aside about this, there is one stream where Nor's heart rate went over, because his maxes out at like 196, so his heart rate was above 200 like 3 times in one stream. It's a bit concerning. It's
my brother in Christ. I hope he's. When was the last time you went outside?
He jumped into the small patch of spikes and died.
True.
Later that same day, Norxor failed to jump at the beginning of level 10, causing him to die and costing him around 2 seconds. Entering level 12, it was still possible for him to get world record, but this small hold-up on the corner of the ending rail cost him around half a second. He ended with a time of 318.100. On the 23rd of July, Norxor was on 317 pace going into level 12, and yet again missed the corner jump on the stairs, costing him the record. Later that same day, Norxor entered level 12 on 315 pace, but died on the second jump in the spike pit. Even later that same day, Norxor entered level 8 on good pace, when this happened. A 3.5 second long lag spike.
Nice.
This is a flash moment that had never happened before and has never happened since. He finished the run with a mid 318, which would have been a high 314 if not for that dastardly lag. Red Ball had beaten Noxor to the ground time and time again, with the world record just out of grasp every single time.
Yo, it's Alex Losi at the bottom.
Completed the last level. But thankfully, Noxor wouldn't let the curse last forever.
Dude, wait, it's Mario Bro in chat.
317.3.
Hold on.
The curse last.
Yo, Mario Bro.
Mao.
He's now Mao SFX.
That's it!
He mods SM64 now.
317.367. Noxor finally achieved the gold. However, this wouldn't mark the end of the world record progression. Noxor proved that, at the very minimum, a 314 was attainable using the current strategies. So who would get the next world record? Would it be Noxor or its maximum? Actually, it was Rare EG.
Yo,
EG, whose PB was still sitting at 322 when Noxor set his record, decided to make his return to Red Ball after quickly learning all of the new strategies.
Let's go.
On the 30th of July 2020, he entered level 12 7.6 seconds ahead of his personal best. If everything went well, he would have a 314 to his name. But an unfortunate death in the first spike pit in level 12 cost him world record, with the run ending at 317. Thankfully for EG, the very same day he snatched the world record with a time of 316.850, coming back from being 2.4 seconds behind out
Dude,
of
the
level
bathrobe
11.
is so iconic.
On the 4th of August,
like, wow.
its maximum achieved a 315.868, a
Roblox.
time marked by the newly developed Red Ball Auto Splitter. His only significant time losses were around a second and a half from a slow 6, and another second and a half from messing up the stair jump in level 12. Only 2 days later, EG snapped back with a 314.433.
Woo, let's go, boys! Let's fucking go, baby!
This pop-up's so good.
Let's go!
The scary thing about this run is that there appeared to be little to no mistakes. A trained eye could find some suboptimal gameplay in levels such as 9 and 10, but this run seemed to further enforce that Red Ball had somewhat of a hard cap around 312 with the current known strategies.
Guys, we're never beating 312.
Some of the current IL-only strategies at the time, such as Task 3, Double Jump 6, and 8 Cycle Skip, could be implemented to unlock a time in the 30X range, but the success rates of these strategies were all seemingly slim to none. Things would go quiet for a while, but eventually Noxor would achieve the legendary 312 on the 5th of September 2020.
312! Yes!
Let's go!
Yeah!
I love this stream content, my friend. It's very wholesome.
Wholesome, indeed. Full of holes.
The run had a suboptimal 7, but Noxor saved some time by nailing the plunger jump in level 9 and getting a 1-jump ball bounce in level 10. A time like this was well overdue for Noxor, whose previous personal best sat at a 316. With Noxor's run, there was a possible time save of a second and a half in level 7, just by adding 8 cycle skip into the run, which saved a little over a second. 309 would become a very feasible time. Sub 320 was once believed to be the last 10-second barrier this game would ever see, but now the path to sub 310 was clearer than ever. It was no longer a matter of if, it was a matter of when. The 5th of September also marked the beginning of the second Red Ball 12 levels tournament, which drew in 14 participants. EG, who
I
is
can't
now
believe, like, after the explosion, we had, like, the freaking, like, 70-person beginner tournament. I still can't believe, like, we actually pulled that off.
Based on the leaderboards, tore his way through the winners bracket, whitewashing every single one of his opponents. In the winners final, he faced off against its maximum, who had just defeated Noxor in a nail-biting losers final. Few expected that EG would maintain his winning streak all the way to the end, but that's exactly what he did.
Only a couple seconds ahead of maximum.
What an incredible performance. Rarity
3-0, baby.
of the Red Ball 12 levels tournament.
With the pop-up.
And it wouldn't be...
Oh, and he's got the champagne. Oh, man. The rare crew popping bottles.
What other speed game has this kind of energy?
Victory.
Like,
in the
show me. I mean, I know
once again
they
a
exist,
fact
but
that many in the Red Ball community already knew. EG was destined for greatness. No matter what game in the series he was playing, EG always had an uncanny ability to achieve high rankings, with great improvements over his previous personal bests by keeping calm and collected during the
he's
later
really calm
levels.
and collected.
If anyone was going to be the first to score a 0x, EG would most likely be the one to do it. Following this tournament, its Maximum, EG and Norxor would all start streaming multiple hour-long 0x grinds. At certain points, all three would be streaming at the same time. The three had begun to master the cycle skip on level 8, sometimes hitting it 3 or 4.
It's so sad, like, they used to be so active with, like literally all three top players streaming at the same time, and now, like, world record attempts is just a ghost town. It's so sad. We need to bring it back, guys.
4 times in a row. A strategy that was once thought to be impossible was now beginning to get mastered. On top of this, EG started to implement a modified form of 6-ramp double jump.
Just so you guys know, I will be streaming a lot more
this summer.
amount of time
this is
just like, I want to do something big.
The major downside to this is that it was plagued by the random ground jump just before the end, adding even more randomness into the run. Despite all this, all three were more than capable of attaining an OX. All three were willing to do grinds almost every day for weeks, if not months, to be the first. So, who is it going to be?
Iconic montage, man. Full series cup, true, we need to do that, absolutely. I need to do practice and stuff with RB4. Get back into it. Dude, I literally just got chills. Holy shit.
Let's fucking go! 307! Come on!
No, dude, I have fucking chills.
Bro was listening to Pop Smoke.
He was listening to Dior, yeah. Rest in peace.
Let's go!
So, where do we go from here? Taking a look at the 17th
it's so iconic.
Category,
oh
the world record is currently a
307
two-way tie at a 448 flat between EG and I. Both of these runs had 12 levels times that were in the mid 1x range, so improvement can still be made there. However, with levels 14 and 17 both being quite difficult to nail, a faster 12 levels time certainly does not guarantee a 17 levels world record.
Yeah, we're never gonna tie
EG's
again.
307 12 levels time is an absolutely masterful speedrun. It is possible that it will stand for years without ever being beat.
Not quite right.
EG has little reason to go back and try to improve his record. Norxor,
how many months was it?
And I have all had runs that have been OX pace into the late game,
wasn't it
but none of us have been able to close them out.
Or was it February?
Additionally, none of these late game runs were on pace to topple EG's world record. As of now, EG, Nor, I, and Yak Attack are the only people to have ever attained even a 1x.
Dang, that's crazy.
That's not to say EG's record isn't beatable.
Where is Yak Attack
The
right
essentially
now?
theoretical
Yak Attack,
limit of the game
he's gonna be playing football in college. He like got an offer and stuff.
Where's he playing?
I forgot.
Where's Yak Attack playing? Let me know.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go find him.
Yeah. So yeah, that's good for him. Yeah, he's just rock and rolling.
Marked by the time of the segmented run.
I think he's probably gonna like
created
move
by
on
the
for
culmination of hundreds of hours of
entirely,
IL attempts put in by various members of the community. So what do you think the time of this segmented run is? A low OX? A sub 3? Try 245. That's right. 245. Around 20 seconds faster than the world record. A large chunk.
I remember when I got to that point, I was like, dang it, I need to make the segmented run to be able to know what the time is because of loads and stuff. So
of this time save comes from just one strategy,
on top of carpolation.
Sub 20 train, which I have made a whole video about the discovery and implementation of. This trick has the potential to save a massive 8 seconds over the traditional train strategy. Unfortunately, this trick has a success rate of, at best, 1 out of 200.
There's no way it's getting any better than 1 out of 200. Nifsky didn't, like, hit it 5 times in a row when I was in VC with him 2 days ago.
100, with little hope of that success rate ever being improved. So, unless you want to match
frame-based setups, be like, I would like to introduce myself. Also, us, like, just getting better at it in general. Yep.
E.g. around 200 times going into level 11, sub 3 will remain completely unattainable. All the other time saves come from the fact that Red Ball is simply
I did say, though, unless something new is found, and something new was found.
Cap, and really weird things can happen if enough
attempts
are drilled into a
it was found after like the 304
level.
So.
Just ask me. I put around 20 hours into level 7 ILs to save a single second over the RTA strategy. Putting every strategy that is even remotely RTA viable into the run produces a ceiling of around 302.
There's one run I'm waiting on for
the only way to
segmented.
theoretically make sub 3 possible is with the use of sub 20 train. So yeah, the future of 12 level world records certainly looks discouraging, but you still can't help but smile.
I don't like that
looking
transition
back
at
upon all the amazing history that has led up to EG's monumental 307. All of the previous world record holders of Red Ball each pushed the envelope of what was believed to be
Meanwhile,
possible
255 has happened
way,
without sub 20 train.
and their accomplishments were made possible by the help of numerous glitch hunters, strat finders, and supportive community members. The story of Red Ball's world record progression is one that should inspire any speedrunning community, big or small, for being the metaphorical little engine that could. Red Ball's very existence as a speed game is somewhat of a miracle. It is a simple 3-minute long flash.
I do really like how this video
It was completely ditched by the site that sponsored it in 2014.
Really good message.
And the platform that it was made for, Flash, had been kicked to the curbside before competition even started getting serious. Despite all of this, Red Ball persevered, with its storied history producing a truly amazing world record.
I already did Speedrun RB1 for 4X.
More importantly, an extremely active, dedicated community that shows no signs of dying out anytime soon.
Yeah.
And all of this was made possible because in 2008,
I think I've watched this video probably
a Russian concrete mixer salesman was sent a link to a blog. Thanks for watching.
Man. Let's go. Okay, definitely us too. For enjoyment. In terms of like execution, definitely like, you know, not like like perfect or anything, but like just the story and, you know, literally getting chills from it and stuff. Easy S tier.
In recent times, the Iceberg has become a popular metaphorical device due to its unique attributes. Above the surface, a chunk of ice is
I really wish
visible,
I didn't make this
while
intro
the much
so damn
larger
long.
chunk of unseen ice below the surface often goes unnoticed. The metaphor has been most famously used to describe the relationship between the surface web and the deep web. Only a small chunk of the internet is easily accessible using a web browser and a search
There's
engine,
so many
while a
like
much
unironic
larger portion
tier
of the
7
web is
Iceberg
inaccessible
stuff.
to the mass public due to things like password protection and encryption, encompassing things like cloud storage. More recently, the Iceberg has been used to describe various aspects of a given video game or community, with well-known things being
The
placed
elite
near the
Iceberg,
top, while
let's
more
go.
unknown or theoretical things are placed near the bottom. Recently, Red Ball community member MotorJam pieced together one of these icebergs by gathering various thoughts and ideas from the community. This video will aim to analyze just the first 3 layers of this iceberg, while the subsequent part will aim to explain the bottom 3. If you do end up enjoying this analysis, make sure to get subscribed to ensure you don't miss out on the next part. Making these kinds of icebergs
That's
and
when I learned
analyzing
the
them in a
YouTuber
YouTube video
tactics.
isn't exactly a new idea. But I hope that you enjoy watching
Bro,
and
the
learning about the various
Roblox
aspects
Iceberg?
of the Red
Yo,
Ball
guys,
series
follow me
and
on
the
Twitch. We're doing a
speedrunning
Twitch
scene that surrounds it.
Roblox stream
With all
soon.
of that out of the way, let's begin.
Yeah, that exactly. No, I'm gonna move this down.
Who is Aeon?
Tier 1 is the most visible part of the iceberg.
He kind of tore through the Red Ball IL leaderboard,
very common knowledge
and then
the Red Ball community,
and got it like top
really
3 time in 12 levels, and then
full
vanished.
illumination from the sun.
A few people know why.
Believe it or not, the creator of Red Ball, Evgeny Fedosov, provided the 12 level source code of Red Ball to the community under a non-commercial license, without us even asking.
Giga Chad bitch.
This source code has been used to create various hacks of the game. On
Kaizo,
YouTube, the mobile
for some reason, Kaizo Red Ball is still like the only Red Ball hack that has been made that like is speedrunnable. I mean, there are like some like small things like save states or whatever. We'll tell you later.
Okay, well, It's Maximum takes this wonderful survey that I just created. We're going to talk about the current the socio-political economic state of the United States. Okay, I'll make you guys some Red Ball hacks. I'll show you some Red Ball hacks.
We're gonna keep going.
Hack off my Red Ball has an immense amount of popularity.
Yeah, I don't understand why more people don't make Red Ball hacks.
With dozens upon
like,
dozens
Kaizo Red
of
Ball is
videos
not
of the game
perfect
amassing
at all.
over 10
like,
million
make a better
views.
one, please.
Most channels that have focused
Game
their
Red Ball
content around this game often make very clickbaity videos covering texture hacks of the game. In Red Ball 4 Volume 3, there is currently a strategy called 13 Laser Phase, which has yet to be used in any of the game's world records. It involves building up just enough
goodness
speed
Roblox
and
found the
getting
setup
lucky
for
enough
this.
to
That
phase
was
through this
literally
laser
free.
without having to activate the button needed to do so, which ultimately saves around 8 seconds. The fact that the lasers deal damage over time is used in other levels as well, but 13 Laser Phase is by far and away the hardest of them, having a success rate of, at best, 10%. Red Ball 5 is an unofficial entry in the Red Ball series,
Roblox.
with the Red Ball IP having been licensed by one of Evgeny's friends. The game originally featured a completely different protagonist, but Red Ball was swapped in at the last minute of development. The game is often criticized for having sloppy controls,
rightfully so,
very dissimilar to the games in the original series, and for having a fixed camera that seemingly teleports from room to room. Red and Blue Balls is an official side series of Red Ball, focusing more on the puzzle aspect of the game, while also having 2 playable characters, Red Ball and Blue Ball. The first game in this series, Red and Blue Balls 1, proved to be extremely difficult and confusing to new players, due to the many of its completely unintuitive puzzles. Pause jumping is a glitch present in both Red Ball 2 and Red Ball 3 that allows the player to execute 2 jumps on the exact same frame, by buffering the second jump through the pause menu. This allows the effect of the 2 jumps to be compounded, giving Red Ball at least double the height of a normal jump. In Red Ball 3, this trick
a lot of this stuff is rehashed from like previous
needs to hit
videos.
Pause and jump on the same frame. Continue to hold jump during the boing sound.
Oh, that's a good one,
and
Nor.
then press
That's
the
a good
P button
one.
to pause the game.
Never seen that one
to hold
before.
The jump button. The trick is a bit more difficult in Red Ball 2 because the pause button actually needs to be pressed a few frames after jumping, instead of being right on the jump. The process of performing these tricks is covered in my double jump tutorial for the Red Ball series, so check it out if you haven't already. An IL sum of best is the theoretical best possible time in any game, given by the best segments performed in each level. In the Red Ball series, Red Ball has by far the most optimized sum of best, with the current time as of writing this video being 2:42, which is 25 seconds faster than the already amazing current world record of 3:07. Many of the strategies in the IL sum of best have little hope of ever making their way into a world record due to—
That's funny, yeah, so there's now like a setup for the box jump in level 7 that like is really not that difficult. It's just like 2 extra frame perfect.
Their sheer difficulty and
2 extra frame perfect.
But it's still crazy how low the theoretical limit of the game actually is.
It's true.
Low percent is a category.
It's
in
not.
both Red
It's
Ball
like a
4
31
Volume 1
FPS game.
and Red Ball
Give me
3
2 weeks, I'll set to
collecting
242.
the least amount of
That's
stars
what I'm
and
saying.
points possible. In Red
242
Ball 4 Volume
is like
1,
actually
all
like
stars can be
realistic, which
avoided,
is funny.
with only 1,000
With the
points being
stress that we
awarded
have.
by the Boss Loss trophy at the end of the game.
This
Red
is
Ball
Boss
3, on the
Loss.
other hand, can be completed with just 10 points, with 1 star having to be collected at the start of 19. Many strategies to avoid these stars are extremely difficult, such as the crate roll in level 9 of Red Ball 4 Volume 1, and the entirety of level—
Okay, so I said crate roll, but that isn't the crate roll. I don't
19 in Red Ball 3,
I don't know
which
why I did
currently
that,
makes
but
up
is the crate
17
rolls a
minutes
different
of the
way of doing
32-minute
that?
long world record. The Red Ball 4 games all
It's
have
now
weird
zero
quirks with their
factorial.
double
Okay,
jump
Norxor.
timings, a glitch which allows Red Ball to jump first on the ground and then again in the air. Volumes 1 and 2 allow both a shorter timing and a more spaced out timing, while Volume 3 only allows for the much more spaced out timing, which gives Red Ball less speed. Candy Crush Saga is a mobile game created by King,
this is real.
the same King that sponsored Red Ball, Red Ball 2, and Red and Blue Balls, hosting the full versions of these games on their site.
The same King that
King's
got
mobile
hundreds of
releases
thousands of
gained
people
massive
hooked on
traction.
gambling, too.
The King.com website was wiped clean of any Flash games, including Red Ball, being replaced with promotion for Candy Crush Saga and other mobile games.
I love gambling.
Many people mistakenly
Candy Crush
believe
Saga
that
is
FDG,
gambling,
a video game
which is
company known for
funny.
creating games like Monster Boy, created Red Ball 4 Mobile,
understand.
but they
Oh,
only
sorry,
really
bro.
had a hand in publishing the game and releasing it to the App
Why is
Store
that
and
gambling?
Play Store. The company that actually programmed the game
Because,
is known as UNHOARD Games, which was founded by
mobile
the original
games
creator
are
of Red
all
Ball,
gambling
and
simulators.
Fedesis.
It's just
The company has created a handful of games, but Red
Unless
Ball
it's
4
Red Ball
Mobile
4.
has by far been their greatest
Red Ball
success. Sub 20 Train is a very,
Dragon
very
Veil is too old to be a
inconsistent and
gambling
difficult
simulator.
strategy that
True.
allows level 11 of Red Ball to be completed in under 20 seconds, saving 7.5 or more seconds over the normal method of completion. This trick used to not be known by many people due to its absence from the world record, but due to the YouTube algorithm deciding to put my video about it in front of tens of thousands of eyes, it really isn't that much of a secret anymore. Some of the hacks created using the Red Ball 1 source code include Kaizo Red Ball, a much more difficult version of the game that requires
I was
some
so proud of
out-of-the-box
that level
thinking in
9
order to
thing.
complete. A save state hack for practice, a Rick Astley hack that was made on April Fools, and Thick Ball. There's also an in-game timer hack for Red Ball 1 that is used for individual level runs, but this was not created with the source code since it needed to operate with all 17 levels of the game. Later on,
226?
in-game
Dang,
timer
that's
hacks
insane.
were made for all of the other games in the series. Finally, there's also a Kaizo-style hack for Red Ball 4 Volume 1 called Red Ball 4 Volume Nice. Tier 2 of the Iceberg is still above the surface, but the topics found here are more hidden and niche than they are at the very tip. Most of these topics will be known by those who have explored Red Ball for a while, but most newcomers will have limited knowledge of this tier. In 2019 and 2020, many emails were exchanged between FGenie.
Yeah, it is really cool that he like actually responded to all this stuff and whatnot, because I was like able to find his email. So
Creator and I, where he answered various
Amazing
questions
guy.
that community members had about his games. It is through these conversations that he shared the 12-level source code of Red Ball with the community. He also hinted at a Red Ball 4 Switch port and a new Red Ball 4 mobile volume by the end of 2020.
Oh my gosh. New Red Ball 4 volume by the end of 2020, yeah. Me on June 18th, 2022, still waiting. Oh wait, no. Okay, sorry, never mind. Volume 6 was 2021, was it? Actually, I can't remember. I guess that was referencing 2021. Anyways, me on June 18th, 2022, waiting for the Red Ball Switch port. I don't know why they haven't made it. It's literally free money, and it wouldn't be that much effort. But they had to make Red Ball Super Run, I guess.
But the current world event ended up pushing those things back indefinitely. In the Red Ball pause menu, there's an extremely obvious typo, as the game reads, "Are you want to quit?" instead of "Are you sure you want to quit?" It is possible that FGenie's limited knowledge of the English language at the time caused this error. The mistake actually goes unnoticed by most people who play the game,
because
with many only noticing
Subway
it
Surfers
months
clones
after they
make
first
money.
start playing,
It
causing
is
to
the
be in
best
second tier
Subway
of the
Surfers
Iceberg.
style game I've ever played.
In
Like, it's better than
2013,
Subway
FGenie
Surfers.
gave a presentation at a Flash game conference.
It's a
where
Red
he
Ball game
shared
that's literally
behind-the-scenes
Subway
info
Surfers.
about the creation of the games in the Red Ball series. The video of this presentation is available on YouTube and can be found by searching Eugene Fedosiv. In Red Ball 2,
it's still not a
and Red
great
and Blue
game.
Balls,
Like, I haven't played it
there
in
are
ages,
5 bonus
but-
levels that could only
Yeah.
be played on King.com, the website that sponsored them. In Red Ball, the levels are pretty standard. In Red Ball 2, Red Ball boasts his crown that he
You
gained
don't
at the end of
understand the
main
kids'
game. And the
mobile
bonus
game
levels in Red
market.
and Blue Balls parody Civvy Balls, another ball-related game that was sponsored
Civvy
by
Balls.
King.com. These levels are now accessible outside of the website as a result of changing a single variable in the game's code from false
I've
to
shared
true.
this clip like 5 times.
Though the Red Ball games
in
aren't
my
exactly
videos at
made
this
to be
point.
pieced together into one coherent narrative, the community has tried their best at putting together a lore timeline for all the games in the series. This timeline starts out with Red Ball 1, as Red Ball has the most limited moveset and there are no enemies to be found. Aside from the ninja, of course.
Yeah, the Subway Surfers speedrun thing blew up because, like, I think it was on TikTok. Like, TikToks were just getting, like, millions and millions of views.
It was
iShowSpeed.
iShowSpeed.
Yeah, it was iShowSpeed.
Because he was like, oh, this is so fun. And then you would find videos of him on your, like, explore pages of him just screaming these unbelievable things. Like,
yep.
Dude would just say some of the most out of shit of all time. And you'd just be like...
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was definitely iShowSpeed.
And that's what it was that made Subway Surfers.
Yeah, it has like 4,000 active players on Speedrun.com now, and DHA is one of the mods, and he's verified like 2,000 runs in like the past week. It's unbelievable. He's now #1 most verified runs on the site.
Next up is Red Ball 3, where Red Ball's girlfriend is kidnapped by an enemy. Upon being defeated, Black Ball vows to return to enact his revenge.
Yeah.
Next up
Black
is
Ball.
He doesn't have a real name. That's just
led by the
yo,
Black
it's
Ball from Red Ball
DHA.
3. Try to turn all of the Red Balls into
That's funny.
red
I summoned him.
boxes. And our protagonist, Red Ball, is able to free his species by defeating a couple of bosses. If all of that wasn't
Lake
weird
Huki,
enough,
year 7
the
mill
Black-
run isn't if you're talking about Red Ball Super Run, I think people have like 40 million.
Boxes then decide to take over the moon, turning it into a cube. Red Ball is able to vindicate the moon, but his girlfriend, first seen in Red Ball 3, is captured once again from a sudden opening that appears
That
on
is
the ground.
so me.
This fulfills
Yeah.
the "I will be back" promise from the ending cutscene of Red Ball 3. With the world now saved, Red Ball teams up with Blue Ball.
Oh,
to
in
go on
Subway
some
Surfers,
adventures.
bro, there are people with
In
like
Red and
over
Blue Ball
100
1,
million
They
in
must
Subway
recollect
Surfers.
the gems they lost in a boat crash.
I have 3 million
In Red
in
and Blue
Subway
Balls
Surfers.
2, they continue their journey, getting into yet another crash. This time caused by a giant.
Now, the React content is really bad because it's harmful to both the person who originally uploaded the video and like the content creation market as a whole. So it's only fine because I'm like reacting to my own content, but like I would never watch other people's videos in this format. That would not happen.
An octopus. They explore the island that they wash up on and defeat an evil robot at the end of Red and Blue Balls 3, allowing them to escape. Returning home, Red Ball is greeted with thunderous excitement, being crowned the king of the monarchy of balls, due to his heroism and bravery in the Red Ball 4 volumes. In Red Ball 2, his crown gets blown away, and he has to go and search for it. Once he finally recollects his crown, he decides to take yet another vacation, completing some stages and going golfing with the crown atop his head. There are a couple of inconsistencies that poke a couple of holes in this theory, such as Red Ball being able to swim in Red Ball 3, but not in Red Ball 4. But for all we know, the black boxes could have poisoned the water supply or something.
Definitely tainted the water
In
supply.
late 2020, community member BNMC
like
received
Flint,
an
Michigan.
email in her inbox from YoHoHo Games, Evgenie's company, sharing details about a YouTuber promotion they were doing for a new mobile game in the Red Ball series. This information was shared
Red
with
Ball
other
Super
members
Run.
of the community, who were able to receive the same email by submitting
That's
their
how we
YouTube
have Red Ball
channels into a form of
balloons.
sorts. This game was supposed to release around the end of 2020. Yeah, you already know where this is going. The packages that we received included
New and
Red Ball 4
Geometry Dash
balloons,
updates.
2 sticker books, a Red Ball pop socket, and a letter from the company, electronically signed by Evgenie himself. Unfortunately for community member Jez, he didn't end up receiving anything. A testament to the true horrors of international shipping.
Like Huki and I know, right?
Thankfully, I received 2 packages and have 2 of everything due to having 2
True,
related
Jez.
channels. I guess it all evens out in the end.
MoreMaximum.
Left side is a glitch present in the Red Ball 4 games that involves going over the left side barrier
Left
of
side.
any given level, generally with the use of double jumping. The camera glitches out a bit and stops following Red Ball, but he is actually still moving, endlessly falling under the level. By holding the right key, the player can go beneath the entire level, activating the trigger to go to the next level at the end. This trick isn't used in speedruns due to it being much slower than normal completion of the level, but it does provide an easier way to beat some levels in Red Ball 4 volumes with 0 stars.
Well, this is
Spike Glitch
I
is
watched
a glitch
2
in Red
unlisted
Ball that
videos
is
as well.
activated by pausing and unpausing the game at any point. With enough speed, Red Ball will have a chance to be able to jump in spikes without dying. However, a weird quirk to this glitch is that the more that Red Ball is zoomed in, the more consistent that spike glitch becomes, with the impact being quite significant. Playing the game at a 1920 by 1080 resolution has been found to be the sweet spot between lag and spike glitch consistency. The original Red and Blue Balls game had a hint button that would show how to complete certain parts of each level. However, these hints used to actually cost real money to activate, a reality discovered while digging through the game's code. This may sound a bit ridiculous for a Flash game, but considering the payment schemes present in many mobile games these days, it's honestly not too outlandish. In Red Ball 3, the ground is extremely uneven, causing Red Ball to frequently be airborne whenever moving left and right. If Red Ball is even a few pixels off the ground, he will be unable to do a pause jump. So speedrunners have come up with consistent spots to pause jump at in order to prevent this from happening. Additionally, though it may not look like it, Red Ball 4 Volumes 1 and 2 also have slightly uneven ground. If Red Ball is even a pixel off the ground, a double jump will be impossible to perform, so speedrunners have also come up with consistent double jump spots in these games to prevent this from happening. There is a separate leaderboard on Speedrun.com known as Red Ball Category Extensions, which houses additional categories for many games in the series. More notably, this leaderboard is also home to all of the individual level
back when
runs across the
DHA
series,
had like all
something
of
that
the
many
Red
people
Ball
are
2
unaware of.
ILs.
In Tier 3, we
I
start
don't think he has
navigating
any
below the
anymore.
surface of
I'd
the
be-
water,
yeah, no,
an area of the iceberg that is no longer visible to casual observers.
Red Ball 2
on the
ILs
surface.
need more love.
Light still shines faintly on these topics, but their visibility is
Shout out
extremely limited.
Seminole, yeah.
Few have discovered all that
Brazil.
this tier has in store. Red and Blue Balls 2 and 3 are labeled as different games, but in reality, they share the exact same code and levels, with just a few minor tweaks in each to lock out the appropriate areas of the game. This was done because there was a payment screen at the end of Red and Blue Balls 2, which allowed people to immediately play Red and Blue Balls 3 before its release date, as long as they coughed up the cash. It has been joked about that the Red Ball games may have some sort of wrong warp present in them, where someone could skip several levels in a given game.
It's not a
with some
joke,
sort of
guys. This
complicated
April
glitch.
1st, 2019
But
release
we
is
have
actually
yet
real.
to truly find anything of the sort.
Definitely real.
However, it was discovered that by disabling Flash's ability to locally store save files, many of the games would act in very strange ways. In Red Ball 1, the game will exit to the main menu after the completion of level 1, something that normally only happens after completing the entire game. In Red Ball 2, the game will hang after completion of level 1, and all levels will be unlocked when returning to the main menu. In the Red Ball 4 volumes, the game will not transition to the next level after reaching the right wall of level 1, but the level counter will constantly increase.
Yep,
Similar to
exactly.
Red Ball 2, the player can
Level skip
exit
and
to
Red
the
Ball 4
main
level is
menu,
funny.
where all levels will be unlocked. Though these tricks do
So yeah,
technically
Xbox,
allow
yeah,
for
it's
the game
probably
to be
really
completed
freaking late
extremely
for you.
quickly,
Xbox
they are not
isn't
allowed in
forward.
any speedrun categories because they involve modifying the Flash gameplay environment. Similar to the Flash volumes, there is a double jump glitch present in Red Ball 4 Mobile, but the timing is typically a 60 frames per second frame perfect trick on a touchscreen. Eventually, it was discovered that laggier phones were able to perform the trick with a much greater consistency.
Lag
This
abuse.
posed a massive issue since people would essentially need to nerf their hardware in order to be able to do the trick. But thankfully, it was found that the Android emulator known as
That was your
BlueStacks
phone
had
after
an
you dropped it down
FPS
the stairs.
slider which would allow the game to be played at a constant 30 frames per second with keyboard input. This did make the double jump trick more accessible, though glitchless is still by far the main category when it comes to speedrunning the game. Looking at a zoomed out view of level 17 in Red Ball, it can be seen that the level is made up of two crowns that are an almost exact replica of the King.com logo, something that is extremely hard to notice when just playing the game normally. Before creating Red Ball, Evgeny made a game known as Fast Stone Pyramid, a simple stacker game that made its way to addictinggames.com. To limited success. Like Red Ball, this game also used Box 2D for its physics, and allowed Evgeny to get his foot in the door when it came to programming physics sandbox-style games. Choking girlfriend refers to a possible mistake in the last level of Red Ball 3,
I wonder who
where someone
first
fails
called
to
it
save
that.
Red
It's
Ball's
so
girlfriend
funny.
from the lowered cage, costing them the run. Though this is mainly a meme due to the ending
Shout
being
outs to
extremely
people who
easy
have
with
ever
a
choked
visual
girlfriend
setup,
in a run.
some runners still manage to lose a massive amount of time by failing this trick right at the end of their run. The Red Ball Elite refers to a Google Sheets document that contains leaderboards for individual level runs and full game runs of a Red Ball knockoff and for the aforementioned Faststone.
Faststone is now on
The document is a
Speedrun.com.
clear parody of
Good.
TheElite.net, which tracks world records for GoldenEye and Perfect Dark. A runner by the name of Flower achieved a Red Ball world record of 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the 13th of April 2018. Less than a month later, it was removed from the leaderboards by moderator Six Rock under suspicion of it being spliced. However, the run ended up being 100% legitimate, and
yeah,
was
a lot of
restored
this
to the
stuff is
leaderboards
just like
in
rehashed
2020.
from
People in the community
Red Ball World
often
Record
joke
progression
that Six
and
Rock
Double
removed the
Jump
run
tutorial.
out of jealousy of his world record being taken by Flower, but this definitely isn't true. He simply made an honest mistake when analyzing the audio of the run, using the non-deterministic car noise in level 8 to sync it up to a run that was known to be legitimate.
I don't know why I described it like that. It should have just, like, I mean, it is deterministic. Should have just said, like, yeah, exactly, reused content, lazy creator. That's what I'm saying, bro. I should have just said, like, you know, it starts at...
Causing an apparent
when you,
discrepancy that didn't
like,
actually
touch the car.
exist. In the Red Ball 4 games, it is possible to kill enemy boxes while they are still in mid-air, which could be utilized to save some time in the boss levels of Volumes 1 and 2 in particular. The faster that the enemies are dealt with, the faster that the boss goes. However, this trick relies on landing on the corner of the enemy in an extremely specific spot, while also having to account for the fact that the enemy is flying towards the ground faster than the 20-mile-long asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs 66 million years ago.
Real.
Yeah.
3.133 seconds. It was originally believed that it was impossible to complete the
3.133
first
seconds
level of
is
Red Ball
never
in
getting
under
beaten, guys.
3.133 seconds. Timing from the first frame that Red Ball appears. The run was simple. Start pressing right on the first frame possible, and then do a single jump over the barrier to collect the flag. That was essentially all that it took. The leaderboard once boasted a 12-way tie or so at this milestone.
This is the first
with
time
it being
that
touted
Jetman
as
gets
the new
mentioned.
Glass Joe, in reference to the unbeatable record for defeating the first fighter.
Glass
Mike
Joe
Tyson's
isn't on
Punch-Out,
Speedrun.com
Glass
anymore,
Joe.
'cause, you know,
However,
it's stupid.
the apparent impossibility of beating 3.133 was uprooted through a video posted by a runner named Insane Jetman with the title, 2 bounces are better than 1. By precisely jumping 2 times instead of 1, a runner could beat the level a single frame faster than what was believed to be possible. Though Jetman did appear to get a time as low as 3.050 through this process, it was discovered that lag and recording nonsense could cause different real times to be generated through the exact same movement. Using a new
this is what forced us to make IGT edition, because like it was just getting like completely out of hand with that. Because I had like a 3.125 that I recorded at, or 3.125 that I recorded at 120 FPS. But like we like said, oh no, you just can't do more than 120 FPS. But then it was later found out, oh, if you just like reset the game while it's laggy, like.
New in-game timer hack made by yours truly, the new limit was found to be 3.097 seconds, with the previous limit actually being 3.129 seconds.
Oh, I guess .065 hadn't been found yet. That's
Red
funny.
Ball 4 is typically known as the only official Red Ball game available on mobile platforms.
Chips.
There are actually ports of Red Ball 1, Red and Blue Balls, and Red Ball 3 that also exist. However, these games were not programmed by FGenie, with the entire job being outsourced to other people. These ports are known for being somewhat sloppy in comparison to their Flash counterparts, while also having completely different physics. The Red Ball 1 port contains more levels than the Flash release, but the additional packs are uninspired and cost real money to purchase. This concludes part 1 of analyzing the Red Ball speedrunning Iceberg. Tiers 1, 2, and 3 have now been fully explained, representing the tip, the lower surface, and the area of the iceberg just below the surface. In the next part, we will truly dive into the depths, exploring topics that can only be categorized as unknown and theoretical, with the light becoming dimmer and dimmer the deeper we travel. I hope you enjoyed watching, and make sure to stay tuned for part 2.
He will never release part 2. Okay, overall, like, that video is quite solid. It just doesn't have, like, because it's an Iceberg video, it doesn't have the pizzazz of, like, the history and the
I'd say that's a B.
montages. I'd say it's a B as well. I agree. I'd say it's here. Because, like, Red Ball 4 Volume 1, where record progression is like not as good of an execute as a video, but it has the montages and stuff, so, and the history. I don't know, though. You know what? I'd say it's slightly above, just because it's just better executed. Okay. Awesome. So part 2.
In the first part of this...
Very cool. What orange the last one? Kinds of perfect. Exactly. Dude, that's a good point. That's funny. Red Ball Extreme Demon.
True.
Alright. In the first part of this Red Ball Iceberg series, we took a look at several more surface level aspects of the Red Ball series and the speedrunning community that surrounds it. To all of the people that subscribed while watching part 1, welcome back. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, make sure to watch it to get caught up to speed. As in this part, we will be exploring topics in the depths that are known by far fewer people. Tiers 4 through 6 are jam-packed with extremely interesting information, and I hope you enjoy watching as we dive into the depths of the Red Ball speedrunning iceberg.
Thanks for the follow, Fork D.
Here in Tier 4, we are very far down on the iceberg.
I'm gonna, for some reason, Stream Elements isn't showing, Yeah, no, I agree, Nor.
Surface of the water can still be seen, but this area is still extremely dark and hidden. Sonya was a person that submitted around 24 sped up or spliced runs across the Red Ball and Red Ball category extensions leaderboards, in a saga that lasted several months. The video modifications were often extremely obvious, and the runs weren't even...
Okay, so the thing is like, I had just gotten so many comments on the sub 20 train video, like, oh, your voice is so monotone. You'd like talk so, which is true, like, it was like bad narration, but it's like, it's just like overcorrecting, and it just took me way too long to figure out how to actually narrate videos. Because, like, to get good narration, it takes years, like, it just does. Like, most people, like, if you watch any YouTubers, like, first videos, they say they sound completely different. Yeah, you're right, Jez. You've never had any comments about, yeah.
That's stellar.
Never.
Cheating in speedrunning is a really dumb mistake to make, as it completely sacrifices your personal integrity, and getting genuine times are always more fulfilling than taking the easy way out. In level 9 of Red Ball, there is a jointed object that works somewhat like a car piston, turning a rotational force into a constant back and forth motion. If Red Ball wedges himself in the object in just the right way, he can disrupt the jointing enough to cause the plunger to effectively invert, disrupting its normal operation. King.com, the website that initially sponsored games in the Red Ball series, was essentially a gambling website, where people could stake real money in what were called skill games in hopes of generating some form of profit.
Yes, I did do that, yep.
In 2014, after the success of Candy Crush Saga, the website has been completely wiped of any traces of this activity.
You can't please everybody.
All of the Flash games in the Red Ball series are set to run at 30 frames per second. All except for
I don't know. I messed this up because like
Flash games and
it literally I put a 30
in
front of Red Ball 4 mobile, but it like it runs at 60
30 frames per second. All except for Red Ball, which carries an extremely uncharacteristic 31 FPS. It is largely believed that this was a mistake during development, as the physics in the game are clearly intended to be run at 30 times a second. There isn't any practical reason for setting the game to 31 FPS, as everything functions just fine when it is set to 30. The difference between 30 and 31 FPS is extremely unnoticeable while playing, but it does come with the side effect that the game is...
I don't know, like, Kiki. I don't know if anyone's tried that, because BlueStacks doesn't let you go above 60. It might run at 120, I'm not sure.
Actually running faster than intended, 3.33% faster to be exact. If the game ran at 30 frames per second instead, EG's current world record of 307.9 would actually convert to be around a 314.167, completely altering the difficulty of the 10-second barriers of the game. Because of the impact that this would have on mentality, it is likely that the history of the game would be completely different had it not been for this tiny mistake while programming.
It does?
There
Okay,
isn't
well,
any health
should
bar in Red Ball
definitely
2
test it
like there is in the Red Ball 4 volumes, but there is actually a secret health bar that Red Ball has relating to swimming in the toxic water. Upon loading a level, Red Ball can spend a total of 1 second in the water. If this limit is ever exceeded, Red Ball will die and the level will reset. For example, if Red Ball spends 29 frames in the toxic water before exiting, he will have effectively expended 29 out of his 30 hidden hearts. If Red Ball touches the water for a single frame more, he will instantly die.
Speedrunners have to manage their toxic health in level 16 to avoid dying and losing a bunch of time. In level 8 of Red Ball, there is a purple car that hides far more pain and agony than you would initially expect. There is no way to get through the car section consistently. The vehicle will toss, turn, flip, and brake to prevent you from reaching the flag. The funniest outcome of failing the car comes with the flying car, where the player will manage to click the body of the car, where they
just goes up straight.
effectively infinitely jump inside of it, allowing for the generation of infinite elevation. This is pretty rare, but has still occurred several times in people's speedruns. Make sure to watch Carpolation, linked in the card above, to see some more examples of this. In Red Ball 3, there is a PNG of a rabbit hiding in one of the walls on level 14, though some people mistakenly believe that it is a squirrel. It harbors 5 different gold stars, accounting for 250 out of the 4,780 points available for collection in the entire game.
Now I'm talking.
When touching the rabbit, it will let out a squeaking sound. We are unsure what the backstory behind this rabbit is.
I feel like it was likely I mean the most logical explanation is that it was one of Eugene's pets that died, and then he wanted to immortalize it somehow. So.
And why Ev decided to.
Oh yeah, that's right. And I had to speak fast to fix it. Yeah, because I was misinformed. Because
as all of that currently remains a mystery. In level 24 of Red Ball 2, there is a puzzle that is normally solved by revealing the shapes formed by hidden blocks and entering it on the 3 floor tiles on the left side of the level. However, speedrunners just memorize the 3 symbols to avoid this step. The starting symbol on each of the 3 floor tiles is randomized, with there being 5 total symbols to choose from on each tile. The odds of a tile displaying the correct symbol by default is 1/5, making the combined odds of the combination being correct upon loading the level 1 out of 125. Managing to get this in a run can save a good chunk of time, but it is of course extremely unlikely. Though the official Red Ball series has a wide array of entries, both by the original developer and by other parties, the amount of bootleg and knockoff games of Red Ball trying to capitalize on its success are absolutely immense, both on mobile and on the web. Hell, here's a video of me playing what is supposedly Red Ball 11. There's
Guys, Red Ball 11
Red Ball Forever that is actually impossible to beat.
Oh yeah, I kind of want to put a bounty on Red Ball Forever. If somebody can actually beat this game, that would be really funny because you just can't beat it.
You can't
if
jump
somebody
over
can
this
figure
boulder,
out a way,
which is necessary
I might
to
put a
complete
bounty
one of
on
the
it,
levels.
honestly.
It's almost like the
This would be
game
really
was
funny.
never actually tested.
No, I don't want to waste people's
As you can
time.
probably tell, most of these
This is
games are
literally
absolutely
impossible.
awful. Though there is one mobile knockoff of Red Ball 1 that is actually somewhat playable, with it having an individual level and full game leaderboard on the Red Ball Elite Google Sheet. On the character sprite in Red Ball 1, there is a tiny purple dot on the outer edge. This spot usually goes unnoticed by people who play the game due to the low contrast that it has against the color of the outer edge and the small size of the character. But it is still just always there, visible in plain sight.
It's always there.
In the licensed Red Ball game, Red Ball 5, there's a glitch that allows someone to skip multiple levels just by hitting the spacebar multiple times on the level complete screen. How this went unnoticed by the developer is just beyond me, as it happened several times while I was just casually playing the game for the first time. But I digress. This glitch causes some really weird behavior.
The developer definitely found it. They just did not
as the player will have to restart multiple times in order to
Great
get the
game.
character or menu to show up again. With enough elbow grease and 4 different keyboards, it is possible to skip all the way from level 1 to the last level, level 30, allowing the entire game to be beaten in under a minute. Aside from the squirrel in level 14, there are a bunch of different secret areas in Red Ball 3 that need to be accessed in order to collect every star and 100% the game. Similar areas exist in levels 2, 5, 9, and 13, with other hidden stars existing, such as the one under this box in level 12. These spots are extremely hard to find casually, as a walkthrough is pretty much necessary in order to 100% the game for the first time. In Tier 5 of the Iceberg, we have almost descended to the very bottom. Darkness consumes the vision of all who travel here, with public information on the subjects presented being sparse to non-existent. In the original Red and Blue Balls, there is a pseudo double jump glitch that involves using the other character as an effective slope in order to gain a large amount of height from a single jump, allowing for many puzzles to be partially or
Dude,
fully
we are
bypassed.
in the Abyss of
This
Darkness.
glitch is more
Abyss of
commonly known
Darkness
as
is
buddy
a
jumping
glow-up
or
of
partner
it.
jumping, but is sometimes referred to as motor
Welcome
jumping
to the
after the
stream,
person who
stupid.
initially discovered it, Motor Jam. In the Red Ball 4 volumes, there are many instances of apparent RNG in the boss battles that can either save or cost speedrunners a decent chunk of time. However, none of these battles have actual RNG present in them, but but rather play slightly differently every time due
That's
to
what
character
we said,
position
it's
having
an
a great
exploit.
impact on how the boss plays. In the final phase
Motor
of the
jumping
Volume
is
1
an
boss,
exploit.
the boss can decide to bounce either 4 or 5 times before becoming vulnerable again, a total of 3 times. Each 5 bounce costs anywhere from half a second to an entire second over getting a 4 bounce, so this final phase can become the make or break point for many speedruns due to the game being very short. The boss can be somewhat manipulated to have a greater chance of jumping only 4 times, but it is effectively impossible to consistently achieve this result. After the discovery of a new boss strat that will be touched on later in this video, the pseudo RNG was moved to being earlier in the boss in regards to the player's ability to roll it to the other side of the screen. In Volume 2, the boss's position after being stunned changes how far the saw blades have to travel in the first place, though this time save or loss is pretty negligible. In Volume 3, there is a strategy at the beginning of the boss that involves jumping into the first set of crushers, squeezing through the opening, hitting the boss to the other side of the screen, damaging it twice, and then finally getting a third hit once it rolls back. It is quite intricate, quite technical, and saves around 3 to 4 seconds, but it is extremely inconsistent, mainly because the first set of crushers often don't give Red Ball an opening to squeeze back through, causing him to be crushed.
Dang.
The crushers have to be jumped into in a certain way to mitigate this possibility, but there will still always be a high chance that Red Ball is never given an opening and dies, making it a source
Thankfully,
of
we
pseudo
have it
RNG.
set up
Additionally,
together.
at the end of the Volume 3 boss, the bomb enemies meant to damage the boss roll at a seemingly random speed towards the boss after being activated, sometimes being so slow that they never actually end up damaging it. This charade is entirely
I
dependent
would never
on player
lose a
and
run
boss
to
position,
bomb
but with no
number
way to
3.
get consistent results from a setup, it remains yet another way for a run to be killed due to bad luck in the boss. Moving over to Red Ball 4 Mobile, Volume 4 has a boss that has an extremely erratic jump pattern in the third phase, also tied to player position, which has the ability to kill the run, even if the player is really skilled. The Volume 5 boss does appear to have random pellets being shot at the player in the final phase, but these actually aren't random, making it the only boss out of the 5 volumes that doesn't have any tangible pseudo-randomness present. In the comment section of a glitchless strat video made by MotorJam, there are a few comments made by a person named Dale R. These comments are all relating to glitchless strats, one of which went unnoticed for a year.
Shoutouts
something
Dale
that was finally
R.
found by speedrunner Thog N,
So
which allowed it
funny.
to be implemented into glitchless runs of the game. In the Red Ball 4 Flash volumes, there is a single frame that the player can pause while a level is being loaded that will display the level objects with a completely white background. This sometimes happens to runners on accident when they are trying to reset the game after failing a run. Star phasing is a glitch present in Red Ball 3 where the player will completely go through a star without collecting it. This is a product of stars having a small hitbox and game lag causing the collision to not be detected. This has happened to people during 100% runs of the game and is really annoying because it can cause pretty hefty time losses. Dev flags refers to the theory that Evgeny Fedosov, the creator of Red Ball, placed level
Do we actually like have a comprehensive technical explanation for RB3 star phasing? Because I don't think it's ever been investigated. I don't know. Yeah. Tell us.
Words. This guy's just talking.
Flags at
Words.
random points in some of the levels
You
for
should
testing
check out the
purposes.
RB1
If one of these
task
flags
channel.
could be found,
They literally
it would have
just
the
talk
potential
in
to save a massive amount of
random
time in the speedrun.
task strings.
Unfortunately,
I just
we
got
have
a
yet to find anything of the
E7
sort, and we are very unlikely to ever find any dev flags, as none have appeared while looking at the level sprites in a Flash decompiler.
It's pretty great.
I guess we can only dream. Car skip refers to the theory that the car in level 8 of Red Ball could somehow be bypassed,
It can
in the
be.
hopes that this could
Flag
save some
abuse.
amount of time. Speedrunner Norxor was able to travel down the entire first red slope, which is intended to kill Red Ball upon contact, without dying, using a series of slow, tiny jumps. This opened the possibility that the car skip could actually be achievable. Later, speedrunner Rare XCC did actually manage to make it all
Yes,
the way to the flag,
literally.
but this was a result of his
Literally.
game having an immense
so
amount of
funny.
lag, with the flag not even raising at the end of the level. A full car skip under a normal
Test
game
strings.
state is still
Fake.
currently unachieved.
Fake.
It wouldn't even save any time, as
Test
Red Ball would be
strings.
getting no speed
I
from
don't get
traveling
it.
downward on the slopes.
They just
In
look
level
at
1 of
task
Red
strings.
Ball 4
and
Volume
they
1,
just
there is a
understand.
pretty
It's like
glaring issue when
it's
it
like
comes to
another
the water
language.
sprite that is present. If we travel to this spot right here, you will notice that the water abruptly stops, with the background being
Epic
completely
fail.
visible for a small segment.
Epic fail.
This goes unnoticed by the vast majority of people who play the game, with Evgeny clearly missing the small mistake during development. In Red Ball 4 Mobile, this mistake is absent due to the aspect ratio of the game being altered. Red Ball Hero is the prototype version of Red Ball 3, similar to the relationship.
Yeah, funny thing about Red Ball Hero is that there's like an HTML5 port of it on Friv, and like I don't know how they made it or how they had the ability to make it. Like Do that for the other Red
between
Ball
Red Ball
games,
Platformer
please.
and the final release of Red Ball. In Red Ball Hero, levels 15, a standard level, and 20, the boss fight, are missing, as they were likely still being finished. Another quirk with this pre-release is that the checkpoint flags just don't work and never get activated. Whenever the R button is pressed, the player is sent to the beginning of the level. The absence of the not Doppler branding that is present in the full release indicates that, just like Red Ball Platformer, this version of the game was used to pitch to potential sponsors. However, unlike Red Ball Platformer, this game did actually manage to make it out into the wild, appearing on some flash game sites such as Friv.com. Minimum jumps refers to the challenge of beating Red Ball in as few jumps as possible.
When was the last time anybody worked on
from
minimum
the
jumps?
A-button challenge present in Super Mario 64.
Is there like
Some
a
of the
task
strats
of that?
are pretty inventive,
I can't even
such as
remember.
this one to complete level 3 in just 2 jumps. But there isn't much interest in the challenge run due to the large amount of jumps required to beat the game and the difficulty of avoiding these jumps with Red Ball's extremely limited moveset. This is it, the bottom of the iceberg. Everything
What's up,
down
Carmel?
here is pretty much pitch black, with the surface of the water hundreds of feet up. Only select individuals know all the things.
Okay,
that
now
can
the
truly be
narration
found
is
here.
better.
Over the years,
go.
people have tried to theorize various
Let's
ways of how the
go.
bosses in Red Ball 3 and Red Ball 4 volumes could be skipped. In Red Ball 3, damage is dealt to the boss every time it
Tier
is
6
jumped
might
on.
save this
So
video.
if there was a way to continually jump on the boss at a rapid pace, it would save a massive amount of time. As for the Red Ball 4 volumes, people have sought the possibility of scaling the invisible wall on the right side of the screen, possibly being able to activate the next level trigger that is normally there in other levels of the game. However, by hacking the game and placing Red Ball above the invisible wall by default, it can be found that the level end trigger is just not there. The only way to finish the level and activate the cutscene is to drain the boss's health bar to 0. Many other things were tried in the 5 volumes, but nothing monumental could be found. However, the community finally had their breakthrough in Red Ball 4
Boss
Volume
roll.
1, after a new player by the name
Why
of
is
Exodus
boss roll
found
in
that
tier
Phase
6?
1, where Red Ball is able to damage the
Everybody-
boss
oh, I
3
guess the
times,
boss roll video
could be
hadn't been
repeated
made
a
yet.
second time by pushing the boss to the other side of the screen after damaging it for a 3rd time. The player could then damage the boss 3 more times in the second iteration of Phase 1,
Optimal
killing the boss
gameplay.
and completely bypassing Phases 2 and 3. After further optimizations were made, mainly through rolling the boss to the other side of the screen instead of pushing it, the trick ended up saving a massive 25 seconds over the traditional strat, which takes a skilled player 54 to 55 seconds to complete on average. In the Red Ball 4 Flash volumes, the 3 buttons for pausing, resetting, and opening the walkthrough are actually the exact same shape that Red Ball is.
No way.
It is likely that FGenie didn't want them to be an exact circle, but also didn't want to have to make another organic outline, so he just copied Red Ball's sprite and changed it up a bit. In May of 2020, there was a very small tournament held between
Lazy
7
developer,
Red Ball
I can't
1
believe he
runners that ended up
reused a
with myself
shape.
as the victor and Yellow Skarmory as the runner-up. This tournament was extremely close
The
off,
only
and
time
no
I
matches
ever
were
won a Red
recorded,
Ball
but
tournament.
it set the foundation for what would become the far more successful second Red Ball tournament with double the amount of participants, 14, with Rare EG as the victor and myself as the runner-up. In level 13 of Red Ball 2, it is possible to
this is
activate
before
a checkpoint flag
we
in
knew
the level
Death
sooner
Warp,
than
or
intended
like
by
how Death
jumping
Warp
into
worked.
the spike pit. The player can then backtrack to collect a few stars and reset again, where the level can then be completed. This saves just around 2 seconds over normal method of completion, mainly due to Red Ball not having to lower out of the wind section after collecting the 3 stars up there. The reason that this is at the bottom of the iceberg is that we have no idea what causes this to happen. It's a complete anomaly. Nothing really stands out as being off in the code. If this checkpoint can be activated early, what if other checkpoints can be activated early as well? Will
Or
we
the
find more
or the
instances
flag
of
at
this
level
by
4
pure chance,
get
or will
being
we
collected
be able
early.
to find other examples by cracking the code of the early activation?
We
in
did
level
find other
13?
examples, but it
It's a
wasn't by
deep
cracking
rabbit
the
hole that has
code.
everyone continually guessing.
We'll never
Missing
figure this
runs
out. There
refers
will
to
never
the
be a
fact
video
that
about
many
it
speedruns
on
have
this
been
channel.
removed or
And
deleted from
we
the
will not be
leaderboards
watching it
across the
later.
Red Ball series, one of them being a time as fast as 3:28 in Red Ball 1. Most of these runs have been deleted by the people who uploaded them, but some runs were also purged due to the 430
Guys, I'll let you in on a little secret. Malice FX 329.
game audio cutoff that was implemented in Red Ball 1 in 2017. Though many of these runs were restored back to the leaderboards after the cutoff was lowered to 4 minutes in 2020, some were probably just never added back. Additionally, many runners have deleted the videos attached to their runs from YouTube, leaving a couple spots in the history of these games incomplete.
Yeah, 16
These runs
wrong
could
way
have
to
featured new strategies or inventive gameplay that have now been completely lost to time. When the Red Ball community first started exploring Red and Blue Balls, the side series of Red Ball, we became quickly frustrated at the lack of speedrunning skips, being forced to complete the inconsistent, unintuitive puzzles present in each level of the game. Hell, we even struggled to complete the game at all in the first place due to the sparse amount of information on how to solve some of the puzzles and
Red
the
and Blue
non-functional
Balls
hint
documentary.
button. Unfortunately, the pause jump strategy used in Red Ball 2 barely gave the player any extra height, rendering it pretty much completely useless. At a dead end, I decided to put up a whopping $5 bounty for anyone who would be able to discover some form of useful double jump glitch in the game. Not long after, MotorJam discovered the aforementioned buddy jumping, allowing him to claim the bounty. In his speech at a Flash game conference, Evgeny mentioned that he made a game called Raindrop before creating Red Ball. With a blurry...
I can't believe, like, I wasn't able to, like, I guess I just did one Google search and couldn't find it. Like, bro, you just have to type in Raindrop and change the date and stuff. Or just, like, it was literally on his Newgrounds page. I don't know how I did not find
photo displaying some of the gameplay.
Some person
unfortunately
commented about
no
finding
traces
it, like,
of this
the day
game
the
have
video
been found
dropped.
online, leaving the community to wonder what the gameplay was like. Unsure whether the game was ever released in the first place.
It was.
The Red Ball 4
Definitely
Flash
was.
volumes all feature heavy obfuscation in their code, which makes it pretty much impossible to read and decipher what is really going on. JPEXS, a piece of Flash decompiling software, sometimes fails to decompile extremely crucial methods in the game's code, leaving us completely unsure what the code there even is. It is possible that, shrouded in all this secrecy, there are crucial bits of information in the game's code that could give us a better understanding of the game, possibly allowing us to invent new speedrunning strategies with the newfound knowledge. However, with the code effectively locked up, we can only sit and imagine what secrets may lie within. Similar to the boss skip theories mentioned before,
Early Girlfriend
describes the theory that Red Ball could somehow clip or
Don't
break
do this
open
one in
the
real
cage
life,
that
though.
Pink Ball
You
is
get put in a
lowered
cage.
down in earlier than intended,
Like Girlfriend
creating
is
the
in a cage.
potential for a massive time save. The level ends when Red Ball makes contact with Pink Ball, a possibility that is separated by just a thin shim of metal. Dang Shibara is currently the world record holder for the slowest time on the Red Ball 3 leaderboards. All of their speedruns on Speedrun.com were performed in around a 4-month time period from late 2015 to early 2016, with no apparent activity being recorded since then. Their blazing fast Red Ball 3 time of 45:36 actually used to be the world record due to no other runs being present on the leaderboards. The description of this run
was a
reads,
pioneer.
pretty good run, will be hard to improve.
Yeah.
The world record, as of recording this video, is a 5:36. Exactly 40 minutes
It's a
faster
little
than this
bit
run,
faster,
which,
I think.
once again, used
It
to
was a
be the
little bit
world
faster.
record. Truman to Good is a Speedrun.com user that never submitted any runs, but still managed to change the course of history of Red Ball speedrunning with just one guide on the 17th of October 2017. It reads, if you pause and jump while on the ground, your game will be paused, but when you click P again, you will jump. Knowing this, if you press P and jump at the same time, then hold space and click P, you jump twice as high. I found this messing around, so this should make the run a lot easier.
Thank you, Truman.
That's right. This random person who created a Speedrun.com account, presumably just to make this post, discovered pause jumping, the most important speedrunning glitch present in both Red Ball 2 and Red Ball 3. This post actually went unnoticed for quite a while, as Red Ball 3 was extremely inactive at the time, and because guide posts are far less likely to be seen than forum posts. It was only after MotorJam noticed the post that I used it to beat Jandog with a 6:38 on the 17th of October 2018,
Boom.
exactly a year after the trick was initially discovered. On the same day, I achieved a 13:52 with the glitch in Red Ball 2.
I
In
agree,
Volume
like
4 of Red Ball 4 Mobile, the second phase of the boss had a massive change with the updated release on July 8th, 2020. A once
It was
difficult
released on
moving
July
laser
8th on
section
iOS,
was trimmed down to just a short squeeze, reducing both the difficulty and length of the boss. Though it could have been removed because of the moderate difficulty, it is still completely unknown exactly why the change was made. For all we know, it could have been a complete mistake. The patch notes for that July 8th update only mentions bug fixes, saying nothing about the substantial change to the boss. And there you have it. The Red Ball Speedrunning Iceberg fully explained. From common knowledge to theoretical pipe dreams, this two-part series has revealed a great deal about the Red Ball series and the secrets that lie within. While this iceberg is by no means a fully comprehensive knowledge base of the Red Ball speedrunning community, it still holds a massive wealth of knowledge, with it still having many holes that we can hope to fill in one day. I thank you for watching to the end of the video, and I encourage you to check out some of the other Flash and Red Ball.
Honestly, like, I like the first part more, I guess. Also, this one, the first part also had better narration for some reason. So I'd either put it here. Put it there. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the only level time. This one's only 8 minutes.
On the 9th of December, 2017, a speedrunner by the name of Ollie Mures completed a phenomenal speedrun of a Flash game called This is the Only
video
Level
is very short
with a time of
and
224.675 in the any percent, pauseless, and glitchless category. This is the Only Level is laid out in 30 stages, each with the same layout but having a different quirk, such as having to mash left and right to move, bouncy floors, a constant force and much more.
Yo, Aiden, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it, dude. Let's go. Enjoy the emotes. Let's go. Yeah, the pinned comment is this is the only record. Shoutouts to Gabriel Cruz.
Time came during a long span of competition with a runner named DHA, who had been making large improvements to the world record that year. Most notably, DHA managed to save an entire cycle in stage 25. Essentially, this wall only lowers every 10 seconds of in-game time. Runners had always lost a significant chunk of time save waiting for the 210 cycle.
DHA is the infamous
was able to nail the cycle at 2 minutes flat, saving him almost 10 seconds. This cycle save was extremely clutch and very unexpected to the game's runners at the time, since nobody had really come close to getting it beforehand. More early game strategies were later developed to make saving this cycle much easier, such as holding right and tapping left in the left-right
just
march
tapping
stage,
it a couple times,
instead of alternating the key presses, and clipping through the beginning pipes in levels 3, 15, and 24. This pipe clip method could also be used in stages 26 and 27 to save some time in the later levels. Even with these new strategies, only 14 runners have ever achieved this cycle in a run, speaking volumes to the continued
Mario, let's go.
This facet of stage 25 has a very obvious side effect, with all top runners beating stage 25 at the exact same in-game time due to the cycle. The only way to gain and lose time over another player's run is in the last 5 stages. No matter how fast someone plays the first 25 stages, they will never be able to save another cycle, so it will grant no time save. On top of this, the character
really
moves
funny
at a
when
completely
that guy
fixed
was
speed,
speedrunning the
so the
game.
gameplay from top runners in the last 5 stages
There's
always
this
looks
random
extremely
Spanish
similar and has
streamer
very
with like 2,000
similar
viewers
times.
that was streaming
Despite
Red Ball
this,
speedruns.
with the game
Really
almost
funny.
at its absolute maximum in terms of
Banana
time save,
Roo,
Ollie finally managed to take the
he's a
world record
Spanish
back from
streamer, but he had, like,
DHA with his
2,000 viewers. He was streaming Red Ball speedruns for a few
224.675,
days.
beating his PB by 250 milliseconds and beating
Wait, what's your
DHA's
Red Ball
former
1 PB?
world
What did you
record
get?
by 150 milliseconds. The description of this run simply read,
Wasn't expecting.
That's when I started getting other people to
Ollie
read
knew
their
that his
lines,
time was
which
great, but
definitely
he
cool.
had no
254
idea what would
tourney,
end up
let's
ensuing in the
go.
following 3 years.
Alright, this is when this video gets good.
Fuck yes.
Let's go, dude!
That's right. Since Ollie Muirs achieved his 224.675,
This 5-way tie would never
it
turn
has
into
been
a
tied by
7-way tie. It
4
would also
separate
never be
runners to the
broken.
exact same frame. DHA on May 24th, 2018. Chromo on March 22nd, 2020. Lucky Hamburger on May 6th, 2020. And the 1C on January 7th, 2021. All of these runners entered stage 25 at different times, but it didn't matter. The 10-second cycle at 2 minutes flat had to be waited for, and everyone entered stage 26 on the exact same frame. The videos desync
Thanks
from
for
this
the follow.
point due to lag, but since the game is timed with a 40 FPS in-game timer, this doesn't really matter. The gameplay displayed in all of these runs in the last 5 stages was seemingly perfect. It's hard to tell due to these video recordings happening at either 30 or 60 FPS while the gameplay is happening at 40 FPS, but every in-game timer appears to stay perfectly together on the entrance of every one of the last 5 stages. Yes, all signs point towards 224.675 being an unbeatable time. But that's the thing. There's really no way to know with 100% certainty. The game has no task tools, where a series of programmed inputs can be read instead of human input. And the recording FPS being different from the gameplay FPS still leaves a lot of uncertainty on the table. Maybe there is something, some small detail that everyone is missing. Is the time truly unbeatable? With current known strategies,
if somebody's posting
this is likely the
annoying
truth.
spam message in
But
chat,
perhaps a glitch,
posting
or
the
even
same
a
annoying
tiny
spam
movement
message in chat
optimization could
doesn't
allow the
make you
barrier to
funny.
be broken. Lots of Flash games have ways of boosting off both the front and back corners of platforms, but due to the simplicity of the game, this kind of exploit doesn't really exist. Besides, the game has a hard cap on the player's movement speed, with acceleration not really existing. For the most part, you are either moving, or you are not. Perhaps, with the right angle, the player could clip through the 2-minute cycle barrier in stage 25 slightly faster than normal, but that avenue also shows little promise. Saving another 10-second cycle in 25, getting through at 1 minute and 50 seconds is currently far from being possible, and would likely need multiple large breakthroughs in order to become a reality. Stages 26 through 30 require very simplistic movement, where the player either takes the same top route or same bottom route of the stage. The vast majority of the time variance between runs that get the 2-minute cycle comes with how fast the player gets through the gate. The top 2-minute cycle runs make it through on the first possible frame, while the lowest 2-minute cycle runs just barely make it through. The almost universal consensus among the community is that 224.675 is an unbreakable time.
Yeah.
Another famous first-place tie can be found in the video game Dragster, where 19 different people hold the unbreakable record of 5.57 seconds. However, this time is actually proven to be unbeatable as a result of an extensive reverse engineering project. However, all of these unbreakable ties and
there's a
reverse engineering
subreddit
efforts
that's
fail to consider
r/MilesVivo.
one
It has 3
crucial
members and all
piece,
3 of them are online,
the
and there's
human
currently a
element.
lounge chat going
If
on.
speedrunners could just have the courage to start their games in
There's nothing in
second
it.
gear. Alright, enough of that. So that's the story of the unbreakable first place
Just gotta
tie
harness
in
the
the
human
Flash
element.
game. This is the only level.
There are
The
5
5 runners
people
that have
online in the
achieved a time of
MilesVivo
224.
subreddit.
Are they the 5 people? Are they DHA, Ollie Muirs,
Yes,
the 1C,
definitely.
Chromo, and Lucky Hamburger?
Good night, Yak. I love you.
Ollie
Good night,
Muirs,
Yak 27.
DHA, Chromo, Lucky
Start Red Ball
Hamburger,
36
and
in
the
second
1C
gear. I can't find
have
anything above Red
accomplished
Ball
a truly
11,
great feat
unfortunately.
with their first place speedruns for the any percent pauseless and glitchless category. 88 other runners sit behind them, 9 of whom have completed a run with the 2-minute cycle, but they are the only ones who have managed to push the game to absolute perfection. Every single video game in existence has a hard limit on how fast it can
I don't
be
know why I used the Red Ball segmented run. It's like, oh, this is the hard, like, no, you'd have to use the task, but even then, you know.
completed. And humans are usually very far off of these marks. However, for this is the only level, the game that...
Alright, wait, I guess the task didn't exist back then? Yeah, the task didn't exist back then. Never mind.
repeats
this
itself
lore is
30
insane.
times,
Hold on.
with each stage having a different twist. That theoretical limit has likely been matched by 5 different sets of human hands. Thanks for watching. If you did end up enjoying this video, please consider subscribing or checking out some of the other Flash-related content.
While we
on my
load up the
channel.
next video, I want you
hope have a
guys
great
to know
day.
that I did some Miles Vivo hunting. Apparently, Miles Vivo is some like thing in the Geometry Dash community, and it's like
Geometry Dash. Whoa.
yes, and it's like people are using him to like terrorize other people in the Geometry Dash community. It was kind of insane, and like. The moderator of the Miles Vivo subreddit, Necessary Ad 3967, has 2 posts: the Miles Vivo Lounge and a Geometry Dash post that says, "Rate my levels, please. My user is Benoist. Try my level I'm making called Bombed, or I'm gonna become a Reaper and reap you, cat." And under that it goes, "Removed. Rule 5."
What was Rule 5?
Yeah, somebody in the Geometry Dash community did make like an okay mixtape from what I understand, but like it wasn't Miles Vivo. That's for sure. Unless it was actually.
Speaking of Miles Vivo, I think I'd put this in B tier as well. I mean, it had the montage, so I put it like high B tier. It's like right there. I'd say that's where it goes. Thanks for the follow, it's VSpookDev. You've been in here, so I know you're not just following to spam.
In 2008.
Yeah. Copy paste in chat. Okay, so boss roll video. So this was narrated by Jez. So, and even though it says that in the first, it's like right here, I still got like a million comments. Why are you talking about yourself in the first person? It's like I don't understand some people. Like you have to make it. Even if you make it painfully obvious, it's just, yeah.
I'm actually about to purchase Geometry Dash so I can
just re-download it. You
You're so
definitely
right.
owned it before. Family sharing.
I'm about to purchase Geometry Dash so I can find out who Miles Vivo is. This is like
Follow the lore. Let it keep us posted.
In the
What's up,
final
Nat Cat?
level of the Flash game Red Ball 4 Volume 1, there's a boss that consists of 3 phases. In Phase 1, the boss
I
rolls
can't
from
believe you'd
one
lie
side
about
of the screen
anything,
to the
Jez.
other
You've
in an
never
attempt to
cheated.
damage the player. After the roll, the boss becomes vulnerable, allowing
never
for
cheat
Red
a
Ball
monkey-
to deal
monkey ball
damage
in. My
and take
dad's
one of his 6
off
total
family sharing
hearts.
for whatever
After
reason, so
dealing
I'm having
3
this on
hits
your
during
phone.
this phase, Phase 2 is initiated. The boss will jump and slam on the ground, summoning a selection of enemies that Red Ball must defeat. The first slam summons a single normal enemy, the second summons 2 normal enemies, and the third summons a pair of armored enemies that will charge at Red Ball and require 2 hits of damage to be defeated. After Red Ball overcomes each wave of enemies,
You're gonna miss some of
Phase
the
3
intro of the
begins.
boss roll
The
video.
boss
The
bounces
boss roll
around
video
the
doesn't
screen
get good
erratically,
until like 10
either
minutes
4
in,
or
so don't
5
worry.
times, before becoming vulnerable for a hit. This pattern of 4 or 5 bounces is effectively random, with the player losing up to a second every time the boss decides to bounce 5 times instead of the more conservative 4. After 3 hits, the boss's health bar will have completely depleted. Red
Yeah.
Ball has now won the
It is
game,
funny.
and the final cutscene will play. For speedrunners, this boss has become an especially
tournament
dangerous
updates
and
in Twitch chat. I wanna
time-consuming
know how
part of the
everyone's doing
speedrun,
in
and
it.
one small cock-up could quickly turn a potential PB into a dead
Just so
run.
you know, I definitely didn't write cock up into the script. That was
A number of optimizations have been made for the boss fight over the years, and can even be seen in the first ever recorded speedrun of the game, where Jess, which is me, intentionally took damage to prevent the boss from
Yeah, it
rolling
even
all
says like we're Jess, which is me. Like, how do people like? Where are you taking yourself in the first person? Like, it's like they're just not even watching the video. I guess. Like, I don't know. It's crazy.
all the way to the other side of the screen. I also reset
Oh,
at the
yeah,
end
you're
of
right. I
phase
forgot
1
about
to
that,
replenish
Jez.
my health, which apparently also cuts the boss's movement short in phase 2, so I was even more innovative than I realised. In more recent times, riskier strategies such as double enemy kills and preemptive boss damaging in phase 3 were also implemented into the run, both adding much greater risk to the fight in an attempt to shave off those precious frames. With these optimizations, a boss that would take a casual player around 1 minute and 5 seconds to complete
YouTube
could now be
comment
beaten
section
in
is
around 54
really
to 55 seconds. However, the fact still remained that the boss was largely unbroken, No phases of the boss could be skipped. No
I mean, have you
enemies
ever
could
seen
be
Jez and
forced
Max in the
out of
same room? We gotta
existence,
make it
and
happen.
no level end triggers could be found to
I'm
finish
flying
the level
over
without
with
having to fight the
Doctor
boss at all.
to go to the pub
Its
with you
programming
and,
reigned victorious.
Jeffy.
With the
You can
available
drink when
time
you're
save in the
when you're
game's
18
platforming
and,
levels being almost completely exhausted,
Mhm.
speedrunners sought
Doctor's also
desperately for
definitely
any new
18.
discoveries that could be
Yep.
found in
Yep.
the boss fight, but unfortunately, we came up with nothing. It felt hopeless.
It was
There were
so
no more
hopeless, guys.
options to explore. Seasoned Red Ball veterans had effectively given up hope. However, old eyes can often glance over wide open apertures that have yet to be explored, and in the case of the Red Ball 4 Volume 1 boss, a pair of new eyes were all that it took.
Have you seen Maximum
On the
and Doctor in the
16th of
same
January,
room? Didn't
2021,
think so.
a
Yeah, that's
user
what
by
I'm
the
saying.
name of Ides posted a video titled Red Ball 4 Volume 1 Boss Glitch to the Red Ball 4 General channel of the community's Discord server. Ides was a very new member of the community, having joined the Discord and the Red Ball community in general only a day prior. In the video posted, after hitting the boss for the third time, Ides just starts pushing it to the other side of the screen, shunting it along while it's still vulnerable. By constantly hitting the boss, this period of vulnerability will never end, as the 2-second countdown that begins when the boss initially takes damage gets reset upon each subsequent contact. As long as the countdown never reaches 0, the boss will never exit this state. After arduously shifting the boss to the other side of the screen, it becomes vulnerable again, able to take damage from another hit, and after this, the boss just carries on its Phase 1 behavior. 2 rolls later, the boss is 1 hit away from death, and that's it. The fight's over. Instead of progressing to Phase 2 after taking a 3rd hit like normal, a phase where the boss doesn't ever become vulnerable, it just repeats a 2nd iteration of Phase 1 because of the push. The community was shocked to see what Ides had pulled off. Finally, something new on this level had been found, but unfortunately, it was slower. With Ides' time clocking in at 58 seconds,
It'll never be
it was
faster.
4 seconds behind what was required to be a viable time save. Although the strat had completely disrupted the boss's normal progression,
Also, I
it
think I
seemed
read
like
this
it
whole
would
script
pan
on a
out
car
as an
ride.
effectively useless alternative to normal completion. But thankfully, that's not exactly how
I
things
just told myself
went.
I'm finishing this before you know.
Once
and I did.
more, experienced players started
wasn't while I was
experimenting with the
driving,
new strategy. The time was brought down to around 49 to 50 seconds, and with the combined efforts of Norxor and Thog_N, it was made
the
fairly
underscore is very
consistent.
important.
Despite the strategy not looking to be the huge breakthrough that everyone was hoping for, a 4 or 5 second time save was still very acceptable, as it opened up the possibility of a time in the 3-1x range, with the current world record being a time of 3 minutes and 27 seconds by its maximum. With this newfound knowledge, Matthew Motorjam immediately began doing runs, hoping the new boss strat would allow him to snag
or
the
just
first
like
place
distract
trophy.
her and
During
then like go to
Motorjam's
Twitch and then
attempts,
pull up
fellow
the stream.
speedrunner Norxor claimed to have found a way to make the strategy 100% consistent, but this boring development was completely overshadowed by what happened soon after. 32 seconds. Motorjam, the 2nd place runner at the time, managed to beat the boss in just 32 seconds. But what did he do differently to take off a further 18 seconds? Let's just say that he turned the boss push into more of a boss roll. After the boss was damaged for the 3rd time by running into Red Ball, Motorjam initiated a series of consecutive hits on the boss, timed so that each one was whenever it looked as though the boss had a tilt of about 45
This will never be
degrees.
consistent.
The
It
boss
still
rolled over, tilting at another 45-degree angle, where it could then be hit
I don't think
again,
one actual
and
will be
again,
done, no.
and so on.
It's too difficult.
The arduous task of slowly sliding the boss while it sat flat on the ground was quickly discarded for this much faster method of taking him on a roll. The community was ecstatic at this revelation,
Red Ball
with the
happy.
boss strat now saving over 20 seconds compared to a normal skilled completion. Motorjam returned to doing runs with this huge development now in his repertoire, confident that he could claim a world record. A run that was 15 seconds behind could easily become a new record, is probably what he wished. It turned out the full boss roll was actually pretty difficult to do. Runners struggled to pull it off more than 30% of the time. time. But still, the race was on, and as its maximum set forth to defend his title, MotorJam got this run.
Yes!
Luigi's Mansion.
Sub 30, sub 30, sub 30, eat or run!
It wasn't quite a new
No
world
way.
record, but the time on the boss read 29.71 seconds, saving a massive 25 seconds over the boss fight in the still standing world record of 3:27. With a way to save that much time, people began to realise that the once joked about time of sub 3 may actually become a reality.
No
However,
way.
with a time of that magnitude so far away, all MotorJam and its maximum were worried about was achieving the first world record with the new strategy. And finally, after a series of mishaps and chokes by the two contenders, a new world record was set.
Go, 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 go. Go, yes, yes.
Oh my god!
That's it. That's it, that's it, that's it, that's it.
Yellow Skarmory was in that VC. Man, yeah, hanging out in VCs is so cool. There's like 5 or 6 people watching this.
No way!
MotorJam had done it. A 319, the first 3-1X in the game's history. The community went mental, but the competition between the two was far from over, as they both knew full well a time in the 3-0X range was attainable, so the two just kept going at it. On the 16th of January 2021, the very same day that Ides posted his revolutionary video, all of these world records were set.
No, I had it, dude. I had it.
Max fucking got
Yo,
it,
what
man.
record?
Max, you got it.
Invalid. Yeah, this was because of like a random flash that happened in the run because control R had been used, I think.
I think that might be world record.
I just didn't feel like explaining it in the video because there wasn't really a point.
After this wild series of trades, the dust settled and the record stuck at a 311.125 by MotorJam. The competition that once enveloped the two from late 2018 to early 2019 was finally being relived. The metaphorical fire was being stoked, but as MotorJam soon left the game behind yet again, it seemed like history was about to repeat itself. Its maximum now had free rein to push the record lower, an extremely similar situation to the one he was put in grinding for the first sub 330 in late 2019, and after getting a new world record of 310, its maximum set his sights on one final goal. Sub 3.
Yo, what's up,
what he did for the
EG?
next few
Thank you for the
weeks.
freaking 17 months, dude. That's freaking awesome. Yeah, purple. I need to upload more sub badges because I think that's only a 1-year badge. I need to upload. Oh, I guess 18 hasn't been hit yet. I don't think I have anything past purple though. But dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Glad you could stop by. Yeah, dude. I literally got chills when I watched Red Ball World Record progression. I've been making like an enjoyment tier list, and it currently looks like this. So yeah, this boss run video is good, dude. That level, let's go. All right, yeah. I haven't been doing well, man. You gotta stay around for the how the flawless Red Ball speedrun got destroyed. It's coming up. Yeah, I'm gonna remove the 1.25x thing because I'm not gonna use it.
Despite numerous complications with the boss and various other levels in the game, its Maximum finally got a run that he was proud of on the 8th of February. Adding to the 24 to 25 seconds that the new boss strat could save, this run had the skill level of what a 325 or 326 would have been, of course with the still difficult boss roll tacked on. But despite his best efforts and heaps of practice, Maximum couldn't get his consistency with the strategy above 50%.
If you want to watch all the layouts,
Every time he entered the boss, he flipped a coin. If it landed on heads,
yeah,
the
I literally
strat would
flipped
be
a coin right
successful.
before I entered
If it
the
landed
level
on tails,
to
it
decide if
would
I'd
not.
get it or
Whether
not.
it was the result of the boss lying flat after the first hit,
Dude, EG
or
played
down
with
to
a
mistake of
laptop
his
for like a
own. For the
considerable
coin to land on
portion.
heads, both luck and gameplay ability needed to
Can't
be
say,
on
"Oh,
his
I'm bad
side,
'cause I have
and
a
with nerves at
membrane
play,
keyboard.
this was a tall order. With Maximum streaming
I guess
all of his
it
attempts
is
for the
now
fabled
with, like,
sub
frame
3
perfect
after
setups and
getting a
stuff, but back when it
304,
was just,
people watched on
like,
live in the hopes of seeing it
you know,
become a reality.
game
On day
skill,
2, he got a lower
having a
304,
membrane
and on
keyboard
day
wasn't,
3,
like,
he got the
fatal.
301 from the earlier
You could still be
montage. The
competitive.
sub 3 felt so close, but with the rest of the game being heavily inconsistent with its double jumping, speed conservation, and frame perfect tricks, the sub 3 was going to be no easy feat. The game was being pushed to its absolute limits, and any
Nice,
small
Jez.
mistake would usually bring the run to a pitiful end. Effectively everything
end.
had to go
I definitely-
perfectly for the sub
that was
3 to
definitely added by
happen.
Jez.
Its Maximum kept losing good pace runs to the gauntlet that was the late game levels. Thankfully, on day 7, the stars aligned. Transitioning from level 6 to level 7, the game completely negated all of Red Ball's momentum, a rather annoying and unfortunate event that happens around 40% of the time. Exiting level 7, its Maximum was now 2.7 seconds behind his PB. The run was on the verge of death, but he knew that with an essentially perfect ending, sub 3 was still barely possible, so he pressed on. He played levels 8 through 14 flawlessly, without a single visible hindrance. He nailed the gap and
there's
platform
now, like,
double jumps
you
on
can
level
improve
10.
on it by, like,
he
10
played
seconds
level
with new
11
strats.
seemingly
It's so funny.
perfectly, hitting an extremely inconsistent strategy, almost tying his gold split for the level. And on level 14, he pulled off the difficult and nerve-wracking cart double jump. Upon entering the boss, his best possible time was around a 259.7. Not only did he need to get the boss strategy, he also could only afford to lose 0.2 seconds at most to his gold split for the fight. As the boss rolled in for the final hit, he knew he was cutting it close. And then...
Yes, dude! Let's go!
Oh yeah, I started using a towel because like I started getting wrist pain when I was like double jumping and stuff. It's like, oh, let me just put a hand towel there, and it actually did help a lot. But yeah, and Creddy did unironically end up getting like carpal tunnel for a bit from Red Ball 4 double jumps. So stay healthy, everybody.
Yes, dude! Let's go! Let's go! Yes!
On the 16th of January 2021, a complete newcomer to the Red Ball community uploaded a video, innocently named Red Ball Volume 1 Boss Glitch. There's no way Ides, or anyone for that matter, would have anticipated the massive domino chain that this would topple. The strategy was improved thanks to the efforts of runners like MotorJam and Norxor. A world record frenzy ensued between its Maximum and MotorJam, and the possibility of a new minute barrier being broken was just
Yeah, I feel like that
barely
would do it,
unlocked by
Jazz,
these
yeah.
efforts. When that minute barrier was broken, it felt surreal to everyone. In the comments of the world record progression
My
video
fingers just
for
get
Red
sore
Ball
from
4
playing Red
Volume
Ball 1 for a
1,
while.
which covered the game's history up until the 329,
But nothing that lasts more than that
former
day.
world record holder Banana Nana, who achieved the first sub 4 minute time in the game's history, wrote,
Everyone knows minute barriers are
Yeah, I'm
cooler
glad
than
I
second
got Banana
barriers.
Nana to voice
in a
it.
reply,
Everybody
MotorJam
jam.
jokingly stated,
If Banana Nana says that minute barriers are cooler than second barriers, I know what I have to do. 259 incoming.
Thanks to Exodus's discovery and the efforts of several members in the community, Motorjam's joke became a reality. Well, almost.
Oh, so close.
Hey everyone, it's Maximum here. I hope you enjoyed watching this mini-doc. If you haven't seen the Red Ball 4 Volume 1 World Record Progression yet, I highly encourage you go and watch it, as it provides...
Sir, I need to go lay pine straw.
True.
Okay, sir.
It's been real. It's been real.
It's been a pleasure. I'll be back for more shenanigans at a later date. But
for sure, for sure.
I have to go put down pine straw in my backyard for $2 an hour. Minimum wage.
Enjoy pine strawing. Yep. There we go. Okay, so in terms of enjoyment, I'd say that's an A tier. For sure. The montages were good. Jess did a good job narrating. Good story. Just solid video, I'd say. Stop, Star Shooter. Welcome, welcome. Cool. Move my mic back a little bit now. Alright, what's next?
In 2008.
In 2008, no, don't spoil. Okay, yeah, so we got Red Ball 2 golfing, and then we got the freaking EG vid. Alright, let's go.
Golfing. It's a universal sport. Millions of people from around the world each year decide to launch white dimpled balls with a wide array of silver-colored clubs.
Oh yeah, personal rant for a second. I don't consider golf to be a sport. I consider it to be an activity. That's just my personal opinion. It's just like other like if the term sport requires like physical exertion, like golf is like akin to darts. I guess darts, some consider darts a sport, but like, yeah.
While most people, including myself, are absolutely terrible at this activity, some
See, I literally said activity in the video.
able to rise to the top and compete with others at a high level. And by compete, I mean perform the same set of actions completely independently of everyone else and then compare scores at the end. But what if you want to golf without having to go outside and dress extremely formally for no reason? Well, video games have you covered. Virtual golfing has existed for almost
Shoutouts
as
to
long
Jez
as video games
Speedruns
have themselves. Every console generation has had its fair share of games dedicated solely to golfing, while others simply have a golfing game mode or minigame, such as Wii Sports. Some
Wii
PC
Sports
games
based.
incorporate golfing.
Okay, if you guys don't know, this game is called Toontown. I used to play this stuff so much, like, and this is actually from an old video on my channel where it's like a golfing montage with my cousin. It was funny. Marathon's going good, man. Doctor just left to go lay some pine straw. But yeah, we're on Red Ball 2 golfing. Currently, actually, I'll just pull it up after this video.
As well, like Toontown, which possibly has the most realistic golfing physics.
But if you guys don't know what
present
Toontown is, it's kind of like a
game.
Club Penguin.
However, all of these video games pale in comparison.
But it
to
was
the
something you actually
greatest
downloaded
virtual
instead of
golfing
being online.
simulator of our generation. I, of course, am talking about King Golf in level 23 of Red Ball 2, a Flash game released in 2009. After reclaiming his crown at the end of level 20...
Oh yeah, fun fact, M Sushi also used to play Toontown a bunch, which is funny. But I actually did, like I think a year ago, I did a duo VP, which is like the first big boss in the game. Normally you're supposed to use 8 people, but it was just me and Psionic, who runs, I think that's how you say it, who runs Odyssey. We did a duo VP. It was really fun.
Red Ball decides to do a victory lap through 5 bonus levels in the game. These levels are all very unique, including a maze of non-solid objects, a code that is revealed by touching invisible blocks, and an ending flag that moves opposite of Red Ball's position.
I like the Peepo Happy.
However, all of these cheap gimmicks pale in comparison to the masterpiece that is level 23.
True.
In this level, Red Ball kicks a player-sized golf ball off a tee, and then it is off to the races. The ball is guided through bumps, a disappearing platform, and an underwater section to reach the hole at the end of the level. where the level will end. Granted,
It does,
that Red Ball
Nora,
has
it
collected
does.
all of the stars along the way. Gone are the days of taking a stroke and waiting to see where the ball will go. King Golf constantly keeps the player in action, with the objective being speed instead of taking a low amount of strokes. A wildly
56 in
innovative
Odyssey is
concept
absolutely
that
mental.
Nintendo would shamelessly rip off with their 2021 release of Mario Golf Super Run.
And the game ended up being mediocre.
Eventually, speedrunners managed to get
Shocking.
their greasy hands all over level 23 of Red Ball 2, competing to become the greatest speed golfer on the planet. Competition was slow, with just a few records being set by myself and DHA. Speed golfing
DHA
was
surprise
strict,
appearance.
but it failed to get the amount of respect that it truly deserved. That was until the world was plagued by the virus. It came out of
True.
nowhere. It didn't take long until everything was shut down. Schools closed.
Oh yeah, so these are all like, so this is like an Ethos Lab video called Villager School, like that I just like popped into my mind when thinking of like a random clip to use. Shout outs to Ethos Lab, dude. Absolutely amazing YouTuber. Have been watching him since I was like 9.
Bowling alleys closed. March Madness
Yeah, of course I'd use Wii Sports
canceled.
for the rest.
Timmy's 12th birthday party also canceled. Gamers around the
Yeah, I
world
remember you
were
saying that,
thrust
Jez,
into their
that
homes,
you sounded
given
exactly like
seemingly
Ethos Lab.
infinite time to rot in their seats and play some video games. As the stock market began to crash, with companies...
The stock market crashing, what is this, June 2022?
Executives bawling their eyes at the sight of lost profits. Gaming activities, namely speedrunning, began to boom. More eyes began to turn towards Red Ball speedrunning, with new players joining the community every day in hopes of playing some flash games really freaking fast. However, the community wouldn't see its massive boom until January of 2021, when a stray ape that found its way into the YouTube headquarters threw several rocks at YouTube's server racks, causing a massive glitch in the algorithm that diverted an immense amount of traffic towards the MoreMaximum channel. Of the new players was a speedrunner named XDXbox Jaja, who was known for being a professional Mario player. Whatever.
Well, dude, it's so sad. I went onto go to the Minecraft wiki and just start clicking on people's channels. Like 90% of them they either stopped uploading or they're getting like 300 views a video. It's like, dang.
Xbox first started Red Ball speedrunning by toying around with the sub-20 train strategy in level 11 of Red Ball 1, setting numerous records in the category. On January 30th, he also found his way onto the Red Ball 2 golfing leaderboard, breaking DHA's former world record of 23.133 seconds.
I want Etho and
with a time
Zisto
of
to play the new Terraria
21.933
update, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Xbox
That thing
pioneered
released
a
a long time ago
revolutionary
at this
new
point.
strategy that involved carrying the golf ball over the barrier towards the end of the level instead of rolling it underwater. The speed golfing record was getting better, but nobody could have expected what would have happened just a few days later. On the 4th of February, 2021, the Augustus National Golf Club...
Yeah. So this is, in case you didn't know, this is a parody of the Augusta National Golf Club. Yeah.
Holds a press conference regarding the state of their experts tournament.
Obviously a parody of the
in
Masters,
2021, which was set to take place in April. Due to
I don't understand. I still
regarding
get comments that are like, I didn't figure out that this was an April Fool's video until the very end. It's like, how? Like, actually how? I don't understand.
the virus. They knew that holding an in-person event this year was going to be...
But yeah, I added April Fools to the title pretty recently, so hopefully that won't happen
they had
anymore.
been scrambling to find a solution to the looming threat of having to cancel the tournament entirely. The thought of lost advertising revenue was harrowing. They decided that holding a competition through a virtual golf game of their choice was the best course of action. They spent weeks searching for the best, most accurate golfing game that they could find, but they were ultimately disappointed by every offering. That was until they stumbled across
DCTR had to go lay some
XDXbox
pine straw at
Jaja
his house.
YouTube channel with the title Red Ball 2 Golf in 19.767. watching the video. Their
Dude,
minds
I
were
agree,
completely
Nor. I
blown.
agree.
The game design present was revolutionary. Speed golfing was exactly the new idea that they
Dude,
needed to
Minecraft
keep
Monday was
excitement
just the
brewing
peak
for
of
their
Minecraft.
revised
Like,
Experts
the new
tournament
age of
in
Minecraft.
2021. So, at
I
this
would
press
literally,
conference-
like, it was like a weekly event where, like, we would have people, like, come over to the house and, like, watch the event from Technoblade's perspective and stuff. It was so much fun, dude. I miss it. I really
They
do.
announced that level 23 of Red Ball 2 was the golfing video game they had picked. Instead of holding a traditional tournament, it was decided that whoever held the world record for the fastest golfing time in Red Ball 2 by April 1st would be crowned the champion of the Experts tournament, given a red jacket to wear, and having their name immortalized in the list of golfing legends.
I should have, like, inspect elemented this to make all of the names like Hugh Janus and what stuff like that, because you know, that would have been really
blown away
funny.
by this announcement, but most people felt intimidated by the sheer difficulty of the golfing level in Red Ball 2. As uncertainty continued to brew, one man decided to come out of the woodworks to try to take the crown. Learning about the revised
No, he
2021
Technoblade had
Experts
cancer,
tournament,
but
a
he
person
just got
named
it
Tyler
removed.
was overcome by
It was in
a
his
fiery
arm.
passion. Tyler had become famous through his complete domination of the 18 holes category of Wii Sports Resort Golf.
I
His
think the Dream
phenomenal
SMP
world
was more
record,
damaging.
10 minutes and 14 seconds made him an overnight sensation, with his story being documented by the world-renowned historian Summoning Salt. His incredible passion saw him knighted by the
If you didn't
Queen of
notice,
England
Summoning Salt had 1.03 billion subscribers in that
herself,
screenshot.
with his name becoming the
Okay, so I don't know how people, like, went through this section. They're like, yeah, this video is real. It's like, okay.
Tyler that we all know today. Sir Tyler had effectively retired from golfing.
You're
by the
being
beginning of
10-14 tomorrow, by the way?
2021,
Okay, cool.
Set to live the rest of his days as champion of the virtual sport. But when he learned about the speed golfing challenge present in Red Ball 2, he knew that he had to learn the game and attempt to take down XD Xbox Jaja's masterful time. He became the first to learn how to launch the golf ball over the barrier like Xbox did, and he began doing runs. He set an amazing new world record of 19.467 seconds. Major news sources everywhere picked up the story. The golfing
Just
legend was
scares,
back,
yeah.
and he was determined to fend off his record from XD
Oh,
Xbox
really?
Jaja into
Oh
the
my
first
gosh.
April, where he
That's
would be
insane.
crowned champion of the Experts tournament. However, Xbox wasn't going to go down without
What's
a
record
fight.
right now?
On the very same day, Xbox snapped back with a 19.2, reclaiming his first place title. Impressed by his dedication, Tyler went back to doing runs the very next day. However, he struggled to keep up with
Hold on, I'm
Xbox's
gonna-
new level of performance. He got a new PB of 19.367, but he was still 5 frames slower than the world record. And his life wasn't made any easier when Xbox saved yet another 2 frames off his time by getting a 19.133 on February 6th.
10-13, okay, got it.
Xbox played near flawlessly.
Yeah,
in
you
this
got
run,
that, dude.
even managing to activate the flag at the end of the level without the ball ever even touching the hole. People wondered if this run would even be valid, but the Augustus National Golf Club voted unanimously that the run be counted. Viewers at home were absolutely loving the competition between Tyler and Xbox. Every new world record received massive amounts of attention, with people completely divided over who their favorite was to win it all. Xbox's fanbase began to gloat with him so far ahead, but nobody could have expected what would
Oh
happen
my gosh.
next.
What happened next?
Everyone was caught off guard. Sir Tyler tied Xbox's record to the exact same frame. Tyler had incorporated a new strategy that involved letting the golf ball roll on its own for a period of time to avoid the friction that it imposed. It was genius. Nobody else had thought to leave the ball unattended, not even Xbox. Despite Tyler's brilliance, the run ended as a 19.133, no faster than Xbox, but no slower either. The competition raged on, with people who doubted Tyler's abilities becoming quite embarrassed.
Dude, true. Zenon plane? Yeah, so here we have the image from earlier, but you know, because it's like the reaction guy gif or whatever, and then we have Zen and Plane, and then of course we have Mr. Mr. Krabs,
on
bro.
the 19th of February, Sir Tyler
This entire
finally
video
broke
was
the
just a
tie by
massive
hitting
shit
a
post.
19.1, beating the record by a single frame. Interestingly enough, Tyler managed to get this time without even launching the ball over the barrier, opting to roll the ball underwater in the intended manner. With the help of a team of NASA scientists, Tyler determined that the barrier strat was actually a red herring.
But people went past that part and they're like, yeah, this video is real.
Planted by Xbox from the beginning. It was likely that Xbox was planning to avoid using the underwater strategy right before the April 1st deadline in order to easily snag the world record from right under Tyler's feet. Thankfully, he wasn't so easily fooled. Despite this,
That's
Xbox
right.
tried to keep up the act by claiming a time of 18.967 on the very same day. However, this run was not quite what it appeared. Xbox made use of a new strategy that involved 37 frame-perfect inputs.
37
at the very
frame-perfect
start of the
inputs.
level.
It's
The
insane.
sequence of inputs shown on screen is able to enact a debug function through arbitrary code execution that would give Red Ball a slight speed boost when pushing the ball into the hole, able to save
Love
around
it.
4 to 5 frames if done properly. This trick marked the 787th
Kriller 37,
arbitrary
dude. Oh my
execution
gosh.
exploit that had been found in Adobe Flash Player. Xbox
Wait, what?
query code done properly. This trick marked the 787th
The 787th,
arbitrary
yeah.
code execution exploit that had been found in Adobe Flash Player. Xbox tried to make it seem like the barrier strategy was faster by secretly using this new strategy that Tyler saw right through his facade. On the very same day, he managed to score this time. 18.8.
No way.
XD Xbox Jaja had been completely demolished thanks to Tyler utilizing the Ace exploit without the pitifully slow barrier skip. With no more tricks up his sleeve, Xbox knew he had been bested and stopped his speed golfing attempts. Tyler was now in the lead, and it looked like nobody would be able to come close to his time in the month that remained in the competition. But Tyler wanted to make sure that his time was 100% safe. Using an array of supercomputers, he analyzed every single
That's from the
possible
Mark
way
Rober
that he could
lemon
save
batter
time
video.
over his record. The world's top astrophysicists, the same group that helped Dream in his response to the ludicrous cheating allegations that were levied against him in his Minecraft speedruns, were helping Sir Tyler along. Through all of these efforts, they only found 2 possible frames of time save in his run, both of which would require task levels of precision in order to obtain.
That
Almost
input display
everyone
is
thought
real.
that Tyler would be unable to beat his time, but he had legendary golfer Tiger Woods cheering him on.
I'm fucking Tiger Woods.
With seemingly nobody expecting the record to be broken, this is what Tyler did the very next day.
Never happening, Nora. If I take a break, that I'm up till 4 a.m. It was just me randomly pressing buttons. Yeah, I love how the transitions in this montage, it just transitions to the same thing. It's so funny.
The run was a sight to behold.
True.
It was speed golfing pushed to absolute perfection. No mistakes, no visible hindrances, and no possible ways to improve. Every bump, every ridge, every roll was executed flawlessly. Sir Tyler had done it. The Wii Sports Resort golfing
Yeah, the 4K emblem. Oh my god.
had now become a Red Ball 2
Dude.
golfing legend. Attempting to beat Tyler's time seemed futile, and as April 1st came around, he was crowned the champion of the 2021 Experts Tournament, receiving the fabled red jacket. Tyler had once again been thrust into stardom, but that isn't really what he sought after when he picked up the Red Ball 2 Speed Golfing Challenge. He just wanted to have some fun playing a game that most people had originally neglected. He and XDXbox Jaja became good friends, constantly making jokes about a potential world record progression video about Red Bull 2 golfing in my YouTube comments section. Well, guess what, guys? Here it is. I swear, if this doesn't shut them up, I have no idea what to do. I don't know what to do.
Well, if you hadn't figured it out already, this is an April Fool's video.
What?
The world records
No
shown in
way,
this video are all
dude.
real speedruns, but the context behind them is completely made up. If there are any points in this video where you thought I was being sarcastic, I was being sarcastic. I didn't talk to Tyler and Xbox at all about making this video beforehand because I wanted it to be a surprise. So, to the both of you, I hope this was satisfactory. To everyone else watching, you will probably find them somewhere in the comments section.
180 million.
If you want to
comments,
learn
yeah.
about the real world record progression of a Red Ball game, I recommend watching my hour-long documentary following the speedrunning history of Red Ball 1. Consider subscribing if you enjoyed watching and got a laugh out of this video, and I hope to see you
Dude,
back.
the NASA scientist really like assisted with that. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Yeah, that's like high A for sure. Like, it's such a funny video. Honestly, it might be S tier, like behind, like it's close. It's so fun. I'm saying S tier, dude. It lit, like, dude, like it just there's nothing. It's not made for the general YouTube audience. It's made for like people in this community that like get the jokes. So I'm putting it right there. Yeah, I agree. It is really funny. It's funnier than I remember, dude. That's funny. What is it? Oh yeah, Ides of March. Okay, so that came. I am going to watch that. That came out on March, so I'll watch Ides of March after the Pixel Quest video. Let me go ahead and copy the link. Thank you for that, Roblox. Okay. Cool. So yeah, welcome to the stream, Red Kiwi and Lionel. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it was made for the... I'm shocked it has as many views as it does. It's funny. Okay, but now, guys, it's time. It's time. EG video, or at least he's the poster child of it, you know what I mean? Oh my gosh. Man, this video was something. Alright, here we go, guys. Here we go. I'm probably... Let's see. When do I want to eat dinner? I'm not, like, too hungry yet. I'll probably eat it during the sub 3 video. Okay.
Golfing.
That is not... I misclicked. Ignore. Why did that happen? Cool. Alright, here we go.
On November 29th, 2020, I uploaded a
Great
video to my YouTube
starting
channel
music.
called Red Ball World Record Progression. It was a project that I had been deliberating over for a while, and I was so happy to finally be able to release it.
Oh yeah, that is funny that it was first talked about in those Red Ball 3 calls. That's just so awesome, dude. What's for dinner? I picked up fast food from like a Korean barbecue place. So I'll just be heating that up and eating it.
Deliberating over for a while, and I was so happy to finally be able to release it to my audience of around 450 subscribers at the time. When released, the Red Ball community had around
This
150
is Ori
members in its
music.
Discord server, with around 10 to 15 active players on Speedrun.com in the entire series as a whole. People in the community were very happy to see the documentary, with the premiere peaking at 37 concurrent viewers.
I know, I remember that absolutely blowing me away. I was like, wow. Like, 37 people watched this. Like, that's crazy. Because I think I premiered the double jump tutorial video and it got like 4. It was funny.
The video covered the world record progression of the game through Rare EG getting a masterful time of 3 minutes and 7 seconds in the 12 levels category. Essentially the best time possible.
Yeah,
with the
37.
strategies that
Kriller.
could be used.
Shoutouts, Kriller.
3 platform bounds, 6 ramp double jump, top route 7, the plunger jump in 9, super bounce in level 10. Everything went according to plan.
I mean, if somebody else makes Red Ball 3 world record progression, that doesn't mean I'm not going to make it. Like, like people can make videos about the same topic.
The run felt flawless. In this video, I said the following.
EG's 3:07 12 levels time is an absolutely masterful speedrun. It is possible that it will stand for years without ever being beaten. Let's just say that, since then, things have changed.
Dude, I love this sequence. It took me forever to get all the screenshots and stuff that I needed, but it was worth it.
3:07! Come on!
W Red Ballu.
Co?
Tak. 3:07:51, nowy WR.
Come on, baby! Let's go! Yes! Come on, baby! Come on, baby! Yes!
It's hard to believe that any of this happened. The size of our community grew 15-fold in the span of around a month. And during this process, the red ball record that many, including myself, thought would stand for years without ever being beaten was beaten twice on the exact same day. But before we dive into analyzing these two records, we have to take a deeper look at a little thing called
Sub-20 Train.
And also, before we continue on, I noticed...
Dude, I was an evil... Because, okay, I saw this glitch in YouTube Studio. Like, this was, like, a real thing that I, like, saw at some point. I was like, yeah, that's funny. What if I make, like, a joke about it? And, like, this video has, like, the most nasty, like, sub-conversion or whatever out of any of my videos. Like, it isn't even close. Well, no, I think I didn't screenshot it at the time, so this is, like, inspect element, but... Like, I did actually see this at one point because YouTube Studio glitched or whatever.
Oh. Well, I guess everyone watching this video right now subscribed then. Right?
Real.
Sub-20 Train is an extremely inconsistent strategy in level 11 of the game that can save up to 8 seconds if done correctly in its most common variant. This strategy involves 2 lucky jumps on a spiked object that is supposed to kill you, difficult movement in the middle of the level, and usually another lucky jump on a set of saw blades that are also supposed to kill you.
Saw blades.
The strategy requires an immense amount of adaptability, practice, and
Thanks
luck
for
to
the
pull
follow
off.
link.
Back when I first pulled off the trick in May of 2020, it took almost 10 hours of practice and attempts to achieve it a single time. The story of how this strategy came to be was covered in another video on my channel, the most coveted speedrunning strategy in Red Ball, Sub-20 Train. Back when this video was uploaded, Norixor and I were the only people to have ever pulled off Sub-20 Train, with many, including myself, holding the belief that it would never be pulled off in a full game run. It was just way too inconsistent, with people
no, we're at the
success
good
rate
stuff,
to be around 1 in 500.
Well, dude, the Red Ball 2 golfing video was so much funnier than I remember. I really enjoyed watching it.
I even had the audacity.
It's been a while since I've watched it.
This.
And as for the possibility
Did
of
you go to
this
the
being
gym or
used in
something?
full game speedruns one day.
Returning to present day, the success rate of the strategy is now estimated to be around 1 in 20 amongst the game's best runners, with the trick having been pulled off several times during full game runs. So,
oh, dang.
What exactly
That's
changed?
a long run.
After around 4 months of my 18.167 being the fastest completion of the train level in Red Ball, a speedrunner by the name of Mario7829 managed to beat it by a few frames with an 18.067, marking his 5th sub-20 completion recorded on the leaderboards. Like myself, Mario had put in a bunch of time into playing the level in order to pull
Nifsky
off
hit it like 5 times in a row 2 days ago, and he doesn't even like, he's not even a top runner, so.
a fabled strategy just a
he's definitely the
single time,
best at it, just
becoming
because
the
he's
third
cracked
to
at
ever
frame
pull it
perfect
off
shit
with
because
his
of
first
SMB.
submitted sub-20 of 18.567, just barely managing to grab the flag before it entered the underground section. In the description, he said the words, "I'm never doing that strat again." Mario clearly proved himself wrong, managing to snag the record from me. However, he wasn't going to stop there. Mario wanted to push the train level to its absolute limits, continuing to pour hours upon hours of attempts into this 20-second long level. A few months
Nora,
later,
do you
he
know
had
what the
a
most times somebody's hit sub-20 train in a row is?
17.258, putting his time almost a second ahead of mine. However, more impressive than the times he was able to achieve was his sheer consistency with the strategy. On the 21st of September, he managed to nail the strategy twice in a row, taking everyone by surprise. The strategy was once estimated to be around a 1 in 500 chance, and later a 1 in 200 in Red Ball world record progression. But, at least for Mario, both of these estimations were proven to be completely false. He became really good at sub-20 train, far outpacing pretty much everybody else at the time. So, how exactly did he manage to get so good? Firstly, he decided to push the train forward at the start of the level,
that's what I'm
the other
thinking.
cards in the train, and would ultimately make getting a jump over the ending saw blades and collecting the flag at the end much easier.
I think most of I should tell Nifsky should go for like 10 in a row.
Right before the character became unblocked by the spike
Though I need to
ceiling
teach him
in order to still
P-Jet.
be able to get stuck between the two back carts as soon as possible.
Yeah, because P-Jet
Once
is
Red
the
Ball
meta
was
now.
completely still, he would roll forward for just the right amount of time before jumping on the large spikes early, hoping to get 2 lucky jumps instead of having to rely
shoutouts
on
Insane
an
Jetman for
extremely
P-Jet.
inconsistent corner jump that would often leave Red Ball with not enough speed to land on the first black platform or get a good red bar cycle. Once he got to the first black platform with a decent amount of speed, the level was pretty much over for him, as he had completely mastered how to jump over the ending saw blades
It did?
and complete the level in a
Dang,
wide
that's
array
crazy.
of circumstances. Mario was the
That's
sub-20
awesome
train
that
master,
actually,
but he
like, fixed
still
the
knew
issue.
that pulling the trick off in a full game run was quite the long shot, and he wasn't planning on going for it in an RTA setting. Regardless, he kept doing attempts on the level despite not even being sure if his time was even improvable. Then, on the 12th of December, he achieved this run.
Honestly, like the sub-20 train part of this video is kind of eh.
It was unreal. A back corner bounce off of the second black platform allowed him to barely overlap the flag's hitbox as it passed under the ground triangle, allowing him to complete the level in just 15.742 seconds. This is something that had been theorized all the way back in September of 2020, but nobody knew if it was even possible until Mario managed to pull it off out of nowhere. After this, the attempts on train went quiet for a while, with nobody able to come close to Mario's time. The Red Ball community as a whole entered a bit of a quiet era, with Ides 307 still reigning supreme as the Red Ball 12 levels world record. And just as people thought everything was going to stagnate for a while in terms of high-level competition, the rise of Red Ball began. The events that took place in January and February
this is when the video picks
2021
up.
are hard to put into words. A relatively small speedrunning community that enjoyed optimizing
I mean,
a
the
set
intro
of
is really good as
well-crafted
well.
flash games became overwhelmed by a tsunami of new runners joining the scene. The top 10 players of Red Ball 1 rapidly changed,
Welcome to
with
the stream,
over
Grep.
half being switched out with people who were completely new to the community. Of these new players was a speedrunner named Carmel, who had risen up to 3rd place on the leaderboards less than a month after his first submitted run. Like Carmel, many newcomers to Red Ball had signed up for and were playing matches in the Red Ball Beginner
I still can't
Tournament
believe
that
this thing
began
actually
taking
happened.
participants near the start of the year. The tournament was planned to be a relatively small event, boasting just a $60 prize pool, but as the rise of Red Ball took effect,
Dude, some Red Baller just needs to become like a 10 millionaire and just sponsor like tournaments with crazy prize pools. That would be so funny.
runners who are almost all completely
I'm
new to
shocked
the
that
game
hasn't happened
signed
more in
up to
speedrunning. Like
participate.
I've seen like actual like esports organization like tournaments. It's like, yeah, congrats to this person for winning. They're getting $300. It's like, bro, like you're a company sponsoring this, and the best you can come up for the winner is $300. Like, oh my gosh.
With the prize pool eventually
Shut up,
reaching a
Nor.
sum
Okay,
of
yeah, it might be me.
$200. It was a fun
we don't know
community
yet, though.
event that all culminated on the 20th of February, 2020.
I'm not. It wouldn't be off YouTube. That's
were all played live on the Rare EG Twitch channel. These matches had some surprise upsets, such as
Oh yeah,
10
Andrew G still needs to play Speedrun GD. Like, I'm not gonna forget about that. I feel like making a tweet about it soon because he said most liked game I speedrun. Still hasn't done it.
Sutal defeating 3rd seed Jonas Gaming in the tournament's winners semifinals. But it would ultimately be Carmel who would reign victorious, defeating Slamix in the grand finals 3-1. This tournament was set up for beginners to the game, but in the late stages of the tournament, nobody was a beginner anymore. At this point, Carmel was within grabbing distance of the world record, something that he could achieve at any point. He achieved 2nd place on the 22nd of February with a 310.983. He got a 310.667 on the 1st of March, and he got a 309.400 just 3 days later, making him the 2nd person to ever achieve a time in the 30x range. However, Carmel was doing even better than it seemed. On the 27th of February, 2021, this had happened.
No, I'm not crypto mining anymore.
He died on the 2nd jump in the spike pit in level 12.
It's summer.
Costing him the potential of
it's
getting
also just
a
like not really
306,
profitable anymore.
Which would have beaten EG's world record by over a second. EG, now feeling
which
the
is
pressure
good,
of
because
the
then
potential of
gamers
his
can
world
actually buy
record being
graphics cards.
taken, began doing sub-3 attempts on the 1st
No
of
way.
March. And wait, EG had actually done streams going for sub-3 back in January. That's right. EG had begun going for sub-20 train during his speedrunning attempts as a way of improving the record by more than just a handful of frames.
This might
If he managed
mess
to
up
hit
my
the trick
audio
on a run that
mixing,
was
but I'm gonna turn up my desktop audio real quick. Hold on. Let me do that and then turn this down to like. Does it still sound the same volume to you guys, or is it louder?
Minutes was actually a possibility. However, what made players like EG so confident that the most difficult strategy in the game could actually be pulled off in a full game run? Let's just say that, through the rise of Red Ball, Sub-20 Train was undergoing a few more changes. Moving back to our Sub-20 storyline, a huge development pioneered by a speedrunner named Game Guy SD began to take root. While speedrunners used to have to wait in between the two back train carts for around a second before being able to jump on the large spikes, Game Guy SD was
He was
able
running
to
away
jump
from me.
forward
Norksword,
right as the
like,
back
I was chasing
compartment
him
of the
down.
train became unblocked by the spiky ceiling, allowing him to land between the next set of carts forward. After jumping on the large spikes 2 times, he landed on the black platform and just barely missed the opportunity to skip a red bar cycle. If this full strategy could be performed, capturing the flag before it became inaccessible under the first ground triangle, like Mario managed to do, would become much easier, opening the possibility of completing the train level in under 15 seconds.
Guys,
With
no one
this,
will ever get a
sub-15
sub-15 train.
became a reality, as many members of the community raced to become the first to pull it off. The other member of the Rare gang, Rare XZC, seemed to get close to pulling it off, but unfortunately got a really high jump off of the 3rd saw blade. XD Xbox Jaja, who had become the 4th person
Xbox
to
would
ever
never
pull off
hit sub-15 train or
in December of
sub-16 train in a
2020,
run.
also started doing attempts on the new strategy, eventually getting a new PB of 17.194, but unfortunately never getting enough speed to clutch out the sub-15. He also managed to break Mario's record with a 15.452, with him unfortunately losing some time from contacting the red spinning bar. But then, on February 3rd, he managed to nail the first jump. The jumps on the
It
large
was
spikes
sub-15?
and the same
Wow.
corner boost off of the second
That's
black platform
insane.
that Mario
At
was
the
able
end
to
of
achieve.
1200
This could have
levels,
easily
like,
scored him to
just
sub-15.
absolutely nuts.
However, the saw blades launched him, and he ended with a 15 flat.
Dang.
Thankfully, he pressed
Absolute
on with his attempts,
tragedy.
and after over 20 total hours of playing this single level, on the 8th of February, he finally did it. 14.774. Xbox had become the new master of the train level.
Wait.
More and more.
I just realized the sidebar doesn't show that for some reason. I think I just showed the wrong segment of the graph.
More and more runners continued to pull off sub-20 train, with over 20 completions being recorded on the leaderboards as of today. But Xbox continued to be the only runner to have ever pulled off sub-15 train for a good deal of time. Everyone, not just Xbox, was paying way more attention to level 11, with top runners of the game practicing the strategy to have in their repertoire, mainly for use as a Hail Mary backup. And a Hail Mary backup it had become, as on the 19th of January, Rare XCC did this in a run.
This is still so funny.
XCC did the necessary movement in a full game run to not only pull off sub 20 train, but nearly a sub 16 as well. Unfortunately, XCC choked the ending.
It's still so funny. Like, all he had to do, like, before exiting was, like, back up, like, get to the back of the cart and just make a tiny jump. So unfortunate.
Getting stuck in the cart behind the flag and not properly jumping into the next cart when he had the opportunity. Though the run was unsavable, even with a sub 15 train, he should have been named the first person to pull off sub 20 train in a run. But he fell apart right at the end of the stage, with the title eventually going to none other than XD Xbox Jaja a month later. Going into level 11, Xbox's run
was toast,
with his best possible time being multiple seconds slower than his current PB of 320.6. He decided to go for sub 20 as a last-ditch effort to save the run, and it ended up working out. Xbox gets a new PB of 316.900, proving once and for all that EG's efforts of trying to incorporate the trick into a new world record were not futile, possibly providing another source of motivation to his impossible-seeming grind. When EG restarted his sub-3 streams at the beginning of March, he sought to push the world record to a level that would make his time unbeatable unless somebody pulled off sub-20 train in their run. Carmel, on the other hand, was simply trying to defeat EG's 307.9, even if it was by the slimmest of margins. With both players grinding runs, EG's counter for the number of sub-20 attempts on world record pace continued to rack up. He had already come quite close to getting the strategy back on the 23rd of January on a run with 303 potential, unfortunately just barely missing landing on the first black platform after exiting from the large spikes. And on the 22nd of February, Carmel nearly clutched out a sub 20 in a run that was over 7 seconds behind, but he barely missed the opportunity to collect the flag. However, during the grind in March, EG would be the only one going for sub 20 on every single run. On sub 20 attempt number 15, EG managed to get the 2 bounces on a run that was just 2.7 seconds behind the record, but he just barely lacked the necessary speed to land on the first black platform. On sub 20 attempt number 16, EG was actually 0.2 seconds ahead of the record going into level 11. He could have had a chance at getting a new world record if he had just played out the rest of the run like normal, but he was still laser focused on his ultimate goal of sub 3. This was his first real chance, but he jumped just a bit too late and died. Both of these players had different approaches, but they still sought after the same common goal: a new world record. And this determination all materialized on the 8th of March, where the unthinkable would take place.
Yep. Good montage. Good sync.
nowy WR.
After numerous chokes in the late game levels, Carmel finally managed to dethrone Rare EG's 12 levels world record with a time of 307.5, aided by the help of a new hood launch strategy on the car in level 8, which could save around half a second. Carmel certainly had reason to celebrate after collecting the flag in level 12, but he wasn't done. He paused the game to stall Red Ball's movement with the 10-second level timer still counting, and geared up to attempt to take down the tied 17 levels world record of 448 flat held by both myself and EG. Nailing the catapult skip in level 14, he entered level 17 in position to beat it by over 10 seconds. He lost a good deal of time.
That's crazy. He was on 438.
Super bounce, but still managed to collect the flag with his timer reading 447.1. He'd done it. Carmel, who had submitted his first ever Red Ball speedrun less than 2 months prior, was now the world record holder of both of the main categories. Carmel had put in a great deal of commitment into speedrunning the game, with his description reading 52 days, 3 hours daily. Here it is, the world record. Carmel and the rest of the community were ecstatic about his accomplishment, but nobody could have expected what would happen later that same
I know,
day.
I agree. Like, Carmel was the most consistent player. Like, would literally get to level 11, like, 2-3 runs in a row or whatever. Like, it's insane how consistent he was at the game.
Starting his...
I mean, he still has a record, which is crazy. Like, you know. Like, that set back in January. It's like, wow. On freaking non-deterministic too. Just wow. I mean, if he like, you know, had the dedication and whatnot, like, he could absolutely get 3x. But, you know, not everybody has to.
EG's failed sub 20 counter
De
20.
People just have to do
being
their
an
own
attempt
thing
that
sometimes.
Could have been a new world record if he had nailed the strategy. With newfound
Completely
motivation
respect
from
the
his
decision
world
to step
record being
away,
taken,
'cause, you know,
EG
Red
was
Ball
ready
is
to
Red Ball.
continue to do whatever it took to achieve a world record with sub 20 train. After some attempts, his failed sub 20 counter increased to 22. Again, he got onto a run where he had played very well, but a couple of segments of unoptimal gameplay had put him 4.5 seconds behind at the end of level 10. And once
There are
again,
more important
EG
things
got
in
on
life
the
than Red
train
Bull.
and lined up for an attempt at sub 20.
Believers, rise! Give me your energy! Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that's a good one.
Dang.
Oh, that's a good one. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yes! Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Yes! Different. Come on.
Thanks to sub 20 train, EG managed to
So
top Carmel's
iconic,
world
man.
record by over 3 seconds.
So
a feat
iconic.
that many couldn't have even imagined just a few months prior. And as seen in many of his previous records, XZC was there to assist with his celebration. Like with his 307,
EG's the
EG
GOAT.
opted to not continue and attempt to beat the 17 levels world record. A 12 levels world record with sub 20 train was what he was striving for, and he finally managed to get it. The run wasn't his ultimate goal of sub 3, but what he'd managed to achieve was still an insanely impressive accomplishment. One which the community celebrated in awe and amazement. EG took a well-deserved break from the grind following this new world record, but as you would find out,
I
his
didn't
world
know that,
record
Nor. I'm
wasn't
not gonna
going to
lie.
be
That's
safe
so
forever.
funny.
On the 2nd of April, Jonas Gaming, the same runner that was knocked out of the Red Ball Beginner Tournament after being upset by runners Sutal and Slamix, pulled off this run.
Yes. All gas, no brakes. Am I right?
Holy shit, wait. This is world record pace. I just
got some 3-3 in a run.
Start world record! There's no... 301! I got it. Holy shit!
Wow.
a double world record of 301 in 12 levels and 438 in 17 levels. 2.7 seconds behind his PB going into level 11, he knew that he had to go for sub 20, and, unbelievably, it paid off. After over 14,000 attempts, Jonas, a newcomer to the community, defeated EG's record by about 2.5 seconds. However, as it turned out, around 2 of those 2.5 seconds came from a brand new strategy found at level 4 of the game, the Death Warp. By dying in a very specific location on this axe in level 4, Red Ball would miraculously activate the flag at the end.
What?
As much as I would love to explain how this strategy works and
Yeah,
the discoveries
I
that led
definitely
up to
set
it,
up the
that
Death
is
Warp
going to have
video
to wait
really
for its
well.
own separate video.
I only had 20K when I uploaded this. This video really launched me to the next level.
This trick, of course, has massive implications in regards to achieving a time under 3
Only
minutes.
had 20K.
Previously, runners would have to match the pace of EG's 307 going into level 11 while also nailing a good sub 20 train in order to have a hope at attaining a sub 3. Now, all runners would need is a pace of what previously would have been a high 309 or better. While 2 seconds may not sound like a lot, in a game as short as Red Ball, where fractions of seconds are often hard to come by, a former 307 pace into train is almost an order of magnitude more unlikely than a former 309 pace. Sub 3 is still a monumental order, but because of Death Warp, attaining it in the near future has become much more realistic. Jonas now has a 301 flat as the current world record, putting him just a second off of the milestone now. Carmel has also managed to get a 304.967 without having to utilize sub 20 train, a strategy which can save 8 seconds. Carmel later achieved a 303.57 on the 14th of April, which did employ sub 20 train, but it unfortunately has no recorded video evidence.
You know what else doesn't have recorded video evidence? The world record for this game.
However, a more unlikely player in this race to sub 3 is none other than XDXbox Jaja. He currently has a PB of just 313.750, but he has much more experience in level 11 than any other runner. After achieving his 14.774, Xbox kept pouring hours upon hours into the level, eventually tying this 18 more times. After all of this effort,
video
he
could have
finally
been like
managed
20
to
minutes
improve his
long.
PB
I should have
by a
made the
single
sub 20
frame
train
to
stuff more brief.
14.742. After tying 14.774 7 more times and 14.
Maybe not 20 minutes, but definitely like 25 or less.
Times, he finally managed to end his grind with a 14.677, getting the corner boost that he wanted on the second cart. While the game's top runners can hit sub 20 train every few minutes on average, Xbox is more consistent than that with sub 15 train, which saves 2.5 seconds on average over a solid sub 20. The fact that Xbox has hit sub 15 almost 50 times at this point is made even more impressive by the fact that, from the 8th of February until the 8th of April, he remained the only person to have ever gotten it even a single time, with speedrunner Insane Jetman finally managing to become the second person to pull it off on the 9th of April. Another reason why sub 20 train itself has recently become somewhat more consistent is because of a discovery that was found through the task hack of the game. As it turns out, part of the reason why sub 20 train even works is that the way that the game determines what objects you are contacting is extremely flawed. Quite often, you can exit an object.
I don't think this was in the original script, but I like had to add it in after feedback from people because like I didn't know about it.
Stuck in it before the player makes contact with the red object, it will increase the chances
Jetman
of
guy.
Red Ball
I think he did a
successfully
few
jumping on it
things.
without dying. While players were unintentionally doing this before, it is now known that the best strategy to bug out the game's contact listener is to land on the second to last cart, get stuck in between the 2 back carts, roll forward to only touch the second to last cart again, and jump. Doing this will cause the game to still have this cart in the contact listener as you jump towards the red spikes, increasing the chances of a successful sub 20 train. The race to sub 3 has quite a few players, and there is currently no telling when it will happen or who will be the first to pull it off. Red Ball is a speed game with an insanely high skill ceiling, with a wide array of incredibly difficult and inconsistent strategies, with many strategies now existing in many levels that are easily more difficult and inconsistent than Sub-20 Train.
True.
Nonetheless, it's still hard to believe that miracle strategies like Sub-20 Train even exist in the first place.
Conclusion of this video is too
Sub-3
long.
is not only the last minute barrier, but also almost certainly the last 10-second barrier that the game will ever see. And the train level is...
Yeah, I really wish I had worded that differently or elaborated on it more, because like I said that knowing like, okay, 4X like might happen like if we find new stuff, but like I don't know, I just worded it poorly and then people just look into it, like saw that and said like, oh, 4X is never happening. Like that's what he's saying right now, which is not what I said.
By far the largest obstacle that stands in these runners' paths. There's no guarantee that a large number of attempts in the game will lead to someone getting the first Sub-3. With such an inconsistent strategy at play, any runner with the right amount of experience and luck can suddenly bring a dead run back to life, or even be put in position for the first ever Sub-3. So, who will be the first to complete Red Ball in under 3 minutes? Largely, it's up to the train to...
Yeah, this was nuts. This happened while I was making the video, I think.
Oh my god. No. Oh.
It's a good cliffhanger.
2 hops, but no cigar. Thank you all for sticking around to the end of the video. This was super fun to make, and I hope you all enjoyed watching. Before you leave, I would like to thank Xbox, Carmel, EG, XZC, Jonas, and Jez for helping me out with this video. Without their help, it wouldn't be the product that it is today. If you want to have a chance at seeing the first Sub-3 happen live, I highly recommend following the Marcin Carmel, Rare_EG, and XDXbox Jaja Twitch channels, as they sometimes stream their PB attempts. Jonas, the current world record holder, unfortunately doesn't stream, so maybe drop him a sub instead over at DaBaby Gaming on YouTube. And no, I am not making it.
Yeah.
That's his actual YouTube channel. And finally, if you weren't aware, I too stream Red Ball Speedruns over at my Twitch channel.
Yeah, worst mistake of my life, because then he just started posting the most sus thumbnails ever created.
Twitch.tv/MoreMaximum, though I usually stream games on the Red Ball 4 side of things. Make sure that you are subbed so you won't miss the upcoming Death Warp video. Thanks again for watching, and I hope you have a great day.
Okay, so like the good parts of this video are really good, but there's just so much like fluff and stuff that's just kind of boring to watch. So I think for that I can only put it in A. I'd say it's high. I'd just put it right there. Yeah, no, exactly, Luciousness. That's what I'm saying, bro. Great thumbnail. All right. Let's go Death Warp video. In 2008. Here we go.
On the 25th of March, 2021, a person named Yellow Skarmory uploaded a video to the Red Ball Discord server that would change the game's speedrunning landscape forever. In the video, Skarmory is seen messing around in level 4 of the first installment in the Red Ball series. Skarmory ends up dying after touching this axe when all of the sudden, the fanfare for the flag activation...
Casual percent, am I right, guys?
Plays. Earlier, while he wasn't...
Oh wait, I need a VIP list.
Skarmory managed to make the sound play, but the 1.2 second long death counter sent him back to the checkpoint in the level, not yielding anything special. However, this time, Skarmory pauses the game for at least 2.8 seconds to allow the level end timer to play out, and upon unpausing, he is placed at the start of level 5. By dying at a seemingly random part in this axe in level 4, Skarmory had somehow activated the flag at the end of the level. With this news, a mad dash began to see who could improve the fastest completion of the level with the brand new strategy. Skarmory first attained an 11.667, beating his previous record of 11.806 by 4 frames. Speedrunner MotorJam then got an 11.581 and an unrecorded 11.323. And shortly thereafter, Caramel attained an 11.290.
Yeah, Nord, bro, there's like 5 more hours left.
But they had worked out what the general area was that the axe needed to be hit in order to successfully activate.
May as well just go to bed now because like you're not gonna make it all the way through.
Faster than the previous fastest method of getting a back corner boost off of this falling platform, but that would all change as Motor Jam figured out.
Yo, what's up, Bigger? Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, you've been like absolutely crushing it with that game.
7 in level 4, seemingly blowing all of the other runs out of the water. But what exactly had Skarmory discovered?
It's cool stuff.
How did it work? As it turned out, this mystery was much deeper than it first appeared, and Skarmory had catalyzed something that would have massive implications on our understanding of Flash Player, individual level speedruns of the Red Ball games, and the quest to break the sub-3 barrier in the game. This is the story of how Red Ball's biggest mystery was finally solved. By the way, before we get started here,
oh yeah, I'm skipping past this shit is cringe. Hold on, let's just skip past that.
The video. On the same day that Skarmory posted his revolutionary video, people still had
mega
no
regret
idea
doing that.
what was going on. Thankfully, as it turned out, we already had a few leads. People like myself, Roblox, and BNMC were quick to connect this to similar occurrences in other games in the Red Ball series, namely Red Ball 2 and Red and Blue Balls, which I will refer to as RAB for the rest of the video.
Yeah, that's funny.
In level 4 of RAB, speedrunners would randomly be able to collect this blue gem upon dying in these spikes, but it was pretty much useless and didn't save any time. However, in Red Ball 2, people were utilizing a mysterious checkpoint warp that occurred in level 13 of the game, shared with the community by speedrunner DHA on the 25th of September 2019, displayed with a video titled Wrong Warp. By dying on the left side of these spikes, Red Ball would activate the checkpoint present later in the level, which could be utilized to save some time. This was actually mentioned as being a part of the 6th tier of the Red Ball speedrunning Iceberg, as I said the following in the second part of the video series on my channel. The reason that this is at the bottom of the iceberg is that we have no idea what—
Guys, we watched this earlier in the stream. It was like 4 hours ago.
Nothing really stands out as being off in the code. If this checkpoint can be activated early,
more like 3
what
hours
if other
ago.
checkpoints can be activated early as well? Will we find more instances of this by pure chance? Or will we be able to find other examples by cracking the code of the early activation in level 13? It's a deep rabbit hole that has everyone continually guessing. The thing about this checkpoint warp is that it was really easy to perform on accident. All that you had to do was die on the left half of some spikes for it to activate, unlike Red Ball 1 where the warp was much more precise and required the player to pause for at least 2.8 seconds to avoid being placed back at the checkpoint. Without a doubt, this checkpoint warp had been performed by hundreds of casual players since the game's
Definitely
release in
true.
2009.
Yeah.
This was a mystery that had spanned across 12 years, and nobody had ever managed to solve it. The related occurrences in Red Ball 1, Red Ball 2, and RAB all had one thing in common. Red Ball had to die in order for the glitch to work. Thus, the strategy became known as the Death Warp. And now, people were scrambling to try to figure out exactly why it worked to solve a mystery that had stayed with the game series for over a decade. You may be wondering what the red box on screen is. This box is displayed in a hack of Red Ball that has been created with knowledge that we now know about the Death Warp. Here in level 4 of Red Ball 1, you can see that when I die on the axe while in the correct position, the red box is overlapping the ending flag of the level as it ends up activating. In Red Ball 2 and RAB, it is pretty much the same story, with the box overlapping either a checkpoint or a gem when dying in the correct location. You see, people immediately began to theorize that this had something to do with Red Ball's current position becoming glitched upon dying. Now that we had multiple occurrences of a Death Warp happening, I tried overlaying level 4 of Red Ball and level 13 of Red Ball 2 in order to see if the warp was causing Red Ball to activate the flag at a fixed position away from the death point. It looked close on the x-axis, but the y-axis was completely off. Something else had to be at play. I had the idea to crack open the source code provided to the community by the game's creator, Eugene Fedosiv, to try to get some hard data as to what was going on. I recorded the X and Y position of Red Ball's bounding box as seen in the game's default 550 by 400 camera. The X position would always hover around 270, and the Y would always
this
hover
video
around
has like a lot of fluff in it. It could have been
since
like
the
5
camera would
minutes
constantly
shorter.
pan to keep Red Ball in the frame.
I wish I had
Watching the
made it
values
shorter.
being printed in the console, I jumped into the axe in level 4, and boom. Red Ball's X and Y position were now completely different. The jump from roughly X270 to X770 looked familiar, as the death spot and the ending flag in level 4 were determined earlier to be roughly 500 units apart. With the default size of the game being 550 by 400, the game now thought that Red Ball was over 200 units off of the right side of the screen, exactly where the end flag was positioned. However, this jump in X and Y position was seemingly random. Dying in different positions on the map caused Red Ball's X and Y position to change by completely different amounts, and no
Welcome back to
mathematical
gaming.
relationship could be found.
Guys, it's the Pythagorean theorem. Oh my gosh.
We would have to look a bit deeper if we wanted to fully solve this mystery. While Red Ball stays at around the same position in the game.
Yeah, I should have combined the preview section and this section into one thing. I don't know why I
X and
didn't.
Y value in the entire loaded level object.
Like, I could have cut
relative to
minutes
some
off the runtime of this video if I
realized
just did that.
for
Which would have made it
whatever
more
reason,
enjoyable
when
to
Red Ball
edit as
died,
well.
The position of his bounding
Because
box
editing
was
the
set to
technical
what his
explanation
position in
stuff
the
was
entire
like,
level
yeah.
was. As mentioned earlier, the
Kinda
bounding
arduous.
box of Red Ball is determined relative to the game's camera, which is only 550 units wide by 400 units tall. So if Red Ball died at X position, say 773 in the whole level, the bounding box of Red Ball would be placed at X position 773 in the game's camera upon dying. If Red Ball's new bounding box and the flag now overlapped, it would activate, despite Red Ball not actually being visible there. We now knew exactly how Death Warp worked, but we still had no idea as to why. Discoveries like this had always been attributed to some sort of flash jankiness, but it still felt possible to figure out exactly what was going on. Thankfully, Red Ball technical expert Sage ended up cracking the code. The game of Red Ball is made up of a couple of key layers or elements that make death warping possible.
The
Think of
title,
stage as
select
the
music.
default 550 by 400 region that the game displays at all times. The stage is like a camera that pans around the level as Red Ball moves to keep him in frame. In the game's hierarchy, the game is part of the stage, the current level is part of the game, and Red Ball is a part of the level. Thus, everything that Red Ball does is calculated as being a part of the current level that is loaded. When Red Ball dies, he is removed as being part of the level, which causes his sprite to no longer render. However, because Red Ball isn't fully removed, he still exists in a bit of a limbo state, not being a part of any layer of the game. So, Red Ball defaults to becoming a part of the stage or camera, since it is the highest member of the aforementioned hierarchy. This is what causes Red Ball's position to now be set relative to the camera of the game upon dying. This is what allows for the death warp as the dramatic...
I just started 2 sentences in a row with this allows,
coordinate
bruh.
system shifts the player's effective position very significantly. To apply our newfound knowledge,
I
to
agree,
other
Jez.
levels,
I
Sage
agree.
had a genius idea. He figured out that by drawing a line between the origin of the level and the end flag, and then finding the midpoint, one could get a rough estimate for the spot that Red Ball would need to die at in order for a successful jump. Another diagonal line would also need to be drawn from this midpoint to account for Red Ball not being positioned on the very top left corner of the camera, or its origin. Sage drew these lines on level 4, and it matched up flawlessly. Like a bunch of energetic toddlers, we began unboxing fresh packs of markers.
I recorded that on my
over
kitchen
each
counter.
level in both Red Ball and
It's
Red Ball
funny.
2.
This was really funny when we were just like drawing lines over every level.
In hopes of discovering new possible death warp spots. Unfortunately, we didn't end up finding anything new. Though a checkpoint warp in level 7 and an end flag warp in level 8 of Red Ball 1 seemed close, neither ended up working out in practice. Thankfully, the death warp in Red Ball 2 lined up perfectly with our model, confirming that the mechanism behind it and the warp in level 4 of Red Ball 1 were exactly the same. So, there you have it. The how and why of Death Warp fully explained. A glitch confirmed to be present in the games Red Ball 2, and RAB. Unfortunately, we did confirm that the glitch was not present in Red Ball 3 and Onward due to Red Ball being more properly destroyed upon death. But some more applications would eventually be found. Speedrunner XDXbox Jaja managed to save around a second in level 16 of Red Ball 2 with a death warp from the toxic water. And people managed to death warp in level 9 of Red Ball 1 using a pretty much TAS-only plunger inversion. But this one didn't end up...
Yeah, it's funny, so yeah, the level 9 death warp did not save time back in the day, but now it's like, it was the most recent improvement to the task, and it saved like 13 frames or whatever. It's insane.
When DHA first shared the mysterious checkpoint warp in level 13 of Red Ball 2, we first wrote it off as some sort of flash jankiness, a mystery that we couldn't solve. However, when Yellow Skarmory posted his video of the first ever death warp in level 4 of Red Ball 1, and we connected the dots between the two occurrences, we knew that something else had to be going on. The Red Ball 2 death warp was extremely easy to perform on accident, and had certainly happened to casual players for over a decade. Now, 12 years after the game's release, we know exactly
this
why.
like fake conclusion thing of the video is like way too long. I completely know why people completely makes sense that people like clicked off the video at this point, even though there's like so more.
Utilizing some very difficult jumps on the stairs in order to squeeze out some extra time. In full game runs of Red
Really?
Ball,
No,
the 2
holy
seconds that the
smokes.
death warp saved completely
It's
changed
insane.
the quest for completing the game in under 3 minutes. With every run
It saved a
faster
second,
than Rary
wow,
G's
yeah.
former world record of
Dang.
304.267 having made use of the strategy. So, that's everything. Yellow Skarmory was the first to perform the level 4 death warp, and a clear progression of the level 4
Okay,
individual
Starline
level
improved
world
it. Okay,
record
that makes
followed
sense.
thereafter. Right?
Yep. What? Plot twist.
Level 4, here they come.
Did you hear that? In a video titled Red Ball, The Quest for Axe Perfection, speedrunner Insane Jetman outlined his conquest to try to perfect the level 4 individual level speedrun, hoping to get a perfect beginning and back corner boost off of the falling platform. Jetman goes through an attempt that he unfortunately killed by accident by jumping into the first axe.
No, I thought that was it. Why did I jump again?
But what he didn't notice is that he had actually become the first with recorded video evidence to perform the death warp in December of 2020. Over 3
Yeah,
months
I'm
before
waiting for the
Skarmory
next
posted
Jetman
his
video.
He had unwittingly
They're
achieved
always
a
so
time
good.
of 9.613, over 2 seconds faster than his goal of 11.710, a time which he ended
They're
up
good because they're like the only other scripted Red Ball videos that people make aside from Duskless's Volume 3 progression. Like, there's literally nothing else unless I'm
and
missing
displaying
something.
at the end of his video. And
Come on, y'all.
scrolling below the video,
Let's make
you
some
can see
scripted
the
Red Ball
following
videos.
comment from Mario 7829 posted when the video was released.
Insane in the membrane keyboard.
607. That flag sound effect. Indeed, the level 4 death warp had been right under our noses the entire time. And if we had just paid a bit more attention, we could have figured out everything months earlier, which would have completely altered the world record progression of Red Ball that we see today. Many of the supposed level 4 individual level world records that were mentioned earlier in this video were never world records at all. Insane
Whoa.
Jetman had accidentally gotten a 9.613 in December of 2020, a run which wasn't—
I mean, Jazz, like, if topics kind of overlap, like, is that really, you know, I think claiming a topic is kind of,
added to the leaderboards until
I think people
April
should
of
be allowed to make
2021,
videos about
when
anything they
it
want
was
to
finally
make.
noticed that Jetman had actually completed the level via death warping. The vast majority of accidental skip discoveries in speedrunning are noticed right away, as the player almost always sees that something unusual has happened. However, with the case of Insane Jetman, the effect of the glitch was so subtle that it was initially only noticed by just 1 out of the 1,500 people that saw the video. It was only until around 2 weeks after Death Warp had been figured out that people managed to connect the dots. If Yellow Skarmory hadn't posted his first Death Warp on March 25th, 2021, who knows how long it would have been before somebody actually investigated what happened in Jetman's video. The story of Death Warp is quite a curious one, both from a lore and technical standpoint. One that displays an important message to any speedrunner or glitch hunter. Every lead, no matter how small, should always...
Yeah, that's a good point. Honestly, I think we should probably make a rule that, like, IL speedruns have to be on 64-bit, because otherwise a segmented run wouldn't be accurate.
There's almost always some kind of robust, technical explanation that can be uncovered. Well, most of the time at least. Thank you for sticking around to the end of the video. I know that this possibly got a bit boring at times due to all of the technical stuff.
It did. Not because of that, because of the pacing. The pacing was just...
If you want to see how Death Warp impacted the quest for Sub 3 and Red Ball, make sure to watch my previous video.
It's still obviously a good video.
And make sure to get subscribed for future videos on the subject, because let's just say that things have gotten more interesting. Thanks again for watching, and have a great rest of your day.
All right, yeah. It's like either low A or high B. I'd say high B. Yeah. Low B, yeah. I mean, I think it's better than Iceberg Part 1, though. I don't know. We'll put it there. Yeah, but, okay. And then I'm going to move this to C. There we go. It's def above Iceberg. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. All right. All right, I'm going to go get food and whatnot, I think, cuz I want to eat during like a long video. And I think, yeah, 7:55. All right, so I'm just gonna, maybe I can play. I gotta do that streamer thing where I play a random video like while I go eat food. What do I play? I can play an insane Jetman video, maybe. I don't know. Actually, wait. I'm not going to be gone for very long, so I'm just going to play Ides of March now. Why not? Alright. Alright. Shit. Doop doop. Alright. Oh, use the playlist. I'm not going to be gone for very long. I just got to, like, heat it up and stuff. The Red Bull, video with you in the thumbnail about the 304 and whatever. Like the good parts of that video are so good, but like that video just has so much fluff with like the sub 20 trend stuff that I couldn't put it in S tier. But dude, Red Bull 2 golfing is so funny.
I have spent the last 2 videos on my channel covering developments in Red Ball speedrunning that have taken place after I released my Red Ball World Record Progression documentary in November of 2020. And this video marks the 3rd and final installment in this trilogy of sorts. In how the flawless Red Ball speedrun record got destroyed, we took a look at the evolution of the legendary sub-20 train strategy and how it became implemented in full-game Red Ball speedruns, unlocking the potential for the sub-3-minute barrier being broken in the game. The video left off with Jonas Gaming's insane accomplishment of beating Red Ball in 3 minutes and 1 second flat, placing him tantalizingly close to the elusive barrier. In my previous video, Red Ball's biggest mystery was finally solved after 12 years.
I'm gonna move my mic so you guys just don't hear me eating.
Strategy present across multiple games in the Red Ball series, diving into a technical explanation of the technique and the lore behind it. The Death Warp allowed level 4 to be completed 2 seconds faster than normal, making the race to beat the game in under 3 minutes much more attainable for everyone involved.
Jonas just hasn't really been playing Red Ball, but he's still in
the players in the race to
government and
sub
stuff.
3, Carmel, Rare EG, Jonas Gaming, and XDXbox, have all proven their capability in achieving the milestone, with many sub 3 paces having been lost to the train between them. On top of this, another player made their way into the competition, increasing the number of players attempting to beat the game in under 3 minutes to 5. If you read the title of this video, then you know what is coming. One of these 5 players did the
Exactly,
unthinkable and
Kakavoy.
shattered this
Like,
elusive
exactly.
final minute barrier, becoming the uncontested champion of
I should have just
speedrun.
said that instead of like making a joke out of it or whatever.
If you haven't caught yourself up to speed in this story, I highly recommend checking out Red Ball World Record Progression and the 2 other videos in this current trilogy to catch yourself completely up to speed. Also, if you have been enjoying the Flash speedrunning content, do make sure to subscribe, because there are still so many more stories to tell, and I am not going anywhere anytime soon. So, if you are ready, let's take a look at the events that have transpired since Jonas's 30112 levels world record, and how Red Ball's legendary speedrun barrier was finally shattered. To begin, let us take a look at many people's favorite to become the first to break the sub-3 barrier, Carmel. In
I
late
have to eat
April,
my
Carmel's
food.
PB
Oh
at
my
Red Ball
gosh.
still
What
stood
am I
as an
supposed to
unrecorded
do?
303.57 set on the 14th of that month. This run marked the first
I'm literally
time
being
that
a typical
Carmel had
React
ever
streamer
pulled
right
off
now.
Sub-20 train first try.
I'm doing
at
good,
the
actually.
best, which, if you aren't aware yet, is an extremely difficult and
I have food now.
inconsistent strategy that has the potential to save around 8 seconds by collecting this
We will
flag
definitely
before
be
entering a
successfully
large
completing
ground
this.
section. However, it fittingly has a success rate amongst the game's very best runners of around 1 in 20. This unrecorded run could have easily been the first sub-3, but the 6 seconds that he lost in level 10 prevented it from being so. After this run, Carmel went full steam ahead with attempting sub-20 train whenever possible.
Yeah, I'm
even
a
on
React
runs
video
that
right
were
now. It is
already
good
far
food.
beyond
It's
safe.
like so
On
good.
the 25th
You have no
of
idea.
April, he entered level 10, 3 seconds behind, but managed to exit 3 seconds ahead by not committing any mistakes, now having a best possible time of 2:58. His sub-3 paces counter read 7, all of which were runs that could have been the very first sub-3 had he nailed sub-20.
It's like
train.
Korean
This
barbecue.
pace would mark number 8, and once again, he lined up for the strategy. He got the first necessary jump on the large spikes that are supposed to kill Red Ball on...
Yeah, I said this before, but like, I'll never be like doing this with other people's videos because it's extremely harmful to like the content creation market as a whole. But like, because it's like me watching my own videos, it's okay and whatnot.
Contact, but he would unfortunately die on the second jump. Later that same day, he would get onto sub-3 pace number 9, 5.5 seconds ahead of his PB this time. Once again, he nailed the first hop, but wasn't so lucky on the second one. On the 30th of April, he got on a run that was even farther ahead.
I don't,
of level
Lucius
10,
Miss. I think Jam does.
5.69 seconds ahead of his PB, and he would successfully perform both hops.
I agree.
He unfortunately did not garner enough speed to land on the first black platform, landing into the open cart below. He lost 7 seconds in level 11, having to wait for the flag, but he still finished the run with a low 3:04, giving him a new best recorded time. This run still marks the fastest time verified on the leaderboard without the use of sub-20 train. Even faster than the first world record that utilized the strategy, Rare EG's 3:04. However, EG's 3:04 did take place before the advent of Death Warp in level 4, which, as mentioned before, is a strategy that saves around 2 seconds. In case you aren't yet aware, Red Ball is able to activate the flag at the end of the level by contacting this axe, because his position in the entire level gets set to his position in the camera of the game upon death. Though, make sure to watch the full-length video on the subject for a more in-depth explanation. While Carmel's failed sub-20 counter on sub-20
Or don't, that's
began
basically
to
all
rack
you
up,
need.
the world record holder at the time, Jonas Gaming, was doing just the same. Jonas, having a time just a second off the legendary 3-minute barrier, was also the favorite of many to attain the milestone first. In late April, he and Carmel were by far the most active participants in the race to sub-3, as Jonas poured in thousands of attempts after attaining his 3:01. On the 27th of April alone, he lost 3 separate sub-3 paces to sub-20 train, with every attempt failing on the first large spikes
Troll
jump.
sphere.
On the 1st of May, he was on pace again, but he unfortunately didn't even get to attempt the strategy since he accidentally died on the ceiling spikes placed in the first section of the level. Also on May 1st, the clear underdog in the quest for sub-3 would pull off something important that would make his presence more known. At the end of April, Xbox's PB was still a 313.750, far away from the sub-3 barrier and even his other competitors that were going for the milestone. However, what Xbox lacked in his personal best time, he made up for in his sheer consistency and mastery with sub-15 train, a variant of sub-20 train that could save an additional 2 to 3 seconds by collecting the flag before it went under this ground triangle. Xbox had poured around 50 hours into individual level attempts of the strategy to try to push it to near perfection. And in the process, he became more consistent at the sub-15 train strategy than top runners were with even the normal sub-20 strategy. This variant involved a very difficult first jump to land on a further ridge in the train than normal sub-20 used, and a back corner boost off of the second black platform in order to garner the speed necessary to collect the flag as soon as possible. Thus, the best possible time when Xbox entered level 11 in his 313 was under 3 minutes, but he opted not to go for sub-15 to hopefully secure a time in the 30x range. However, a death in 12 unfortunately prevented him from achieving it.
Shoutouts to Xbox still playing on 550 by 400 because of lag. I remember he would... We now know that this doesn't really do much, but like he would just repeat spike glitch after every single level just because of like placebo.
On the 1st of May, Xbox entered level 11 a second ahead of his 313, making his best possible time a comfortable sub-3. However, Xbox again opted not to go for sub-15, and this time he did actually secure his first 3.0x with a 309.767. If Xbox had gone for sub-15 in this run and gotten it, it could have been a sub-3, since sub-15 train saves around 11 seconds over the traditional train strategy, proving that, with the right amount of luck, Xbox could suddenly obtain the milestone at any moment. However, Xbox
I like the
would
Xbox
instead
box.
opt to take a hiatus on playing Red Ball after achieving this personal best, effectively dropping him out of the race, dropping the number of participants down to 3. Thankfully, in his absence, others would continue.
I mean, probably not, because, like, I mean, my computer can definitely run 1080p fine. But, yeah. No, just, like, watching these, like, I'm just, like, really excited for, like, whenever the next Red Ball 1 video is going to be made, because I know I can just, like, do the pacing and stuff, like, so much better with how I present each run. Specifically with like talking faster. Okay, I do want to talk about this. So, I like you can. It says so in the credits, but like I am literally playing soprano saxophone in this cover of Beware the Forest Mushrooms. It's literally my woodwinds, like the woodwinds band class that I was in, like playing the song. It was literally just an arrangement on MuseScore. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. Like I got permission to use the recording and whatnot, and then I sent it to Macaroni, who like made it sound a bit better, and I also like edited it a bit myself. So I thought it was really cool. It ended up being really good montage music for this. So, yep. Deliciousness. I like that transition a lot.
Jonas and Carmel were getting so tantalizingly close to sub 3. On the 5th of May, Jonas exited the large spikes with what looked like enough speed, but he barely clipped the front of the first black platform, losing all of his momentum, something which is almost impossible to recover from. And on the 7th of May, Carmel nailed almost all of sub 20 train on a run that could have barely gotten sub 3, but he unfortunately died while trying to jump on the very last saw blade. Something that
Sup, Jules, welcome back. Yeah, no, I'm glad to be streaming. This is a good, definitely want to do something big for the comeback stream, so. And I also realized, okay, if I want to watch all my videos in one sitting, this is, like, the last chance I'll have to do it, because, like, it's just going to get longer and longer the more videos I make, so. This probably will not be happening again.
Really isn't an issue. The very next day, Carmel would hit sub 20, but it would only garner him a PB of 301.933 due to him losing significant chunks of time in the car in level 8 and in level 10. At this point, the participants in the race to sub 3 were starting to feel extremely defeated, with motivation dying down and Rare EG seemingly only grinding for the milestone in just one stream of his attempts on the 4th of May. Things would quiet down somewhat, and just as the quest for sub 3 seemed to be forgotten, another runner would suddenly join in the hunt. Going into May, Speedrunner's Sword had a PB of 308.890, which had been set all the way back on the 1st of April. Sword decided to take a stab at getting a run with sub 20 train in it, having become much better at the strategy since his 308. And around 3,000 attempts after his previous PB, Sword would end up doing this.
How many channel points is it, Nor? $5K, that's nothing. So sad.
Fuck, bro.
That was also a really good transition.
After being a second behind his PB going into level 11, Sword was now 7.2 seconds ahead thanks to sub-20 train. With a perfect level 12, Sword had the ability to just barely clutch out the first sub-3. Unfortunately, he clipped this corner after the spike pit. He missed the stair corner jump before the ending ramp, and he missed the back jump
Yeah,
to
thanks.
get back on top of it, ending with a 303.550. This near sub-3 put the other participants back onto high alert, but Sword would not ease up on the pressure. Just 2 days later, on the 15th of May, Sword entered level 11 over a second ahead, easily putting him on sub-3 pace with sub-20 train. This is what transpired next.
My gosh. So sad.
Mere pixels away from the flag's hitbox, Sword got pushed out of the cart. By possibly being just a frame too slow, Sword failed sub-20 train and another chance at attaining the first sub-3. After jumping off of the second saw blade, Sword landed squarely in the gap between two carts and lost most of his speed after jumping. This extremely unfortunate situation is what left him just barely too slow to collect the flag. Now, 3 runners had felt the distinct pain of losing a sub-3 pace beyond the large spikes in level 11. Jonas by barely clipping the first black platform, Carmel by dying on the third saw blade, and Sword first by making mistakes in level 12 and later by squarely landing in the ridge between two carts after jumping off of the third saw blade in level 11. So close, yet still so far away. But hold on a minute. We really haven't talked much about Rare EG, the person who achieved the first 3.0x with his legendary 307 and the first world record utilizing sub-20 train with his 304. He was still the favorite of many to achieve the first sub-3 even though he had only publicly done attempts a single time after Jonas's 301. Was he up to anything? As it turns out, he was. On the 13th of May, Rare EG had gotten onto a run that was 6.9 seconds ahead of a high 304 out of level 9, easily on pace for the sub-3. Unfortunately, he missed the perfect super bounce strategy in level 10 on his first attempt. After resetting, he did nail it on his second try, but he lost over 3 seconds because of the mistake. In level 11, EG nailed sub-20 train and entered level 12 3.7 seconds ahead, yielding him a best possible time of just around 3:00.5, which was on pace for a new world record. From this, it would appear that sub-3 was impossible, but this was actually not the case. Over on the individual levels side of Red Ball speedrunning, there is an extremely difficult strategy in level 12 that involves getting a large corner jump off of the bottom stair here, a much faster way of reaching the top of the ending ramp, saving up to half a second. With this new strategy, it was possible for him to squeak out a sub-3 by a matter of frames, and he was planning on going for it. However, the game wouldn't even give him a chance, as when he tried to jump into the beginning spike pit for the second time, Red Ball exploded into 8 pieces. The next day, on the 14th of May,
the
EG had a chance to
era.
redeem himself, being 5.6 seconds ahead into level 11, but he unfortunately jumped just a bit too late while attempting sub-20 and died. Looking at all of this, you may be wondering why EG was effectively playing the game in secret and why nobody is hearing about these paces until the release of this very video. Let's just say that EG's speedrunning mindset operates in a vastly different fashion than most other people, including myself. All the way back in 2018, when EG and I were competing to become the first to complete Red Ball in under 3 minutes and 30 seconds, EG was also extremely secretive about when he was doing attempts, what paces he was getting, and how close he actually was to the milestone. I may have won that battle, but EG later managed to push the game to much greater heights, essentially all on his own. For EG, speedrunning is a battle for personal improvement first, with the community-driven part coming in a distant second. and there's absolutely nothing wrong.
I should have qualified that more. I should have said like, cause like he obviously like he, I mean he literally like helped run the like he ran the, you know, beginner tournament thing on his Twitch channel and stuff. But it's like, it's not like, it's like the sharing, like displaying everything to the community and whatnot is like, look what I just got. Yeah, I could have worded it better.
Nearly obtaining a sub 3, EG would be the last person to send a message in Discord about it, and that is just how he operates. EG had very special plans of what to do if he did become the first to obtain sub 3, but time would only tell if he would be able to execute.
I probably won't leak that.
After so many fails,
it doesn't really
so many
matter,
close
but
calls from 4 separate runners, sub 3 was bound to happen soon. Thankfully, on the 17th of May, somebody would finally pull it off. So, let's go through a very familiar song one more time in order to properly illustrate what is by far the greatest Red Ball speedrun ever performed.
Let's go, let's go. Guys, I think I might have gotten it. I think it was me. The sync on this is so good. Deja vu, yeah. Oh wait, you're not. No. Lake Huki. It's the montage with the same music as Red Ball World Record progression. Wait, you're almost at 900 hours? What? I mean, I guess you streamed a lot of Mario Maker stuff, yeah. Yep. I don't leak when videos are gonna release ever.
On fittingly his 20th sub 3 pace into train, he finally nailed sub 20 train and closed out the run he had dreamed of. He had nailed sub 20 train first try on 11 other occasions, but none of those runs were fast enough out of the train to become the first sub 3. Well, until now. He had yielded some minor mistakes throughout the run.
I can't believe I made a 30-minute long video basically about one run, and it all has like, it's like relevant information. Like, well, there's just so much cool stuff that was going on, and I'm glad that I was able to document it all.
The video URL of the sub 3 run itself, and his blisteringly fast sub 20 train certainly made up for it. Like how EG did with his 307, Carmel went far beyond the sub 3 barrier with his 257.8, making one fact very clear. He did not need the death warp in level 4 in order to complete Red Ball in under 3 minutes. Adding back the 2 seconds that it saved, he would have finished with a 259.8, still under the milestone. Regardless, Carmel had become the first to attain a sub 3, and this is what he had to say about it. I have been waiting for so long. The day after EG beat my record, I started practicing sub 20 train. I slowly became more and more consistent with this incredibly difficult strategy. On the 19th of March, I got a 305, which did utilize sub 20 train, but had some more mistakes in the earlier levels.
I can't remember if I asked Carmel if he wanted to voice this or not. I think I did, and he said that I should do it.
4 days later, I choked a 302 pace into 12. I stopped playing for a while and came back when Death Warp was discovered. I was slowly improving my personal best, practicing constantly and getting more consistent at levels such as 6, 8, and 9. I managed to get over 50% consistency on all of them. It was all a matter of hitting the 10 super bounce and a fast sub 20 train. After 8,222 attempts, over 250 hours of playtime, 20 sub-3 paces, and 50 world record chokes, it has finally become a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time Red Ball 1 has been completed in under 3 minutes. As for the run, it is unoptimized to say the least. Levels 2, 4, 9, 10, and 12. But hey,
Yeah.
the barrier was—
What Twitch employee, like, saw that and was like, yeah, this kid is actually 6 years old. It's like, what?
Which was long awaited to be broken has just been broken. Together, we
Terrible
move the
platform.
limits. Peace. Marcin the Carmel.
Good stuff.
Now that this milestone has been broken, the only question left is, where do we go from here? Near the end of the first video in this post-307 trilogy, I made the claim that a time under 2 minutes and 50 seconds is something that will almost certainly not happen. However, it seems like from the comments that a lot of people don't really know what almost certainly means. And I honestly could have done a much better job dictating what I meant.
Yeah.
So, let's set the record straight here. Sub 250 is absolutely a possible time. The segmented run that has been created with the best individual level times produced by hundreds upon hundreds.
It's crazy that segmented run, like, it's possible to beat that segmented run. Like, that's
of
insane.
gameplay by various members in the community stands at a 238, and the current task of the game stands at a 229. If Carmel had not lost a second in level 2, gotten a clean stair jump in level 4, nailed the extremely inconsistent back corner boost also in level 4, gotten a better plunger in level 9, gotten a one jump ball in level 10, and not clipped this corner in level 12, all while doing everything else that he managed to accomplish, that would have—
Dude, Bird 3 didn't even exist. Bird 3 is what made 4X like, oh, this is gonna happen.
barely made his time a 250.
Neither did Max 6 didn't exist. And neither did P-Bird. Like, the Bird 3, Max 6, and P-Bird, like, were all found after this.
Adding on sub 15 train and maybe something else like task 3 for good measure, a time under 2 minutes and 50 seconds certainly becomes feasible. However, the main problem with this is that there are serious doubts that a runner will ever be dedicated enough to pour in the tens of thousands of attempts and likely thousands of hours of playtime necessary in order to pull this off. Red Ball is a physics sandbox where strategies—
Do you think that sub 417 levels will happen? Right now, it's not realistic. We'd need new strategies. OX is realistic, but sub 4 isn't yet.
like full 6 ramp double jump and sub 20 train will almost certainly remain extremely inconsistent for the rest of time. There is usually no way to memorize a string of inputs and execute them to perform a desired outcome. And
so this was before like this was before task stuff, right? I mean, I think the task existed, but I think this was before IL speedrunning had turned into like replicate this task string. So, what's Pierce's attempt count? Is it like 20K? Yeah, this was before frame perfect setups, exactly, yeah. So like in my mind, I'm just thinking like this is not like Super Mario Bros. Like this is a physics sandbox game. So it's like, how are we going to like find setups for this stuff? But I didn't like realize like this game only has 3 inputs. Like as long as you do the same stuff like from the beginning, like it'll. Pierce has 40 or 50K? What? That's insane. I only have like 9K, I think. If you, I can't get an actual estimate because I've been across like 4 split files and I've done like 1,000 runs like with no splits, but
it is almost never possible to line yourself up on an object in order to have a better chance at executing a strategy. I have seen how immensely draining this game was for the runners attempting to achieve the first sub 3, so I can't even wrap my head around how one would feel attempting to achieve a sub 250. But
yeah, I want to see somebody get get sub 3. You just use the strategies from. You can only use the strategies from Carmel's 257 plus sub 15 train and Tash 3. Like, yeah.
As we all know, you can't predict the future.
Let me see
Though
it.
Red Ball seems pretty much solved at this point as a result of hundreds of hours of glitch hunting, IL grinding, and tassing, there is absolutely no way to be certain of that. We may find brand new strategies, and we may figure out how to bring some task-only strategies to real-time attempts.
That did happen.
Or
Yep.
We may indeed find setups for performing things like sub-15 train more consistently. Regardless...
What? No way! We did all of that! That's crazy.
One thing will always remain true. Red Ball is an extremely unpredictable, unusual game. One that is only here today because of a miracle. Indeed, this whole community that we have built only exists because in 2008, a concrete mixer salesman from Russia was sent a link to a blog that would inspire him to create the game series that we all know and love. We must continue to strive for the seemingly impossible and always expect the unexpected. Thank you for watching the world record progression of Red Ball.
Really great ending to that video. However, there's still like...
Hey everyone.
Okay, so... The engagement graph for this video is absolutely horrible because people just like immediately left like when the credits started playing. But I had like tons of important information like in this segment, so yeah.
I hope you all.
That's kind of an L on my part. I shouldn't have done that.
Video. While the progression
this video would have gotten
and the credits
definitely would have
there are
gotten
some
more
things
views
that
if
I
I
would
had
like to
not made
mention
that
here
mistake.
At the end, including an announcement of a $200 raffle.
We
So
also
make
would
sure
have
to
gotten
keep
more
watching.
people to participate in the
Firstly, on
raffle.
9th of June,
Even though we did get like a ton of participation in the raffle, so that's good.
Jonas
But yeah, I understand how to pace videos better.
Gaming got trolled by the game again by getting a 300.1, putting him just 4 frames off
Epic
of the
fail.
sub 3 milestone. Jonas has put an immense amount of effort into trying to obtain a sub 3, and I am certain that he will achieve it at some point in the near future. Also, during the making of this video, a massive development was found in level 3 of the game that has enormous implications for future runners attempting a sub 3 and for the feasibility of attaining a sub 250 in the future. By executing a single frame-perfect jump at the start of the level and continuing to hold down the jump and right keys, you get placed in the perfect position to get a recoil jump off of the front of this elevator. By then jumping off the back edge of the platform, you can reach the flag around 2 seconds faster than normal Fast 3. The fact that this works is nothing short of a miracle, and the importance of this new strategy, coined Bird 3, cannot be understated. With it, XDXbox Jaja managed to achieve a 304.5 on the 13th of June without utilizing either sub 15 or sub 20 train.
Yeah.
With just a slightly cleaner...
Yeah, so like Bird 3 was found like during the making of the video, and then I found Max 6. Max 6 and P-Bird were like a day after, so it was like 2 days after.
And its sub 15 train, which Xbox is the master of, this run had the potential to be a 252. Bird 3 nearly saves as much time as Task 3, which involves an extremely inconsistent corner boost on the elevator, has a success rate of around 1 in 20, and would essentially be required, along with sub 15 train, for someone to realistically attain a 249. Now, that 2-second time save in 3 is orders of magnitude more consistent.
Yo, welcome to the
and is
stream.
completely
I'm doing pretty
skill-based.
good.
249 may still be a distant pipe dream.
I've
but
really
with
enjoyed
Bird
doing
3,
this so
we at
far.
least have a glimmer
We
of
still
hope
have
of it actually
like
being
4 more
obtained
hours
one
to
day.
go.
And yes, this strategy is a reminder that, despite what we might think, we can never be certain
That's
that
true,
Red Ball is a
Roblox,
game
that's
that is
true.
100% solved.
It
Now,
isn't
with that
100%
out of the
solved,
way, there are a
that's
lot
it.
of people that I would like to thank that helped out with the making of this video. Thanks to all of the Sub 3 crew, Carmel, Jonas, Sword, EG, and Xbox for their continued help while making these videos, and their continued dedication to speedrunning Red Ball.
FP is frame
Along
perfect.
with them, Thog N, Yak Attack, BNMC, Motor Jam, Norksor, and Skarmory also helped out with editing the script, so a huge thanks goes out to them as well. The cubing and Tetris legend himself, Radical Macaroni, helped me with some microphone and audio stuff, so a big thanks to him for that. And, of course, an enormous thank you goes out to the entire Red Ball community.
Oh, my bad,
for supporting
Ultra.
other runners, for continuing to push the games in the Red Ball series to their absolute limits, and for showing Carmel's sub 3 video a massive amount of love, with it already sitting at 12,000 views less than a month after.
I agree, Jazz. I
highly recommend.
Now I don't do any post-processing to my mic stuff. I just normalize it because my audio interface minus 6 dBs everything for no reason.
Video to get a full grip of his monumental achievement. And finally, it is time to announce the $200 raffle that I mentioned earlier. Thanks to a very generous donation that I received out of the blue from the creator of Red Ball, Eugene.
Yeah,
Peterson,
I mean that was actually crazy. So the reason that happened is because I mentioned that I got 319 or something. This was a while ago, and he was like, I guess he watched the run, and it was like, dang, that's impressive. I'll send you an Amazon gift card, and I never got anything, and I eventually mentioned it's yeah, I'm 18. It was like, oh, what's your PayPal? And then I dropped it, and then boom, enough to fund that raffle and then some. Yeah, just really, really crazy stuff. Literally the coolest guy ever. Yeah. Sponsor of the Red Ball 1 and Volume 1 raffles and a bit more. It's crazy.
Where entry is gained by achieving a
But yeah, the $200 raffle became a $400 raffle because there was so much participation, which is really cool.
Red Ball 1 leaderboard. If you are new to the game or have a time of 3 minutes 40 seconds or above, you can enter this raffle by achieving a time of 3 minutes 39 seconds or below. If you currently have a time between 3 minutes and 30 seconds and 3 minutes and 39 seconds, you can enter this raffle by achieving a time of 3 minutes 29 seconds or below, and so on. With this system, effectively everybody has a chance to enter. Mm-hmm. Well, except for Carmel, I guess. $100 winners will be drawn on July 16th, 2021, which should be exactly a month after this video releases. If you are watching this video after the conclusion of this raffle, I still highly recommend learning how to speedrun the game, and I'm sure you'll have a good time doing it. To enter, you must submit your run with recorded video evidence to the Speedrun.com leaderboard, following all rules and guidelines, and have it be verified. To learn the game, I highly recommend checking out the Red Ball beginner tutorial on my second channel, which I will link in the description, in the pinned comment, and on the end screen. Also, make sure to join the Red Ball Speedrunning Discord if you have any questions or would like help learning the game. Best of luck goes out to all of the runners. That wraps up everything, so thank you all once again for watching, and I will see you all in the next video.
Alright, yeah. Really, really like that video. Really good stuff. It had tons of support on it as well. From GD Colin too. But yeah, it's just so crazy that... How many days after this did I get 255? Let's see. Mouse is spazzing out. It was 2 days after this. I got 255 2 days after this video dropped. Because literally it dropped max 6 P-Bird attempt session record. That's what happened. It's so crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So, yeah. The next Red Ball video is going to be something else. This video I'd say is either low S or high A. What do you guys think? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't want to crowd up S, so I'm gonna put it in high A. But it's very on the borderline. It could have been an S if I don't know. I could have like restructured things a bit better and whatnot, but still like really good stuff. Really, really good stuff. All right. All right, now we have the run video. So this was like literally basically my second video that wasn't about Red Bull. Because I mean, like this was just like a general video, I guess. So, yeah. Unfortunately, the narration this one is doo-doo. Like I remember, like I started the script for this like, I think it was in like March, and then I recorded the audio. I like edited the script and then recorded the audio like before the sub 3 video. And then I like went back and listened to it. I was like, this is not good. But like I didn't want to re-record it because I had already like split it all up and stuff. So yeah, no, yeah, this I can't believe the run video has 430,000 views right now. Also, yeah, the Happy Wheels video is doing so well. It's crazy. Like, I didn't expect it to, like, just shoot up like that. Like, yeah. Absolutely nuts. We'll see if it's able to... I think it'll get to 500K for sure. We'll see if it ever gets to 1 million. Yeah, 290K in 6 days. It's absolutely nuts. Go to title and thumbnail. So, all right, we recorded the entire comment. Wow. Oh, wow, really? Dang. Yep. All right, run video time. Ah, this beginning is so good. Ah.
The Run series is arguably the most popular trilogy of Flash games ever created. Released in August of 2008, the first game in the series, simply titled Run, was an instant success, spreading from albinoblacksheep.com to other Flash game websites such as Cool Math Games and Congregate. People loved the game for its simplistic...
See, I'm such a perfectionist, I guess, in ways that, like, I literally, like, went on archive.org and, like, had to, like, find the websites, how they looked when the game released, and then I had to, like Photoshop it to, like, put the images on correctly and all that stuff. Like, I do that kind of stuff all the time that just, like, nobody notices, but I just have to do it, like, for myself. So, yeah, because, I mean, this is the old Cool Math logo and stuff.
As Cool Math Games and Congregate.
Same with, like, using the old Cool Math logo and whatnot and stuff.
People loved the game for its simplistic yet fluid gameplay and its easy to pick up and start nature. You selected a speed, clicked on adventure mode, and you were off to the races, seamlessly moving through the game's 50 levels. The game also featured an infinite mode and an unlockable intense speed to give the game more...
No, that was at elementary school, like 4th and 5th grade. I played Run 2 so much. It was so much. Like, that's the reason... If it weren't for that, I wouldn't be here doing this stuff today. Like that's the reason I decided to start speedrunning in 2017, which led to everything else. So, Duck Life speedruns are lame.
The second game, Run 2,
not gonna lie,
in a different direction, or rather, a different
dimension.
The two-dimensional surfaces that the player used to rotate on were replaced with three-dimensional
Oh yeah,
objects.
I need to give you
The levels were split into a runner level set and a skater level set, with 25 normal levels and 6 unlockable bonus levels in each category. For Run 3, the series went back to its roots, having two-dimensional object tunnels. But the game was an improvement over the first installment in almost every way. There were many characters to select from, there was a much better interface, the controls were more fluid, rotating no longer caused the gameplay to temporarily halt.
So funny,
there were more levels and many branching paths containing extra content, and there was a storyline that 95% of people just skipped through. These games were both fun and super popular, with Run 2 specifically being the most popular game on Cool Math Games for quite a while. With all of this popularity...
Oh yeah, I had to like, this was another thing that I had to like, I had to go through archive.org and stuff and like get all of this. Because I remember that from like elementary school, like I would click on the top games and Run 2 was always at the top. So it was
for
like,
quite a while. With all of this popularity, it comes as no surprise that speedrunners would want to take a hand at trying to beat the games in the series as fast as possible. With so many different speeds, characters, and ways of playing,
I remember
it feels as though
this introduction took me so long to edit, and you can probably tell why. Just like all the stuff going on and the videos side by side, and me not really know what I was doing. But you know,
hold on,
that's all right. The intro always takes the longest because like you don't have like videos to show. Like you have to just like figure out what you're gonna show, and I'm not one of those people that can just like talk while nothing's really going on. Like I feel like I need something relevant on screen at
the Run series all share one attribute in common. The character is constantly
like that specifically, like doing this smooth transition and all of that probably took like ages.
Seemingly fixed speed. There is no way to maneuver the character forwards or backwards.
Physics was so much easier than Chem,
You can't go any faster than the game allows. So, wouldn't this make
I'm not exactly cracked at editing because there are people like Bismuth who just are like, you know, like, nah, I'm not even close because it's not even possible to be close on Vegas Pro. Like, like the things that people do in After Effects and Premiere Pro are insane, but Premiere Pro is hard to use, so.
Speedrun games like this. These are the questions that this video will aim to answer. By the way, because I get a million comments about it on each of my videos, if you are wondering how to still play Flash games after 2020, please check out MoreMaximum's Flashpoint. It is a collection of tens of thousands of Flash games that you can play offline once they are downloaded in the official standalone Adobe Flash Player, which us speedrunners have been using for many years now for convenience and for less lag. Now that I have let you know about this top secret information.
Yeah, I was like making a joke about that because like people are like typing words into my YouTube comment section that if they literally just put in the Google search bar, they would have gotten their answer on the first link. Like it's like guys, come on.
I would appreciate it
it's
if
funny.
You could subscribe and leave a rating in return. Now on with the video. Autoscrollers. You've probably seen them before. In almost every 2D Mario game, you will approach a level at some point that forces you to wait. A lot. The bounds of the screen move extremely slowly, with a speedy completion of the level being impossible. For speedrunners, these levels are horrible because they represent the antithesis of the idea of speedrunning as a whole.
True, like
Beating a
Yuki.
game as quickly as possible through skill and determination.
One of the things that mad boosts engagement are people asking, what song is that blah? Even though in every single video, I put like a music list in the description. So I get to like have that original comment and then I get to reply saying, I always leave a music list in the description, blah, blah, blah. So.
While
Mad
the
W
games in the
for
Run series
engagement.
don't really fit the definition of an autoscroller in the traditional sense, and it is a bit misleading to refer to them as such. Okay, look, I needed people to click on the video.
Oh yeah, I think that there's like somebody who like didn't understand that this part was like a joke or whatever. So like they asked the comments like, are the Run games really autoscrollers though? And then the reply comment is like, oh. So I see you were just clickbaiting us. Nice one, bro. It's like, just doesn't understand that, like, my point, like, it is valid to, like, you know, like, they do serve the same, like, purpose or whatever. I don't know. People take stuff way too seriously. It's ridiculous.
However, the game's complete control over the player's Z-velocity does produce a very similar outcome. Like autoscrollers, if the player doesn't die along the way, all speedruns of games in the Run series should end with the exact same time, right? Well, not exactly. Speedruns of Run 1, or more accurately, just Run, are split between...
Oh yeah, I had to, at some point, I had to moderate a request, Run 1, it was called Run 1 on Speedrun.com at the time, because like all the mods were inactive, so I was like able to... I was able to like get mod on it, and then we had to clean up the categories because every single like combination, I don't think runner and skater was split up, but like, and there was no Flash and HTML5 division, but like every single possible like combination of subcategories was like its own category. Like the leaderboard was set up so poorly, and me and DHA I think spent an entire day like fixing this leaderboard. It was really funny. So. But yeah, I also had to get the name changed from Run 1 to Run because it was never called Run 1. There was never a 1 in the title of the game. So people generally don't refer to the first game in the series as, that game 1 because they don't know that there's going to be a sequel yet. Or like it's not titled that, but they refer to it as such. Like Super Mario Bros. 1 it's not, it's titled SMB 1 instead of just SMB. Just SMB is Super Monkey Ball, guys. So yeah, just like RB1 as well. Yep, exact same thing. It's like that's why Red Ball 1 is not Red Ball 1 on Speedrun.com because the name of the game is Red Ball. So,
two main categories,
got that fixed.
Adventure mode and infinite mode. There are subcategories for the 3 different speeds, for whether the player is using the runner or the skater, and for the 2 different versions of
also,
the game.
by the way, bless JPXS. Like, what other games can I just open the SWF, right-click the thing, save as GIF, boom, I just throw it into the video and it looks like that, and I have the runner and the skater. Like, what other games on this planet are you able to do that so easily? Like, so blessed from a content creation perspective that I use Flash games, because you can export, they're all vector graphics, unless they're pixel art, so they export at, whatever resolution that you want. Like, I could literally make 4K videos and stuff. It's like, man, really gotta love it. Shoutouts Flash for being ahead of its time in many aspects.
And for the 2 different versions of the game, Flash and HTML5. For simplicity's sake, we will only be talking about runs with the runner character on the Flash version of the game, as that is what people are most familiar with. In adventure mode, there are a couple of tenets to follow in order to score the best possible time. Don't die, rotate as little as possible, avoid obstacles, and go through the menus as fast as possible. The not dying part is pretty self-explanatory, but it is actually extremely difficult to accomplish, especially on intense speed. At high speeds on the later levels, the gameplay precision needed to not fall into the void is monumental. To date, only one deathless speedrun has been performed on intense speed by a runner named Rubik's Math, which is a name you are going to be seeing a lot throughout this video. Because of this, he is
dang Nor, I definitely, wow.
Completed all 50
mad props to you. I mean, there's still a long way to go, but dang. Go drink some coffee or something.
levels on adventure mode
if you're actually gonna do it.
Speed without dying. Even not in a speedrunning context.
Yeah, it is, Jez.
Speed to have a lot more runners with deathless runs, but in fact, Rubik's Math, Epicaz, and B-Man1234 are the only people to have ever.
Oh yeah, I had to re-record myself saying that name because for whatever reason I didn't get the fact that it was it's 1234. I literally said B-Man1234. It's like, bro, like, why?
Normal speed, despite being much slower,
I make silly mistakes like that sometimes.
However, what accounts for these small
12-3-4? Oh my gosh.
Amongst these deathless runs? Well, let's move over to the second tenet of run speedrunning: rotating as little as possible. Whenever the runner touches one of the 2 adjacent sides in the tunnel, the gameplay will completely freeze.
It's gonna be like 3.5 more hours probably, unless I did the math wrong.
At 60 frames per second on normal speed, it takes 20 frames for a rotation, or a third of a second. On fast speed, it takes 14 frames,
yeah.
or 0.233 seconds.
Yeah, definitely just come back and catch the end.
It takes 10 frames, or a sixth of a second. However, the time loss is even more significant than this, as the runner needs to take a few frames.
I mean, I sped up vids, but I've also been like pausing and stuff and other stops, so there isn't like a way to be 100% accurate.
Accelerate to top speed again. Thus, speedrunners have come up with routes in each level in order to achieve the lowest amount of rotations possible, with some of these paths certainly being more difficult than a normal completion of the level. Some prominent examples are the zero rotation routes in levels 34 and 37, where the player must constantly perform tight jumps on very thin platforms. There is also a very difficult strategy called the wall jump, where the player is able to execute a jump input on the top edge of a vertical wall to avoid rotating. The window for executing this jump is extremely small, but thankfully the game allows for jump inputs to be buffered, so the main challenge comes with positioning the character correctly on the wall. Too far left and the wall will be missed, or the jump just won't happen.
Yeah, to get these videos, I had to like learn how to do all of this stuff because like there weren't like the videos that existed were really low quality. So
and the game will perform a rotation, killing the player. This exploit has the potential to save rotations in levels like 17, 25, 30, and 39, but it has only been performed in the top 2 normal speed runs, as the trick becomes even harder at faster speeds. Thus, we move on to the third tenet of run speedrunning, avoiding obstacles, which doesn't have that big of an application in Run 1 since, well, there really aren't any obstacles. But what can actually serve as an obstacle is the edges of all of the square tiles. While moving around or rotating, if the player bumps into these edges...
Bro, what did I just say, square tiles? I mean, like, I guess they are, like, square, like, the tiles themselves, but I'm, like, literally showing myself on rectangular platforms. I don't know why I said square tile.
Them, it will cause some time loss as the player spends a few frames not at top speed. This is especially important in the later levels where the jumps and rotations are much more difficult.
Squares. This is a red box reference.
And causes the player to lose more speed versus a rotation that lands cleanly on the platform can make all of the difference in a game where the top times may just be a few frames apart. However, the most silent yet crucial tenet of run speedrunning is menuing speed. After every single level, the players...
this is funny. I think they found some kind of exploit where you can, like, buffer menus in this game by doing something. I forgot how it works. But yeah, Run 1 has been kind of uprooted by that. It's really funny. I think it's, like, theoretically, like, it doesn't execute the menu until, like, frame 2 or 3 or something. So... You can theoretically get a faster time by mashing, but like nobody is really able to because no one has high enough CPS.
Complete menu that prompts them to hit these.
I don't really know how it works. I need to look into it more.
Because this menu appears 49 times throughout an adventure mode run, how fast this spacebar input comes is vital. At 60 frames per second, let's say a runner takes 2 extra frames to menu after each level on average compared to the first place time. This is only 1/30th of a second slower, pretty much imperceptible to anyone playing or viewing. However, throughout the run, this would add up
to
I'll
do that.
A half of time loss, which is anything but insignificant. Most runners will begin mashing the spacebar before the prompt comes up, so there is no need to react to it. Using a 3-finger mashing technique, I can average around 13 presses per second. So, disregarding possible loading times, I can expect my menus to be between 1 and 5 frames. However, during hours of attempts, having to perform hundreds of these mashes, it is extremely difficult to menu consistently, especially while having to juggle everything else, like actually playing the game well. This tenet, unfortunately, is the most annoying out of the 4, and can certainly put people off from
I know, like, Kooky, I suck. Well, okay, my keyboard is, like, has, like... Shut up. My keyboard has, I'm assuming you're being sarcastic. My keyboard has, like, such a long key travel. If I had, like, Nifsky's keyboard, I could definitely do better. Yeah, it's bullshit debounce, exactly. But yeah.
Aren't trying to become the very best of the best, menuing is not nearly as vital, with the possible time saved from fast menus just being an added bonus. But wait a minute, adventure mode is only
But yeah, people in Run 2 are using, like, 4-finger mashing techniques now.
Modes present in Run 1. How does all of this stuff apply to infinite mode, and how does it even work? Infinite mode operates on a difficulty percentage, which correlates to how many tiles are placed in the level. 5% barely has anything missing, while 99% can sometimes feel impossible to complete due to how many gaps there are. The game generates a tunnel of fixed length.
That's crazy, like
difficulty, and if the player manages to complete it without dying, the difficulty will increase by 10%, maxing out at 99%. However, speedrunners.
Yeah, I do want to like get the drag clicking keyboard at some point to like try it out, because if that like works, like that'll completely like uproot Run 2. They just need to make like a keyboard that can drag click and isn't $1 million.
Take a death in the first level, so the difficulty will only increase by 5% upon completing the tunnel. While this
like if a company figures out how to manufacture like a $40 drag clicking keyboard, they'll sell so many, because all these Minecraft PvPers who rebind spacebar to left click or whatever are just gonna be like, oh my gosh.
Some time, because higher difficulty tunnels are slightly longer, this will end up saving time in the long run, as the difficulty of every subsequent tunnel will be 5% lower than the normal amount. Because 90% difficulty will still jump to 99% upon completion, the runner still plays the exact same amount of tunnels using this method. Once the player completes a tunnel at 99% difficulty, infinite mode is counted as being completed. As you may have guessed, all of the tunnels that are generated in this game mode are completely random, and there is no way to be prepared for what is to come. The player must constantly think on their toes, mapping out a route to prevent dying, while also minimizing rotations as much as possible. However, both the normal and fast speed records...
Hold on, I'm gonna do it. Hold on. Let me see if I can do better right now.
Put this in the trash.
Oops, hit my mic. It's 14. So I can probably like get 15.
Rotation. The player is completely at the game's mercy to get a pattern on each level that is even possible to complete without rotating. On intense speed, things are a bit different, with most runners opting to actually reduce their speed too fast at around 50% difficulty to avoid dying in the later levels, where the difficulty of playing the game at intense speed just becomes unreasonable. Well, except for this badass, who managed to complete
yeah,
every
that's just
single
funny.
level at top speed thanks in no small part to the amazing RNG they got, allowing their run to be 14 seconds faster than second place. Now that we've given a pretty extensive overview of speedrunning the first Run game, let's now take a look at its very different successor, Run 2. As
my
mentioned
personal
earlier,
favorite.
Run 2 is made up of 62 total levels, with there being 31 levels for the runner and 31 levels for the skater. These 31 levels are further divided into 25 normal levels and 6 unlockable bonus levels. Each level in the game has a yellow bonus in it that can be collected, and for every 5 bonuses that are collected on a character, 1 bonus level unlocks. The bonuses in the 25 main levels allow for the first 5 bonus levels to be unlocked, while the bonuses present in those 5 bonus levels allow for the 6th bonus level to be unlocked. This level also has a bonus in it, which doesn't help unlock anything, but it is still required for 100% completion. The 3 main categories in the game, runner level set, skater level set, and both level sets, are therefore split into any percent and 100% subcategories, where the player either completes...
Yeah, the editing on this video is definitely like a step up from the sub 3, just like the visual stuff going on. Pretty cool.
While not having to collect any bonuses, or all levels while having to collect every bonus. Like Run 1, Run 2 has normal, fast, and intense speed subcategories for runner level set and skater level set. However, for the both level sets category, the game has to be treated like it is on a new save file, where only the normal and fast speeds are unlocked. Thus, the any percent category, where the player must complete the 50 normal levels in the game, is locked on fast speed the entire time. The 100% category is initially locked on fast speed for the first character, but the second character can actually be played on intense speed. This is because, to unlock Intense Speed, you have to complete 100% of the levels and collect all of the bonuses on one of the characters. Skater is therefore the most optimal choice to start with, since Intense Speed saves much more time on Runner, due to it being the longer level set of the two in terms of completion time. The main tenets of Run 1 speedrunning apply to Run 2 as well, with avoiding deaths staying crucial, difficult and or inventive strategies to save rotations becoming vital, menuing staying important, and avoiding obstacles becoming much more pertinent. To save rotations, speedrunners will rotate on the back of platforms when not intended, perform large jumps that are barely possible, and execute movement that becomes near impossible at high speeds. However, the most interesting rotation save of all is this corner launch in level 23 of Skater, found by yours truly, that can save
yeah, I remember when I found this. This is pretty cool.
This save is also one of the hardest in the entire
Saves
game,
0.7.
as it comes at the very tail end of the level set. There are only 3 runners that have ever pulled off this strategy first try in a personal best run, speaking volumes to its sheer difficulty. Staying deathless is extremely challenging in some categories, with Skater on Intense Speed only having 2 players that have ever submitted a deathless run. However, it gets far worse than that. The current 100% Skater Intense world record by Rubik's Math has 18 deaths. I counted, with Rubik switching from intense to fast speed after completing level 20. This is allowed since, like Run 1, the speed subcategory just marks the highest speed that you played on in the run. The current full game any % record, also by Rubik's, is deathless since every level has to be played on fast speed and no bonuses are required, with Rubik's actually pulling off a lot of difficult rotation saves like the back rotation in level 18 of Runner. Full game 100%,
bonkless
however,
as well,
is a different story, with Rubik's taking 12 deaths throughout the course of the run, mainly due to playing the runner on intense.
I do kind of want to get this record back because like I feel like I'm really consistent at the game. And I feel like if I practiced well, because like 100% is the best category in the game. Like it just is, because it isn't. You can get record without being extremely insane at menuing and stuff. And it's just like a really cool category in general. I wish more people played it.
When changing speed in some levels. After obviously having to change the speed to intense when first playing the runner, he actually changes his speed down to fast in level 25, since the bonus route is almost impossible to nail first try on intense speed. Rubik's then changes the speed back up to intense for bonuses 1, 2, and 3, where he then goes all the way down to normal speed for bonus 4. In this level, the player can't jump at all, and the platforming is insanely difficult, even at slower speeds. Only a handful of people are known to have ever completed this level with the bonus a single time on intense speed, so it is extremely unlikely that a future 100% world record will omit this speed drop. Rubik's then finishes out bonuses 5 and 6 on intense speed to complete the run in 6 minutes and 19 seconds. By dying significantly less, using some currently unimplemented 100% rotation saves, and executing the necessary speed changes much quicker, a time under 6 minutes is thought to barely be attainable. However,
yeah, if somebody got that, it would be absolutely legendary. Like, it would be really, really impressive speedrun.
In the game, the player is rewarded with a cheat code that allows each of the level sets to be played with double jumps.
Honestly, considering putting a bounty on it, if I make a Run 2 specific video, and it hasn't been achieved
there
yet.
Are subcategories on each level set for these 3 combinations. Most of these categories do not have many runs in them, but Skater level set with double jumps at intense speed is actually more popular than it is without double jumps. The full game categories do not have these divisions since the file is treated as fresh, so the cheat isn't unlocked. Altogether, this means that Run 2 has 38.
I think 100% New Game Plus might be interesting. But I don't think anybody would really optimize it because it'd be insanely difficult.
Different categories to speedrun.
It's difficult enough as is with the speed restrictions.
7 minutes, which I think is pretty awesome. However, what isn't awesome is that Run 1's menuing problem is even worse in Run 2, since the levels in Run 2 happen to be much shorter, greatly increasing the average amount of level transitions per minute of gameplay.
Menus are the worst part about Run 2,
To
like, by
emphasize
far.
how important this is, Speedrunner Gradient41 managed to beat my Skater Fast PB by 0.267 seconds without using the rotationless 23 strategy, which can save up to 0.7 seconds. Adding these together, this means that Gradient saved an entire second compared to me just off of menuing. When the top 5 in the category are just around 1 second apart, this is an enormous deal. Thankfully, like Run 1,
true,
this only
Lake
becomes a
Huki.
large
Good
problem
point.
at high level, and there are plenty of categories that players can choose to optimize instead that are not so heavily reliant on menuing. Such as that Skater Intense 100% record that has 18 deaths and only actually plays on intense speed for 20 out of the 31 levels. Now, to wrap up this video, let's take a look at the most recent installment in the Run series, Run 3. Contrary to Run 2's massive amount of categories, Run 3 has just 4. Any percent. New Game Plus, all levels in the original release, and reverse. The main tunnel is made up of 65 different levels that the player must complete on a fresh save file. However, the first 3 levels can be skipped by clicking on the credits button, so that is actually when timing starts. Levels 4 through 10 must be played on Runner, whereafter the Skater can be switched to, which, like in the other games in the series, is much faster than the Runner. This comes with the trade-off that the later levels of the game are extremely difficult to complete first try on Skater. Thus, some runners switch back to the Runner once the levels become too difficult. However, to compete at the very top of the leaderboard, the game must be completed deathless while on Skater from level 11 onward, like DHA does in his current world record of 1046. In New Game Plus, the objective is still to complete the main tunnel, but any unlockable character may be used from the start. However, skipping levels 1 through 3 using the credits button is not allowed. New Game Plus does not require a fresh save file, so there are no cutscenes that need to be mashed through or skipped. The fastest character in the game to play with is actually the Bunny, since it has a higher top speed than the Skater, which is what Random Kid 999 uses in his current world record of 948, which has 0 deaths. The All Levels category in the original release requires the main tunnel and all of the side tunnels to be completed. The reason that there isn't a 100% category for any subsequent releases is because the game has been updated a multitude of times since 2014, and many different levels have been added along the way. Since it is pretty much impossible to keep track of this, it has been decided that a true 100% will not exist until the game receives its final update.
Yeah, I feel like we should have 100% categories for like the versions we do have, because they do kind of have a version history on the wiki, so I don't know. I just don't think this is a very good solution, because like right now, updates and stuff, I don't know if there's been an update in like the past 2 years or something, because the Run dev has just been working on his new game engine called Runaway.
Finally, the miscellaneous reverse category is like the New Game Plus mode, but you start at the very end of level 65 and try to reach the beginning of level 1. So, not only are the levels in reverse order, but you are also playing them backwards as well, which changes all of the memorized platforming in the game. This mode is activated by holding down the previous button in the pause menu. The current world record of 9:55 by Random Kid unsurprisingly uses the Bunny, with the run only being 7 seconds slower than the New Game Plus world record. In Run 3, the rotations were altered to no longer pause the game, removing that avenue of potential time save and time loss. Additionally, the
See, the thing is that Run 3 reverse is actually built into the game, which is
meaning that menuing is no
unlike
longer a
Red Ball
factor
reverse.
either, right? Well, not exactly. You see, you can actually save some time on every single level transition by exiting to the main menu right when the level completes and reselecting Explore mode. This causes the player to skip the small buffer region present between every single level in the game, which adds up to a decent time save throughout the run. However, it is not quite as big as one would expect, since the player has to regain acceleration upon being placed at the start of each level, causing each menu to save just a handful of frames, with slow menus actually losing time. This exploit also allows for the mashable cutscenes at the end of levels 10 and 40 to be skipped, allowing for some additional time save in any percent. The faster that a menu is performed, the more time that it saves, and it is the reason why DHA's any percent world record of 10:46 is 7 seconds faster than the second place time of 10:53 by Mark2427, despite both runs being deathless and using the skater the entire time after level 10. However, this technique actually doesn't save time in the New Game Plus categories since the bunny has such a high top speed that the loss of acceleration would make it slower. Finally, Run 3 also has a level leaderboard for speedruns of the 22 side tunnels present in the game. These categories are not nearly as competitive as the main ones, but they still provide a
I haven't heard of that game,
due to the
Lakiki.
wide array of possible character sections and the special tiles and blocks that are present, such as the ice blocks, which give the player additional speed. Run 3 is quite a complex, diverse speed game, and its apparent disconnect from the normal speedrunning tenets present in Run 1 and 2 gives it a much different feel and experience. So, there you have it. A comprehensive overview of the speedrunning landscape present across the Run series. Games that most people would not expect to be so thought out and competitive. All of these games could be perceived as an autoscroller in some capacity, but due to a variety of factors.
Why is Intense Skater slower in Run than Intense Runner?
Routing,
it
avoiding
is
deaths, and much more.
Probably because it has a bunch of deaths in it.
Because
no, playing the game as Intense Skater is so difficult. Like Intense Runner's already hard enough. So yeah.
Realistic. Games as short as Run 1 and 2 are able to have so many speedrun categories due to the large amount of options that the game provides, ensuring that there really is something there for everyone. Run 3, while having less main categories, does have a bunch of unique, individual level categories that players can compete in due to it being a larger, more fleshed out game. The series having the name Run shows that going fast is something that is baked into the identity of these games at their very core. And for speedrunners, we appreciate being able to push these games to their absolute limits to see how fast they can really go. Thank you all so much for watching to the end of the video, though I urge you to continue watching through these ending remarks as there are some extremely important things that I still need to mention. While I was wrapping this project up, Rubik's Math sent me this really interesting stream of DMs, along with this accompanying video of him launching the runner into the stratosphere.
Dude, that video is so funny.
By getting a really janky corner boost.
So, dude, the problem with this stuff is that it's like floating point nonsense. So it has the 32 64-bit issue, the Windows Mac Linux issue, which is just like so. And we also don't have task tools, so we don't know if anything else is at play, so yeah.
Of this platform. After around 8 more hours of course.
Is it the runner's a girl and the skater's a guy? Is that what it is? Or is it back, or do I have that backwards?
Corner boost attempts, he became the first person ever to complete level 16 of runner rotationless, which saves around 0.37 seconds on fast speed. This discovery shows us that Run 2 may not be as solved as we think from a
dude, Roblox based?
However,
what?
Only time will tell if a player ever actually manages to pull this off in a full run. And speaking of runner fast, speedrunner Rubik's Math.
Rubik's. Just have the Walter White in the top left. Yeah, this was another video where I just had to squeeze a bunch of stuff at the end, and I wish I had just worked it in better. I could have, and it would have made more people watch it. Another thing about this is that Rubik's Math actually like cheated a bunch of runs by using a menuing macro. But thankfully, thank you for the thanks for the follow macros. Whoa, that's so funny. Macros. I'm clipping that. Oh, it says Marcos. No. Okay, same thing. It's fine. I misread it. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It's still close enough. It's close enough and it's funny. Anyways, Rubik's Math, it was like 9 runs that used a menu mashing thing, but he came clean and it now does legit runs, so that's good.
Recently got a new world record in the category with a
I can't remember if this one was cheated or not.
31.7, using the run legal Among Us character hack of the game. Rubik's Meth didn't stop there, also getting the record
I was not involved in the decision to make the Among Us hack legal, by the way.
runner double jump and skater double jump category.
It just kind of
1 day
happened.
Later and 2 days later, respectively. When I finished writing the script, Rubik's Math had an astonishing 37 out of 38 of the records in Run 2, dangerously close to sweeping every single world record. But thanks to Rubik's Math, he currently sits at just 34 out of 38. Let me know in the comments.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like, it's not going to happen. Rubik's Math isn't getting 38 out of 38 now. Like, his menuing isn't fast enough to get it. Like, he missed the window of opportunity, which is really unfortunate. If someone's going to get 38 out of 38, they're going to have to be a new runner. That is like
if you would like to see a video covering more of the history side of Run 2 and Rubik's Math's quest for the full world record sweep. And if you're interested in learning how to speedrun games in the Run series, or any other Flash games that I've covered on my channel, make sure to join my Discord server linked in the description, as I have created a resources channel that contains links to various other speedrunning Discords and tutorials. Thank you all once again, and I hope that you all have a great rest of your day.
Yeah. Solid video. I'd say it's somewhere in A. I'd say here. What do you guys think? Thoughts? Yeah, like kooky. Yep, okay, I'm just gonna put it right there. Cool. Alright, so yeah, let me estimate. So we have, that's basically, these combined to be an hour and a half. Yeah, wait, hour and a half, 2 hours 45. Yeah, we have like 3 hours and 15 minutes left at least, so yay. But that's cool. Why face cam backwards? What do you mean? I mirrored it so it's not disorienting. Like when I move right, it moves right, and when I move left, it moves left. No, it's gonna be controversial which one we put, like Red Ball 2, if it's gonna be Red Ball 1, World Record Progression, or Red Ball 2. I don't know, we'll see.
Red and Blue Ball's Treasure Island was once regarded as the worst game in the Red Ball series, both from a casual and speedrunning standpoint. The game added a second player, Blue Ball, into the mix, with each level having some kind of puzzle that would need to be solved to allow both balls to collect their respective gems and progress to the next level. Unfortunately, Rab seemed to falter in many aspects.
Oh yeah, I think this was the first video I recorded with my Shure SM7B, I think.
Firstly, the players could not be controlled simultaneously, with the spacebar needing to be pressed in order to change which character was being controlled. Secondly, Red and Blue Balls completely revolved around puzzles.
Nicely,
with the
Kooky.
fun platforming challenges that had made the
YouTuber mic, the everything mic,
essentially being absent.
the
Even
podcast
worse,
mic,
many
the
of
Twitch
these
streamer
puzzles
mic, the
proved to be
YouTuber mic,
completely
yeah,
unintuitive, causing
the
players
vocal
to
mic.
get completely stuck. And though there was a hint button, it likely cost currency purchased with real-world money to activate. Unlike pressing the subscribe button below this video, which is completely
That one was pretty funny.
Red and Blue Balls, consequently,
Pretty
did
smooth.
not see nearly as much success as its predecessors. And though future games in the side series did manage to make things far more intuitive and enjoyable, the Red and Blue Balls games.
I just don't know how you pick Seppuku Hell. I can't say the word. Sekupin.
Oh.
Oh wait, that's Sekupin circles. Oh, okay. I thought you said Sekupin Hell. That's funny.
Unfortunately, we found that the pause jump strategy present in Red Ball 2, which allowed the player to jump almost 3 times as high as a normal jump, barely did
I'm gonna come completely clean, guys. I have not ever played through Rab 2 or 3. So I can't really properly judge the game, to be honest.
Had some use cases here and there, but it did.
We'll get there eventually, because my ultimate goal with Red Ball is to get a good time in every single category, and to do that, I need to play Rab 2 and 3 and like extended series and stuff. So
puzzles in the game. Unless something new was found, the speedrun of the game.
Okay, you meant Sakup and Hell. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
All in their intended manners.
That would be
Nobody
insane.
wanting to speedrun the game in this state, I put up a $5 bounty for anyone
Yep,
who could
I got
discover
older.
a true method of double jumping in the game, which would, expectedly, blow the linear puzzle progression of the game wide open, making it something that people would actually want to complete as fast as possible.
Oh,
Thankfully,
I actually
on
didn't know that
the 4th of
Roblox.
July,
Interesting.
2019, my bounty was finally claimed, as MotorJam would post this revolutionary video.
I mean, I turned 18 7 months ago.
It was so simple.
Yeah, I know, like,
so
I
genius
just
at the same
forgot.
time. By jumping into the inactive ball at just the right time, the active ball could effectively use it as a ramp, with much of the horizontal velocity from the jump being turned into vertical velocity. This strategy became known as both motor jumping after the person who found it and buddy jumping.
Oh,
The
gotcha,
strategy would
Roblox.
provide
Okay.
a great deal of extra height to the player, but it was just enough so that most of the puzzles in the game could be blown wide open. A Speedrun.com leader.
Oh, gotcha.
Let's
go.
Completed the first ever
That's a really
speedrun of
funny
Red and Blue
joke.
balls with a time of 13 minutes and 9 seconds. Jam was able to completely bypass the bridge break puzzle in level 3, the box puzzle in level 7, the precise stone puzzle in level 11, the tedious plank puzzle in level 12, and the wedge puzzle in level 14, all thanks to motor jumping. However, the trick did prove to have a lot of limitations. It seemed that one could not garner enough height to skip the pulley puzzle in level 5, the boulder puzzle in level 6,
Oh,
the
rip
barrier knocking
Roblox.
puzzle in level
I feel
8,
like
the
something will
box
be found
stacking puzzle in
eventually.
level 9, the boulder stacking puzzle in level 13, and the
Like
seesaw
some
cabinet
tiny
puzzle
save
in
in an IL.
and the puzzle in level 4 still had to be
Uptime
completed
is
since
7
gems
hours
were
and
covered
27
in the
minutes.
ground,
I don't understand why people do that. Isn't
as
that a
opposed to
native
being
feature on
somewhere
Twitch to view the uptime of the stream? Like, isn't it right next to the view count?
of the player. Thankfully, it was found that the spike pit could actually barely be avoided in the free fall, though the trick proved to be very precise. More ways to apply motor jumping were eventually found, as the puzzles in levels 5, 6, 13, and 15 were all eventually bypassed. Unfortunately, the method of completing level 15 quickly proved to be extremely inconsistent, as you were essentially given one opportunity to get a high jump to make it over the barrier.
Shadowplay Mobile?
Each
Whoa!
failure would lose over 10 seconds of setup time. Unlike the motor jumps in most of the other levels, which could be retried again and again with little time penalty. Thankfully, I managed to get this strategy first try in my world record of 7 minutes and 36 seconds set on the 25th of July, 2019, just one day after the initial discovery of motor jumping. Other runners would squeeze as much potential as they could from this motor jumping era, with runners like ThogN, YTK Bowser, Mario, and XDXbox Jaja all claiming a world record run of their own. In January of 2021, the world record was a 5:11 by Xbox, which utilized many things not seen in my 736, such as a motor jump in level 2, a faster barrier knocking method in level 8, a smarter box stack in level 9, and a method of hopping over the barrier in level 15 by getting a precise jump on the boulder in front of it. The game still had some potential for improvement, but the game felt pretty much solved from a strategy standpoint. That was until a brand new method of double jumping in red and blue balls blew everything.
Oh, that's unfortunate, or...
On the 6th of February, 2021, speedrunner Roblox 8192
Yo,
figured out
Roblox!
how to skip a large
Is that
portion
the
of
first
level 9 by
maximum
using a brand
video
new double
appearance?
jumping
I
technique,
think it
which
is.
involved jumping one ball off of another while it was in midair. This was later coined mid-air buddy.
No? Oh, what did I
or
miss?
MBJ for short.
Death Warp, right.
This kind of maneuver
Duh.
had been tried many times in the past, but it never ended up working out well. since there is a half-second cooldown on jumping that carries between both players. However, it turned out that Eugene Fedosov, the creator of Red Ball, made one fatal flaw while designing this system. Since this was a global timer, it always ran while Flash Player was open, regardless of what was going on in the game, including during time spent on the pause menu. After jumping on blue ball with red ball, she paused the game while continuing to hold the jump key, hit the spacebar to switch control of the characters, and the half-second jump counter expired before she unpaused the game. Now, with blue ball jumping right below red ball, she paused the game again, switched back to red ball, and then unpaused the game after the second jump counter expired. This allowed red ball to jump off blue ball right at the peak of its jump, giving red ball barely enough height to make it on top of the grassy platform.
Yeah.
Something that was impossible to do with motor jumping. Funnily enough, Roblox was only utilizing the pause menu while attempting this strategy to make it easier to perform the complex set of inputs, completely unaware of how she was actually exploiting the jump cooldown system, knowledge which she only figured out later on. Additionally, this method of double jumping was both faster to set up and more reliable than motor jumping, meaning that it was the clear choice for all runners going forward. Unsurprisingly, on the 8th of February...
No, I think it was the entire Roblox community, actually.
...to destroy XDXbox Jaja's world record with a 440, implementing her level 9 strat, which saved her over 10 seconds compared to the old method. She was also able to complete level 18, one of the bonus levels, in a much more optimal fashion, able to skip most of the box and plank pushing that Xbox had to deal with. The only remnants of motor jumping were found in level 10, since MBJs did not yet allow for large gaps to be crossed. However, this would all change when the moving midair buddy jump made its debut with Roblox's world record of 351.8 on the 11th of February. Instead of jumping directly above red ball with blue ball, Roblox moved a bit to the right before pausing and switching to the other character, buffering the right arrow key before unpausing. This caused red ball to jump to the right instead of directly upward, and by pausing and switching back to blue ball, she was just barely able to cross the gap thanks to the rightward momentum of both of the balls. Things continued moving quickly in the world of red and blue balls, as the next day, speedrunner Purple Juicebox would post his first full game run, which also happened to be a 15 levels world record by 0.6 seconds. Though his execution throughout the run was a bit sloppier than Roblox's, he was able to save some time on almost every single MBJ by not jumping on top of the other ball to set it up unless necessary, which he coined as a fast MBJ. This variant was a bit harder to pull off and generated less height, but over the course of the run, it added up to a large portion of time save. Over the next few months, the game would continue to become more and more optimized, as players committed less mistakes and tightened up the timings on their MBJs to make them as quick as possible. This high jump up a wall in level 5 was implemented, and motor jumping in level 12 was reintroduced due to it being slightly faster in that situation. However, the next development with midair buddy jumping wouldn't come until May 12, 2021, where speedrunner Peanuts figured out that by building up enough speed on one ball before initiating an MBJ, it was possible to jump all the way to the gem platform in level 7, removing the need to initially land on the first platform with the plank on top, saving a good chunk of time. Speedrunner and Creddy coined this new variation as being a charged MBJ. The next day, they were able to implement a charged MBJ into level 11 to save a bit of time. Then, on the 14th, Peanuts figured out how to use the charged MBJ in order to knock down the barrier in level 8 much more quickly and reliably. Since then, some new optimizations...
Oh, you did in Creddy? Really? Wow.
Namely this high wall jump in level 9, made possible by the tiny amount of extra height...
No, that's so funny. So... I found, in Toxic 2, I found so many strategies at school. Like, it was weird because, like, I would only find new stuff at school. Like, the skips to skip, like, both of the bosses in the game, both found at school. And, like, tons of other stuff. Hopefully we'll get to a video about that at some point.
...by a pause jump, and this high jump off a barrier in level 13, which cuts out one MBJ from the run. The 15 levels world record currently sits at a 236.967, and the 20 levels world record is currently a 421.667, both set by Jonas Gaming in the same run on the 15th of August. There are a few strategies that have yet to be implemented into RTA runs, such as the double rock jump in level 15, this charged MBJ in level 18, this wall climb in level 19, and a few other minor things. Regardless, from the first completed speedrun of the game in 13 minutes and 9 seconds by MotorJam set on the 24th of July, 2019, to Jonas's world record of 236.967 set on the 15th of August, 2021, Red and Blue Balls has certainly come a very long way in just 2 years. Thanks to speedrunners finding new methods and implementations of double jumping strategies. Though it appears that the double jump revolution has come to a close, there is actually one mid-air buddy jump strategy left to discuss. I am, of course, talking about the pauseless mid.
Of course,
by
yeah.
mashing the shit out of the walkthrough.
The return out of the mashing joke. Video audio is kind of low. I think it. Okay, I'll just increase desktop audio a little bit. The fuck is going on outside?
It's possible to destroy the frame rate of the game while still allowing the jump cooldown timer to progress at normal speed, since it is based off the computer system time. This doesn't save any real time, making it largely a meme, but it does save time from a frames perspective.
Yeah,
meaning that
Lombre,
you could
I'm just gonna time you
set
out for an
some
hour,
nasty
dude.
individual level times on the in-game timer hack of the game. However, this way of exploiting the IGT hack is expectedly banned, since it would completely ruin the IL.
Okay, maybe that was a bit
It
too
is
long.
also
Hold
technically
on.
possible to do a pauseless MBJ without lagging the game, but it isn't faster from either perspective. And the jump generates much less height than normal, also making it
I'm gonna
completely
do
useless.
10 minutes.
Though Rab was once considered to be the worst speed game in the Red Ball series, thanks to the dedication of speedrunners, it is now easily considered to be one of the best.
Dude,
Though
okay.
it does still
So
it is now easily considered to be one of the
do you guys still think that this holds up like in present day? Because I agree with this. Like personally, I do think that these are the best four. You're probably right, Ultra. RB2 and RB3 are interchangeable. I don't like RB3. Like, I just don't. Like, it just feels floaty. Yeah. I mean, Volume 1, like, okay, yeah, like, general double jumps suck, but you can play glitchless. So, yeah. Rab just sucks. What? What doesn't? So, Rab with Super Run, true. I think mobile's elite for it. Oh, yeah. People will be like, I think Red Ball 1 mobile, Rouge Ball is top 4. No, I think that this is true. Red Ball 3 just has too many issues. So do Volumes 2 and Volumes 3. Mobile has issues. Obviously, Red Ball 5. Rab 2 and 3 are just meh. Yeah, that's true, Roblox. But, I don't know. I think somebody just needs to make a tutorial for that game. Because I think people are just too... They don't want to get into it, really, because of how daunting it is. Because, like, I absolutely want to get into it at some point, but I just, like, haven't crossed the barrier of, like, learning everything. So. You have 100 million in Super Run? Holy shit.
The
Dude,
things
that's
that the Red and
crazy.
Blue Balls community have been able to accomplish has been absolutely incredible, and I hope that this video was able to document some of their amazing achievements. Huge shoutouts goes to MotorJam, Roblox8192, Peanuts, Purple Juice Box, and Jonas Gaming for helping out with
Face
this
9,
project.
yeah.
If you did enjoy watching, please consider subscribing and checking out the world record progression of Red Ball 1 if you haven't already. I hope that you all have a great rest of your day.
Good stuff, yeah. So definitely A tier. I'd say it's above. I'd say it's here. I just think it's better executed. What do you guys think? What does the Twitch chat think? Yeah. Okay. It's most certainly a video of all time. I agree. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it would go here. Okay, it doesn't have any montages. But neither does the run video. Honestly, yeah. I'm doing that. Okay. Okay. All right, we have Task Explained. Oh boy. So Task Explained is kind of like Death Warp video, but better. Like when I explain technical stuff, yeah.
Red Ball is a physics-based platformer that was
I'm excited
released
for
in
this one.
2009. Based on the Box 2D physics engine, the game is known for having extremely satisfying, intuitive gameplay that allows the player to command an immense amount of control. Over the past 12 years, through large-scale community efforts of glitch hunting, strat finding, and dedicated running, the 12 main levels of the game have been conquered by human hands in less than 3 minutes. With such a dedicated
That's what I'm saying,
it would make
Axel.
sense that
That's
Red
what I'm
Ball
saying.
would have a task, or tool-assisted speedrun as well, where a sequence of inputs are programmed ahead of time and read by the game with the goal of creating the best theoretical completion of a video game. With how optimized Red Ball is as a speed game, with top times being just seconds apart, one would probably expect this tool-assisted speedrun to be just a moderate improvement. With the game as basic as Red Ball, you would probably expect the tasking scene behind it to be pretty simple. However, thanks to the immense dedication of a select group of individuals, Red Ball's nature...
Yeah, but it's like extremely janky, which is why I haven't like given it to... well, I guess this is the encode hack, but yeah, the detailed view, if you select like any of the text things, they like get messed up and stuff, and I don't even remember how to use it with like the key inputs and stuff.
Has been thoroughly exploited in order to produce a task of just 2 minutes and 28 seconds.
It also lags. I recorded, okay, so all of the task stuff I recorded at 4K, so I could like zoom in without it getting like extremely blurry. And doing that was an absolute nightmare because I had to like spoof my monitor to be 4K, which I now have a much better method of doing because I have a piece of software you can just make a fake 4K display and then put it on there. But I was like, I had to set my main monitor to 4K, which it's not, and then I had to full screen it, and the game was super laggy, so I had to record it. I had to run the game at like half or even quarter speed, which I had to do that in level 11, only on the detailed hack, I think, and then I had to like speed it back up and stuff. So, are you able to spoof the refresh rate? I can't remember. I can send you the video of it, but yeah. But yeah, I used that in the Happy Wheels video to like get a... I spent like an hour getting a 5-second long clip because I had two 4K... I'll talk more about it later, actually, but it was pain. I'll definitely talk more about it later, though.
25 seconds faster than the real-time world record performed by Carmel. In this video, we will go level by level through the current Red Ball tasks, thoroughly analyzing every single glitch, strategy, and technique that is used.
That's a good point, like Kiki. I don't know.
A detailed technical explanation of why the infamous spike glitch works. A glitch that can seemingly grant Red Ball invincibility to spikes just by briefly pausing the game. This is the Red Ball tool-assisted speedrun world record fully explained.
Yeah, Roblox, that will be included if another Red Ball video is made, those two will definitely be included.
Firstly, it is important to provide some background on the Flash game tasking scene as a whole and the challenges that we have faced in order to actually produce a task.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think Nor was saying make a new task encode. Yeah, I definitely want to do that. I definitely should do that now, actually, like soon. Because the 9 thing is almost certainly going to be the last major thing ever found with tasking. So I want to do that. Segmented, I'm still waiting on level 11 to, yeah.
The vast majority of games are tasked using some kind of emulator that supports it. Taskers use emulator functions such as...
No, Nor, you have to be the one to, like, tie the 13 dot whatever the frick Starline has, because then I can just make the segmented video your runs. Though I guess I can't do that for level 1 because yeah. But yeah, Bissock. No, I just looked up Super Mario Bros. Tasking this one.
States, slow down.
You have the string now. Oh wow, you were able to get the string. You were able to like get it like the string that should be completely public knowledge already. Wow, great.
Inputs, which can be saved, shared, and played back at any time. Unfortunately, it is currently
You already started learning it.
to
Good.
test the majority of Flash games using this method.
Get it, Nor.
The best platform for speedrunning
For
Flash
Starline's
games, the
hand.
official standalone Adobe Flash player does not support any tasking functions, unsurprisingly. The 3 Flash game emulators currently in existence, those being GNash, Lightspark, and Ruffle, have extremely poor compatibility with the immense Flash game library. Both GNash and Ruffle only support most ActionScript 1 and 2 games, essentially only reaching Flash games from versions 1 through 8, which does not include Red Ball. And though Lightspark does technically support ActionScript 3, it doesn't really produce the greatest results. Not to mention that none of these emulators have any tasking capabilities. Thankfully, LibTas, a Linux-based piece of software intended to provide task tools to games, has been able to link with GNash to allow tasks of games like Webzy's Amazing Adventure to be created. Unfortunately, for Red Ball, this leaves no deterministic external measures for producing a task. So, in February of 2021, the game itself was modified in order to program in necessary tasking capabilities like save states, frame advance, input writing, and input loading. The task hack went through dozens of iterations, with new features constantly being added like a
Hey guys, who sent these messages? Why is why was the profile picture name censored? Huh? I have to deal with so much BS.
Like a timer, velocity information, contact body information, hitboxes, contact points, and most recently, an accurate visualizer for how Spike Glitch is actually working in real time. On a detailed view of the hack, you will find an input display here, the current level time here, Red Ball's X, Y, and rotational velocity values here, his corresponding positional values here, and his object contact information here. It is also worth mentioning that Red Ball runs at a very unusual 31 frames per second, so if the decimals for any level time seem weird, that is why. Now,
oh yeah, Storster's newest video had the sad ball and the happy ball, which was really funny.
All of that out of
it's
the
like
way,
in the first
let
20
us delve
seconds.
into the tasks of level 1.
I can't
The
win
task
with a lot of
level 1
things, Nor.
features Red Ball jumping twice, completing the extremely straightforward level in 3.065 seconds. Simple, right?
Storster pulls a lot of W's.
First of all, it is worth noting that, while RTA speedruns start timing from the first input, the tool-assisted speedrun starts timing right upon loading level 1. Red Ball spawns slightly above the ground, and since Red Ball accelerates faster on the ground, it is actually possible to complete level 1 2 frames faster starting from there. However, the task must start by holding right on the first frame. In the air, Red Ball gains 0.25 horizontal or X velocity every frame. When he hits the ground, he starts gaining 0.5 X velocity every frame, but the physics engine starts converting some of this X velocity into rotational velocity at a 1:2 ratio, eventually equalizing them. Once Red Ball's X velocity is greater than or equal to 5, the game is supposed to prevent him from generating any more through this block of code. Red Ball is at 5.17 X velocity.
Me showing code on
frame,
screen like
so no
anybody
more
is gonna
velocity
understand it.
generated. And 0.17 X velocity.
I mean,
that's
yeah,
converted
Nor, it's up
into
to you.
0.33 rotational velocity, equaling them out at 5.00. However, due to a double rounding error, Red Ball's exact X velocity is actually 4.99999999999, which the game interprets.
Dude, yeah, thank you so much, Ben. That's awesome. Man, if you're talking about Red Ball 1 World Record history, we watched that way earlier in this stream, and man, it was literally gave me chills at the end, even though I've seen it like 7 times. It's really cool stuff.
5. So, Red Bull is then able to generate 0.5 more
Watching
velocity
videos
on
with
the
other
next
people
frame,
is always
raising
nice.
it up to 5.50, or 5.4999999 to be more precise. On the next grounded frame, the game would convert 0.17x
Yo, thanks for the follow.
into 0.33 rotational velocity, equalizing the two at 5.33. However, the task jumps on the
Lombre, you're literally the comment section. Obviously, it's not repeating forever. Like, come on, bro.
preventing the
Don't be a
conversion from
smart
happening.
ass.
This whole technique is known as a 5.5 jump. Red Ball travels in the air at 5.5x velocity, but just before hitting the ground, the TAS actually presses left for a frame, causing Red Ball's X velocity to drop down to 5.0, or 4.9999. Okay, this joke is getting old. Just below the speed cap. This allows Red Ball to reach 5.5x velocity just before the next jump. This technique is known as a left-right jump. Had this left press not been performed, the game would have performed the 1-to-2 rotational velocity conversion, equalizing the two velocities at 5.33. This single left press is the difference between a 3.097 and a 3.065, saving a single frame. Upon collecting the flag, Red Ball must wait 2.8 seconds before progressing to the next level. The timer would normally expire after 87 frames, equating to 2.806 seconds at 31 FPS, but inconsistent frame times can push this to 88 frames or more, which loses time. The game also spends some time actually loading the next level, time which isn't counted by the task timer since it is based off how many frames the game has processed. However, to try to keep the game running at an average of 31 FPS, Flash greatly reduces the frame times of the starting frames in the next level, causing the time save and the time loss to effectively equal out.
Bro, it's so funny that the IL record is now faster than that level 2
starts
time.
with a similar
That's funny.
5.5 jump to level 1. The jump key is released at a certain frame, and just before hitting the ground, a 2-frame left input is performed in the air to set up another 5.5 left-right jump. Red Ball lands perfectly between the ground and this triangle, allowing for the first instance of a compound jump in the run, where Red Ball is able to gain a large amount of height by executing 2 vertical velocity-generating events in short succession. In this case, Red Ball is able to first jump on the ground and then on the triangle on the very next frame. This allows Red Ball to gain a massive amount of height, positioning him above the pendulum. Upon hitting the pendulum, much of its momentum is transferred into Red Ball, on top of a sizable chunk of Red Ball's Y velocity being converted
welcome to
into
the stream,
X
Anir.
and rotational velocity, putting Red Ball far above the intended 5.0 speed cap. Red Ball then lands on the back corner of this platform, allowing even more Y velocity to be converted, a technique known as a corner boost. The bounce off the pendulum is actually slightly non-optimal to allow for this to happen. Red Ball lands on the final platform and collects the flag with an X and rotational velocity of 8.89.
Taz 3.
The task starts by moving Red Ball to the right, but unlike the first two
Thanks for the
levels,
follow,
the
Tennis.
typical 5.5 jump is not performed, since the jump point does not line up well with the rest of the level. Thus, a left-right jump is performed instead. Left is pressed by itself for 1 frame, dropping Red Ball's X velocity from 5.33 down to 4.83. On the next frame, both the jump and right keys are pressed, and 0.33 rotational velocity is converted into X velocity at a 2-to-1 ratio, raising it to 5.0. And the right press generates 0.5x velocity, raising it to 5.5. Red Ball then lands in a pit of deadly spikes and lives. This is how it happened.
The spike glitch explanation, 8 minutes and 23 seconds. But it is actually like relevant information, like all of it, which is good.
As Red Ball moves around any given level, both the level and Red Ball must move
Oh, the
in
nickel
opposite
glitch, yeah.
direction each frame to keep everything centered in the game's camera, similar to a person running on a treadmill.
So,
I forgot who used it as a visual, but it's a good one.
Update order for the game is to move red ball, check for spike collision, move everything in the opposite direction to compensate, and then render the next frame.
I like all of these, like, visual things I made, because I made these all in Photoshop and whatnot. It looks nice.
However,
these
if
are
the screen
ruffles
scrolling
that are
acted in a completely one-to-one
baked
fashion,
ruffles that
the
are
game would look
cheddar and sour
extremely
cream.
stiff, and red ball's movement wouldn't feel very natural. So,
Bro, you
red
don't
ball
know about
uses
the nickel
something called a
glitch? Come on,
tweener
man.
To control the scrolling of the screen. Following an equation curve that looks something like this, the screen smoothly scrolls over a maximum period of 1 second to keep red ball near the center. This is why red ball's position in the camera isn't completely fixed, and why the camera often continues to scroll for around a second after red ball comes to a complete stop. To check if red ball is contacting any spikes, the game uses 16
Cheddar and
equally
ketchup.
spaced
Oh, yeah.
spikes
Yeah.
around red.
Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, I'm 4 short. I remember that like the first comment that pointed that out, I was like, no, and I clicked on it and I was like, oh my god. How did nobody notice? Oh well.
Red ball's circumference. During the game update phase, after red ball's position is updated, a point to pixel check is performed between these 16 points and the spikes
Yep,
in the
16.
level, comparing
Definitely
to the last
16.
rendered frame. If any of the test points are overlapping a spike pixel, red ball will die. The tweener then activates, and the next frame is rendered, showing red ball in 8 exploded pieces. However,
Yeah, I think Motor Jam was working on a YouTube poop of this video, but I don't think she ever finished it. But like what was completed of it was really funny.
Really interesting happens
the
when
nickel
the pause menu
glitch.
is opened. Game updates stop happening, shown by red ball ceasing all movement, but the screen scrolling tweener is actually still active. You can see that when I pause the game, the screen spends a second catching up to red ball despite no other game updates happening.
She should
And
just
after the
upload what she
second,
has
the
if she's
tweener
not going to
deactivates.
finish it.
After unpausing the game with the menu open for over a second, both the game and tweener enter the update loop again as normal. However, what happens if you unpause the game before a
Exactly
second
like
has elapsed?
Kooky.
Since the tweener is still active, it is only the game updates that need to be reinitialized. And because of Flash's ordering, it gets placed after the still active tweener in the
Yeah, and whose fault is that,
With
Lombre?
this,
And whose
screen
fault is
scrolling
that?
effectively gets delayed by a single frame, something which is completely imperceptible to people playing the game. However,
Oh yeah, I was really glad when I was recording that, like, that it was actually the case that, like, it didn't move until frame 2 instead of frame 1. Because, like, because, like, people had just, like, said, oh, this is the case. But if that wasn't actually the case, my entire spike glitch explanation would have just been completely ruined. But thankfully it was correct. So, yay.
this tiny change makes an enormous difference when it comes to red ball spike collision detection. In this frame from the TAS in level 3, red ball is shown as being above the spike pit, with the tweener being placed before the game updates due to a sub 1 second pause. The whole screen scrolls to the left, acting on the movement that happened on the previous frame. Red ball's movement is then updated, placing him down and to the right, now barely above the spikes. The spike collision check fails since no test points are overlapping spikes, and then the current frame is rendered. Now, on the next frame, the out-of-place tweener scrolls everything to the left, and then red ball's position is updated, placing him inside of the spikes. It appears that red ball should die during the spike check since one of his test points is overlapping a spike. However, this isn't so. Now, recall that the last rendered frame still looks like this. The internal position of red ball is here, and the internal position of the spike pit is here. Though the spike pit may look like one object, each individual spike is actually its own object with its own rectangular bounding box. When a pixel check is performed in Flash Player, an important optimization takes place that dramatically speeds up game performance. Flash first checks to see if a test point is in the bounding box of the desired object, before checking to see if the point is actually overlapping with a pixel of the object. Since bounding box checks are orders of magnitude faster than the pixel checks. This optimization makes complete sense since the pixels of an object should always be enclosed inside of its bounding box.
However, thanks to a misplaced tweener, the actual spikes and their corresponding bounding boxes are not in the same location as the spikes shown on the previous rendered frame. For each spike, the entire object, shown by its previous rendered frame position, is not inside of its current bounding box. When Flash performs the spike collision check on Red Ball's test points, it passes the bounding box check, but the point-to-pixel check fails since it is performed against the previous rendered frame. The only area where Red Ball can fail the spike collision check with spike glitch active is where a current spike's bounding box overlaps itself from the previous rendered frame, an area that becomes smaller as Red Ball's speed picks up, completely disappearing at very high speeds. Due to a tiny mistake made while programming the game, and due to a tiny optimization oversight that exists in Adobe Flash Player, spike glitch exists. However, this doesn't explain why it is inconsistent, with identical inputs yielding
Yeah, you
different
can see the
results,
flashing
and why its consistency dramatically falls when playing the game at lower resolutions. Each frame, the tweener moves in accordance with the deltas that come from the system time, rather than in accordance with the frame time, which is 32.258 milliseconds at 31 FPS. If Red Ball ran perfectly at 31 FPS all the time, this wouldn't be an issue. However, this is not the case. Flash simply tries to average 31 FPS, which means that frames can end up being either shorter or longer than 32.258 milliseconds, as the frame rate rises and dips respectively. If a frame takes 30 milliseconds, meaning the frame rate is instantaneously above 31, the tweener will only scroll by this corresponding Y position on the 1 second long tweener function, incurring less screen scroll than expected, making the spike hitboxes larger than expected. If a frame takes 35 milliseconds, meaning that the frame rate is instantaneously below 31, the tweener will scroll by this Y position on the graph, incurring more screen scroll than expected, making the spike hitboxes smaller than expected. This is an absolute nightmare for taskers.
Yeah, I mean, you can see like the orange flashing going on, like on this frame, it like the frame before nothing, and then boom, and then nothing.
Are unable to yield the same result every single time. It isn't deterministic. No kind of RNG manipulation will ever fix this issue because there is no RNG causing it to happen. It is simply impossible to force Flash to run at a perfect 31 FPS at all times. Therefore, in the TASAC of the game, the tweener was modified to use 31 FPS frame timing instead of the system time, which makes the amount that the screen scrolls completely deterministic and makes the game overall significantly less tricky. Now, let's touch on why higher resolutions make spike glitch more consistent. As mentioned before, the spike collision check is performed using a point-to-pixel check, where one of these 16 test points...
I mean, there are obviously more, but yeah, like the 99.99% of stuff in speedrunning is like deterministic. Like you could theoretically manipulate it. You can't manipulate spike glitch. It's just not possible. Which is definitely interesting. I mean, like it's just a result of the nature of Flash Player. I guess you could say stuff like loading times in BFBB or whatever, because like certain consoles are like slightly slower than other ones, but now that they've switched to hard drive, that has been fixed, so it's like
overlapping a pixel of a rendered spike for the test to pass. At lower resolutions, like the game's default 550 by 400 resolution, the spikes are very jagged, as the impacts of anti-aliasing are immense, significantly increasing the space that the spike takes up in relation to its bounding box. At higher resolutions, such as 1920 by 1080, which is known as the sweet spot between...
I wish I was able to get a more like scientific representation of the spike jaggedness by like doing actual testing and stuff, but I just like kind of came up with percentages and whatnot, which is fine. Because I do put like a roughly sign.
More pointy. And anti-aliasing has far less of an impact on the size of the spike in relation to its bounding box.
Counting the pixels of a 550 by 400 spike take up around 63% of the bounding box, while 1920 by 1080 spikes are just slightly more than 50%, which is closer to what is geometrically expected.
That's true, Lombre, but they remove loading times in New Super Mario Bros. Wii.
Therefore, there is a much greater chance that one of Red Ball's test points will overlap a spike.
Though, okay, what I don't understand is why don't they just download the game onto the Wii U, and then you just play off the Wii U, because that would be consistent, because it's the internal Wii U storage. I don't really understand
Interestingly, if you make the game window small enough, to the point where it is basically impossible to play,
this
spikes
video.
will never be able
Imagine
to kill
Red Ball
since
speedruns
the
looking
pixels
like this.
just never render. However, this technique is not allowed for obvious reasons. Spike glitch has now been fully explained, and effective spike hitboxes will be displayed in orange in the technical task hack view for the remainder of the video. Now, let's continue with the second half of level 3. Red Ball performs a 5.5 jump on the ground below the spikes and lands on the right side of this elevator platform. Though one would expect this platform to be very sturdy, it is actually only hinged on a single point in the middle.
You did, Nor.
So, if an object is able to land on the platform with the right amount of speed at just the right position, the platform will actually tilt, snapping back into place on the next few frames. On the last frame of kickback, the task presses the jump and right keys, allowing for a compound jump to be performed. Red Ball attains an insane -12 Y velocity. Note that down is actually the positive Y direction with Flash games.
Apparently that's a thing that's generally true in like graphics in general, and like you can see that in paint.net, where if you go to the top left corner it's 0, 0 and whatnot.
And despite the influence of gravity, Red Ball is able to ascend all the way to the top platform with the flag. However, instead of collecting the flag while airborne, the task skims the ground behind the flag to allow for a few frames of grounded acceleration to the left, saving 2 frames. Red Ball has to wait a bit at the start of the level because of the crusher cycles. A grounded left-right jump is performed, and Red Ball lands
I know,
just
right?
past the corner.
Yeah, we're literally halfway through the video, and we're in level 4.
Bottom stair. Through careful maneuvering, Red Ball.
But I mean, the spike glitch explanation, like, it had to be done. Like, all of that stuff was relevant information.
Allowing for another jump to be performed.
I mean, I probably could have shortened it by like 30 seconds to a minute, but like, you know.
Red Ball then gets a corner boost off of this falling platform and jumps into this axe, completing the level. The reason why this works is because of a strategy called the Death Warp, which is caused by Red Ball's position in the entire level being set relative to the camera upon death. In this case, Red Ball is at about X position 815 and Y position 240. Relative to the 550 by 400 camera, this Death Warp position is off screen, just barely overlapping the ending flag, allowing for it to be activated. For a far more in-depth explanation of this strategy, make sure to check out my Death Warp explain video.
Or don't, because like that's
in the task,
that's all you need. Like, I don't know, like, I mean, that's all you need. Like, I think that sums it up pretty well.
The Death Warp is shown by these 2 boxes, with the current
the best part of the Death Warp video is the freaking like fake ending and plot twist.
Box, and the eventual position after the screen scrolls being the leading box. The Death Warp doesn't happen until the frame after Red Ball dies, so as you can see, there is just a sliver of the lagging box overlapping the flag, allowing for it to just barely be activated in this task. In fact, if it weren't for Red Ball's hitbox fluctuating outwards and inwards while moving, this speedy Death Warp would not be able to be performed as quickly. The hitbox fluctuation is caused by a square-in-square phenomenon. A square of fixed size always encloses Red Ball's sprite, rotating as the ball rotates. However, since all bounding boxes in Adobe Flash Player need to be parallel with the coordinate plane, another square with 0 rotation must enclose this first square, constantly expanding and contracting as the inner square rotates with Red Ball. It is also worth noting that the task actually waits a frame longer than necessary at the start, since going as soon as possible would cause the flag to be missed. And it is the optimal alternative to slowing down before the flag, since it would cause the camera to catch up to Red Ball more, reducing the Death Warp distance. In level 5, the task performs a grounded left-right jump. activates the wall trigger, and, using a combination of up and left tapping, positions Red Ball perfectly between the ground and the slope. Another left-right jump is then performed with a compound jump on the ground and slope, allowing Red Ball to travel in the air with 5.5x velocity, and just enough height to reach the flag. The first 3.871 was found through manual methods, but even with a brute forcing script, nothing faster has been able to be found, meaning that it is likely impossible for this level to be completed any faster.
Yep.
Through a combination of quick left and right inputs, Red Ball lands on the beginning ramp in such a way that a massive amount of vertical and horizontal speed is able to build up, actually freezing Red Ball's position for a few frames. A result of Red Ball landing on the thin intersection between two different collision polygons, something which is specifically avoided in the level 5 task to prevent losing any unnecessary time. At this specific point on the slope, the TAS is able to perform a compound jump between two of its edges, allowing Red Ball to gain a massive amount.
No, because I was running it. Okay, so there was a thing with the TAS hack where the there were the 16 test points were around Red Ball, and that actually made the hitbox of Red Ball slightly larger. And I was running the TAS like, why am I getting 3.839? So that like literal pixels of like increase,
amount of height while traveling with an enormous X velocity of 9.2, the highest that has been generated in the task thus far. With this setup, Red Ball is able to graze the corner of this.
You're still going? How many levels? Well, of course I'm still going. I'm not finished yet. I have to get through everything. I have Red Ball 2 World Record progression, the Pixel Quest video. I have the rest of this: Red Ball 2 World Record progression, the Pixel Quest video, the T-Tall update video, and the Happy Wheels video. So yeah.
For another jump to be executed without losing any X velocity. Red Ball makes it all the way to the large turbine, getting a corner boost off the top spoke, raising Red Ball's X velocity all the way to 12.81. Then, Red Ball gets yet another corner boost off the next spoke, raising it to 13.16. Before Red Ball lands, left is pressed for one frame, and
F1, I have to get through everything. I got like 2 hours and 15 minutes more to go, I think. Wait. No, it's more than that. It's almost 3 hours more. Anyways, don't worry
corner
about it.
boost raises the X velocity to 14.6.
That's what I'm
almost
saying, Ultra.
3 times the speed cap set for normal ground.
Yeah, no. See, the F1, the thing is like I've had this idea for a bit, and then I like realized recently it's like, okay, if I don't do this now, I'm never gonna be able to do this because I'm gonna have too many videos and it's gonna be too long. So, like, I'm doing this now, and I'm never doing it again. Like, yeah. The craziest thing I'll be doing in the future is Red Ball 1200 levels if I get partner. So yeah. Because, you know, but people have done that before. I know F1, I know. It's bad, I know.
Red Ball jumps onto this bounce platform, and at the very peak of its bounce, a compound jump is able to be performed. Red Ball exits the platform with a massive negative 15.6 vertical velocity, and by holding the jump button on the way up, Red Ball is able to reach the top section of the level. Red Ball performs a corner graze jump, jumps in the spike pit thanks to spike glitch, jumps on the top of the box stack, and then surprisingly falls back down to the bottom. For top level RTA speedrunners, this occurrence is an instant reset, as it typically loses 3 to 4 seconds over staying on the top route the whole time. However, the TAS is able to use
the TV still works, but it's not hooked up
lands on the right side of this
now.
box,
So
reaching an X velocity of 5.55.
I'll have it going for future streams.
He then corner boosts off this second stair step, and then off of this third stair step, reaching an X velocity of 10.11. A compound jump is then performed on 2 of the edges of this ramp, just barely allowing Red Ball to reach the second bounce platform, where another compound jump is then performed. Red Ball gets yet another corner boost off this ground segment and ends the level with an X velocity of 12.44.
So I knew in this 8 task, like this frame right here, this had to be like in the thumbnail. Like I knew it, and it was, and the thumbnail ended up being really, really good. So shout-outs to the task looking visually cool.
Red Ball is maneuvered to hit the steep parts of the beginning ramp as much as possible without pressing the left key too much. A short jump is performed on this frame, and the jump button is released and pressed again to manipulate Red Ball's subpixels to allow for a jump to be performed on the ending tip of the ramp while barely losing any X velocity. Once again, the jump button is released and pressed again to manipulate Red Ball's subpixels. Red Ball barely avoids contacting this barrier and barely makes it under the first pencil without contacting it thanks to the
Super cycle.
Red Ball enters the car and it appears in the contact list quite a few times due to Red Ball colliding with the many razor-thin polygons that make up its body. When the car catches the downward slope, Red Ball jumps out of the car and lands on the top of the windshield. Red Ball lands on the hood, and the front wheel of the car begins to clip inside.
Oh, yeah, by the way, shoutouts to Box 2D Debug Draw. Like, I figured out how to get it working, like, while making this video. Because I knew it was a feature in Box 2D, and I, finally figured out how to, actually turn it on. Bro, huge help. And it also made the thumbnail better.
Body, another consequence of the car's makeup. The wheels clip further and further inside the car until eventually it gets ready to snap back. Red Ball slightly clips inside of the car himself, causing him to contact all 10 of these internal polygons at the same time, shown by the contact listener. Red Ball comes in contact.
Yeah, and then the thumbnail also has the car.
The displaced
It's so
right
funny.
wheel of the car. The next frame, everything instantly snaps back into position. Without even jumping, Red Ball goes flying with an immense X velocity of 24.28, the highest that is attained in the entirety of the task. Red Ball actually has to slow down to 24.03 X velocity.
I am still streaming.
To make sure
Yep,
that
gotta
he
get
doesn't
the whole
fly
thing.
into the flag at the end.
Yeah, so
Red Ball
also
quickly
welcome to the
reaches
stream,
flag,
Apple Boy.
The car nowhere in sight. Leaving the level playing, it takes around 3 seconds for it to catch back up. At the start of level 9, the task stalls Red Ball a bit so that more X velocity can be built up on the ground of the first slope, making it possible to jump all the way to this corner and receive a corner boost. Red Ball rolls straight through the spikes thanks to Spike Glitch, jumps on this specific part of the slope, and then gets a corner boost at the end of the ground platform. Red Ball lands on the moving green platform and activates one of the green buttons, causing the platform to disappear. The task also executes a jump input on this frame, which is able to go through since Red Ball's groundedness check occurs before the button activates and the platform disappears. Red Ball gets a compound jump between the ground and the slope, causing him to ascend above the intended route for the level. Extra speed is also gained here from Red Ball boosting off of some of the internal polygons on the platform. A short jump is executed as soon as possible, and the left button is tapped to set up a corner boost off the end of the plunger as it moves around. Red Ball jumps off of the first pendulum just past its peak, generating some X velocity, and lands on the backside of the third pendulum to receive another small boost, reaching the flag platform with an X velocity of 17.15.
Literally reset list 10 at the start. It's funny.
The task holds right at the start, but the button is actually released for a single frame at this point. This is done to manipulate Red Ball's subpixel position and allow for a faster corner boost off the first barrier. Red Ball survives in the spikes due to Spike Glitch, gets a corner grace jump off the second barrier, and gets a back corner boost off the fourth barrier, leaving Red Ball with 7.61 X velocity. A compound jump is performed on the first bounce pad, giving Red Ball enough height to skip
It
the
is
other two
ultra,
bounce
it
pads.
really is.
A compound jump is performed between the ground and slope. Red Ball generates velocity off of the box, and then he quickly jumps between the first and second boxes, effectively producing a compound jump.
This doesn't generate as much height as normal, but it is enough to position Red Ball on the backside of this stone, where a large amount of Y velocity is converted into X velocity. With just one jump in the spike pit, Red Ball is able to barely avoid being grounded on the spoke, and collects the flag with 13.33 X velocity.
Yeah, Nor got 254 in a race. Yeah, level 11 is, yeah, this one is, what, 3.5 minutes long? Because I have to explain contact bug.
By pushing against the front side of the train, the space between the carts compresses, allowing Red Ball to exit from being under the spiky ceiling earlier than normal. Barely squeezing through the gap with spike glitch, Red Ball lands on the ridge between the 10th and 9th carts on the train. After jumping, you may have noticed that the game still has the 9th cart in the game's contact list. So what exactly causes this to happen? Rewinding a few frames, we can see that Red Ball first makes contact with the 10th cart. The next frame, Red Ball is contacting both the 10th and 9th carts, so they are both in the contact list. However, on the next frame, the 10th cart somehow enters the contact list again, which would indicate that Red Ball is touching 2 of the internal polygons. However, looking at the debug view, it just looks like one rectangle. But zooming way in on Red Ball, you can see that there is an extremely thin polygon.
Yeah, this is another thing where, like, somebody just said in the script, like, yeah, there's probably, like, a really thin polygon. And, like, if I like, didn't notice this thin polygon when I, like, zoomed into 5,000% or whatever, like, I would have been like, well, what do I do now? So, yeah, thankfully that was actually
on the right side of the cart.
Real.
Its existence likely caused by a weird attachment to the solid connector piece. On the next frame, Red Ball leaves cart 10, meaning that the 2 entries should get scrubbed from the contact list. However, due to a programming oversight, the game simply removes the first 2 objects in the contact list, which happens to be the larger rectangle of cart 10 and the body polygon of cart 9. On the next frame, before Red Ball jumps, the game notices that he is touching an object, cart 9, which is not in the contact list, so it adds it in there. Red Ball's jump is then executed, and on the next frame, the game sees that Red Ball is no longer cart 9.
Is that
so
that
removes the first entry
is that
from the
real?
contact
Let's
list,
go.
which is the razor thin polygon.
Thanks for the host, Dark Ninja.
So
Holy smokes! Hold on. See what you were streaming. Yo, let's go. Oh wait, let me turn off follow chat. Sorry guys. I had it on because of dumb stuff that was happening earlier. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. What were you streaming? Much appreciated, my guy. Yeah, no, I had followers only on because of yeah, people spamming stuff, bots probably. World of Tanks, nice, good game. I have a friend who plays that a lot. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know I think 2 different people who really enjoy that game, so that's cool.
That is why
we're just on the maximum marathon watching through all my videos, and I have like 3 hours left. Well, not quite 3 hours. It's like 2.5.
Ball enters the air with the game thinking he is still contacting the 9th cart, something known as a contact bug. This is extremely useful, since for jumping in this game to be allowed, 2 conditions have to be met. There has to be something in the contact list, and at least one of Red Ball's 3 contact points below him must be activated, determined by whether they are within any solid box 2D body. When Red Ball approaches the large red spikes, there is a frame where, hovering just above the object, the middle contact point turns green. Because of the contact bug, the 2 conditions for Red Ball jumping are satisfied, so he jumps just above the spikes without ever actually contacting them. This happens another time.
Would it be possible to make an encode hack that outputs a run to a vector image file that references textures every object? That would make anything. Sadly, there's probably a 0% chance that Vegas Pro supports anything vector related. I don't even know if Premiere Pro supports anything vector related. So
with the
that would be a good
between the
idea,
hitboxes
but yeah.
being so close that it's impossible to zoom in enough to see the gap. Red Ball successfully clears the red spikes, placing him far ahead of his intended position in the train. Red Ball quarter boosts off the first black platform, causing it to enter the contact list.
The Vegas Pro, absolutely not. Premiere Pro, maybe.
And as Red Ball exits the platform, the first entry is removed,
cart 9, leaving the platform in the contact list. This phenomenon happens with all future objects that Red Ball touches. Once the contact bug is activated, it can't be removed without restarting the level. The flag at the front of the
Also, they makes it look like they hit back. Well, I believe that's just a box 2D, because I made the lines on the box 2D debug draw as thin as possible, but they're still like going out further than they should be. So like I'm trying to like zoom in enough to show like they're not overlapping, and they aren't. Clearly, I mean, just floating point values say no. So
12 seconds
yeah.
faster than what the game intends to be possible. Red Ball jumps up the barrier at the start and then jumps upon reaching 5.5x velocity. Red Ball lands in the first spike pit using a
whatever. Make
left-right
another
tap to
RB1
maintain
task explain now.
5.5x velocity, but a jump is not executed right away. This is to allow Red Ball to enter the covered section without bonking on the
I
ceiling,
may
which
mention
would
TASs
otherwise lose
in
several
like a
frames.
future video.
A left-right
but-
jump is used to keep
No.
5.5x velocity in the covered section, another left-right tap is used before hitting the ground, and another left-right jump is used to exit the covered section. A corner boost is performed off the box, the small spike pit is jumped
Yeah,
in,
because this
and
was 228, so you
Red Ball
definitely
actually
do,
bonks
obviously.
on the corner of this platform before the saw blade, something which unfortunately can't be avoided given the speed that Red Ball is moving. Red Ball performs a compound jump between the ground and the bottom stair step and rides the top of the ski lift ramp to reach the end of the main game in just 2 minutes and 28 seconds. However, this is not the end of the task. There are 5 one-sight-locked bonus levels after
I like
the
the
main game,
brawl
and
music
due
here.
to a King.com advertisement that once existed in the game, prompting users to travel to the site to play the bonus levels, the transition between level 12 and level 13 is 10 seconds as opposed to the normal 2.8. So let's move on to the bonus levels. Red Ball rolls into the jaws of a knockoff Pac-Man.
That's parroting or like making a joke about the can I put my balls in your jaws? Am I right, guys? And Lay Kooky was the first person who left a comment about it. It was really funny. Yeah. Somebody needs to make a cover of that, but like, can I roll my balls in your jaws? Yeah. Anyways, I honestly think that Red Ball predicted that, man.
Exiting on the
Not
first
gonna lie.
frame possible. Red Ball jumps
Eugene
once
was
roughly
way ahead of his
5.5
time.
X velocity is reached, and resets at the checkpoint flag upon contact. This resets all of the objects in the level to their default position, a technique which is used far more often in RTA speedruns. Red Ball jumps through the metal platforms, bonking on the bottom of them to reduce Red Ball's Y velocity and allow for jumps to be executed as soon as possible. Then, Red Ball jumps against this wall and is able to get launched above it. This is possible because Red Ball gets stuck in the wall for a few frames due to interactions with thin polygons. While Red Ball is stuck, he is able to jump multiple times in the same spot. Red Ball gets a corner boost off the green wall that is supposed to be removed with the switch to allow for further progression in the level, and then jumps off of the ground. Red Ball lands on the back edge of the moving platform, and in the middle of the deflection, Red Ball is able to jump with a very low Y velocity, placing him between the tiny gap created by the spinning star and the end platform. Red Ball jumps over the spike pit and then into the top left corner of the moving platform for a corner graze jump. Red Ball executes a jump on the right side of the 1-ton ball to convert much of this vertical velocity into horizontal velocity. A jump is performed just before this catapult, and Red Ball is able to execute a compound jump between the ground and the top left corner of the catapult's bowl. Red Ball completely skips the level's puzzle, jumps on the ground, gets a corner boost off the falling black platform, and executes a jump at the front of the next patch of ground, allowing Red Ball to ascend just above the ninja and collect the flag. right is pressed and unpressed multiple times near the top of the slope to allow Red Ball to get the greatest amount of speed possible from it. There is no concrete method to this madness. It was simply brute forced with a program made by Roblox8192 that
Shoutouts,
tried thousands
Roblox.
of combinations of right presses to find the one that generated the greatest amount of speed. Red Ball jumps and gets a corner boost off the back of the ground. He then lands on the slope of the ending platform as soon as possible, which allows for the greatest amount of speed to be generated from it. Red Ball accelerates to the right and jumps into the bottom left corner of this platform.
Yo, Harris, thanks for the
lowers
tier 1
his
sub,
rotational
man. Appreciate
velocity.
it.
This allows for a cleaner entry.
Much appreciated. Enjoy the emotes and the badge and stuff. They're the emotes are fetch a fruit emotes.
Into the underground section of the platform.
Usable in lots
since
of
Red Ball's
scenarios.
rotation isn't pulling him to the right upon landing. However, if this technique is overdone, the entrance is extremely clean, but time is ultimately lost due to Red Ball spending too much time hitting the wall. The optimal implementation of this strategy saves just 2 frames since the downwards Y velocity lost by contacting the wall has a great impact due to how long the fall is. And a frame of this time save comes from Red Ball's hitbox size being manipulated to allow the flag to be collected a frame earlier than normal.
It's not
Red Ball jumps into the
Friday.
tip of the first star, since this allows him to get a boost off the slope behind it without having to press left. Red Ball jumps once roughly 5.5x velocity is reached, and a corner boost takes Red Ball into the bounce platform. A compound jump is performed, but the horizontal distance traveled is cut short. Red Ball lands on the slope behind the tip of this rotating star, allowing for a considerable amount of Y velocity to be converted into X velocity. Red Ball gets a corner boost off the next tip, and performs a graze jump off the left tip of this star. Red Ball crosses the large gap between the 2 crowns, avoids the moving platform, gets a corner boost off the tip of this star, gets a corner boost off the next tip, gets a graze jump off the elevator platform, and reaches the flag platform, closing off the 17 levels time at just 3 minutes and 39 seconds. Over
Yeah,
50
you can tell that this is
17
sped
levels
up
time at just 3
because when I
platform, and
collect
reaches
the flag, it like
platform,
goes
closing off
faster
the
than
17
normal.
levels time at just 3 minutes and 39 seconds. Over 50 seconds faster than the current world record of 4:30.663 by Carmel. So, there you have it. The Red Ball tool-assisted speedrun world record fully explained. In this video, we covered how 5.5 jumps, compound jumps, left-right jumps, corner boosts...
Yeah,
spike
like
boosts,
Kiki, I recorded it at a slower speed because otherwise it would lag, and then I sped up the
warp,
video.
hitboxes, contact bugs, and more all function. Red Ball is a game made for a platform that was largely abandoned at the start of 2021, but that hasn't stopped the community from completely taking it apart, maximizing the potential of the game in both real-time and tool-assisted speedruns. As Flash emulators improve and more TAS hacks are created, I sincerely hope that our efforts will inspire the creation of TASes for other Flash games like Run 2, Fancy Pants, Toxic 2, and Fetch a Fruit.
Yay, fetch a fruit.
A huge
There is
thank
a
you
fetch
goes
a
out to
fruit
all of
task
these
now.
people for helping me immensely with this project, and I would like to thank you all for watching to the end.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I have like random clips in the top left of like miscellaneous tasks. Good stuff. Okay, I will, Nor. I will. I gotta place this first. Okay. I think it's an A tier. It's definitely above those two. I'd say it's above this. I mean, it isn't like, because it doesn't have like any music montages or anything, but I think like from an execution standpoint, I think it did well. I know it's at least there. I'm gonna put it there. Okay, I'm gonna call Norxor.
Sure.
Okay, I'm back.
I was just talking to chat.
Good. All right.
Oh my god.
All
Favorite
right.
crime, embezzlement.
Tax evasion. All right, it's time. Let's go.
On
Good
June 23rd,
start to the
2009,
video.
Red Ball, the first game in the Red Ball series, made its debut on its sponsoring
I can see
website
that
King.com.
the footage
A bit
in
of a slow
background's
burner at
not
first, the game quickly surpassed all
Yeah.
expectations by reaching over 700,000 plays by the end of September.
I had to do so much archive.org scouring for all of this
on
stuff.
King.com alone. For Eugene Fedosov, the
700,000
creator of the Red Ball series,
plays.
this
That's
was
not
just the
even-
third game that he
Oh,
ever
my
publicly
goodness.
released.
I mean, that was like in
following
like
up
a
the
very
two
short amount of
disappointing
time on one
releases of
website.
Raindrop and Fast and
Alright,
Pyramid with this smashing success.
I was thinking
Many
it's just
people
like
loved
overall.
the game and began to wonder if a sequel was in the works, but as it turned out, one was already planned before Red Ball 1 even released. In the source code version of the game provided to the community by Eugene himself, the text at the end of level 12, usually prompting the player to travel to King.com to play the last 5 bonus levels of the game, instead reads, "The End. Red Ball Platformer 2 coming soon." On the text accompanying the Newgrounds release of the game, a similar message can also be found.
Oh, that's
Indeed,
that's
it
cool that
seems
you can
Eugene
like.
knew
I
that
think
he
Super
had a
Mario
huge
63
success
was on the
his hands
sidebar.
before he even released it. But could Red
Oh,
Ball
yeah,
2
that
live
game
up to
was
the
on
expectations
Newgrounds.
set by the first game in the series? On October 8th, 2009, people were able to find out. Due to Red Ball having become an established name in the Flash game scene due to the success of the first game, the play count on Red Ball 2 accelerated much quicker than that of the first game in the series.
Hey,
While
1
it took
mil.
Red Ball 1 around 5 months to reach 1 million plays, Red Ball 2 achieved that figure in just about 2 months. But how did the gameplay actually stack up? Red Ball 2 took the series in a drastically different direction, placing unique puzzles in almost every single level while adding tons of new gameplay elements like water, airstreams, darkness, stars, toxic water, switches, disappearing blocks, and much, much more. Red Ball 2 also had 20 main levels, 8 more than that of Red Ball 1. Like Red Ball 1, Red Ball 2 has 5 additional bonus levels that were site-locked to King.com. The puzzles in Red Ball 2 were often long and convoluted, and every single star
I
needed
too
to be
gamble
collected in
frequently.
each level before the flag at the end could be collected. Due to the much greater
I love
quantity
gambling.
and complexity of levels in Red Ball 2,
Why the hell do
it
you
proved
have
to be
like
a much
150?
longer game in terms of completion time. The graphics in the game also
1.5
received quite
hours
the overhaul,
casually?
and
Jesus.
whether it was for better
Yeah,
or for
for
worse
sure.
is
I
up to
mean,
one's own interpretation.
if you haven't
Regardless,
played a Red Ball game
2 was
before.
received quite well as a casual experience, and
I
it would
guess.
become an important stepping stone in the progression of the Red Ball series. However, what did all the aforementioned changes to gameplay mean for potential speedrunners of the game? If the game is filled with long puzzles that don't allow for sequence breaks due to the star mechanic, wouldn't that make for a less than ideal speedrunning experience? And when were the
Thank
first
God
Red Ball 2
pause jumping
speedruns
was found.
even
This game would
performed?
be kind of.
As it turns out, the question
meh
of when the
without it.
first Red Ball 2 speedrun was performed is a very complicated one to answer. The first Red Ball 2 speedrun that was submitted by a player to the game Speedrun.com leaderboard was a 2140 time set on the
Oh, no.
31st of March 2015 by Greggy. However, it seems highly improbable that nobody else recorded a full playthrough of the game and uploaded it online in a span of 6 years
RB2
after the game's
glitchless.
release. By spending several hours
RB2
scouring YouTube
the
for ancient
single
recordings
RB2
of the game,
glitchless
I found
fan.
several playthroughs of note that could possibly
just
be added
more.
to the leaderboards and marked as world records. Going chronologically, we have this 2-part walkthrough of the game that was uploaded on October 9th, 2009, a day after the release of the game. This playthrough is actually performed on an older version of the game that records a death
pretty
count,
sure
rather
there's a
than the
bonus
score that is
levels
present in the
run
current version
that's
of the
the
game.
oldest Red Ball
Unfortunately,
run?
this older version is currently
Yeah, I
lost
think so.
media. Combining the 2 recordings of the walkthrough yields a time of around 15 minutes flat.
Kind of surprising
but the
that
lack
a
of any
Red Ball
game or
1
background
run
audio
isn't the
makes it
oldest run
impossible
instead
to
of Red
tell
Ball
if
2
this
is.
walkthrough is spliced,
Yeah.
a likely reality. And the slight discontinuity
I can't
between
do
the 2
captions 'cause
recordings
they're
makes
clipped
it
by the
unsubmittable to a
webcam.
leaderboard anyways. It's impossible to know if the gap between the 2 recordings is 1 second or 10 hours. So next up, we have a 6-part playthrough of the game by a Let's Player named Catman, uploaded on October
This guy
10th,
did leave a
2009.
comment on the video. I think his brother like found it first, and then I don't know. And then he was like, "Did I hear someone calling my name?" It was just funny.
2 days
People
after.
always find a way to find
the time
the
of
videos.
this run would come out to roughly 39
Yeah.
minutes and 58 seconds, but unfortunately, the 6 parts of the Let's Play are not continuous. You see, from around 2006 until July of 2010, YouTube limited the length of all uploads to under 11 minutes.
This system was in place as an effort to combat the rampant
the best gifts. Yeah, that's from the what's the why can't I think of the name of the song?
Fucking Soulja Boy.
Soulja Boy, Crank That, whatever it is, and then Cat Roomba, obviously, and then the SpongeBob dancing gif.
And movies.
So
classics.
As YouTube's content ID system improved.
Oh yeah, this is a clip from was a clip from the Toontown
July of
VP battle.
And then was removed in December of 2010 for all verified YouTube accounts and good copyright standing. However, still working with the 11-minute limit, Catman had to split up his Red Ball 2 Let's Play into many parts, opting to stop and start new recordings between episodes, leaving small gaps in the playthrough that unfortunately make it unverifiable as a speedrun.
Yeah, I think I noticed later that level 17 just wasn't in there, and I didn't feel like re-recording that, so I just put in
we have a
text note about
playthrough of
it.
the game performed by Sarkantar, uploaded January 27th through January 30th, 2012. Though these videos were uploaded on separate days, the recording is actually continuous, with each part picking up exactly where the last one left off. Piecing the run back together yields a 20 levels time of 41 minutes and 16 seconds, which, to the community's current knowledge, is the first verifiable Red Ball 2 world record ever performed. Though that definitely was not the intention of the playthrough.
Yay, I'm gonna roll around for a bit. Roll around on the floor for a bit, Kay?
I think
light myself. With
so I think people noted in the comments that it's like an Invader Zim reference. I think I never watched that show, but I think that's what the show's called.
Moving forward, we have a 2-part Red Ball 2 tutorial uploaded by Carlos Venencia on January 6th, 2013. This could have been an enormous world record of around 16 minutes and 11 seconds, but unfortunately, the 2 recordings are barely discontinuous, having a brief jump on the menu before level 10, making it unverifiable. Finally, to round off the ancient Red Ball 2 recording expedition, we have a full playthrough uploaded by the Fado96 on January 31st, 2014, clocking in at 22 minutes and 13 seconds, a new world record. So yes, despite all that digging, Greggy's 2140, set on March 31st, 2015, remains a historic
I was about to say, does he grab the flag
it is the
or
first
not?
world record.
I was so
Let's dive into
That's the end of the run,
a
guys.
brief overview of what speedrunning Red Ball 2 is like. Level 1 involves rolling Red Ball to the right and collecting the 3 stars atop this mound before collecting the flag, where 1.5 seconds pass before the game progresses to the next level. Levels 2 and 3 involve similar basic platforms, but in level 4, Red Ball must
exported
travel
the circle from the
vertically through a
game
large
and then
airstream to reach the flag,
use
stopping
the
at the top
font
of
to
the
make
stone
all of them.
platforms to collect all the stars,
Yeah, I always
with
thought that
optimal
was-
airstream
that
movement
looked
having
really
a
nice.
very high skill ceiling. Level 5 is the first level to introduce a puzzle, requiring a wooden ball to be pushed onto a pulley, which raises a platform that allows Red Ball to reach the end. Level 6 has a top section with moving platforms leading to a single star. Red Ball can then enter the underground section, wait for the elevator cycle, and avoid a few crushers before taking the airstream leading to the flag. Level 7 involves raising a gate, pushing a plank on top of the water, and then rolling a stone ball to the right side of the level, allowing for the top of the castle to be reached. Level 8 involves filling this gap with water, with the spigot having to be opened for over 6 seconds, whereafter the wooden ball can be pushed across and onto the pulley, raising the gate. Level 9 involves lowering a drawbridge and then rolling a cannon across, which shoots cannonballs at the castle's wall, slowly removing it stone by stone, eventually creating a gap that is large enough for Red Ball to fit through. The trajectory of these cannonballs is partially determined by RNG and can make this 30-second long process take even longer than normal. Level 10 involves raising a platform by activating a switch for long enough and pushing the flag boat across the water and toxic water to allow all the stars to be collected. Level 11 is where the puzzle complexity really starts to ramp up. On the bottom level, there is a moving platform that is activated by a switch present on the top level. Greggy follows the intended solution of moving the platform below the hole on the right side, dropping the box from the top
I remember I
level
got
onto the
laughed
platform,
at for doing
moving
this
the
strat
platform
one
back,
time.
and
I got
pushing the box
bullied
onto
for
the
doing this in
elevator
like
and then
Sense
onto the
100%.
switch,
So
waiting
I
for the
shit you
platform
not,
to
knowing in the
complete a full
VC
movement
actually knew
cycle,
that this
and
was
then
the
riding
intended
into the
strat.
flag. All in all,
No, I didn't know that this was the strat when I first beat the
Level 12
game.
involves difficult
Yeah, I
platforms
did it, and
to reach the flag at the
everyone was
bottom of the
clowning
level.
me for like the next
This level
5
can
minutes.
be made a lot easier by using the down arrow to increase Red Ball's friction with the ground. But Greggy's
literally
gameplay
didn't know
makes it
about that
seem
down
like
arrow.
they are unaware of this, as they end up taking several deaths in the level as a result. Level 13 thrusts Red Ball into the darkness, as the stars must be collected and the obstacles avoided with very limited visibility. Level 14 is similar to level 8, but there are now 2 reservoirs to fill water with the second hole filling from the first. Water must be taken from the middle of the second reservoir to spin a turbine that opens the ground cover for the tunnel that the flag is housed in. Level 15 houses a very lengthy puzzle, requiring 3 wooden shapes to be transported to the top of the level and placed on
How long is the stream been up? 8 hours and 48 minutes.
The triangle starts here, near the start, the square starts here, near the top of the elevator, and the circle starts here, in a tunnel accessed at the bottom of the elevator. Because of the ordering of the buttons, the triangle has to be transported in front of the square at some point. Greggy accomplishes this by pushing the square down to the level of the triangle and then pushing them both into the airstream, carrying the triangle past the square. All in all, the level takes them around a minute and a half. Level 16 involves pushing a couple of wooden planks into the toxic water and then using them to collect the 3 stars above the gap. Greggy ends up making contact with the toxic water on both the first and second
Nicely,
planks, but
Kiki.
Red Ball
Let's
ends up living.
go.
This is because Red Ball has a hidden health bar that has 30 points, and Red Ball loses 1 point of health every frame that he spends in toxic water. Greggy spent 26 frames in contact with the toxic water,
never actually found
just
a
barely
fall
managing to
damage
live.
death ward.
Level 17 involves simple platforming on some hidden platforms that become visible as Red Ball makes contact with them. Level 18 involves some tricky platforming on blocks that disappear as Red Ball leaves contact with them. One must take care to leave blocks at the start of the level so it is possible to reach the flag again once all the stars have been collected. In level 19, one is intended to collect all of the stars atop these planks without ever toppling them over, as initiating a domino effect will dump stars over the edge. Greggy struggles greatly with this level, as it takes them over 2 minutes and 30 seconds to complete. In level 20, Red Ball must avoid the rising toxic water while collecting stars, eventually able to use the boat to reach the top
I definitely could have
section
made
of
this
the
segment a
level,
bit
reclaim Red Ball's
shorter.
crown, and complete the game. As mentioned before, there are 5 additional bonus levels, levels 21 through 25, that one can play if they travel to the game's sponsoring website, key.com. But Greggy does not end up playing them, so the explanation of those will have to wait. Though Greggy's run had many
Spooky
obvious
kiki.
ways to improve, it wouldn't be until January 29th, 2017 that a new challenger would approach. In their first ever completed speedrun of the game, a speedrunner named More finished Red Ball 2 in 17 minutes and 38 seconds, a new world record. Compared to Greggy, More simply committed less mistakes, floundering far less in levels 12 and 19, actually implementing a creative backup in 19 to prevent having to reset the level and try again. More choked greatly in level 20, spending over 3 minutes and 30 seconds in the level. Continuing to stream throughout the day, More set a 16:59, then a 16 flat, and finally a 15:33. In this 15:33, More actually entered level 20 slower than they had in the 17:38, but significantly better execution in the level led to a
17:38.
much better time.
Hey.
More left the game alone for a while after this day of attempts, though they did briefly come back to claim a 15:28 on February 10th, 2018. However, things wouldn't really start to accelerate until I, Maximum, picked up the game on October 14th. To best Moore's 15:28, I had a couple of tricks up my sleeve that would allow me to save quite a bit of time on some of the levels. In level 11, I collected the first star, and then I moved the platform into a position that would allow me to jump to it, collect the second and third stars, and then jump back. I then moved the platform under the 4th and 5th stars, pushing the box through the hole to the lower level and landing on it, allowing me to collect the last stars and complete the level.
Okay,
This saved
splits
me
are
around
so
30
even,
seconds
and
over
then
the intended method.
minus 50.
Then, in level 18,
Yeah,
I used
Christ.
a much faster route to collect the stars that saved around 20 seconds. I did play the 5 bonus levels after completing the 20 levels run, so let's take a look at those levels to see what they are like from a speedrunning standpoint. Level 21 is a stone pyramid of sorts, housing a star in each of its 10 compartments. This does appear to be impossible to complete.
You ever
at
wonder
first,
how the
but
red
the
balls
visual
built
representation of the level does not
The
match
what?
with the
Oh, how they built the pyramids? I don't know, man. How did the red balls build the pyramids? That's a great question. Oh yeah, I remember getting this image and stuff was absolute hell because like I had to like meticulously delete all of the correct ones like in JPXS and whatever. Yeah,
Hitboxes
really
actually
awesome.
are. And there are enough hitboxes missing to allow Red Ball to collect all the stars within the pyramid. Level 22 is also not what it appears to be, with this seemingly empty level actually having 122 blocks that only become visible as red.
Actually, no, it was worse than that because you can't just delete the platforms. How it works is like the sprites don't actually line up with the box 2D stuff. So like I had to like I had to delete a bunch of stuff and then like put it into Photoshop and then put platforms where it lines up with the box 2D definitions whenever that took like an hour. It was so
this
great.
This invisible maze has quite a few
For that
different
one
ways to
image.
be traversed, as I opted to take this
effort,
route through the
bro.
level to collect all the stars and reach the flag back at the beginning. Level 23 features a short golfing minigame known as King Golf, where this ball must be carried into the
King
center
Golf.
for the level to be completed. I made an extremely serious world record progression video about this single level on April 1st, 2021, which I highly recommend checking out if you haven't already.
The April
Level
Fool's
24
video of
features a symbol
2022.
puzzle, where
It was so
invisible
good.
blocks to the right must be revealed to show which symbols must be
The April
input.
Fool's joke was that there was no
there
video.
was
Symbol on
none.
each button is randomized at the start of the level, and there are 5 symbols that are cycled through. Advanced on each contact with the button with the order square, squiggle, line, arrow, and triple bar. The correct combination is square, arrow, squiggle every single time, so speedrunners
I
have
always
no
called it
need to
carrot.
find the combination from the hidden blocks. Since
Oh,
each
yeah, that
button
makes
has
sense.
5 possible starting symbols, there is a 1 in 125 chance that the correct ones are selected by default, opening the flag gate right away. On the flip side, it is equally likely that one starts with the worst starting symbols possible, squiggle, triple bar, and line, requiring 4 contacts with each button to achieve the correct inputs. In level 25, the ending flag tracks opposite to Red Ball's X position along an elevated arc. Red Ball must platform on some hidden blocks on the left to be able to drop down on the ending flag while it is at the very center of the level, the only position where it is able to be collected. I ended up finishing the full 25 levels of the game in 17 minutes and 36 seconds. Going back to the 20 levels run, I did commit large mistakes in levels 13 and 16, leaving quite a bit of room for improvement. However, I wouldn't need to expend much effort to beat it, as a
How many levels
huge
is it again?
revelation
20?
made 3 days later would completely
Sorry,
flip
what's
Red
20 levels? What?
Never mind.
The
Just keep
game?
going.
Ball 2 speedrunning on its
Yes,
head.
keep going.
In early
It's stupid.
2018, Speedrunner Motor Jam found an interesting guidepost present
Trim
on
end
the
to
Red Ball 3
good
leaderboard that
again.
had gone
Yes.
completely unnoticed for many months. The
If
guide
there's a Red
posted
Ball
by
3 world
some
record progression, then it'll be there as well.
Truman to good.
Yes.
If you press
What do you mean
pause
if,
and jump
eh?
while
Oh yeah,
on
another
the
thing I
jump,
do is I like this image, like I like AI upscaled and stuff. I've done that like more and more with like super low res stuff.
Truman to
Just-
good, red.
I-
If you
I'm
press
just-
pause
yeah,
and jump while
very
on the ground,
meticulous
your
about
game
that
will be
stuff.
paused, but when you clicked P again, you will jump. Knowing this, if you press P and
How old
jump
do you
at the
think he
same time,
was
then
typing
hold
this? His
space,
grammar's
click
like
P, you jump
probably,
twice as high.
like,
I found this messing
14.
around, so this should make the run a lot easier. Motor Jam was
I am
originally
Taka, but
worked
it's
in Red Ball
bootleg. You
3
can't buy it.
exactly as described, with it becoming known as the pause jump. Essentially,
Surprises me
the
how
pause
many
jump
people
works by
of,
allowing
like,
Red Ball to jump,
a
but
reasonable
pausing the
age
game
just
before
don't
Red Ball is
know how
able
to
leave
type
the
proper
ground.
English.
On the pause menu,
Yeah.
the timer that restricts how often Red Ball is able to
Incredible.
jump
I learned
runs
how
out,
to do that when
being
I was
half
like
a second
12.
long. Thereafter, while the jump button is still being pressed,
If I
the game is
didn't have a
unpaused,
weird
and
habit of
since Red
starting
Ball is
every
still on the
letter
ground,
with caps, I would have
Yeah.
been the smartest looking 10-year-old in YouTube comment section.
You're literally the Zoomer, Wojak. Alex Shlosi, the Tide Pods.
Oh my
On
God.
the, on the compass.
So the force from 2 jumps is applied to Red Ball on the same frame, giving him
I
the
forgot
height
about
of at
that
least
compass.
those 2 jumps combined. MotorJam first posted about this glitch on September 26th, 2018, but I somehow completely missed that message, not becoming aware of it until another conversation that took place on October 16th, 2018. Jam claimed that the glitch worked in Red Ball 2, but that it wouldn't save time because of the star mechanic. In Red
Did
Ball
you
2,
not
the
realize
execution
it
of the
would
glitch
save
was
time
slightly
if you
different,
like.
since
You could
there
just
is a
go to
two-frame
9
delay
and
added
skip
to every
like
single
50
jump,
seconds of
for
gameplay.
some reason. So you had to
You don't
press
understand,
jump,
Nor.
then
The
press pause
stars.
button
It
exactly
wouldn't save
2
any
frames
time.
later,
It
instead of
wouldn't
pressing the
save any
buttons
time
on the
because
exact
the-
same frame like in Red Ball 3. This, consequently, made the trick more awkward and inconsistent to perform on Red Ball 2. However, what about Jam's
It's
claim
taken,
that the trick
like,
would be mostly
10 minutes out of your day to figure
well,
out that
let's
this
just
was
say
useful.
that wasn't exactly true.
Dumb with the first
Dude, this song's
montage.
a classic, bro.
It is.
Despite having to
You
still
cannot
collect all
pause
the
jump
stars
without
in each
pausing.
level,
It's
pause
based
jumping
on-
bypassed puzzles in levels 5,
Can you
7,
actually? What?
9, and 17,
Really?
saving around 5 seconds.
Roblox is saying yeah. I don't know what the hell.
I mean, if your frames take a second to process, I guess, like, or half a second to process, like you're literally running the game at 2 FPS.
30 seconds, 1 minute, and 5 seconds, respectively. Level
1
25,
minute.
the last bonus level,
God.
can also be completed around 10 seconds faster with the strategy. Pause jumping was also sprinkled around in other levels like 16 to skip a bit of platforming. Red Ball 2 was getting significantly faster thanks to pause jumping, but the game was far from its limit in terms of optimization. I mean, the last record in the montage, my 11:33 on October 30th, was set during a random no-reset full-series Red Ball run. With no competition in sight, I didn't have much motivation to try to beat my record, but thankfully, a new runner would enter the ring.
Backspace!
On November 4th, 2018, Backspace claimed a world record of 11:07 with his first ever submitted Red Ball 2 speedrun. To save a bit of time,
Glorious.
Backspace added a pause jump into level 10, while also using a sooner pause jump in 16. In level 15, he attempted a new strategy where, instead of gently guiding the circle to its respective button, he simply rolled it from the elevator with the right amount of speed to have it stop on the button naturally from friction, saving a whole elevator cycle. Unfortunately, he failed the strategy, as he had to go back to correct
That's
his position.
costing you
Backspace
serious.
incorporated another new strategy at level 20, where he used pause jumping to collect the crown and all the stars at the top of the lobby.
I forgot
without
that was a joke that we
Yeah,
This saves lots of time having to wait for the toxic water to rise, as Backspace is able to complete the level by contacting the boat near its original position, saving around 10 seconds in this instance. With this, a rivalry had formed between Backspace and myself, as we would continue to trade the record back and forth
That's
until
what the
someone
whole
could come out on
Shapes
top.
thing was about.
The
It was
next
just
day,
me,
I
Pablo,
scored
and
myself at
Xbox playing Squid
10:43 by
Games.
executing
Yep.
levels 14 and 15 without the mistakes that Backspace had. And I also completed the new level 20 strategy around 7 seconds faster. The run nearly died at this jump in level 18, but I barely managed to jump on this corner of this block without it disappearing. 3 days later, Backspace
This is a
got
thing
onto
because
yet
this is the
another
last
great
chance I
pace
have
in
to
the
do
late
it, because the more videos I upload, the more arduous it would become. So this is the only time I'm doing this.
He
May
added
as
cleaner
well.
levels 1 through 13.
Good return
fixed
stream.
the mistakes he had in
I don't
14 and
get
15,
what's
and then
with,
implemented
like,
a new method
the
of
RB2
completing level
shit where you can
19
like
that saved
jump
him a
on
bunch
the edge
time
of
over the
platforms. Like I
jump
never
once on each
understood
plank.
why the game just lets you do that.
Yeah.
He opted to, instead, skip some of the planks, collecting the
I think it's
remaining
just
stars up
how a different, the jump detection is different than it is in
the
RB1.
ground once the planks fell backwards.
So you can imagine then, little old sleep-deprived me, sitting in front of my janky-ass monitor and my scuffed mechanical keyboard, when all of a sudden, this run drops out of nowhere. I get past level 18 and level 19 relatively quickly. All that's left is level 20, the pause jump nightmare. I know I haven't been hitting my pause jumps consistently. I know I've choked this level in the past. It's 12 AM for crying out loud. Why am I even up? But still I persist. 1 jump down. 2. All that's left is 1 star. I set up the jump and...
Dude, with this song, I was so expecting to miss it.
Backspace scored the first sub 10 minute time in
Oh
the game's
man,
history.
that one hits
His
good.
9:58 was a big step up from my 10:43, but I wasn't yet down for the count. 3 days later, I snapped back with a 9:46. In level 7, I implemented a new route where I pause jumped on top of the castle, rolled to the stairs, and then rolled back to the flag, instead of using the underground tunnel and coming in from the right side. I had cleaner execution than Backspaced in lots of areas like levels 14 and 20, but I still managed to lose almost 20 seconds in level 16 from a death.
It is
in
like
my description, I made the possibly bold statement that a sub 930 was obviously possible. But
that
would
might
us
have been
be
a
able to
bold
achieve it?
statement.
On the
Might
very
not have
same
been.
day, Backspace got onto a decent run that did not have a death in 16, which put him around
this song
12
is so
seconds
good
ahead of
too.
me.
Oh my god.
However, his 18 was a bit sloppy, and he opted to complete level 19 the safe way, just jumping once on the top of each plank. Thankfully, his level 20 was really solid, and he scored a new world record of 9 minutes and 41 seconds. Inching closer and closer to the sub 930, it appeared that it wouldn't be long before one of us would achieve it. And on November 13th, just 9 days after our rivalry began, one of us would have a golden opportunity. Entering level 20, I was easily on pace for the sub 930. All it came down to was nailing each pause jump and optimally collecting the stars at the end. Unfortunately, I committed 2 costly mistakes and only scored a 935.
Yeah, that's just the average level 20
early game in 20
Yeah.
is the biggest sources of time saving.
Dude,
I
level
have now
20
hit the tennis ball again. Unfortunately, Backspace wouldn't be there to hit it back to the No. He didn't die or get carpal tunnel or anything. He just stopped playing the game.
It's
I
funny.
wish.
Bro, oh my gosh. Good stuff. Good stuff already. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say something, but I forgot. Oh well.
You never quit. Yeah.
Let's go.
What a crazy transition.
Come on, baby. Let's go, baby. I'm back in the game.
Yo, Storster, thanks for the raid, bro.
Doesn't
Appreciate
matter,
it.
baby. It doesn't matter.
You gave it a good time.
Videos about Red Ball 1 on this channel.
Yeah, this is this is Red Ball 2 world record progression. We've been streaming for 9 hours. So yeah. But yeah, I'm also like keeping, thanks for the follow. I'm also keeping like a tier list of enjoyment, and right now this is what it looks like. I can already tell you that this video is going to be an S tier, but we'll see where I feel like putting it. The Red Ball 2 golfing video, just I haven't seen in a while. Shit was so funny. Like,
yeah.
My gosh. April Fool's videos, just that you're able to do stuff like you aren't normally able to do in videos, and just
Then Rare
makes
EG
it so
is
funny.
a player that needs no introduction. The world record holder in Red Ball in
Well, you also wouldn't be able to do it in one sitting. It would be like 24 hours. Yo, Sparks, another raid. Thanks for the 8-person raid. I appreciate it. Hopefully your drawing stream went well. That's awesome. I just got raided by Storster, so that's a double raid. Let's go. Rating on a really good video as well. Red Ball 2 world record progression. I already got like a slight chill, and we're like 24 minutes in. Good stuff. I agree.
late 2018, EG had the uncanny ability to come out of nowhere and set amazing times, featuring legendary pop-offs at the end of his runs. In October of 2018, I first announced my intent to sweep the records for every single category in the Red Ball games recorded on Speedrun.com at the time. Red Ball 12 levels and 17 levels, Red Ball 2 20 levels and 25 levels, the any percent and 100% categories for Red Ball 3, Red Ball 4 Volume 1, Red Ball 4 Volume 2, Red Ball 4 Volume 3, Red Ball 4 Mobile, and Red Ball 5, a licensed game that is not a part of the mainline series, as well as the 4 multiple Red Ball games categories. Full Series any percent, Full Series 100%, Red Ball 4 any percent, and Red Ball 4 100%. This equated to 20 total categories. I got somewhat close to the accomplishment at times, but other people continuing to push the records lower across the series kept placing it just outside of my reach, leading me to essentially concede defeat on November 17th, 2018. However, in February of 2019, I noticed that I was getting somewhat close to it again.
Yeah, that was like, it was pretty crazy how close. I mean, it's referenced more and later in the video, but how close I've just been to the freaking series. So, yo, Sparks, thank you for the freaking gift sub to I'm a Comfy Bed. Much appreciated. Let's go. Yeah, that was a random gift sub. Hope they enjoy the emotes and whatnot. Let's go. Oh, you get the gift leader badge as well. Looking good.
New
categories have been added to the series.
5 months old.
80% glitchless categories for Red Ball 4 Volumes 1 and 3. But on the 21st of February, I noticed that I had 16 out of 22 of the records. Some records being very attainable, while others requiring far more effort to claim. That same day, I reclaimed the Volume 1 any percent record from Motor Jam, placing me at 17 out of 22 records. At this point, Rare EG, who had become my biggest speedrunning rival, was beginning to become very alarmed that a sweep might actually happen. One person claiming every single record in the Red Ball series? He had to do something to stop it. So, on February 25th, EG formed a Discord server with himself, MotorJam, and Maximal with one purpose: form a coalition to stop me from getting the series sweep. The plan was simple: get a bunch of records offline and then unhoard them all at once in a single video. A common practice in the GoldenEye community that the Rare Gang was a part of. EG immediately set his eye.
Yeah, in the video, like, I like ham this up a lot because it like makes the I don't know, it really makes the story like a lot more interesting and like contextualizes like all of the records way better. But like people like just took this stuff like way too seriously, which was really annoying because like I'm the only person that's like potentially being negatively impacted by it, and like I'm like clearly I do not care. Like, and I was like only like learning about a lot of this stuff like when I was making the script for the video. So it's like no like it only made things more interesting and better. So I don't know. I wish I had just like worded things a bit differently so that message could get across a bit better. And I did like specifically say things at times that were like intending to get that message across, but I don't know. Some people just like don't get the message. So whatever.
I'm claiming both of the records in Red Ball 2. And over the next 2 days, he did exactly that.
Thanks for the follow. I don't know why I didn't unstretch this video. I should have like, compressed it so it wasn't all stretched out, but it doesn't really matter. It is epic music. Yeah, but Storster, if you're watching it in the context of like a stream like this, it would probably be around 20 hours with like pausing and like breaks and whatnot. So yeah. True Storster.
Come on, baby. Get the fuck in there. Let's do it. Red Ball 2 down. Let's go, baby. Come on. Let's go.
Love the pop-off.
Living up to his legacy,
pop-off.
EG managed
So
to swiftly
good.
become the king of Red Ball 2. Capping on
Yeah, Storster, the only instance where I will be doing the 1200 levels category in Red Ball, which is 100 times 12 levels, is if I get Twitch partner. And that's the only time I will be doing it. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it, Tosh.
Another iconic pop-off. To help best me, EG implemented a new
The
strategy
MoreMaximum
in
marathon.
that involved
No.
pause jumping on the moving platforms
I
and skip
did
having
not
to wait
touch
for them on the way
1200
back,
fucking
saving an
12
elevator
foot pole, dude.
EG also
Yeah.
came up with a new strategy in
Oh,
level
thanks for
19
the
that
follow,
involved
Ryder.
using a pause jump to jump all the way to one of the later planks and purposefully causing the planks to fall over backwards. He collected a few stars at the end.
The
normally,
video
and collected
tearing
the
is
rest
like
as
so
they lay on the
distracting.
ground. So
in the
yes,
speeder.
EG
It's
was
funny.
the king of Red Ball 2, and I, and many others, had no idea.
Evan, I
He
promise
continued
you,
his
EG
secret
will
record conquest, taking
potentially
the
be
Red Ball
back
3
one
any
day. I
percent
don't know. I
record
have
from
no
me
idea.
by a second on March 7th.
EG
Unfortunately,
just comes
Motor
back
Jam
when
was
he
unable
wants
to
to.
reclaim
Yeah.
Red Ball 4 Volume 1 any percent, and Maximal was unable
I'm
to
sure he'll do
improve
something
his
at some
80%
point.
record in Red Ball 5. EG ultimately decided to unhoard his Red Ball 3 record in the form of an April Fool's video, and his Red Ball 2
Yep.
record 6 days after that on April 7th. Though EG may have foiled my series sweep plans, these kinds of shenanigans are
Yeah,
exactly
see.
what keeps the hobby of speedrunning exciting and fun. EG had claimed the fabled sub 930, but wouldn't
This
be
is
able
facts.
to stand the test of time, and was a sub 9 minute.
I'm so lucky that all of these stories just like get laid down already being extremely good, like because of all of the other stuff that people do behind the scenes. Like I don't even have to work that hard to make it interesting because it's already interesting.
It run a
Very
possibility.
lucky.
On July 18th,
Very, very
2019, EG claimed a new world record of 921 thanks to him executing an essentially flawless level 20, with 0 missed pause jumps or star mishaps for the first time ever in a world record run. 2 months later, EG's reign would finally be toppled as speedrunner Thog N claimed a 919 on
There's
September
Thog.
13th. Thog implemented a small strategy in level 3 where he would perform a single jump against this wall to scale it instead of executing a pause jump. He also used a new approach to level 11 that saved some time by leaving 3 stars to be collected at the end of the level instead of 2, made even faster by executing 2 pause jumps on the elevator to save some waiting. Thog messed up the challenging platform jump in 13, but managed to recover by exiting the toxic water in a swift manner. In level 16, he incorporated a new strategy where he would skip sliding one of the wooden planks to the toxic water, instead opting to take a brief swim to collect the first star, barely avoiding death. Thog nailed EG's pause jump strat in 19, but he unfortunately wasted around 10 seconds fishing for stars that ended up under plank. He was
Optimal movement.
but he thankfully had a trick up his sleeve. A brand new pause jump.
Literally, what the
Instead
hell
of having
was
to wait
that?
for this disappearing platform at the start, Thog pause jumped up to the platform with the 3rd star and then jumped off of the disappearing platform to the platform with the spikes.
Amazing.
He mistimed 2 pause jumps later in the route, but the time save that he had accumulated earlier in the level was enough to score him a new world record, though he wasn't too thrilled about it.
Surprised
While
Thog is,
people
like,
waited
the
to see
only
if
mention
EG
of
would
Thog
reclaim the
in
record or if
position
Thog would
so
improve
far.
his time,
Yeah.
another challenger would surprisingly emerge.
Surprise DHA appearance.
Surprise DHA appearance. Holy shit.
I love
I'm
this
not only
mod
surprised
though.
by that, but I'm also surprised YTK has had like 1 appearance in your videos, and that was for like 10 seconds.
From the 1st of September to the 12th, Speedrunner DHA absolutely
Both
tore through the
dignity.
Red Ball 4 Volume 3 world record, pushing it from a 449 to a 429. DHA is
Mainly
an
during,
absolutely
though.
prolific speedrunner, submitting almost 1,000 runs in the 7 years.
I mean,
that
you
he has
can
been active.
Store all you have to do is go here, show transcript, Control F, red ball, 145 matches. So subtract a bit from like the sidebar and stuff. It's about like 140 red balls in the video.
Dozens
Oh, yeah,
of
there
which
was
are
a
still
new,
world records
everyone
today,
record today,
due to
actually.
his complete domination of so many
Or,
different
not
kinds of
everyone,
flash
every two.
games
Ooh.
over so many years. He is considered by many to be the greatest flash game speedrunner of all time.
He is.
Maybe some future videos on this channel will chronicle some more of his
It's
amazing
impossible to
accomplishments.
argue against that.
On September 18th,
Yeah.
DHA submitted his first Red Ball 2 speedrun to the leaderboards, a world record
don't
of
think there's really
917.
anyone that's
The run was
even
very
close
clean
to
up until level
0-7.
15, where he lost over 10 seconds due to a botched circle roll. He golded levels 16 and 17 due to him continuing to nail his pause jumps, but he unfortunately fell apart again in 18, as he died after collecting the furthest star in the level. Thankfully, he absolutely nailed 19, placing him a few seconds ahead of Thog. He modified Thog's route in 20 slightly to potentially cut out a star pause jump, but he barely missed a single star on this jump to the ground platform, making it not net any time save. So, was DHA happy with his new world record? No. In just 2 levels, he had committed almost 25 seconds of non-pause jump
You see the fucking
so he
lengths
went to
this
work
dude went
trying
for
to
fucking
clean it up.
V3
The very next day, DHA
V3
got
Glass was
onto
so
another great
optimized when
run.
it,
He was essentially
like,
tied
happened.
with his PB out of level 14, keeping in mind that he is comparing against his best split times ever in each level instead of comparing directly to his PB. After nailing levels 15 and 18, he was 25 seconds ahead of his PB, his best pace ever by 8.5 seconds. Going into 19, he was easily on pace for the first ever sub-9. Unfortunately, he failed the pause jump strat on his first try, knocking 2 stars into the void, forcing him to reset the level. If he had a perfect level 20, he would still be able to just barely squeak it out. Unfortunately, it just wasn't meant to be. A 905. DHA seemed to be more content with this run, seeming to not have too much motivation to improve it soon. However, the pressure on him would soon be reapplied, as Rare EG would make an emphatic return the very next day.
I'm getting so tired, dude.
Goated song.
Yeah.
EG somehow managed to do it again, coming out of nowhere to achieve an enormous PB and a new world record. EG changed his approach to level 16 slightly, knocking the first and third wooden planks into the water instead of the second and third to save a bit of time. EG exited level 18, 8 seconds behind DHA's record, but an outstanding 19 and 20 allowed him to break what was possibly the game's last-minute barrier. However, this rivalry between DHA and EG was far from over. Later that same day, DHA snapped back with an 848. 13 seconds ahead of EG into level 15, he unfortunately messed up, pushing the triangle over the square, costing him an elevator cycle or roughly 11 seconds. He stuck the 2-3 plank push in 16 and maintained his roughly 2-second lead over EG going into level 20. Thankfully, finally, he hit a perfect level 20 in a world record for the first time ever, saving him around 6 more seconds over EG.
How do I get songs?
However, DHA still...
I just look on YouTube. I look at music lists on other people's videos. There's a channel on Discord that I'm able to reference where people post stuff. So all kinds of stuff that I find songs to. You're totally good to just like, you know, go through my video music list and download all that stuff and, you know, whatever fits for whatever you're doing, use that. It's not like I own the music or anything.
One stupid mistake in 15 had cost him a time in the 8-3x range. Thankfully, 5 days and over 250 runs later, the stars finally aligned for him. In level 13, he incorporated a strategy that involved purposefully dying on these spikes to activate a checkpoint later in the level that can be reset to, whereafter the 3 stars behind it can be collected and the checkpoint reset back to again. This strategy was found by complete accident by DHA, and nobody understood how it worked. But the secrets behind it were later uncovered once a similar strategy was found in level 4 of Red Ball 1. If you would like to learn more about it, consider checking out my Death Warp Explained video if you haven't already. Being close
I show this video so much, and it's just not, like, very... It's just meh.
PB going into level 15, he didn't screw up getting the triangle over the square, placing him 12 seconds ahead. He switched to EG's 1-3 plank push in level 16, and he gained even more ground with a cleaner level 18 and 19, placing him 14 seconds ahead. But he missed a couple of pause jumps, leading to an 11-second PB. Regardless, DHA had achieved that 8-3x milestone. So, was he satisfied with his time yet? Still,
no.
This was essentially the first ever Red Ball 2 speedrun without any mistakes.
Dignity, the Task Explained video did a much better job of it than Death Warp. Death Warp, I just, like, wasn't concise at all. And, like, the best part of the video was the stuff when I wasn't explaining Death Warp, and it was just, like, the lore.
But he still didn't like the run. Small mistakes like the ones in levels 7 and 8 was enough to throw off his mood about the entire run. This 837 marked a real turning point in Red Ball speedrunning in terms of optimization. For years,
his description of that run is so funny.
A run that incorporated all run-viable strategies without any large mistakes. Now, at least to DHA and Rare EG, every single second mattered. It was no longer possible to attain a world record with huge mistakes like a death in 18 or a cycle loss in 15. 5 days later, Rare EG made another mark on the world record history, claiming to achieve an 837.01, barely besting DHA's 837.9. Unfortunately, EG didn't really care about uploading and submitting this sub-second improvement in the moment. The laptop that the video was housed on is lost, and even if the laptop is located, the random OBS recording of the run likely no longer exists. Funnily enough, I also failed to document a 25 levels world record of 1938 when I first started playing the game, with the OBS recording of it having since been deleted. Therefore, both categories in Red Ball 2 have a world record that is almost certainly lost media. Thankfully, the same day, he got onto a run that had a blisteringly fast early game. In level 5, he added a new strategy that involved executing a pause jump after collecting the first star, allowing him to gain a large amount of speed by jumping off of the back of the seesaw, enough to allow the gap at the end of the level to be crossed without a pause jump. Essentially committing no mistakes in levels 1 through 14, he was 11 seconds ahead going into level 15. Unfortunately, the pace toned down quite a bit after that, as a slow circle roll in 15, a missed pause jump in 16, and 2 missed pause jumps at the start of 20 led him to a world record of just 3.7 seconds. 2 days later, DHA got a 1 through 14 that was almost as good as EG's, placing him on his best pace ever. Note that he is comparing against his best split times again. He nailed level 15, but exited quite a bit behind his best pace ever. Why? Because of a new strategy known as 15 cycle skip. On September 5th, former world record holder Thog N had found a difficult way to skip an entire elevator cycle in 15 by doing this maneuver. Normally, after putting the square and triangle into position, one would have to ride the elevator down to the circle compartment and then wait for the elevator to complete an entire cycle before being able to push the circle onto it. However, with this strategy, one could push the circle onto the elevator right away, saving around 10 seconds. DHA opted not to do the strategy because he was on his best pace ever, and knew that he could still score a new world record or even the first sub 830 without it. Levels 17 and 18 were almost flawless, and he barely recovered a forward plank tip in level 19 to enter level 20 8 seconds ahead of EG's record. Things were looking good, but missed pause jumps started costing him greatly. His nerves were through the roof. Thankfully, he was able to pull things together, and he scored himself an 828. With an absolutely perfect level 20, this run could possibly have been an 81x, but it seemed like that would have to wait for a later day. In the description, DHA remarked that, from now on, level 15 cycle skip will be required to get a PB. DHA and EG would have to incorporate this extremely difficult strategy into their runs to have a chance at claiming the world record. It seems like the prospect of this may have spooked the two of them for a bit, as it wouldn't be until 2020 that a new world record would be set. But before then, DHA uploaded a video on October 7th that showed an example run.
This split image is just so great. The deep fried Luigi.
Fucking Luigi.
Generated by splicing together all of his best segments in each level of the game. The 20 levels time came out to a 740, showing just how much potential the game still had. It was unrealistic to match all of these splits in one run, but maybe, just maybe, it was realistic to achieve a time under 8 minutes with the game's current
No way.
The seed of achieving another minute barrier of
no one's getting sub 8 ever.
But it was unknown when, or even if, it would happen. After finishing yet another semester of college, EG got back on the Red Ball 2 grind to try to claim the record with 15 cycle skip. He got on a somewhat mediocre run that was over 10 seconds behind his PB into 15, but after nailing the death-defying strategy, he was now 4 seconds ahead. He performed the cycle skip at the start of the shape moving instead of at the end because it was slightly faster, slightly easier, and less costly if it was missed on the first try. He missed a pause jump in 17, but a solid 18 and 19 put him 6 seconds ahead of his PB, but 2 seconds behind DHA's record. He had around 7 seconds to save on DHA in level 20, and thankfully, a near-flawless performance allowed him to save all 7, a new world record of 823. For around 4 months, DHA and EG had been trading incremental improvements
montage coming up
back and forth. However, through this competition, neither of them had managed to achieve the run a run that nailed
Through the
every
fire and
single
flames.
strategy and every single double jump, leaving extremely little room for improvement. On April 1st, 2020, DHA began a run
There it
that could have
is.
possibly
There's the
changed
fucking
all of
Peepo
them.
Happy.
And unlike
Peepo
EG's Red
Happy.
Ball 3 record from the previous year,
Yes.
this run was uploaded as no joke. DHA was ready to obliterate Red Ball 2.
You just drop this one. You sent it with like no forewarning.
Wow.
Nuts.
It was hard to believe.
Airbase
Playing it-
Espionage is just such a goated song. Like, I cannot believe nobody else uses that for montages, or at least I've never seen it. It's like, oh my gosh, it hits so good. Sup, Pogwan? 806.
Game that had
That
already
806
become
is still a
incredibly
goddamn
optimized.
good run,
DHA
especially
had
for not
managed to
using
improve
the
the
I
world
know,
record by
it's
17
crazy,
seconds
yeah.
That run
and
is
his
clean
PB by
as
22
hell.
seconds with a single run. Of the 16 frame perfect
Because I'm a musically minded individual, like Kuki. That's
That-
why. Yeah, I'm not gonna be watching any other videos. Like I'm gonna be like dead tired by the end of this. I can't just like randomly, oh, I'll watch this video too. No.
pause jumps that were now in the run, DHA hit 15 of them first
I
try,
play clarinet
with
and
the only
soprano
miss
saxophone.
coming in level 10, costing him a few seconds.
You
He
put
also had a
goddamn
small mistake
effort
at the
into
start
the
of 5,
graphics in
but
this video.
aside from that, the rest of the run
Yeah,
was
exactly, Storcher. Like I sometimes sit there for like 15 plus minutes, like at like doing nothing, because I'm like, what song needs to go right here? Like you just gotta, because like if you pick a bad song, like it can kind of ruin the segment. So yeah. And I usually don't figure it out beforehand. Like before I made the video, I knew I was gonna use Airbase Espionage and what the Banjo-Kazooie Final Battle remix thing. Those are the only two songs I had figured out. Everything else I figured out while I was editing and whatnot. So yeah, it is definitely like a huge part of it that people often don't realize, like takes a ton of effort. Anyways, it's time to show off my lungs by blowing up this red ball balloon.
If you smoke, your lungs will never be like this.
Here we go. True.
Don't smoke.
Exactly, Storcher. You're looking at 8.7% inflation right now. Yay!
played to near perfection for the strats he attempted. DHA proved with this run that achieving a time under 8 minutes wasn't a distant pipe dream. With just a bit more polish, it was certainly possible. But taking a step back, would
Just a
anyone
bit
even
more
be
polish.
able
What
to
did you
catch
come
this
back to?
86?
Red Ball
As mentioned
2 world
earlier,
record progression?
DHA set an absolutely jaw-dropping record of 4 minutes and 29 seconds in Red Ball 4 Volume 3, 80% glitchless, before moving on to Red Ball 2.
That
This
was
run stood
crazy
for
as
around
hell.
1 year and 9 months before being beaten by myself with a 427. And that was making use of a consistent setup for a strategy, 13 laser phase, that DHA
what a
did not have access to.
stupid
I can't believe I hit OG laser phase and I was on pace for a huge record and then I threw the run away. Like, bruh, like it would have been so much cooler if I like got it on that run instead of this BS, but it's alright.
Which ended up saving me 3 seconds,
Use
making
old
it hardly
dumb
a fair
strats
fight.
for 13
Knowing
is
how
so funny
ahead
looking
of their
back.
time, DHA's records
They look
were
like
able to be,
goddamn,
just how long
like,
was his dominant Red Ball 2
voodoo
record
placebo
going to stand
bullshit looking back. Like it looks like the
A
most
few months after
convoluted.
DHA set his 806, the top 5 runners of the game remained completely stagnant for almost an entire
entire year. While Red Ball 1 and many other games in the series were getting swarms of new runners in 2021 due to the popularity of my Red Ball speedrunning videos skyrocketing, Red Ball 2 remained almost completely dead. The game desperately needed a catalyst to motivate somebody to try to take the record. In March of 2020, 2 strategies had been discovered by ThogN that proved to be too difficult for runs. Those being the faucet skip in 8 and the gate clip in 14, saving around 4 and 12 seconds respectively. The 8 skip involved pushing the wooden ball into the hole and then pause jumping off of it after collecting the stars, something that was really challenging to do since it wasn't a flat surface. One then had to execute a perfectly positioned pause jump on land to knock the pulley platform downward and squeeze through the gate before it fell back down. 14 gate clip involved collecting the stars at the bottom of the 2 wells using as little water as possible and then performing a pause jump on the ending gate. If Red Ball landed on it in just the right way, it would flip open for just enough time to allow Red Ball to pass into the ending tunnel. These strats were both too risky and inconsistent to implement at the time. But in 2021, the community had become far more ambitious in terms of incorporating strategies like these. A new runner opting to incorporate one or even both of these to try to claim the record was not out of the question. There was also a slightly faster method of completing level 15 discovered by DHA on October 8, 2019, where he fell under the elevator and landed in the middle tunnel to complete the level instead of riding the elevator to it, saving around a second and a half. This was not worth going for in runs due to the extremely high risk and little reward, but he claimed that it's possible to get a faster cycle, but it's really hard. As it turns out,
he was right about the really hard part.
On April 28, 2021, speedrunner XDXbox Jaja of Sub-20 Train fame became the first to achieve the cycle in an individual level speedrun, falling on the elevator and rolling into the tunnel instead of having to fall under it. He lost some time getting stuck between the elevator and the ceiling, but he still managed to save almost 4 seconds over DHA's method and about 6 seconds over normal. This technique, being coined Xbox Cycle, seemed to be the catalyst that Red Ball 2 needed, as speedrunners Norxor and Pogwin began a fierce competition for the level 15 individual level world record in May, for some reason. Norx scored a 43.2
started playing
on
that
Mason.
level because there was a 10-hour stream I did, and I think for 5 hours of that, basically I had something in my chat that was like, run NEIL for 15 minutes and it was a channel point reward. And I think that day I think it was 40 redeems for shapes.
Yeah.
I got an incredible amount. And I went for shapes and I didn't get it for that entire 5 hours. And then I came back to it after like a few months because I was like, damn, I want to grind an IL. Like that would be fun as hell just to like find a funny IL like golf. Because people were doing golf at the time. And that was like such a cool IL to do.
Yeah.
I was like, I wanna find another IL like that. So I went on shapes, and then that's how shapes happened.
Damn, gotcha. Dang, that's awesome. Yeah, no, Pogwin's profile picture is Whooper Sparks. It's pretty funny. Yeah, wait, why did you do a 10-hour stream? Did you just randomly want to do one, or was there like?
I don't even remember what the reasoning was behind it. I think it might have been a follower thing.
Gotcha. Well, this is almost a 10-hour stream. We got 25 more minutes till it gets there.
0.6 seconds faster than Xbox. Pogwin scored a 40.
This is definitely going over the 10-hour estimate.
And after that, they started using a strategy that was extremely inconsistent and unviable for runs to push the time even further. Regardless, XDXbox Jaja, Norxor, and Pogwin had proven the viability of yet another strategy that had yet
it's this by far, Storster. My longest stream before this was like 4 hours 30 minutes, I'm pretty sure, and that was like 3 years ago.
I have two 10-hour streams. I have the OG one and then my 10IL stream.
Yeah, no, Storster, this is definitely an endurance builder for me. You did a 24-hour when you're stuck in your room with COVID. Were you awake the entire time, or did you sleep at all?
Full game runs, making the total time save possible from new strategies.
Never slept, dang. That's crazy.
Through their shapes competition, Norxor and Pogwin decided to take a hand at attempting full game speedruns of Red Ball 2 using some of these strategies to try to topple DHA's 806 and achieve the first sub-8 in the game's history. Thankfully, on June 1st, 2021, exactly 1 year and 2 months after DHA set his monumental 806, Norxor finally had a chance to defeat DHA.
Norxor got into.
Oh yeah, quick thing to mention about this. Norxor, you had like all of this like random shit on your layout that was like in the top section, and I had to do like this dumb masking stuff to like get rid of all of it while still having your splits on the side and being able to zoom in and stuff. It's like, oh my gosh. You got I think the Lake Kooky images were in there. Can't remember though.
Where he nailed the faucet skip in level 8, but had some sloppy
the
gameplay
epic
in some
win
of the
and
other
epic
levels.
fail.
Level 14, he attempted the gate
Oh,
flip, but he missed
God,
the pause
dude.
jump multiple times, causing it to save
my
much
God.
less time than it could have. He missed
Shittiest
Xbox cycle in 15 and had a sloppy level 18, but he was still
I need
4
to
seconds
keep
ahead
up the
going into level
tradition
19.
of shit
In level
layouts.
19,
My layouts
he
have
used a
gotten less and
deterministic
less
setup
shit.
for jumping
Like,
on the
I
Unacceptable.
2-frame perfect.
Yeah,
input,
now I
but
only
it took
have
him
like 5 or
3 tries
6
to get it,
images on them
placing
now.
him
And then
only
my
2
RBG
seconds
layout
ahead
had
of
like
DHA
40.
going into level 20. He nailed every single pause.
I think I have
After getting the crown,
130
all he had to
image
do was collect
sources
all the
on
remaining stars with
OBS.
one
Yeah, that's a lot.
last jump. And then DHA's record survived by pixels, and Norxor ended with an 807. However, it wouldn't stay that way for much
so
longer.
fucking sad.
Pogwin
Like I
was
was
finally
genuinely just fucking dejected after that, dude. I couldn't fucking believe it.
able to claim the record that
So
very
sad.
same day. In level 5, Pogwin committed the exact same bonking mistake that
It's
DHA
fucking
had committed in his
miserable playing the
806. However, thanks to not missing the pause jump in 10 and having a cleaner 11, Pogwin was able to build a lead of 4.6 seconds. 12 and 13 were a bit slower, but in level 14, he made an attempt for the gate clip.
No way, he got it.
First try,
You got the
placing
gate
him
clip.
14 seconds ahead of DHA, easily on pace for a sub-8. If he nailed Xbox cycle in 15, he would easily be on pace for a 7.4x, but he ended up just barely missing it. He took level 16 safe by pushing all 3 planks in the toxic water, and he missed some pause jumps at the start of 17. Now just 6.5 seconds ahead, he was on pace for breaking a new minute barrier, but just barely. He nailed the setup in 19 on his second try, leading to no significant time save. All he needed was a perfect level 20 to nail sub 8.
Yeah,
He nailed
Pogwin.
every pause
You
jump
should have
in
just
20,
gone for
but
it.
His movement was just a bit too unoptimal for a sub 8, and he scored himself in 801. Pogwin was thrilled about achieving the record, and DHA offered his congratulations for his seemingly immutable record finally being toppled. Pogwin kept grinding runs for sub 8, desperately wanting to be the first to achieve it, but he unfortunately wouldn't get the chance, as his Shapes competitor Norxor would drop a bombshell the very next day. After hitting
I would
8 faucet
drop
skip
2
and 14
bombshells,
gate skip
actually,
more
on
optimally than he had in his
separate
PB,
cities.
Norxor was
Oh.
right ahead. His movement
Oh,
in
no.
level 15 was plenty fast enough to score himself an Xbox cycle, which would have put him on 7.4x pace. But he unfortunately didn't roll the circle far enough and had
Fuck
to
that
correct
circle,
it,
man.
costing him the time save. Level 18 was cleaner than in his PB, and he got the 19 setup second
bad,
try instead
18.
of third. Going into level 20, he was 7 seconds ahead of Pogwin, but would he be able to pull it together this time?
I was already so mad when I missed this, too. I thought it was over as soon as I did that.
7:55.
Boom.
He had finally achieved the sub 8. He missed the first pause jump 2 times, but after hitting it on his third
You
try,
can see
he
in the
executed
bowl
everything afterwards
that I have like a
flawlessly.
little thing
However,
of like insulation, because like something there's someone like working on the windows in our house, and that there was just like an entire thing of like I don't know what the hell it is. It was just like some styrofoamy thing, and it was like shaped kind of like a. Can I say? Am I allowed to? It was shaped phallically. I'll say that.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Nor just cut out. Wasn't there a reason you omitted the pop-off? You guys can check it out yourself. I think Nor just got yeeted. So, dang. Oh, he's back. Okay.
Yeah, my internet's...
That's good.
this
Well,
run still had a
goofy.
lot of room for improvement. The Shapes
But yeah,
experts,
phallic-shaped
Pogwin and
insulation thing
Norxor,
on
had
my
yet
cam.
to hit
Check
the
that out.
strategy that they had spent days practicing in a world record run. Xbox cycle. A time in the 7.4x range was imminent, but who would be the next to set a record? As it turns out, it was me. In 2021, I found myself on a mission to achieve every single main category world record in the Red Ball 4 Flash volumes, those being any percent, 80% glitchless, and 100% in volumes 1, 2, and 3. The low percent category in volume 1, and Red Ball 4 volumes 1 through 3, any percent and 100%. After months of setting new personal bests, I finally achieved my goal of the 12 out of 12 on June 8th. After shockingly claiming the 12 and 17 world records in Red Ball 1 shortly after, I somehow found myself in position to do something that I hadn't even thought of for over a year, achieving a series sweep. This time, I set my parameters on the categories that were included in the full series any percent and 100% categories on the multiple Red Ball Games leaderboard.
Because you said it's not real, dude, there was like multiple people who thought you like faked the run or something. It was so funny.
Yep. But the memeing about it, just boom.
This meant no Red Ball 5, no...
Oh yeah, Store Straight, it's because these headphones are expensive.
No Red and Blue Balls games, which had since been added to Speedrun.com.
I don't want them to break.
No Red Ball 4 Mobile, and no glitchless or low percent categories. Including the Red Ball 1 through 3, Red Ball 4 Volumes 1 through 3, and full series multiple...
But my HyperX Cloud 2s, dude, I'd throw those things across the room.
Red
I didn't
Ball Games
care.
records. This left 18 total records that I sought to claim. I spent a lot of effort rebuilding my chops in Red Balls 2 and 3, both of which I hadn't touched in over a year, and on June 28th, I announced that I was going to stream attempts every single day to try to complete a full series any percent speedrun in under 30 minutes. Something which would require an absolutely outstanding run. What I didn't expect is that on July 1st, my 4th day of doing attempts, I would set a new Red Ball 2 world record inside of a full series any percent record. Like Norxor, I was attempting the 8 faucet skip and the 14 gate flip, but my lack of 15 experience made it impossible for me to attain Xbox cycle in a run. I got a bit stuck on the gate in 14 when performing the clip, which cost me some time, but I still exited the level about 5 seconds ahead of Nor due to my cleaner execution earlier in the run. I nailed the second plank skip in level 16 as I found myself—
Cacafoli, that might be the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my Twitch chat. I mean, like, I guess, like, memeing, but, like, I guess memeing isn't the same as iconic, but, like, there are so many, like, 304, bro, like, we just gonna snub that? EG's 314, like, there's so many.
EG 314 is incredible.
There's so many that you know.
On low 29.
Try again.
This RB3 one, that's gone now.
I missed a pause
like,
jump in
literally
17,
no one has it.
and I unfortunately hit an easier 19.
Wait, what do you mean nobody has it?
The audio for it is gone on Twitch, and the TikTok that he uploaded of it was removed, I think.
I think I have it. Wait. I'll check later. I'll check later.
Entering 20, I was just barely ahead of Norxor. I needed a perfect 20 to score a new record. Thankfully, I was able to do just that. A 753 in the middle of a full—
Yeah, because I downloaded it for Red Ball World Record progression, so if it happened after that, then I have it.
Alright.
312 Red Ball 1 time and a Red Ball 2 world record. I was now on the full series.
No, this has definitely not been a family-friendly stream. I mean, Doctor was here for like 2 hours or something, 2-3 hours.
God.
It got a bit, you know. We ascended a bit above PG-13.
My life. Unfortunately, my Red Ball 3 was sluggish. I missed the boss roll strategy in Volume 1 that cost me 15 seconds, and in Volume 3,
I remember
this absolutely heartbreaking event happened in the boss.
Announcements, and I was like, oh my god.
That low 29 pace after Red Ball 2 ended with a 30.02. Still a world record, but devastatingly 3 seconds off of my goal. However, that didn't change the fact that I had just accomplished a Red Ball 2 record in the middle of the run, claiming the crown for the first time in almost a year and a half. 2 days later, I thankfully achieved the sub-30 full series run that I was longing for, and I went on to have a tight world record battle against XDXbox Jaja in Red Ball 3, coming out on top by 2 frames, at least for the time being. My new conquest for the series sweep had rebirthed the former resistance that had sought to stop me in my tracks back in 2019. Starting on June 29th, they had been monitoring all of my activities, discussing the
this I was like hamming up for sure. I didn't like know about any of this until I got like dropped a link to the server so I could like look through stuff, and it was like, oh, like it would be cool to like paint a narrative about this and whatnot. But like this was definitely like extremely informal, and they were not taking it very seriously at all. But I guess people just don't understand that like it's just getting like hammed up a bit for the, you know, for the effect or whatnot. Like,
I do remember being in.
And he cut out again. This is so sad.
I was setting and how to reclaim them. They provided support to Xbox and Credi, the two biggest options.
Your internet cut out. Can you say that again?
I remember me and Credi were in VC the night the sweep ended. Like,
yeah,
he was grinding V3. I was doing, I think, RB 100%, or no, RB 400%. I don't know why I said RB1. And I remember when we saw the Xbox RB3, we were just so relieved, and I think I went to bed like immediately after.
Yeah. Me too, bro, me too. I can't tell if you're joking or not with the haha thing, but no, Xbox is Polish, so the Jaja is just Jaja. It's actually Yaya.
Obstacles that were standing in my way for the full series sweep, as they were both actively trying to improve the Red Ball 3 Any% and Red Ball 4 Volume 3 Any% records respectively. So, by July 4th, I had 15 out of 18 of—
I don't know, Duskless, maybe it's because I had the entire rest of the community trying to stop me. Who knows?
The records that I needed. All that was
literally
dumbest
like
shit I've ever
seconds.
seen.
100%,
30 seconds,
100%,
bro.
and Volume 3
You'll figure it out.
Later that day, I got the 2 multiple Red Ball Games records, leaving Volume 3 Any%.
Dude, all of these world record cards like were all like customized because I would like make them the background specific to the game, and then if it was a side category, I'd like use a hue saturation.
Later that day,
like this is like the Red Ball 1 background, Red Ball 2 background, Red Ball 3 background, but with a hue shift because it's 100%.
I got the 2 multiple Red Ball Games.
And then this is like all 6 of the backgrounds with a hue shift because it's 100%. Like I the attention to detail is very much there with all of these world record cards and stuff.
Really nice.
Leaving Volume 3 Any% as the only obstacle in my path. That night, I stayed up as long as I could, trying my hardest to beat Incredi's 355.77. I claimed a new PB of 357.3, but it just wasn't enough. While I was becoming more and more delirious, Xbox was still wide awake in Poland. And, to my horror, at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Time, Xbox posted this image. He had reclaimed the Red Ball 3 record.
5:17:27
and went to bed. The Resistance celebrated,
I don't think a full
but doubted
series
that I had
is
fully
ever
given up.
gonna be
EG needed
possible
insurance
again.
to make sure that I couldn't get another chance. On July 13th,
Closest thing to a
EG
sweep
claimed a
that's
25
the
levels
best
world record.
possible sweep that can happen now is RB4.
Yeah.
I'm confident in Craig could probably get RB4 sweep. It's just
Yeah. No, I agree.
matter
I
if
just
he
don't.
cares
I don't.
enough.
I mean, it comes down to volume 1 80%.
Period of 952, opting
And
to keep it
I'm
a secret
fucking
for the
certain
time
he can
being.
get V1
And then,
or V1
3 days
90%.
later, he shared this with the Resistance.
I make them in Photoshop. Oh yeah, wait, hold on. This is so funny. Let's play this again.
This segment's awesome.
So yeah, it's just like him. So Smash Summit was going on at this. Yo, what's up, XCC? Yeah, this interaction's so funny. Just EG posting the image of Smash Summit, just like anyone else watching Summit, and then just boom, his split image with the 939. And then yep. Yeah, and then what a good showing by shit. What did I just do? Yeah, okay.
A new 20 levels world record of 748. And a huge 25 level.
I think
world
RB4
record
sweep
of
is going to happen
99.
again. I don't know
After
who's
learning
going to
the new
get it.
strategies
Most likely
and putting
Incredi.
in 265 runs,
I'm pretty
EG was
confident that
definitively
Incredi
back
can
on
get
top
it
in both
if he
categories.
just cares
EG
enough.
decided to
Yeah.
upload the records that day, catching almost everybody in the community by surprise, including myself. In his 748, he had a suboptimal 5, 2 missed pause jumps in 8, no Xbox cycle, and a scary moment in 19, but everything aside from that was extremely solid and refined. Once again, EG had done what EG does best, coming out of nowhere with an amazing new world record, pulling the rug out from under me once again. Thankfully, the very next day, I had the chance to get back on my feet. I completed levels 1 through 14 without committing any notable mistakes, putting me 5 seconds ahead of EG's record. By this point, I had learned how to achieve Xbox cycle in level 15, something that would have easily placed me on 7.3x pace, but I was unfortunately far too slow to hit it. I lost a bit of lead going into level 19, but I built it back to 5 seconds after executing the level cleaner than EG had. On pace for a low 7.4x, all I had to do was execute level 20 with surgical precision. It was looking good, but sadly, I pulled a Norxor right at the end. At this point, I had no idea if the record was still possible. I took a couple of glances at my timer, jumped to the—
Dude, yeah, that's awesome, XCC. Yeah. Dude, when these games were like just starting to get figured out and stuff, it was just such a great time. I mean, it really was like quite the era of just finding strats. And then like stuff like the Red Ball 3, people like grinding Red Ball 3 and VC and in 2020, like right when COVID hit and stuff. And yeah, like just various things like that. Just really, really good memories.
The boat, and LiveSplit displayed a 7:48.96, a time given by the game's Autosplitter. I was sure that I had just choked the record. I had tied it to the second, but there was no way that a .96 was faster in terms of milliseconds than EG's run. After I completed my 25 levels run, someone in chat informed me that the milliseconds on EG's run was a .93.
That was me, I did that.
That called for a retime.
Yo, it was
the margin
you.
of error with the Autosplitter is around a frame, plus or minus .033 seconds. There was a chance, though very slim, that I had actually tied the record. I didn't have my hopes up, but...
Good shit, XCC. Good shit.
Funnily enough, this had marked the second time that EG and I had tied a record in the Red Ball series to the exact frame. The first time being the Red Ball 17 levels record tie of 448 flat around 10 months prior. And poor Norxor was sat in third place both times.
Ooh,
with this, EG and I both felt satisfied with our Red Ball 2 times and left the game alone, leaving our tie to stand. Meanwhile, Xbox was continuing his conquest to improve the record in Red Ball 3.
Yeah, I mean, for me, XCC some highlights would be just like me and EG competing for the first 329 in RB1. I mean, that was just like, that was so fun. The stuff surrounding Series Sweep was really fun as well. Not gonna lie, just because like I was literally like at that point I was like literally getting addicted to running the game because I wanted it so bad, and then I lost it, and it's just like it's not happening. Like because I was gonna be away for a week and a half, and I just knew it wasn't gonna happen, and that was it. And now nobody's ever gonna get Series Sweep. Like that's I mean at this point like you would have to be playing Red Ball with full-time hours to even have a chance. Like for like a year. So it's pretty crazy how much that has changed, but yep.
Eventually attaining a 514 flat on July 31st. After this, he zeroed in on Red Ball 2 as his next target.
Also, oh yeah, when Boss Roll first got discovered, that day was so awesome with all the records being set. That was great.
Dude.
Just being
Hoping
in
to
VC
translate
and
his
shit.
individual level success into a full
And the
game
original
record.
tournaments, of course. Tournament number 2, freaking most goated Red Ball event ever. I mean, the beginner tournament was also obviously great, but I mean, you can't beat tournament number 2 with the EG pop-off.
In early August, grinding the game, achieving a 749 by the 8th of the month. The Specialist was already at the footsteps of Red Ball 2 greatness, and everybody knew that the inevitable was bound to happen soon. Xbox was going to claim the record in the next few days. However, what everybody knew for certain was that there was zero chance that the two-way record tie to the frame would become a three-way tie. Xbox would claim the record outright and leave EG and I tied.
I know,
for second.
XCC.
The odds
if my schedule was better, it probably would have happened, but you know, it is what it is.
3 separate runners could possibly complete an 8-minute-long physics platformer game in exactly 14,000.
Yeah, getting RB4 sweep was freaking amazing, dude. Like that was
incredible.
definitely good enough. And also, like, getting Series Sweep, it was Series Sweep, but it had, like, parameters set on it that were more restrictive than, like, the original, you know, context. Like, it would be insane if somebody literally got every single category in the entire series. Like, aside from, no, like, just, like, every single category. Like,
with less than 50 runners are so incredibly low that it put the event completely out
aside
of
from
question.
Isles.
Right?
Right.
LiveSplit showed a 748.97, but after several runners retiming the run over and over again, we all came to the same conclusion. Xbox had just created a 3-way tie to the frame for the world record on the Red Ball 2 leaderboard.
It is just absolutely mind-boggling that this actually happened. Like, you obviously can't put like a statistical value on it or whatever, because that's not how this stuff works. But I don't think anything like this has ever happened. Like, I can't find anything like this that has ever happened in speedrunning. Like,
the statistical value is 1 in a million.
Show me where 8-minute long physics sandbox game had with 50 players had a world record tied to the frame, like 3 ways. Like, where else is it? Like, it hasn't ever happened before, and it may never happen again. Like, it's crazy. Just absolutely nuts, dude.
People, including myself, were absolutely stunned that this had happened.
No, you can't. You can't put a statistical value. What stats do you use? Like, you can't. That isn't an opinion. That's a fact.
Actually happened. Comparing the 3 runs, each runner entered level 20 at vastly different times. First myself, then EG, then Xbox. But my missed star and
that's
Xbox's
exactly
optimal
exactly.
compared to EG pulled us all exactly together at the end. Xbox, in his run, took a death in 13.
1 in a million.
15. It was abundantly clear to everyone that Xbox was going to snap the tie in a day or 2. But it was still fun to bask in its ridiculously while it happened. The next day,
Twitch
Xbox
chat
achieved a
blocked the term 3-way.
mainly thanks to cleaning up his death in 13, where he once again barely missed Xbox. Xbox desperately wanted a 7-3X, but he could not hit the strategy that was named after him in a world record run. Again, on August 16th, he failed to achieve Xbox cycle, ending with a 743.7. The next day, August 17th, a solid level 18 put him on his best pace ever, and after hitting the 19 setup first try, all he had to do was nail the pause jumps in level 20, and he would have a 3x to his name, without Xbox cycle. Unfortunately, he was a frame early on one of his pause jumps, costing him the milestone, 740.467. Thankfully, on the same day, 8 attempts later, he finally did what he had been trying to do for so long in level 15. Hit Xbox cycle on a decent run. He sailed through levels 16 through 19, and once again, it all came down to level 20. Thankfully, this time, he wouldn't miss any pause jumps. 738.867. The first 7-3X and the first world record ever set with Xbox cycle in it. The run had a couple of missed pause jumps in levels 8 and 9, and a couple of things about the run were slightly unoptimal, so there was definitely a bit of room for improvement. But Xbox opted to take a short break from full game runs after achieving this milestone. However, in September, something reeled him back in. It wasn't another competitor. EG, Nor, and I, the only other people with sub-8s, weren't playing the game.
Oh, gotcha, XCC. Thanks, man, for stopping by and whatnot. You and EG.
Was to be the first person to complete Red Ball 2 in less than 7 minutes.
Nice, Storster.
And 30 seconds.
All right, silence.
Despite so many fails, close
All
calls,
right.
heartbreaking run.
All right. Yeah. That freaking montage, dude. Just wow. Thanks for the follow, folks. Yeah. I mean, so some context behind that. Xbox, like, shout outs to this man, had a notepad where he had, like, all of these things sequentially, like, ordered, like, all of the fails and the successful runs and whatnot, all time-stamped and whatnot. That's what made that montage possible. Like, that's why you're able to see, like, all the fails as well as, like, all of the successful runs as well. Because, like without that, I definitely wouldn't have spent, like, the hours and hours, like, sifting through, like, his archives, videos and whatnot to, you know, like, find stuff and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, really great montage. I've probably watched it like 24 times. Still got like chills for a bit. So dang, gotta love it. Who has the most combined hours in Red Ball? Probably not me. I'd say it's probably Creddy. What do you think, Nor?
Ooh, I didn't think about that. It actually might be.
Yeah.
Xbox managed to complete Red Ball 2 in 7 minutes, 29 seconds, and 100 milliseconds, while only competing with himself. The run that he achieved was absolutely phenomenal. Everything about the run was just so refined and polished. Hey,
there it is.
Like Xbox had taken Red Ball
Polish
2 and broken it down to a science. Aside from a couple of tiny hiccups in 8 and 10, there are no obvious mistakes in this run that someone could point to as easy ways to improve. He had outstanding execution throughout the run, not missing a single pause jump, and he nailed Xbox Cycle in 15. After all of that, he went on to execute the 5 bonus levels almost flawlessly.
I've played
also
daily
getting what is tied for the third best RNG possible in level 24.
I can guarantee
simply having to
I've
roll
won
over
case
2 of
at
the
least.
buttons, leading him to his fastest completion of the level ever in a run. He finished with a jaw-droppingly fast 25 levels time.
Shit. Well, at least I'm local recording.
It's 10 hours in. Why does stream always crash 10 hours in?
Yeah.
I had one of my streams.
Do I just hit stop streaming and then start it again?
Is it like giving you a thing?
It just says kilobits per second 0. Yeah, I'm gonna just. That's okay. I'm not even gonna save the VOD on Twitch anyways. Who cares? Let's see. All right, I think that fixed it. Thanks, OBS. All right, we're back, guys. It's okay. I'm local recording, and I'm just going to upload the local file to YouTube. I'm not gonna save it on Twitch or whatever because Twitch is dumb. So, yeah.
of 908.6. Xbox was overjoyed with the run, and he said the following while reflecting. After 2 7-2X chokes in 20, I knew it was going to happen sooner than I thought, and it did. But what I didn't
Guys, just download a Twitch ad blocker, please.
25 levels to a 908.
I make nothing from Twitch ads.
This run is absolutely insane, and I'm done with Red Ball 2 for now.
I think
Shoutouts to
does,
DHA,
really.
Maximum, Pogwin, Norxor, EG, and Cat Roomba. This wouldn't be possible without them.
Dump, 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 bum.
Through his tirade, Xbox has completely left everybody else on the Red Ball 2 leaderboard in the dust. In 20 levels, he is almost 20 seconds ahead of second place, which is still the 748.933 tie between me and EG. With 25 levels, the picture is...
Guys, what the... I'm not shouting out myself. It's Xbox's run description. This makes me so mad. Like, I keep getting comments about this, too. It's like, come on. It's Xbox's run description. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, how do you people not understand this? It makes me so mad. I'm sorry for lashing out, but like, please. You are literally my YouTube comment section.
Second place, EG, and 40 seconds ahead of third place, me. Xbox may be done with Red Ball.
It was a joke. Okay, sorry. There are comments left that were not a joke about it. So that's why I was predisposed to thinking that it was not a joke. So sorry. I apologize. Maybe qualify it more as a joke. I'll get it.
But as it stands, he is in position to hold the crown potentially for longer than DHA did with his 806. However, aside from maybe cleaning up some movement here or there, what can be done to improve on Xbox's times? Is a sub-9 25 levels time or even a sub-7 20 levels time realistic? Well, there are currently a few individual level strategies that could be brought over to save quite a bit of time. Xbox cites implementing the 11 IL strategy as the most surefire path to sub-9 25 levels. By executing an extremely difficult box roll,
yep, yeah, he actually hit that in a round, which is insane.
Lower level after only moving it a single time. Executed well, this can save 10 seconds over the normal method. Going further, in level 8, there is an IL strategy found by Xbox where the player pause jumps from the wooden ball directly onto the pulley instead of to the ground on the left, where another pause jump has to be executed. This saves around 7 seconds. There is a way to complete level 10 without the use of the boat, requiring an insanely good corner boost off of this platform to allow the player to exit the toxic water.
This is in record now. This is
saves around 10 seconds, but without a setup currently
It's such a cool strat. I think that there is a setup now, right?
There is. It's like 4 frame perfects.
Okay, that's not that bad.
Box having to make a lot of micro adjustments.
It's still pretty decent for RB2
It would be near impossible to hit in an
a lot more optimized.
Finally, there's the IL shape strategy that was mentioned earlier.
That's right, Thog.
Also
welcome.
Has to be launched over the triangle in a very unintentional and difficult manner. This can save around 5 seconds over Xbox cycle, but it is very inconsistent, and because of where Red Ball and the shape start, it would be essentially impossible for a setup to be found. Adding up all of these time saves, a sub-7 time is certainly within the realm of possibility. However, with the current knowledge that we have about the game, the prospect of actually achieving a time like this in the foreseeable future doesn't seem too good. Regardless...
I mean, yeah, Thog, I'm watching everything, you know? I estimated 10 hours, it's going to be more like 12.
Red 2 has already become an incredibly optimized game, and it is amazing to look back and see how the game evolved from a lengthy, puzzle-filled chore to a highly exciting experience, thanks to pause jumping and the immense dedication of many different speedrunners. I'm excited to see where we take it in the years to come. Red Ball 2,
and by we take it, I mean Xbox.
Is a game that was simply created as the next installment in the Red Ball series. Through the death of Flash on the web and the passage of time, it has become less and less known, falling far behind Red Ball 1 and the titan that is Red Ball 4 Mobile in terms of notoriety. However, through their dedication, speedrunners have been able to take Red Ball 2, a game that seemed destined to fade into the shadows of obscurity, and bring it into new light. Thank you all so much for learning about the story of Red Ball 2 speedrunning.
Thank you all so much once again for making it all the way
Yo,
to this video.
it's me from 6 months ago. Crazy.
But
I guess we'll watch all of this.
Just a little bit longer, as I have a $200 sub-9 reward thing to announce. While I'm talking, I'm gonna have the 20 levels progression graph playing right here, and the credits playing over here. And if you'd like to see any more of my
I'm laughing at
graphs,
Roblox's
like the 25 level
chat.
world record progression graph, those are all housed on my speedrun graph channel, so make sure to check that out if you're interested. It'll be linked in the description. If you did enjoy watching, dropping a sub to the channel would be much appreciated, as I still have a lot of games that I'm planning to make world record progression videos about, many of which are not in the Red
Squid
Ball
Games.
series.
What games could those be?
I do have the Red Ball
Most pronouns on
that I highly recommend you check out if you haven't already. It's also over an hour long, but it's a really great video, and if you enjoyed this video,
Did a 10th runner ever claim the bounty?
But
I think
most
I
importantly,
Cozy
a huge thank you
right?
goes out to Backspaced, Norxor, Thog N, Pogwin, Motor Jam, Rare EG, and XDXbox Jaja for helping me out with this video, making it would have basically been impossible without them. 2021.
Yeah, I'm a money
absolutely
laundering
insane
expert.
year for this channel, going from 550 subscribers to over 100 times that amount by the end of the year. And whether you've been here from the start or you just jumped aboard recently, I really do appreciate you all being here.
Gotcha,
Thank you so
XCC.
much. For a
That's
lot of
cool.
you, this is probably the first time that you've seen my face on camera, though I did
Yo!
all the way back when
It's triple, it's back. What the hell? Dude, the triple.
Oh my god.
What?
The old It's Maximum.
The triple.
Jesus.
Oh, baby, a triple. Am I right?
Oh,
or am I right?
That's right. He's Cuphead.
I'm Cuphead. Thanks for the followed, funneled, friction. Cool. Now, hombre.
X and Red Ball 1.
L.
As you probably noticed, all of my records in Red Ball 2 and other games in the Red Ball series were performed live on my Twitch channel.
Dude!
So definitely go consider
Dude, I think
dropping
that's
that a follow
this
if you
Twitch
haven't
channel.
already, as
Twitch.tv/maximum. Holy smokes.
For the records that I'm hoping to achieve. Most notably the one in
Y'all want to meet up at the 11'8" bridge?
I did get the that 248, and then Lombre took it back. But
And
yeah.
if you aren't really a Twitch person, I do have my second channel, MoreMaximum, where I upload all of my personal bests and world records after the fact, so you can go sub to that channel to stay tuned with all of that. But yeah, now time to announce.
Yeah, no, okay, so backstory behind that, I really wanted to get the Maximum name on Twitch, and like I would have been able to get it back in the summer if Twitch had accepted one of my 2 partner applications, but they didn't. And then some guy, the guy that was named like Limit Maximum on Twitch, his esports organization merged with Liquid or whatever. And so he like got the limit _ removed from his name. So now he's just Maximum on Twitch. So I'm never getting it because he's a partnered channel and whatever.
Oh my god.
But it's okay. I don't really care.
The $200 sub 9 reward thing. For Red Ball 1 and Red Ball 4 Volume 1, the community hosted raffles where people basically had to get a certain time in the game.
Yeah, I know. Twitch is a shit platform. That's why I don't care.
Winners were drawn on a certain date.
We're
of
all
this
gonna
has
be
been funded
streaming
by
on.
a generous donation that
Well,
I got
YouTube isn't a
from
very good
YouTube
platform
hosting.
either because I hate how it like integrates everything into one thing. YouTube should have just built Twitch but better, like on a separate website. But they're never gonna do that because YouTube all has to be on one thing. You know, whatever.
Just stream on Vimeo.
But this time we're
True.
doing things a little bit different. Now, all it's going to be is if you get a
Max is gonna
sub 9
give
in
in
the
to the
game,
CCP and start streaming on
recorded
Billy
run in
Billy.
Red Ball 2 and
True.
submit it to the,
Sell my soul.
Speedrun.com leaderboards, and it gets accepted.
Shout outs to the
you'll automatically get a $20
winners of
prize
that.
from the first 10 people.
The first 9 got claimed like really quick, and then the last one took like a
And you
month
couldn't,
after or whatever. It's so funny.
Those $20 prizes to do it. For people who already have a sub 9, all you have to do is attain a sub 8 in the game, and if you already have a sub 8,
well,
C. It's a C.
fresh out of luck.
If you are interested in the competition, there unfortunately isn't a tutorial for Red Ball 2 yet, but you can check out the double jumping tutorial video that's on my channel.
He timed you out because you misspelled the second thing, not.
And I would just watch DHA's 806 and try to replicate whatever he does because it's pretty good. Though I probably would try to add in the 19 setup that we found, so just watch the world record for that. But yeah, you definitely want to join the Red Ball Speedrunning Discord server to get help and ask questions and whatnot. So that'll be linked in the description. And then I also have a Discord server that'll be linked in the description that has a bunch of links. Bro, I have bad news. Every single publicly traded company only cares about profits because they are legally required to only care about profits. Like that's how it works. YouTube's owned by Google, which is a publicly traded company. Twitch is owned by Amazon, which is a publicly traded company. So therefore, they are going to be focused on maximizing profits. If they make moves that do not maximize profits, they can literally be sued. Join that if you'd like to, network out to any of those.
You sued for
if a proper
sucking?
tutorial is made, I'll just link that in the description and whatnot.
For not
that just about
completing their fiduciary duty to their shareholders.
The credits are probably
Epic
winding up
fail.
right now, so I thank you all so much once again for watching, and if you're watching this video around the release date, I wish you all a very Merry Christmas.
Yay.
Dun, 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 dun,
Okay. Alright. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but that's basically what it boils down to. That's why private companies are better in general. Okay, so does it go above or below Red Ball World Record progression? I'm putting it above.
Above, yeah. That montage gave it the edge.
Well, it's not a crime. Okay, there's a difference between criminal and civil lawsuits, so learn about that too. It's not a crime.
Max, you need to stop giving. You need to just.
How about
let's Red Ball videos.
Watch the Red. You're right. Every second I speak is a second I have to stay up later.
If you get Max to start talking,
that's exactly. They prioritize short-term profit for quarterly gains because looks good for shareholders in the stock price. Pixel Quest time. Woo! Let's stop talking about the economy. No more economy. Okay, are we still gonna stay in VC for the remaining 3?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Was founded by somebody named Brett Meeser. With programmer Jeff Feenstra and artist Michael Opata, they released the flash game Bimmin, an endless runner game that went on to find some moderate success. Looking for inspiration for Hard Circle's next project, Brett stumbled across a game called Cactus McCoy and the Curse of the Thorns, a platformer beat-em-up set in the Wild West.
Cactus McCoy.
The protagonist. Around this time, the hugely influential platformer Super Meat Boy.
Yes, the BGP server still exists, and I'm very glad that it does, or else the research for most of my videos would be completely incomplete. So, like, anything before... When was the new server made, Nor? Was it, like...
January, 5th?
2020?
January 15th or 15th?
Was released,
15th, I think.
a full-fledged PC sequel to its Flash predecessor, Meat Boy. After playing these games, Brett was convinced that Hard Circle's next release had to be a platformer. A programmer named Thomas Martin, who now worked at Hard Circle, was a huge fan of Indiana Jones, so they decided to name this project Pixel Quest, The Lost Idols, a game about a treasure hunter who was collecting golden frog idols for a tribe that had lost them. On November 9th, 2011, the game was released out into the wild and would go on to become their most popular release, having huge success on websites like Cool Math Games, Congregate, and ArmorGate.
Oh yeah, this was another example of me like going through archive.org to try to find like images that were accurate to the times and then like photoshopping them to work in this oh my gosh, so much time spent on like
reaching
5
over
seconds.
500,000 plays on that website alone. The game was laid out into 3 sets of 16 stages, with each post-tutorial level having 3 golden idols to be collected. For the second level set to be unlocked, 24 total idols had to have been collected, and for the third level set to be unlocked, 72 idols had to have been collected. the minds at Hard Circle wanted the game to be, well,
yeah, there's
hard,
only 2.
which is shown by the level difficulty ramping up
You're in both
significantly between each level set. Among the idols, there were many gems in each level that could be collected, though these only served as a way to boost the player's score and weren't required for any form of level progression. Aside from walking, jumping, and double jumping, the only special move that the protagonist possesses is the dash, where the player can zip forward with the Z key, vital for dodging obstacles and efficiently collecting idols. Now, I don't know what the first platformer to feature a dash mechanic was, but I can confidently say to all the Celeste fans watching that Pixel Quest did it before, just not nearly as well. The dash mechanic in Pixel Quest is what would go on to allow for the most important speedrunning glitch present in the game. A couple of months after the release of the Lost Items, Hard Circle would release a sequel called Pixel Quest: The Lost Gifts, which slapped some different level design and a wintry coat of paint on the game, just in time for the holidays.
I remember there was this
However,
one flash
in terms
game.
of both speedrunning
Am I allowed to go on a like a minute long tangent?
Sure, go for it.
I remember this one Flash game called Wink. And there was a ability in it where if you press space, you'd start like sneaking on the walls. And that was all fine, and like you used it to make it so enemies didn't see you, right? And there were like 3 different doors in the game, and you had to grab staffs hidden around the world to go through these doors, right? And I figured out, I think this was in like 4th grade or something, maybe even earlier, that on the first door, for some reason only the first door, you can sneak and then smash left and right and just sneak past the door. Wow. It's just weird shit happens when you try and add cool mechanics to a game. I don't know why.
The original Pixel Quest remained the more popular option. So, when did Pixel Quest's speedrunning scene begin, and how were speedrunners able to discover the infamous wall-facing glitch that would go on to completely break the game? After spending hours searching YouTube and other archives to try to locate any runs that may be missing from the leaderboards, I can confirm that the first known Pixel Quest speedrun was uploaded on August 17th, 2015 by a speedrunner named Devion102. Speaking of searching,
oh my god, it is
did you know that thousands of people still find my new videos by typing my channel name, It's Maximum, into the search bar? Actually, much more commonly, people type It's Space Maximum.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to avoid ever having to do that again in the future, subscribing to the channel is the best way to be made aware of when I upload any new videos.
It's
Also,
Space
Maximum.
Yeah, no, that is literally something that has been typed into the YouTube search bar.
To simply Maximum. I've had the youtube.com/maximum URL for over half a year, and I've been going by Maximum on most other social platforms for quite a while now, with the only notable exception being Twitch, where the Maximum name is unfortunately taken.
Rip.
Therefore, I think it's time that I make the switch over on YouTube. Anyways, in his run, Devion spends a bunch of time going for a skip in level 1 where the player can barely kick off the raised wall and continue to scale it, which can be slightly faster than the intended route. Unfortunately, Devion didn't really save any time with this one. In level 3, Devion dashes and then hits the pause
that's
button
surprising,
in the middle of the
Storster.
dash. Upon unpausing the game, this proceeds to unfold.
T-Talis, this is the only level.
So, what the heck just happened? When the dash button is pressed, the game gives the player additional speed in the direction that they are facing for a short period of time, and a small amount of time has to elapse before the player is able to dash again. Upon
I
pausing,
know.
the game tries to cancel any dash that is taking place, but clearly something isn't working right. The player continues to propel forward at dash speed without actually dashing. Looking at the game's code, it's very obvious why this happens. Normally, when a dash ends, the game sets the horizontal change from the dash back down to 0, while also resetting the dash timer and starting a dash delay timer. However, in the pause function, the programmer just forgot this line of code. Using my elite hacking abilities to add the line back in, you can see that dash canceling is completely patched. Note that I had to use the Lost Gifts version of the game to do this because the original doesn't like being touched. Any left or right movements made after performing the dash cancel will cause the speed of the player to reduce significantly. with
It's
very
maximum
weird
amount of
behavior
context.
being exhibited regarding which direction the game decides to constantly push the player. Dashing again at any point without pausing in the middle of it will
Nobody
fix this
tell
buggy
Eyeball.
state since the game is able to set the dash speed back down to 0. Usually, the player is stopped by some kind of wall after performing a dash cancel, which will cause them to get stuck in place as the game's collision detection refuses to allow them through. However, another fatal flaw with the game allows this to be bypassed. If the player is facing the opposite direction to the wall, collision is not checked properly. Holding left after getting stuck on a wall does cause the player to briefly clip in, but they will clip right back out since they are holding left. But by simply tapping the button, the player's direction will change without applying a lot of speed in the opposite direction. And that is when the magic happens. Once Devion gets out of bounds in level 3, he makes slight taps with the arrow keys to try to get the player facing left while the remaining dash cancel speed is pulling to the right.
Yo, it's Sorcerer, let's go!
One thing to note about being out of bounds is that there are invisible barriers at both the top and bottom of the screen, and hitting the barrier at the bottom will cause the player to completely freeze, requiring the level to be reset. The rest of the run is filled with all sorts of crafty strategies that take advantage of the dash cancel glitch, though Devion struggles greatly with a lot of the movement, both in and out of bounds. And he gets a Skype call in the middle of the run from somebody with a Lenny face as their name and a Batman profile picture.
All right. So if you guys don't know, this is the the scene from The Dark Knight where Batman's in the interrogation room and he's like talking to the Joker. He just slams him against a wall.
Oh
so
God.
Yeah. I spent too much effort on this but for the people who get it, I think it's worth it.
Thankfully, he was able to get rid of the pop-up in record time, successfully executing a frame-perfect, pixel-perfect cursor method.
You know what else is frame-perfect, pixel-perfect? Tell him, Lake Kooky.
Oh God!
All of this could have been avoided if you knew that Discord had been released 3 months earlier.
XD.
Collecting the exit door in level 16, Devion ended his run with a time of 9:16.233. However, in the description of the run, he claimed that he had a personal best of under 3 minutes with no video. Analyzing the movement displayed in this run.
Oh, yeah, by the way, I had to dim these videos and reduce the frame rate and stuff like that because I didn't want to have to put epilepsy warning in the title or whatever because I feel like pausing and unpausing every 2 frames is definitely not
I find that very hard to believe. Regardless, he did end up achieving the first sub-3 in the category with a 240.1 on December 20th, 2015, exhibiting much cleaner movement throughout.
It's not misleading to call it pixel
Devion
perfect.
made use
It's
of
not
a
misleading at all.
new glitch that had been discovered known as fast doors. Normally, the player has to wait around 2 seconds at the start of each level for a door animation to play, whereafter control is granted.
Can't believe how many
However,
frames
by
perfect
pausing the
pixel
game at
perfect
any
movements we
point
do in
after the
Red Bull
level
now.
is
I
loaded in,
know, right? Did you know that every single input in every single IL Red Ball record is frame perfect, pixel perfect? Did you guys know that?
Holy shit! I didn't know that, and I have so many of them.
You have all of them actually. Holy wow! Dang,
start moving immediately
that's crazy.
after unpausing. The level actually loads in before the faded animation even begins, allowing for even more time save than it may initially seem. In level 7, Devion used a very daring strategy at the start to skip an entire elevator cycle, performing a dash cancel as soon as possible, and then getting a jump off this small segment of wall to just barely land on this platform. In level 10, he unfortunately ended up contacting the spikes.
This is one that also the continuation of the mashing meme.
The shit out of the pause button, he managed to somehow stay alive and complete the level. You see, every single time that the game is unpaused, the death animation is reset, a process that can be repeated indefinitely. The player would normally just die again after unpausing, but since these spikes are actually falling, they eventually lose contact with the player, causing them to stop refreshing the death animation. As a side note, while writing the script, I found out that it's possible to clip out of bounds without a dash cancel by using this glitch, so that's cool, I guess. With these glitches at his disposal, Devion was able to put together quite a good run for the time. And it wouldn't be until a year later that he would be dethroned by Cap'n.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to learn SM63 in a week.
On November 7th, 2016. These
I'm excited for the
alone
event.
Made Pixel Quest a very broken game, with the 16 levels glitched record being over a minute ahead of glitchless, which was a 342 by Lunexity. But what other glitches could the game possibly have in store? Well, let's just say that it was quite a few. And almost none of them had any applications for Speedrun. On January 26, 2017, I uploaded a video showing Pixel Quest in a very bizarre state. The music was overlapping, menu actions were super buggy, the in-game timer was
overlapping, and there was an Ohio flag over
screen. I realized that I had somehow managed to overlap multiple instances of a level being played on top of each other. As it turned out, I was not the first person to stumble across this bug. Cap'n had posted a guide back in 2016 about how to perform the glitch with a well-timed reset right before fading into level 17 from the cutscene. With one instance in the level and one instance back on the cutscene menu, he completed level 17 on the non-visible instance, taking him to level 18. He eventually somehow ended up playing level 17 while having a level failed menu from level 18 in front of his movement.
Great game.
This glitch was found to
Not
have
broken.
several methods of activation, one being opening the pause menu, clicking the quit button, unpausing, resetting, and then pressing yes to exit to the main menu.
There's so many ways to activate this glitch, it's not even funny. Like, there's got to be at least a dozen ways.
It would open the window to a lot of possibilities, but it ultimately didn't really lead to anything useful. And thanks to the large amount of lag that it caused, the music overlapping, and the extremely unusual and inconsistent side effects that it had, it was ultimately banned from being used in any submissions in early 2018. So, thankfully, there is no potential of having to play a 48 level long game at 6 frames per second with no visibility of your movement and 20 overlapping audio tracks to somehow save like 40 seconds.
That's just Red Ball with
If you thought the
audio
jankiness
glitch.
of Pixel Quest ended there, you
Probably
would
why
be
we have that
wrong.
one banned as
There is
well.
an extremely unusual bug where the game will outright refuse to allow the player to double jump after landing on the ground. This issue is most apparent in levels 14 and 15, where not receiving a second jump can end up leading to a decent amount of time loss. The only way to get around this bug is to simply stand still for a bit before jumping, which is obviously not an optimal action to take in the context of a speedrun. Thankfully, the game doesn't like to throw any other kind of BS at speedrunners during their run.
Oops. Oops.
You just witnessed the unfortunate end to a world record paced 16 levels glitchless run by Jasper the Fish. Is it known what exactly caused the game to launch Jasper backwards during a dash and into the spikes on the wall? Nope. On January 29th, 2018, speedrunner Dynamite posted a glitch showing the game in a completely soft-locked state. If you reset, pause the game, and then didn't unpause until the next door animation cutscene finished playing, then congratulations, you're paralyzed. Resetting doesn't work.
Yo, nice.
Thankfully, still go back to the main menu. However, that's not the only weird thing that can happen by pausing the game during a reset. You may have noticed that after Devion performed the death buffer glitch in level 10 in his 240, the in-game timer just stopped progressing. Well, by resetting during the door opening cutscene and pausing and unpausing, it's possible to complete any level in the game with 998 points left on the timer. Note that one timer unit represents a tenth of a second. Oh, did I say 998 points? I actually meant 999. The game sure does have a tough time making up its mind sometimes. However, it's not like the in-game timer was ever accurate anyways, since it starts at whatever point the player gains control of the character, making fast or meaningless. It doesn't account for time spent on the pause menu, another clear issue for glitched runs, and it is extremely inconsistent, especially when the game has a large
More than you can imagine, Zen and SA.
Dynamite uploaded another video showing this unusual occurrence.
I don't know what's happening right now, but the game just froze. The timer's counting down. Oh, what? Now I unmute it, and then it works. This game's broken. I mean, I think we've already established that, but it's broken.
Yep, Pixel Quest is quite the broken game. In a single 49-second clip, we had a bizarre softlock tied to the music mute button, lag causing the player's dashes and the in-game timer to freak out, and text characters disappearing and having broken transparency. Well, surely, there can't be more. Again, on the same day, Dynamite uploaded this video.
Dash over here, do 2 jumps. What was that? I'm just gonna pretend.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
Zen.
if we pause the game,
you know what I mean? Like
while it's moving inward, it doesn't shoot. It plays the animation, but it doesn't shoot.
Neat. You can make the cannons in the game not fire a bullet by using a well-timed pause. That could actually be useful. Unfortunately, it doesn't really seem to have been taken advantage of. Moving back to the optimization of Pixel Quest as a speed game, I managed to cut down the 16 levels glitched record from a 234.233 to a 215.567 on January 28th, 2018. To help best Captain's time, I completed level 12 with the most optimal glitchless route for the level, since I found that it was actually slightly faster and slightly easier than doing the extremely inconsistent glitched method. I applied the same philosophy to levels 13, 14, and 16. While also not accidentally performing the level dupe glitch in the middle of my run.
Uh-oh, level dupe.
Dude, why did level dupe just happen?
Note that Captain's run was performed before the glitch was banned. A few days later, I uncovered a hilarious glitch strategy in level 12 that had the potential to save around 10 seconds. You see, if you slide on this wall for a bit, you'll notice that the lava is just missing its death collision on the left side. Once under the lava, by performing a well-timed dash cancel, it was possible to reach the left wall of the ending cavern. A couple of jumps and a left tap later, and the level could be completed. I implemented the strategy the next day in a 16 levels glitched record of 204.6, a run that featured an abysmal level 16 and ended up quite a bit off the sub 2 milestone. Around the time that this run was set, 3 different strategies were discovered that would allow for the time to be pushed down a decent bit further. The first was found by Cap'n in level 8, where one could potentially save a second by clipping in and out of the left wall to reach the ending door with a much shorter path. The second was a new approach to level 16, also found by Cap'n, where the player could clip through the left wall of the level instead of the right one, whereafter they could clip through the floor of the ending cavern, optimally allowing a few seconds to be saved.
I wish that strat was like good, but like the ending part where you clip through the floor is just so inconsistent.
The glitchless method. Finally, there was a very difficult strategy in level 13 that involved clipping through the right wall and into
Jez?
the very top right block of the ending cavern, where the player would be able to safely clip back in and finish the level. Clipping back in on this specific block was necessary since the wall is not large enough for the player to clip back through normally. However, I just realized while writing this script that it's possible to just perform another dash cancel and get stuck on the wall with a lot more speed, having a similar ending to the level 12 strat. This variant is significantly easier, and I think that it will definitely be incorporated into runs.
This game is actually very
the 16
stupid.
levels glitch had quite a lot of promise, and the breaking of the sub 2 barrier seemed almost imminent. Unfortunately, over 4 years later, that last-minute barrier has yet to be shattered. Around the same time, me and Jasper the Fish were making a huge push to try to bring the 16 levels glitchless world record lower and lower into the 30x range. Throughout its history, the glitchless category never really had any earth-shattering discoveries. It all came down to making micro-optimizations to the movement in each level, adding dashes at every moment possible. While Illumina T had waited for the third rock to fall in level 12 before safely passing by in his record of 321.267, Jasper, in his 309.933, performed a dash under every single rock, a strategy that is quite a bit harder than it looks. When I set my first glitchless record of a 309.067 on December 28th, 2017, I added a dash through the...
Also, by the way, enormous shoutouts to Roblox for making an IGT hack for this game. After it dropped, because goddamn, like it was a mess. It was a mess until that was made.
Elevator in level 13 to save a fraction of a second, and I tried to perform a double jump dash from this pillar in level 15, though the game had other plans. After a world record battle with Jasper that lasted 2 months, I came out on top with a 305.367. Nothing had really changed much aside from simply having cleaner movement and a slightly different approach to the end of level 14. However, I didn't want to stop there. I cleaned up my movement enough to score myself a 303.933, reaching my goal in the category. I moved on to routing and playing the any percent category of the game, because in the 3 years that people had been speedrunning Pixel Quest, not a single person had made the effort to properly complete a speedrun of the whole game in one sitting. There had been 2 runs of people completing all 48
frame
levels
rate.
of the game, one by Devion back
So
in 2015, and another by Bug Arctida at the start of February.
Oh yeah, I really hope I had said that name right, because like, how do you say AWRGTDTA? Like, bruh.
Devion's run was over 30 minutes long and had some awesome death buffering moments sprinkled throughout. My favorite being this one, right at the very end.
It's way funnier if you watch the original clip, because I had to like reduce the frame rate and like dim it so I wouldn't have to worry about epilepsy. Garbage. You can just hear how many pauses there are.
The later levels in Pixel Quest are both extremely challenging and extremely long compared to the mere sprinkle of challenge present with the first 16 levels. Since Devion and Bug Arctida were using the dash cancel glitch, they were able to skip a lot of the treacherous obstacles and puzzles placed before them. The most notable example of which has to be Bug Arctida's completion of level 47, where they completely bypassed the arduous 3-key puzzle present. Arctida finished their run in 9 minutes and 21 seconds, over 20 minutes faster than Devion. However, the thing about both of these runs is that neither of them paid any attention to the number of golden idols that needed to be collected before starting the second and third level sets, which, as mentioned before, is 24 and 72 idols respectively. They were still able to go through all the levels since they already had all of them unlocked, but this made their runs glitched New Game Plus runs rather than truly being any percent completions. For me, I wanted to complete the game as if it were on a fresh file without the use of dash canceling. I spent the next several days timing and routing what the fastest 72 idols were to collect in the first 2 level sets. I still have the original text document that I used to complete this route.
I've been
with
live
29
for 10
idols
hours
coming
and
from the
45
first
minutes.
level set and 43 coming from the second. The first 5 levels don't have any idols since they are tutorial levels, and they can actually be completely skipped in the context of an any percent speedrun since levels 1 through 6 are actually all unlocked from the start of the game. I went to work playing the category and scored myself a 1720 on the 9th of February 2018. The run was decent, but I unfortunately had
Holy
quite a few
smokes,
costly
Jez.
mistakes, like this death near the
I mean,
end
there
of
is
level
only like
47 that cost
an
around
hour
30
left
To this
ish.
day, I am still the
But
only
up to
person
you.
who has ever completed a true any percent
That's what I'm
speedrun in
saying.
Pixel Quest. After
I was
playing
gonna go to
any
bed at
game,
8.
I moved
You
back to
actually,
doing
that's
16 levels.
insane, man. Thank you for being here the whole time. I know like Kuki's like been in chat the whole time as well, and
Yeah.
Nor's obviously been here the whole time. Yeah, no, yeah, like Kuki's been playing GD.
Glitchless runs to see if I could squeeze any more time out of the category. And I don't know what was so special about February 11th, 2018, but I somehow managed to do this in under 3
Yeah, thanks for the raid, Taco Pinky. Appreciate it. There's the song again, Ultra Necros.
Isn't it like
or
4
whatever.
a.m.? No, it's
How to
12:44.
say
If
it.
it was 4 a.m. Bro, what time zone would I be in if it was 4 a.m.? You think I'm from like fucking Spain or something?
This game is really hard to make montages for because there isn't really great ways to sync up the music. Except for there, that worked out really well in level 12. This is the Ultra Necromza or something, I forgot how to say it, battle music. You can find it in the, just go to the video description. And then click on the music list link.
301.2. Just a handful of frames away from reaching my new goal of a 3 flat and putting the category away for good. There were no potential new strategies to implement like there was in Glitched. I had to just keep playing the category to see
There is sync when it was
And
like
10
the
minutes later,
3 dashes
this
under
is what I
the
did.
boulders and the clubs. Thank you, Lucius. I unfortunately am not a father, but my father is a father. Crazy.
Happy Father's Day to all the...
Yeah, this one doesn't have any sync. I mean, it has sync, but not like very obvious sync.
Let that sink
It's better than if you just randomly put videos behind it. Boom, 259.
Early 2018.
Pop off not included because wow, it was so bad.
Exciting time for Pixel Quest.
Because I was a fetus as well. I was like a
to the
fetus.
huge competition
Yeah.
spree between me and Jasper, and of course the breaking of a new
Just
minute barrier
imagine
that I had
the
never even intended to go
259
for.
pop off,
However,
but-
as you may have gathered, for the
Or
past
the other
4 years,
259
the
pop
game has
off, I
been
guess.
255, bro.
dead. Not a single person has even come close
Alright, like
to setting
the
a
Red
new
Volume
world
1,
record
255,
in any of the game's 16
Imagine that, but like
Many
pitched up 2
categories also
octaves.
remain completely empty,
Probably
with
what it
0
is.
100% runs of the whole game ever being performed. No matter how much love and passion people have put into playing and optimizing a game, sometimes the community behind it just fizzles out. Sadly, it seems like the company behind the creation
No!
of Pixel Quest
Is this-
has faced a very similar reality.
Yeah, all the bounties got
Hard
claimed
Circle
within a
announced that
month.
They were actively
Or
working
like a
on
few
the
weeks,
next game in
actually,
the
yeah.
Pixel Quest series, Pixel Jones and the Gateway of Souls. Unlike the Lost Gifts, which was basically just a reskin of the original Pixel Quest with some different levels, this game was poised to be a completely new, full-fledged game that would run on PC and
I'm still
consoles
salty
like
this game never
PS2,
released.
PS4, and Xbox One. This felt like an obvious next step, as popular Flash franchises like Meat Boy had seen massive success when transitioning to the PC and console market. Hard Circle showed off the prototypes that they had at different game conferences, it began to appear on upcoming game lists, and promotional art from the game had been licensed and completed. The game seemed like it would absolutely be launching at some point in 2016. However, as of February 2022, Pixel Jones has yet to be released. Hard Circle is unfortunately no longer a company, with their domain now being on sale. Unable to find any answers
Rip.
as to the fate of Hard Circle and Pixel Jones, I wrote a couple of questions down and sent a Hail Mary email to what I believe to be the address of the former company's founder, Brett Meeser. Shockingly, around 3 months.
Yeah, you can tell from these emails that this started like September of 2021 or whatever. And this video was made in February of 2022.
Later, I got a response. On top of the information about the creation of Pixel Quest, which I sprinkled in the introduction of this video, Brett let me know why Pixel Jones was never able to be completed. A lack of funding. The Pixel Jones team applied for different grants that would have provided the vital funding necessary to complete the game, but the requests that they made were all rejected, despite the large amount of popularity that Pixel Quest had managed to garner online. However, around 2 to 3 years ago, Brett dusted off the game and started working on it again with a group of people. I actually knew that this was the case a few years ago because, in 2018, I sent a tweet to the programmer of Pixel Quest, Thomas Martin, and 6 months later, in 2019, I got a response that
Yeah,
they were
actually it was like 4 years in the making because of this tweet.
hoping to have something to show soon. Unfortunately, the continued lack of funding and a certain event that happened near the start of 2020
I was proud of
ended
that
up killing off
Photoshop.
this spark of passion. As for the end of Hard Circle, Brett said that he simply got tired of running a company and wanted to move on to other positions in the game industry. He did well enough to reach an early retirement, and now he appears to be running a blog about going on different hiking trails.
Okay, yeah, so update about that. I think he like deleted that Twitter and that YouTube channel, and I don't know about the blog. Like I think he's done with that. So I don't know what Brett's doing now. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Thomas Martin doesn't appear to have been as fortunate.
Someone hire
Brett
this
said
man.
that Pixel Jones may still come back from the dead, but we will just have to wait and see what ends
No,
up happening.
hire this man.
From the early 2000s to the mid-2010s, Flash games
That
absolutely
fucking picture of
dominated the
him.
online space.
I like the
These
Red
games
Lobster
reached
skit.
millions upon
Fucking-
millions of players, and despite so much interesting stuff happening during this developing period of time, it seems like almost...
By the way, I really want to make a video at some point including like the mini clip high score leaderboards and stuff. Like, bro, like I found like 60 seconds burger runs that were years ahead of their time. Like that were I was able to add one or two to the leaderboard, but there were also like screenshots of times because the score gave like your time that were like if it had evidence backing it up of a video, like it would like knock out so many records and stuff. People were just so ahead of their time
None
with
of
that
it has been
stuff.
properly documented for people to reflect upon and learn about. I hope that
No,
with
not
this
better than
video,
Record
I was
today.
able to document both the speedrunning community and the company behind Pixel Quest, one of the most broken Flash games ever created. However, I don't want this video to be the last thing that people ever hear about Pixel Quest speedrunning. So, I am putting up a $100 bounty on beating my own record in Pixel Quest's 16 levels glitchless category. I am also putting a $25 bounty on my 16 levels glitched record and a $25 bounty on my any percent glitchless record. All that you have to do to claim a bounty is to submit your new record to speedrun.com and have it be verified on the leaderboard. If any of these bounties are claimed, I will update the video description and link to the run that beat my corresponding record. Sometimes, a small spark is all that's needed to initiate a huge chain reaction. Thank you all very much for watching. A huge thanks goes out to Jez for helping
Let's go,
me edit the script for
Jez.
this video.
Jez has helped me with
Catherine
so
and
many
Jasper
videos.
for helping me out
like,
with the research, and
absolute
of course,
Chad.
to Brett Meeser for providing
Thank
his
you so
unique
much,
insights
man.
that helped make this video a more complete package. I wish everyone who decides to start speedrunning Pixel Quest the best of luck, and I hope that some of the game's ancient records are finally able to be beaten.
Also, by the way, this song in the background is a remix of a song from Pokemon Black and White. Yeah, man, I'm glad I've been able to help out some. Just, yeah, whenever, whatever projects you're working on and stuff, just make sure to keep me and Jam posted and whatnot, because I freaking love your videos, man. So what's next? There's the T-Tall video, T-Tall update video, and Happy Wheels video. Yep. So just a bit over an hour left.
Are you gonna
about
watch the UNHOARD?
Ooh, good point. I do need to watch the UNHOARD because I did make that video too. When did that video drop?
I think we probably passed it by 1 or 2.
Yeah, okay, I'll watch that next then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh
something.
wait, no, we might have like barely just passed it because February 25th and the UNHOARD came out.
I've been drinking tons of water, Sparks. Don't worry. I've gone to the bathroom like 3 or 4 times this stream.
I've been drinking a mix of water and iced tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom right now. Actually, I'll mute for like a minute.
I'm probably okay. I'm gonna watch UNHOARD, but yeah, let me rank this first. I'd say this is low S. What does Chet think? I think it's here. It's either in that spot or that spot. Yeah, I just didn't really like, I'll move that back there. But yeah. High B, mid A. I don't know. There are people who really like the video. I'm gonna put it here. Alright, cool. Yeah. Okay. UNHOARD. Yeah, I think high A is good. All right, UNHOARD time. Yeah, guys, who's Abcafed? Who knows? Yeah, Night TT. See you, man. Yeah. Oh yeah. Also, I think I AI up-resed Xbox's profile picture. It's funny.
The Baraban.
Baraban. But yeah. So just in case you guys know, like, this was made like literally every single strat that was found in the process of this was like publicly available the entire time, and it was like if anyone ever beat any of the runs that were like being hidden, like all of the runs were uploaded for that level. Like we didn't like, we weren't like, oh, you don't like actually, like this was, actually a record back then and revealed that now. Like we just like submitted it then so they knew. So we weren't. I've thought about it, yeah. I don't know, though. Also, we tried to structure the video to be, like, least crazy to most crazy.
Ooh, yeah. We kind of messed up the order on RB1 a little.
Yeah.
Because, you know, 14 was like midway through.
Should 14 have been last?
14 should have been last for sure, bro.
Yeah.
Knowing how many frames per second is now.
I just went based off of what you said, bro.
Yeah. I was just like, Didn't this beat TAS at the time?
It did, yeah. And then Roblox improved it to like a .533 or something.
I wonder how many of these still stand.
A good number of the RB2 ones do. I mean, golf obviously doesn't.
I know Shapes doesn't either, I think. Didn't Mario take that Shapes? Did he? I actually don't know now. He might not have.
Gotcha, Jazz, yeah.
The golf, Tyler took it, and then Xbox took it.
Clean. 5,000.
It is 5,000.
And just so you all know, all of Aom's runs are still in verification limbo, so rip.
We will never know if they're legitimate or not, probably. I don't know. We might figure out one day. I'm still praying. I'm still praying.
Also, yeah, I spent a boatload of time grinding this level, but then the new pause jump strat was found or whatever, and then I had to like... Oh yeah, I forgot why I had to dump all of my runs on this one, but yeah, that's why they weren't in the UNHOARD. Yeah, then
Mario.
Yeah, I think Mario beat it or something. Yeah, Mario beat it. That's why.
What's this? I don't remember 15 being in this actually. Oh, it's Xbox. It's another Xbox 13. Oh my god, Xbox is so clean with this strat, dude.
Yep.
Yeah, seal it. Mario does have insane determination. He just goes. With old IL-13, oh, I'm so sorry. How many people are gonna say that they
I know.
fell asleep and woke up? And
Yeah.
This is like the third time.
Bro, I don't think people understand that there are people in this world that stream for like 12 hours a day, every day for like weeks. It's like... I'm not even... I don't know how people do that, but they do.
I literally go to school and like, I wake up, go to school, get back home, take a nap, eat dinner, go check my phone again, and shift will still be on.
Yep.
Wanna compete?
No.
Impressive stuff, huh?
Yep.
This is the only one remaining unbeaten for everyone here.
Attack of the Twonkies. Great game. Starline.
Dude, 16 could totally be, or not 16, 14 could totally be beaten, but like, no one's putting in the effort. No one's putting in the effort. It's 16 frame perfect.
Yeah.
What are you doing that shit, bro? They never believed it. They couldn't have. No one was ready for Abkefed having an Untitled.
Yeah. This is the UNHOARD video on my second channel. I don't know why I paused it.
A lot of it's decent. That's all, folks.
So, Abkefed, what did you think about the UNHOARD video?
I think we did pretty well. Pretty well.
Wow. That's a remix of the final battle music from Banjo-Kazooie. Yeah, guys, Abkefed was Norxor the whole time? What?
No way.
No way, dude.
I can't
That's
believe it.
Crazy.
That's crazy. Now promote my YouTube channel.
Norxor.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy eating chips. No, the guy eating chips is me. What are you talking about?
My internet goes out frequently.
Very sad.
It's why I don't
Oh,
anymore.
chips. Just get better internet. Am I right?
I wish I could.
Okay, let me go through some of my sounds. I have this one. Not quite. I have that for some reason.
Number 15.
Well, let's just skip past that one. Yeah. And then I just
Why
put
is
up
it
the
a
chips.
YouTube Shorts?
True. Oh, I gotta do chips again.
Guinea pig bridge.
Guinea pig bridge. Yep. Okay.
Oh wait, no, this is the one time I sang Chug Jug.
On the
that's
3rd of
actually
May, 2020.
Okay. Yeah, I love how the first second of this video it was March 3rd, 2021. Epic fail. Epic fail.
On the 3rd of May, 2021,
It happens.
I uploaded a video to my channel that covered an insane 5-way tie to the frame for the world record in This Is the Only Levels, pauseless, and glitchless category. First Ollie Mirrors, then DHA, then Chromo, then Lucky Hamburger, and finally the 1C. They had all managed to beat this flash game in exactly 2 minutes, 24 seconds, and 675 milliseconds. Made up of 30 identical looking stages, each of them having a different gimmick.
Crap. Nor, did you make that image?
I did make that.
It's so good. Freaking.
Made up of 30 identical looking
I know
stages,
DHA
each of
used
them
it as the
having a
thumbnail.
Yeah, he used. That's how I knew about it, because DHA used it in one of his video thumbnails. It's so funny.
Gimmick. The game has a gate in stage 25 that only opens every 10 in-game seconds. All 5 of these runners had managed to achieve the 2-minute cycle and squeeze through on the first possible frame, meaning that every single runner was tied to the frame entering stage 26. With extremely basic, fixed acceleration platforming ahead, each runner stuck exactly together on the last 5 stages, leading to the 5-way record tie. There were 17 other runners that had attained a 2 flat cycle in a run, most just barely managing to squeeze through the stage 25 gate before it closed again, but these 5 were the only ones that had likely played the game to absolute perfection. For any time to be saved off this record, there were only 2 possibilities. Find a new exploit or movement mechanic to shave off a couple frames in the last 5 stages, or somehow save enough time in stages 1 through 25 to make it to the gate at the 1 minute 50 cycle. There were a few levels where time could certainly be saved with perfect execution, like stage 13's left-right march and stage 16's keep hitting it. However, with the top runners at most having just a few seconds to spare once they reached the stage 25 gate,
more than
it
a
was
few
believed
seconds.
by
He was
most
bashing
that
setting
not
around.
even a pass with frame
Stage
perfect
13.
matching and execution
Maybe if you
would be
run
able
into
to
the wall
achieve it.
hard enough,
If
you
the
can break
5-way
through
tie
it.
were to be broken
True.
by a human, it would almost certainly be because of a new time save being found in the last 5 stages. However, while
This is
people
the
continue
second
to look for time
appearance of a
saves to test the
pentagram of
theoretical
levels showing up
possibility
in
of
a-
a 224.675 tie would further show its
If
might.
I had a nickel.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
Yeah, it's Studiopolis Act 1 or something.
On June 30th, 2021, the insane 5-way tie, and this is the only
Also,
one-
yeah, when I uploaded the video, just an absolute wall of comments about like, oh, the music's too loud, the music's too loud, the music's too loud, and like I agree now, but like when I watched the video, that didn't even cross my mind. Like I'm gonna be completely honest, never even crossed my mind. So I guess I'm just different in terms of how loud I like things or whatever. So, oh well, it is what it is. I even put a thing in the pinned comment about it, and there's still comments of people just scrolling right past it. And
became an even crazier.
There's no way he's
tie
gotten a
for
comment
record.
about this yet.
Cryptopolis and an average Arceus had joined the ranks of possible perfection, and the message that the tie was completely unbreakable was just further reinforced.
No, I didn't like it.
Speedrunners had likely entered the last 5 stages of the game perfectly dozens of times, and they were just unable to do any better. However, without any task tools or even a way to easily practice certain levels in the game, there was still so much ambiguity up in the air about whether this was a certainty or not. Thankfully, in early July, Flash modding expert Sage, who had created tons of useful tools for games in the Red Ball series, released a simple practice hack that allowed any stage in the game to be entered and repeated using certain key.
I mean, that's not necessarily true, like Yuki. But I mean, my videos generally hover from like 10 to 6. Yeah, I just didn't decrease the volume on the music enough, and they were also like loud to begin with for some reason, like louder than usual. Like I just needed to reduce. If I just reduced them by like 6 decibels, I would have fixed it.
The creation of this hack was quite difficult since Sage was more accustomed to the object-oriented ActionScript 3 programming language that the Red Ball games ran on, rather than the more procedural ActionScript.
See, these are the kind of photoshops that I just spend too long on, but you know I have to do it because it's funny.
Too. But this hack was eventually improved to the point where the game could be paused and frame advanced through, effectively allowing for tasks of each individual stage in the game to be created. Many refinements in stages 1 through 24 were able to be found with this tool, but stages 26 through 30, the ones that actually mattered for saving time in a full game run, still remained completely unimproved. However, on October 1st, 2021, a breakthrough would finally come. On that day, speedrunner Cryptopolis, the 6th runner to achieve a 224.675, uploaded a video showing frame-advanced gameplay on the practice hack in stage number 3. The level was completed in 2.025 seconds. Normally, taking the bottom route in this stage with a pipe clip at the start takes 2.075 seconds. 2 frames had just been saved. You see, speedrunners had noticed that the elephant actually moves slightly faster in the air than it does on the ground.
By simply incorporating a tiny, precise jump at the end of the level, small enough to avoid hitting the ceiling, it was possible to attain this.
Unfortunately, I haven't had any formal or informal audio training at all. It's just me doing whatever sounds right to me, so yeah.
I'm safe. However, since this is
Flying
just
Fast
stage
Excel,
3,
is that the
way before
co-op
stage
hack?
25
Is
game,
Nifsky streaming
why
right
would
now?
this even matter? Well, the gimmicks in stages 26 and 27, a falsely closed gate, and a credits requirement respectively, place the elephant on the exact same path as the one in stage 3.
Are you joking about T-Tall? My bad.
The best possible time, and this is the only level, had just become a 224.575.
No, I know, Luciousness. No, my point is that I've never looked, I've looked at literally 0 tutorials on how to do anything in Vegas. Like, basically 0. So, aside from, how do I make this crash less? So, everything I've learned, I've just learned from making videos. So, that's why I'm prone to messing up. But when you do that, you gotta mess up to learn shit. And that's just how it is. And now I'm not gonna make that. Did I what now for my who? What
pay for Vegas.
Nora, I can't really hear you, man. You're kind of breaking up. I'm just gonna keep playing the video.
Runners booted up Adobe Flash Player and started pouring in attempts. DHA, who had tied the 224.675 back in May of 2018, drew first blood. 224.650. One of the 4 possible frames were shaved off. After 3 years, 9 months, and 24 days, Ollie Mears' unbreakable time had finally been beaten. Cryptopolis struck back 2 days later with a 224.625, and DHA reclaimed the throne again the very same day with a 224.6, appearing to be just 1 frame off the new theoretical maximum for T-Tall. With the door of opportunity left wide open, someone needed.
No, it just said maximum.
And in the very early hours of October 6th, 2021, in average Arceus, the last person to tie the 224.675, did just that.
Yeah, good song, good song.
Arceus was thrilled with the run that he achieved, though the description did read that it was now time to get a 224.550. You see, on October 2nd, a speedrunner named River had found a way to get through the gate in stage 25 a single frame faster by utilizing a large ground bounce after taking a fall from the very top of the stage. A few hours after Arceus' record, DHA was actually able to pull this off in an actual speedrun on the 210 cycle. But he realized that performing this strat actually made it impossible to get a jump through the pipe at the start of the next stage, making it ultimately lose time in the context of a full game run. Therefore, Arceus had indeed maxed out T-Tall for the strategies that were used at the time. However, the .575 goalpost would be successfully moved that very same day with another ingenious discovery. In my first This Is the Only Level video, I mentioned that the game was essentially absent of any acceleration while moving left and right, one of the key contributing factors in why the game had been possibly maxed out by so many different people. Well, one thing that often gets overlooked is that This Is the Only Level actually does have some form of acceleration present. Vertical acceleration due to gravity. Keeping this in mind, Cryptopolis realized that by jumping at the front of the middle platform and then hitting the button while falling, the elephant would reach the ground below faster than just by running over it. This did require the right button to be released for a few frames, losing some time up front, but since the elephant was moving considerably faster downward on the plane of the button than it would be otherwise, it ultimately saved up to 2 frames. It was possible to pull off this strat in stages 28, 29, and 30, moving the theoretical maximum all the way down to a 224.425.
Yeah.
But due to the immense difficulty of the strategy, the zoomed-in camera in Stage 28, and the pitch-black setting of Stage 30, it was only really feasible to perform the strategy in Stage 29 in an RTA setting. With his sights set up on the
I gotcha,
DHA
Jez.
knew what he had
I
to
mean, and you've been making videos for longer than I have. It's like, it's tough. Like, this stuff is tough.
do if he wanted to reclaim it all for himself. He had to hit this strategy.
Like, I think I got everything. I think I got the audio right in my Happy Wheels video. Like, I think it's probably the best audio
already
mixing.
Immaculate run.
Like,
and on
I've
October
done
9th.
Oh my god.
224.550. It was one frame off the theoretical maximum for a single button jump run.
He's
but
probably
that
29
didn't
now.
matter. He had gotten
29. I
one
thought he was
frame
27, maybe.
untied world record.
Well, I thought he was
Fast
27
forwarding to
like
the present
2 years
day,
ago.
This is still where the record stands today. However, this is not where our story ends. When I started researching for this video back in February, there was an enormous amount of ambiguity as to whether the 150 cycle in T-Tall was even theoretically possible or not. Multiple inaccuracies in how the practice
Oh, yeah, by the way, that was almost entirely the fault of River, who like okay, it was like they claimed that they like extracted the game from a zip file and that messed something up, and they were like playing on a version of like playing on the game and it was messed up, and they like had a video of them like hitting 150 cycle, and that was obviously not the case. I still think it was just cheated and it wasn't like the extraction thing. I don't know. I really have no idea. But then River also cheated like IL stuff, I think, and my gosh, just and then cheated records as well. Like cheated full game records as well by using macros and stuff. It's just like River contributed a lot to this, but at the same time like really took things like many steps backwards, which is so annoying. I don't know why. Like it went on for a while too. It's just, at least they came clean like on their own instead of from being caught. But like,
you know, it was kind of on their own. DHA definitely pressured them into it.
But I mean, yeah, just with the competition. But, you know, it is what it is. We have everything squared away now, so, yep.
And the spreadsheet that kept track of the best time ever achieved in each level through frame advancing was found to have several math errors. For the 150 debate to finally be settled, there was only one possible solution. Find a way to make a full game TAS on the game's original SWF file. If you have seen my Red Ball TAS Explained video, you will know that Flash game TASes of ActionScript 2 games like T-Tall have been successfully created by combining a Flash game emulator, either Gnash or Ruffle, with the Linux TASing utility known as libtas. T-Tall did successfily run it.
By the way, I still think Red Ball TAS Explained is my best thumbnail. I don't know what you think, Nor.
It's pretty damn good, yeah.
Just like the fade and the debug draw and the contact list with car in it a bunch of times. Like, oh my gosh.
It looks so nice.
It's a very nice
But when
thumbnail.
pairing it with libtas, the game would just fail to open. At a dead end, I decided to ask Luke Saward.
Yeah, that's how
Yes,
YouTube is,
that
Jess.
Luke Saward. Since I knew that he had success.
Also, guys, if you don't know the context behind that, for some reason, Luke Saward like sang that song, and then it became an enormous meme on the Simple Flips, like with Simple Flips streams and stuff. So any like longtime Simple Flips viewer absolutely knows who Luke Saward is.
Yeah,
I remember when he first another ActionScript 2 game known as
Yeah, it was funny.
It's an extremely serious speed game. And
also, yeah, on the task, there's like all this like stuff because they like edited the image to like be to say like task hack, and then it like messed up. Yo, Xbox is awake again. Let's go. But yeah, that's why it looks so artifacty in the background.
Video, don't worry. TTOL actually did run for Luke and Libtas, and
Don't worry,
after
guys.
hours
One
of
day
debugging,
we'll
we
get a
found
Max
out
video.
that
I
it wasn't
promise
working
you.
for
I
me or
promise you,
anyone
man.
else due to some random NVIDIA Linux graphic driver issue. Classic.
You just gotta wait another 2 years.
With a way to accurate.
No, Jez, it's so I'm like so lucky to be able to just export assets from Flash games and it like looks good. Like it just makes it so much easier because like I just have the thumbnail idea and like Red Ball Task explained, the base of that thumbnail was like literally just a screenshot from the game. Like the amount of work I had to put into it was like very minimal. Yeah, I'd imagine that's the case, Jez. Dude, like other people have to work on their thumbnails for ages, and I thankfully am not in that, or have not really been put in that position yet. Like my thumbnails are pretty straightforward, and they're effective.
You're putting a video game car in your thumbnails. Emp's putting real NASCARs in his thumbnails.
Tasked the entire game. I tasked Roblox 8192, a glitch hunting and tassing legend that has authored a considerable portion of the tasks for the various
God, that task is so
with finally
epic.
answering the theoretical 150 cycle.
Shout out Starline.
With
and
DHA
Roblox.
reaching the stage 25 gate at roughly 158.625, 7.625 seconds, or 305 frames needed to be shaved off for a 150 cycle to barely be achieved. Roblox started by replicating any strategies that were
True.
used on the Frame Advanced and RTA level records recorded on the TTOL Perfect timesheet, times achieved by runners like DHA, Cryptopolis, River, and Chromo. In stages 1 and 2, 3 frames were
River
able to be
definitely
saved
chooses.
by incorporating the button jump.
I'm proud of the animation stuff that I did on the counter in the top left. Yeah, I think it looks nice, like how it subtracts and stuff. Definitely a trick that I like figured out.
A frame was shaved
This
off in
is
stage
sexy.
4 from clicking the gold.
Yeah, Xbox. I love the. Sorry, my mic is peaking a little bit. I'll move it a little bit further away. I love the NRG speedrunning thumbnails. They're really great. Yeah.
You need to do that if you make a video on the SM63 event.
True. Hey, let me turn down my mic a bit. Yeah.
Earlier, 6 frames were shaved off in stage 6 thanks to the usage of a much more optimal route. 3 frames were shaved off in stage 7 thanks to a larger bounce off the spikes and a more optimal landing spot on the button. And a frame was shaved off in stage 8.
Dude,
by
I forgot
performing
what
the
song
jump
this
frame
is. It
early.
has really good
Now,
atmosphere.
in stage 9, where the elephant is controlled by mouse movement and the left click button, DHA actually lost a ton of time due to him completely missing the button on his first go,
True.
requiring a quick recovery. This had no impact on his run since he still comfortably
actually
made it
gonna-
through the 2 flat cycle gate on the first possible frame, but it allowed the task to save a monstrous 1.85 seconds on the stage, or 74 frames
Ooh.
compared to this run. 10 frames were saved on the headwind stage thanks to more optimal jumping, and since the next stage doesn't have a pipe jump, the task actually saves 6 frames by combining more optimal starting movement with the button jump. 6 frames were saved in stage 12 thanks to a pipe clip, bringing the task to the most infamous stage in TTOL speedrunning, left-right march. For speedrunners, this stage represents an enormous barrier.
Oh yeah, I know Roblox, but you laid the foundation, so that's why I said your name as well.
Achieving a 2 flat cycle. Without being able to mash the left arrow key at least 10 times a second while holding down the right arrow key, it is
Yeah, I didn't
almost
know that
impossible
not
to
very good made a level, so that's good.
hit the cycle in stage 25. DHA's rapid mashing allowed him to complete stage 13 in around 5 seconds, indicating that the game was registering around 11.5 key presses per second. But for the task, the left arrow key was able to
Also,
be
yeah, the amount of people in the comments that were like, I can get way more clicks per second than that on my mouse, or like, oh, I can drag click on my spacebar and get like 40 CPS. It's like they like didn't even watch the video, like how it explains everything with how Flash handles inputs. It's like, dang, man.
Max,
They just don't get it.
I understand your pain because I go through every single one of your comments, bro.
Yeah.
This isn't a
Thanks,
shock, I read it.
bro. Thanks, bro. It's like the Wojak, the 2 Wojaks
so
like
bad.
hugging each other, like the bro hug. Yeah.
It's so bad, bro.
programmed
Oh
to
my
perfectly
God.
press and unpress every other frame. With this perfect 20 Hz smashing, the task saves 2.025 seconds over DHA, or 81 frames. In stage 14, 7 frames are saved thanks to a more optimal start and button press. And in stage 15, 2 frames are saved thanks to the addition of a ground jump. That brings us to Keep Hitting It, a stage where the button has to be pressed and depressed 5 times for the gate to drop. With 4 perfect left and right presses combined with a button jump, the task saves 33 frames. 3 frames are saved in stage 17 with a button jump and an earlier acceleration. 8 frames are saved in stage 18 from a more optimal route. 1 frame is saved in 19 from the more optimal start. 24 frames are saved in 20 thanks to a button jump and the lack of a small movement mistake that DHA had in his run. With all of that, 33 frames still need to be saved in the next 4 stages if the 150 cycle is to be made on the last possible frame. Thankfully, 17 frames are saved on in-between gravity thanks to a more optimal path being taken. 16 to go. 4 frames are saved on Mime's Folly by avoiding hitting the top platform, allowing the elephant to fall faster. 12 to go. Next up is Center Keyboarder, a level where the only apparent gimmick is that the movement keys are
who has, let me see who has the most runs on Speedrun.com. 1 second. Runs, alright, let me do full game. Let's see, okay. Otterstone Gamer has the most runs on the site by far. But yeah, check out like Otterstone Gamer, She's Chardcore, Furious Fire, Fior, ESA. Wait, I think, was he in chat earlier? Were they in chat earlier? And then StatHX has a good amount as well.
Oh my god, Stat is fucking
crazy. E, F, G, and H instead of WASD or the arrow keys. However, the task does not perform.
Oh, so yeah, by the way, the reason that these 3 keys are missing from the keyboard is this is right alt. If you press that during a Red Ball 4 run, it's over. Like, it opens the menu, it's dead. Then next to that, I think, is the Windows key. If you press that during a run, it's also dead. Next to that is the like menu key or whatever, which like opens the right-click menu. You click that, run's also dead. So if you press any 3 of these buttons, your run just immediately dies. So that's why I just remove them from my keyboard because I never use them.
Are T, F, G, and H instead of WASD or the arrow keys. However, the task does not perform the button jump here because there was a slight programming oversight when adding in this control scheme.
The only solution.
Pressing the jump key gives a full jump every single time, no matter how long it is pressed for. This, in turn, makes the button jump actually slower for this stage, something which was not accounted for when the perfect time for this stage was initially determined. Thankfully, with DHA accidentally landing on this platform instead of falling down before it, the task is able to score 15 frames in this level. And that means...
Boom. Yep.
215.200.
But yeah, massive shout outs to Roblox for that task. I mean, man, just really, really cool stuff. It's crazy that it only had 4 frames to spare.
9.35
Dude, Impossible
seconds
Quiz
faster than
Speedrun
DHA's
seems
record.
epic.
With essentially perfect execution, the task made it through the gate with
Mouse
just 3
speedruns
frames
are
to
awesome,
spare.
right,
Or
Nor?
4 if
Death
you
Trap?
include the frame that requires a jump
I use
over
my
the gate,
drawing
which
tablet for
loses
that,
5
actually.
additional frames.
Shut up.
The task then
Fetch
saves
fruit.
3 and 2 frames in
Ask
stages
Jonas.
28 and 30 respectively by incorporating button jumps, with the extra frame in 28 resorting from DHA jumping a frame late at the start of the level. This appears to place the 2 flat cycle limit at a 224.42.
Oh yeah, one thing that's funny is after the current Fetch a Fruit record was performed on mouse. Like after we're all using drawing tablets and stuff, Brazil's just like, nope, mouse. And it's record. It's record by a mile
before the task was even created. Personally,
neither
I
of us
do
are on
believe
47,
that this is a
and
time
he's
that
on
will
fucking
be achieved one day.
46.
Performing 2 more perfect button jumps at the end of a 2 flat cycle.
I still want
does
47
seem
in
like
that
a
game, but
monstrous
I'm
task,
absolutely not
especially
going for
considering
46.
The visual circumstances
Yeah, I don't know
that they have
what
to be
kind of
performed
fucking
in, but
Nightlish
if
is
DHA was
this.
able to successfully pull off
I
the
think
run
he has
in
like
stage
38K
29,
in
it
that
feels like
game.
it's only a matter
Yeah.
of time before people start going for the other 2. However, with there currently being, at most, 4 frames of wiggle room compared to absolute perfection...
Like I don't
the
even
human
think I have the fastest drawing anymore. Like I think that crown got taken.
viability of a 150 cycle is almost non-existent. completely disregarding all of the button jumps and other insanely difficult strategies that need to be performed. The absolute largest obstacle standing in speedrunners' paths is good old stage 13. When I started working on this video, nobody else had really done much better than DHA's 4.975 second completion of the stage. While DHA's effective 11.5 clicks per second on a keyboard was impressive, especially considering Flash player input handling nonsense, which we will get to in a second, I felt like I needed to enlist the help of an expert to get a better gauge of the true human potential of this level. So, I decided to ask one of the fastest button mashers in the entire speedrunning community.
Who would that be?
My friend and Super Mario Bros.
Who's this?
Speedrunning
Who is it?
extraordinaire,
Who is
Slay
it?
Kooky.
Slay Kooky! Is it Miniland?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I got it again.
Within just a few hours, Leikuki shared that he had gotten a 4.325 second completion, then a 4.225 second completion, and finally a 4.3.
Thankfully, I think I only got 1 or 2 comments about like, isn't that the guy that cheated in the Super Mario Bros?
I thought that Ludwig was the fastest man.
But yeah, I thought the Ludwig only got 20 CPS, bro. Like Kooky hit 24 with like on an NES controller.
Yeah, no,
like bruh.
5-second run. This was certainly an incredible accomplishment.
Yeah, Ludwig makes shitty React content. Wait a minute. Yeah, but he reacts to other people's videos, so it's not okay.
Second ahead of DHA's completion, but it was still far from what he was
the
capable of.
Yeah, that comment was so
a single button on an NES controller 24 times in a single second using 2 fingers. But the highest CPS that T-Tall could seem to give him was around 14. So what was the holdup? For starters,
also I think I've gotten like 10 comments about like, bro, like good try with the guitar thing, but you should have been raking the keys, man. It's like, bro, like you didn't watch the video.
I swear to God.
You should have raked the keys, bro. Okay, yeah, so why don't I just rub my hand all over my keyboard? Will that give me a perfect give me a perfect left-right march if I just like rub my hand all over the keys on my keyboard? That's like 50 key presses per second. Like I think that'll get me, bro.
To score a perfect left-right march, the button has to be perfectly pressed and depressed every other frame. This is monumentally more
just
difficult
ignore
than
this
just
part.
pressing a button at least 55 times in 2.75 seconds, as the rate of your presses must stay almost perfectly consistent the entire time with no fluctuations. And how long each press lasts for also matters. Secondly, the way that Adobe Flash Player handles inputs is incredibly flawed, causing many key presses to just not register entirely. You see, Flash Player handles inputs by checking which buttons are currently held down at the start of each frame. If a button is pressed in that moment, the game acts accordingly. The problem with this is that if a button press starts and ends in the span of a single frame, Flash Player will just miss the input entirely. You can see that if I simply flick the spacebar key while playing Red Ball 4, the majority of the jumps are just
I'm definitely flipping people off on purpose by doing this.
Even though my computer is recognizing the key being pressed. With Tito running at 40 frames per second, any input that lasts shorter than 25 milliseconds has the potential to be completely missed. At least, that's what I would say if Flash games actually ran at their intended frame rate 100% of the time. In reality, the time that each frame lasts can vary significantly, and though a game may average 40 frames per second, that doesn't mean that each frame is going to last exactly 25 milliseconds. If this all wasn't bad enough, Leikuki noted that the keyboard that he uses...
This was only like briefly touched on in the video, but this was an absolute like saga to like find the keyboard and like get it and all of that and test it and blah blah blah. Like, bro, like this went on for like months. Like, oh my god.
I remember Max talking about trying to like sneak a keyboard through customs or whatever the fuck you were doing.
No, you know, it was bought in Brazil, but like still like.
What was the thing you were doing with customs? What the hell was that about?
Norxor, we nothing's going on with customs. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Gosh. Just ask the weirdest out-of-pocket questions.
Which was definitely causing a bunch of presses to last for 2 frames.
Yeah, exactly,
like exactly. I even tried getting like
T-Tal is 40
completely
FPS.
different keyboard that was more positively viewed and appeared to have more accurate input handling. But for whatever reason, it actually ended up being worse. So it was promptly returned. So I guess the main takeaway is that keyboards suck, drivers suck, and Adobe Flash Player sucks. However, despite all of that working against him, Leikuki was able to get a video of this performance on Left Right March.
Yes! Recorded sub 4! Oh my gosh, dude!
And then there was this one.
Oh my god!
And finally... Oh, I guess I forgot to mention that he started using a Guitar Hero guitar for these attempts because of all the keyboard nonsense that was going on. Whatever works, I guess.
And if you look in the background, there's a third guitar. So like, yeah, these are the two ones, and this is the one that I had since I was like, 3 or whatever.
Buddy, I have one guitar and I can't strum down on it.
Nice. No, I got these two for dirt cheap. Like, shipping included, they were like $15.
I don't remember what mine
for
was,
these
but
two
I
guitars.
got it at a garage sale.
Nice.
In October of 2021, the 7-way tie in This Is the Only Levels Pauseless and Glitchless category was finally shattered, thanks to multiple new discoveries being implemented into runs. Then, in March of 2022, Roblox 8192 was able to finally answer T-Tal's theoretical 150 cycle question, thanks to the
150 who made the 150 cycle? Is that DHA or you?
It might have been DHA.
I think it was DHA.
Full game tool-assisted speedrun that she was able to pull together. Unfortunately, with one of the fastest button mashers in the entire speedrunning community,
I remember when we did
yeah, exactly,
Sparks. That one fucking
currently necessary 4 frames of perfection.
It was that Jackbox game where everyone just drew different variants of DHA's little stick figure.
Yeah, Cowboy DHA. Cowboy DHA. Cowboy DHA was his profile picture for a long time. It's funny.
Cycle stages. However, the TAS has also shown that DHA's current record of 224.550 is far from the end for this category. There is still some room for the time to go lower, and it will be exciting to see if anyone is able to reach the game's current human limit of 224.425. Every single video game in existence does indeed have a hard limit on how fast it can be completed. And for This Is the Only Level, humans currently appear to be 374 frames away from that cap. Though it is now known that humans will unfortunately never be able to hit T-Tal's theoretical maximum like they have in other video games like Dragster, it is thankfully also known that T-Tal's human limit has yet to be achieved. Who knows, maybe in the future we will be talking about a crazy 7-way tie for T-Tal's record at 2 minutes, 24 seconds.
Yeah, I do think 224.425 is definitely going to happen one day. Like it's just a matter of time. Like, I don't know, like, who would get it. Like, I don't think DHA is interested in getting it or whatever, but, I mean, like, someone's got to get it eventually, because, I mean, that is the current human limit.
And 425 milliseconds. Thank you all.
Because, technically, 150 cycle is, 200 plus frame perfect inputs. It's, ridiculous. It's just not
very much for watching.
DHA's out of the game, yeah, I figured. Alright, yeah. I'd put this here. What do you guys think? I like the montages and stuff. Makes it better than the Pixel Quest video. Okay, well, I'm putting it there. I don't know. It's definitely better than the Pixel Quest video. Mid-A. Yeah, I mean, I could consider... I don't know. I'm put it there for now. Okay, last video. Let's go. It's time. Man, in the time I've been streaming, how many more views has this video gotten? It's over 300K now. That's insane. 300,000 views in 6 days. That blows my mind. That's Happy Wheels, I guess. Good stuff. All right, well let's close it out. Half an hour more in this stream. Let's go. First released in June of 2010, Happy Wheels has gone on to become one of the most popular and influential Flash games ever created. The platforming adventure-style game with comical ragdoll physics presented players with a unique gameplay experience that had quite a lot of shock and charm. And the ability for users to create and upload their own custom levels gave the game endless possibilities and replay value. By 2013, the game had absolutely taken YouTube by storm, with Let's Play videos uploaded by various gaming channels like PewDiePie and Jacksepticeye reaching upwards of tens of millions of views. Yeah, there are a lot of comments about like this one person that like apparently like did voice acting for Pogo Stick guy or whatever. I don't know. Uber Hacktionova. I never watched Happy Wheels content on YouTube. Like maybe I watched a few videos.
Uber Hacktionova. I watched Tobuscus and
yeah, I think I watched like a few Tobuscus videos and whatever, but like I was never very invested in it. Like I was
also, what the fuck?
More of a
I found
Minecraft.
like 7 different comments of just one quote of something about stairs.
Yeah, okay, so
What's
apparently It Keeps Happening is a reference to some like web series that's like really weird. I looked it up, but yeah, it was like some person falling down a set of stairs and it was like It Keeps Happening. So it was apparently a reference to that. But like apparently a lot of people know about this niche reference, which is funny. So yep. Having immense traffic towards the game's hosting website, TotalJerkface.com. Millions of casual players browsed the seemingly never-ending
I
never really played Happy Wheels until the mobile version of the game. Like, I've only really speedrun the mobile version as well, so. Of user-made levels to try them out, with dozens of levels eventually achieving tens of millions of plays, 2 of which even broke the mind-boggling 100 million barrier. Aside from the game's essentially endless amount of content, there was one mechanic that drove many people to find value in playing the same levels over and over again. Upon reaching the flag at the end of any given level, the game presents the user with the exact amount of time that it took to complete it. Moreover, the game gives users the ability to view a replay of their gameplay and even upload it to the game's servers for other people to view on the level's leaderboard. Speedrunning was essentially built into the DNA of Happy Wheels, and many people sought to refine their skills and optimize their gameplay with certain characters and levels to try and achieve the fastest times possible. Unfortunately, this system had a significant drawback. On any popular so funny story, when I initially made the script, I thought that the accurate thing was like something that people voted on to see if a replay was like cheated or not. And like I literally like had that in the script, and then like Harris was like no, like that is not what it is at all. And then I like watched his video about replays and stuff, when it's like, oh, like just not even
realize
close.
That was what it was.
Yeah, I know. The game, yeah, it should have had like a thing next to it that like explained what it meant, because like, how are you supposed to know about that?
Yeah, I just thought it was a rating system, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Top replays list is flooded with inaccurate replays that quickly desync when attempting to view them, thanks to minute differences that exist with how different versions of the web Adobe Flash Player plugin handle floating point values. When playing Happy Wheels, the game checks your operating system, browser, and bit classification of your computer, either 32 or 64. Also, yeah, you can see for a second here, it's like the Windows 11 logo and 32 bits. There is no 32-bit Windows 11. Mistake. No, I just like had random things.
Is that Edge in Linux?
Yeah. And then there was like somebody who said like, Linux isn't an operating system, and I said like, yeah, I know. it's a kernel. The distros are the OSs. To see if a replay will likely play back properly on your machine. People don't know that, so. Unfortunately, with Happy Wheels being such an old game, and so many different hardware configurations existing, the in-game leaderboard system has become completely ineffective at properly archiving speedruns. And it is impossible to really tell if a replay has desynced because of some differing hardware, or because the game was tampered with using an external program like Cheat Engine.
The problem was only made worse when the game was ported to JavaScript to keep it alive after the death of Flash on the web, as these slight alterations made to the game's physics make every single replay performed before 2021 inaccurate.
Okay, so apparently there is a time, like when the game was first updating to JavaScript, where the game didn't label Flash replays as inaccurate. So literally, like, there was even the inaccurate accurate thing like was like completely wrong, because like all of these accurate replays just didn't work, which is just sucked. Welcome to the stream, Real Speakable. Let's go.
As they were all
I know, it's really funny.
We're not doing MoreMaximum videos, Christ.
Formed on the Flash version of the game. Thankfully, a solution to this enormous problem was generated by an external leaderboard hosted on Speedrun.com. For any featured level in the game found under the Play tab, people could submit a video recording of their own replay or live completion and have it be verified on a leaderboard where it could be properly preserved and where anybody could view the run as it was actually performed, regardless of what computer hardware they had. Additionally, leaderboards were hosted for all of the official levels in the mobile version of the game, where the only official form of in-game tracking came in the form of horribly inaccurate Game Center leaderboards on the iOS version that had no viewable replays.
Also, I checked the 3-2 board, by the way, and I performed my run on Android, but if you take that time, it is actually in first place if you remove all of the cheated 0.03 second runs, so I think that's cool.
Nice.
I'm still trying to beat that run, though, because I know I can do at least half a second better, because I've been on half a second better pace, and then I, like, crashed into the tip of one of the playground pieces.
And where every level was flooded with hundreds of obviously cheated runs at the top. On some levels, there were certain time ceilings put in place that were intended to mitigate this. For example, any runs faster than 19 seconds in level 2-3
Wait, go back. Yeah, go back like
unsubmittable.
10, 20 seconds.
I
swear to God, you like the leaderboard scroll past
mitigate this. For example,
right here.
No, the previous one.
Center leaderboards on the iOS version that had no viewable replays.
I swear to God, I saw
it said I see an Aiden.
I swear to God, it said Aiden SR.
Of obvious.
Like, I'm not even joking.
I'm not saying it. You can go look on your own.
Cheated runs at the top. On some levels, there were certain...
It's right at the end. It's right at the end. It's literally right at the end.
Okay, fine. You just want me to... Yeah, 1 frame. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I swear to God, it's gonna be there for 1 frame.
What? What?
Why does he have a 0.3 run on this? What the fuck?
Aiden!
What are you doing?
Uh-oh.
On some levels, there were certain time ceilings put in place that were intended to mitigate this. For example, any runs faster than 19 seconds in level 2-3 are unsubmittable, as the developers thought that getting a run faster than that was completely impossible. However, with speedrun skips, people were actually able to achieve times faster than this limit, turning the Game Center leaderboard into a ridiculous competition to see who could get the closest to that time without going under. While many of the times on the game's Speedrun.com leaderboard are certainly impressive, with runners often pouring in hours upon hours of attempts into a single level that is often less than a minute long, usually to shave off mere frames at a time, there is one Happy Wheel speedrun that stands far above the rest for how insanely impressive it is, and how much time and dedication was spent to make it a reality. You see, if you travel to the full game section of the Happy Wheels leaderboard, you will find a few different categories that involve the completion of more than just one level at a time. Of these 3 main categories, one of them revolves around a certain version of the game that wasn't even hosted on the game's main website. A common tactic for Flash game developers to drive more traffic to their hosting website was to provide a version of the game that external websites were allowed to host. These versions allowed people to play just a portion of the game, with them being given a link to the game's main website if they wanted to experience the full thing. If you've seen some of the other
also, yeah, in the video, I used footage from, like, there was, like, an archive of Happy Wheels that was made, of the Flash version that was made, like, 2 years ago. And that's what's used for any percent runs now. Because, like, the HTML5 version, the problem is like more levels keep getting added and stuff. So having a version that like these are the levels is like really helpful and whatnot. And it also lets people like do flash runs of the game as well, which is good. But this archive is like 15 gigabytes or something. So I have a version that can be downloaded where I like it works by like spoofing a server on your computer and stuff. It's really weird, but like I had to like crack open the SQL database and delete everything that wasn't just the featured levels, so it trimmed it down to like 200 megabytes or whatever, so people can actually download it without leaving their computer on for half the day, so that's good.
Videos on my channel, you are probably familiar with the 5king.com site-locked bonus levels in Red Balls 1 and 2. This scheme involving a very similar philosophy. Another version of this tactic came in the form of allowing any website to actually host the full game, but it would display ads that would support the original development.
So yeah, shout out Red Ball 17 levels.
by the later Red Ball game sponsored by Not Doppler. The Happy Wheels demo consists of 9 different levels, each providing a unique sampling of what Happy Wheels has to offer. Some of these levels allow any of the characters to be selected for the completion, while others default to a specific character. As you may have guessed, the demo category requires every single level to be completed with one of the available characters. The levels can be completed in any order, and timing begins upon loading the first level and ends upon reaching the flag platform at the end of the last. While individual level speedruns of Happy Wheels challenge the player to try daring strategies hundreds, if not thousands of times until they finally succeed, the demo category instead challenged players to remain extremely consistent while completing each level back-to-back, optimizing their movement over a span of several minutes, hopefully without ever dying or making any other large mistakes. Unlike the
that's a good question. I don't know why Jim Bonacci picked that level. Like, no idea. But, you know, I guess it's characteristic of Happy Wheels.
130 levels to be completed over the span of around 4 to 6 hours. The length of the demo seemed just right.
I don't know how people do speedruns that long on the regular. I don't get it.
Optimize a multi-level category without being overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of levels. The first submitted demo speedrun was performed by a runner named Albigu, with a time clocking in at 5:23. He starts out with obstacle course as his first level,
I can hardly do 16
stars. And he
Yeah, I kept getting comments and stuff. I thought I made it clear, but like the demo, you can only use Segway Guy, Irresponsible Dad, and Wheelchair Guy. And people are like saying, on It Keeps Happening, you can use Effective Shopper and just jump to it. It's like, yeah, but you can't use the character. And Pogo Stick Guy is obviously going to be better because you can literally just jump to it. It's like, yeah.
Chooses the
wheelchair. But yeah, no, the minecart guy is really good, but like only like certain levels are designed
as his character, as his rocket booster makes him the fastest choice for this level.
Irresponsible
Dad does have an exploit where tons of speed and height can be generated by matching the shit out of the left and right buttons.
The mashing
guy is still generally the more optimal selection. Albigu performs a small skip in this level where this intended bounce platform is completely avoided thanks to Wheelchair Guy's rocket booster. Albigu performs quick menuing to the next level since it is counted in the final time of the run, and he picks the Wheelchair Guy again for his completion of A Large Satan Eats You. Kind of an odd level concept, but I guess...
yeah, in this I started using like there was my brother made like a vector version of my profile picture by using some program, and then I like exported it at like a high resolution, so now it looks better and stuff when I have it zoomed in like that, so that's good.
That's what happens when you give people an expansive built-in level editor with seemingly infinite possibilities. Next up is BMX Park 2, where the irresponsible dad must be used. And following this is a level called Snowy Mountain Final, where a dismounted Segway guy has to hitch a ride on some kind of zipline system to reach one of the level's 7 ending platforms. Albigu decides to choose the 4th fastest but 2nd safest route, which involves staying on the zipline for around a minute and a half before dropping down to the finish at the very right side of the screen. Subsequently, Dawn of the Dead Level 1 requires the Segway guy to escape a zombie apocalypse through a few buildings, and to hitch a ride on a rope hanging from a helicopter for around 25 seconds, where the ending platform can eventually be dropped onto. Next up, Albigu goes for Trap Track, an obstacle course style level that requires quite a bit of precise movement to avoid dying. Unfortunately, he clipped through one of the springy platforms at the very end of the level, forcing him to start it all over again, costing quite a bit of time. He then moves on to It Keeps Happening, a level where a true speedrunning skip can finally be observed. Normally, the player is supposed to carefully ride down a set of stairs before they are met with a large boost ramp that potentially launches them back to the elevated ending platform near the start of the level.
No, it's funny because, like, when I was editing it, like, I think I've just become completely desensitized to it or whatever. Like, it just didn't even cross my mind. It's like, oh yeah, their guts are exploding all over the screen. Like, when they die and stuff. Like, it never really processes, and then, like, people are watching it, it's like, oh my gosh, like, this game is gruesome. Really funny.
Something that is intended to be very inconsistent. However, by leaning back on the wheelchair guy, Albigu is able to fly into the air and completely cheese the level, completing it in 7.46 seconds. Finally, there's rope swings, a fairly challenging and inconsistent level where the player is intended to dismount the Segway and use the game's crawling mechanics
Dre's
to complete
here.
the level.
I agree.
However, Albigu instead backs up, waiting for the rope to swing forward, and he makes a jump that lands on the booster. But he unfortunately
I think I got desensitized to it after playing Running Fred.
Is the later dismount from the Segway.
My
Thankfully,
first speed
on
game.
his second try, he hits the booster
Shout
and
outs
successfully
if I run
dismounts the
first and
Segway
all
at just
two
the
of
right
you.
time to fly over the second rope, allowing him to reach the end of the level. But hold on a second. If you look at Albigu's splits, you'll notice that he only completed 8 out of the 9 demo levels. Which level did he leave out, and why? Well, Gut Bus Extreme is a level that was very unfavored by Albigu when he originally pitched the idea for the demo category. You see, the player is supposed to enter the yellow bus by dismounting their vehicle, where they are then tossed around by quite a few obstacles, usually leading to the character dying or the bus stopping far before the finish. Since there was seemingly no way to control the bus, Albigu thought that this complete RNG fest of a level would probably be unfit for the category. He also didn't want it included because
Blood
it would
off
make a
saves
sub-5
lag frames. Whoa,
time in the category more
strats.
attainable, which is certainly an interesting rationale. Furthermore, when the category was initially added, a miscommunication led to Gut Bus Extreme being excluded on the basis that it was impossible to complete. However, this was obviously not the case, and in December of that year, a runner named Dre would complete a demo run that did include Gut Bus
Dre.
Extreme,
Certainly this guy
with him
only shows up
utilizing
once
an
and twice
inventive
during
strategy
video,
that
right?
made the
No
levels
way.
far quicker,
No
more
way at the
consistent,
start
and
of
more
the
skill
ranking
dependent.
progression we'd be
In
getting
his first
like
PB of
imperative
538,
to
Dre
the
successfully completed Gut Bus Extreme by exiting the starting container with Wheelchair Guy by using a precise rocket boost. It does seem like it would be impossible to fit through this gap, as the character's wheelchair is much wider
Yes,
than the available
the Vine
space.
Boom is
However,
used very ironically, by the way.
using the
as
rocket,
it
the
is like pretty much all of the time.
rotational velocity of the back wheel increases considerably, and when
Sup,
it hits
Speedy
the back
Fulf? Good to
wall,
see
the
you.
rotation causes it to compress into the wheelchair, allowing the character to barely squeeze through. He flew through the air to the ending section of the level and reached the flag in under 30 seconds. With this, a category split was made to house both full and no Gut Bus Extreme speedruns of the Happy Wheels demo. However, the latter subcategory was eventually axed as there became less and less of a reason for it to exist, wiping Albigu's PBs and a few others from the leaderboards. It is also worth mentioning that, in his run, Dre took a faster but riskier path through the snowy mountain level that saved over 30 seconds,
Who
where he
knows?
rode a sled
Dre's a
back
very
down the mountain
mysterious
to reach one
person.
of the other ending platforms. Additionally, Dre incorporated a new strategy in rope swings where he landed on the spiky bottom of the level without getting stuck, made possible thanks to him hitting the jump button just before hitting the ground. He then promptly jumped again and dismounted, reaching the ending platform from below. He also made a small adjustment in It Keeps Happening. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing that. Where he angled the rocket booster on Wheelchair Guy before boosting up instead of tilting the entire character backwards. It would take an entire year for Dre to return back to the category, but he came back with an absolute bombshell.
Bombshell.
A PB of 457. The first sub-5
Nora
in the
knows a thing or
category's
two
history.
about dropping
In
bombshells.
the entire run, he only really made 3 notable
sick, Dre,
mistakes,
let's go.
those being a reset in Gut Bus Extreme and 2 quick resets in rope swings, costing maybe 15 seconds total. There was seemingly still a bit more room for the category to grow, and Dre's run description read,
First sub-5. But remember, I'll be back.
he was certainly right.
There was a comment that was like, "How did you get Dre to say the lines?" It's like, It's like Dre's a more like mysterious and like hard to reach person than I am. He's like,
I used it in AI.
I used it in AI to synthesize his voice from
very next
pre-recorded
day, Dre
samples.
achieved a 441. His BMX Park 2 was way cleaner, and the character's body, seemingly exploding right before the end, actually ended up working.
I was so sad that there is not a mention of
Aside from 2 quick
tears
resets
in
and
this
Gut Bus
video.
Extreme, this run was extremely solid.
There
with his
was a
movement
spike
just
fall level showed in the intro.
Cleaner and cleaner. The description of this one read,
luckiest run ever. Cut 10 seconds, but you know, I'll be back.
I would use the
well,
Justin
there
Bieber
it is.
of
Yeah, Dre would be
everything
back,
else
but
running.
how much further could he really get?
Dre's the Chuck Norris.
By the way, this song is an absolute like bop. It's from Kirby and the Forgotten Land or whatever. Absolute banger. But one thing that's really funny is like I forgot that I used this earlier, and then I used it in the final montage, and then I realized I used the same song because they were like named 2 different things because I downloaded it twice. Anyways, it ended up working out though because it like kind of showed like how the levels got more optimized like in the time that passed or whatever. So it ended up working out pretty well. So. And no one's complained about it or anything. So. It's a good song. Doesn't matter.
By refining his movement and implementing a new menuing strategy where he would press the escape button twice to skip the end panel rising animation after each level, saving around 10 seconds across the run, Dre had nearly achieved the first ever sub 4 on the Happy Wheels demo. It is worth mentioning that, during Dre's conquest, a runner named Ninjas for the Win 64 was briefly displayed at first place on the leaderboard with a time of 4:13, since Dre didn't end up submitting this run until later. While Dre had managed to maintain his status as the record holder for quite a long time, it certainly wasn't without some competition, something that he would later be reminded of. Just a week later, Dre uploaded a run that started like this. A floor clip to the ending platform in Trap Track that saved around 25 seconds. A strategy that opened the door to a sub 330 possibly being achieved in the category. The explosion from the mine gave the Segway guy just enough speed to barely interact with the ending platform's hitbox before dying. This strategy had been known all the way back when Albigu first started playing the category, with it having been utilized by quite a few individual level speedrunners, but its sheer difficulty and inconsistency prevented it from being used in demo speedruns. Until now. By starting with Trap Track, Dre was able to get what was by far
normally this message is only supposed to show when you're testing a level that you built to verify it or whatever.
Inconsistent level out of the way first, and he ended up finishing with a 344, the first sub 4 in the category's history.
Yeah, I'm done with demo for a while. I don't know if I can beat this. This is gonna be beaten soon, hopefully.
Dre had implemented a strategy in Snowy Mountain where he descended in crawl mode instead of riding the zipline to the sled, saving around 9 seconds with optimal movement, unlocking even more potential in the category.
You should have said lol. Lol. I love
Unfortunately, it would take Dre around 4 months
My
to beat
favorite
his run.
geometry dash
Thankfully,
is
it would be
gay lol
quite the comeback.
4.
Yeah.
Ooh. Little unclean not fresh. I was so confused when I saw him flying up there. I was like, how the hell is he doing that?
The man had done it. Sub 330. No deaths and no resets. In Trap Track, Dre was assisted by a more consistent setup that he developed for the mine skip, which did not require him to jump to hit the mine. While going up the ramp, he would hold up, left, and control to stay in a crouched position, allowing him to preserve most of his speed. Right before reaching the top of the ramp, Dre leaned forward, ejected from the Segway, grabbed the wall behind the mine, and then let go to land on it. Dre commented,
"I've spent the last 2.5 years correcting this. About 6
Pointer
months ago, I
crit.
told myself I would
Jazz,
do a
you
sub
should
330
elaborate.
if it was the last thing I did."
Lore.
He seemed to be quite content with the
I
run that
actually
he
wasn't
achieved,
lying, yeah,
moving
I
on
really
from
didn't.
Standing
demo
up
speedruns
in your
while sitting
kitchen
atop
with your
the
laptop.
leaderboard by
Nice.
44 seconds.
Nice.
This run was
I can
extremely
vouch for
impressive
Jazz
and
on
truly
My run 2 speedrun of 134 in Skater Intense Double Jump that basically revived the game was performed on my mom's work laptop in the backseat of a moving car.
Seemed to be the pinnacle of Happy Wheel speedrunning, but was it truly the greatest run that this video seeks to highlight? Not even close. Dre truly did leave the category alone for almost an entire year. However, he would have quite the rude awakening on June 22nd, 2020, as a runner named Adam V247 set a personal best of 355. And
yeah, I did ask Adam if he had the video, and he unfortunately didn't.
Later,
so.
a world record of 325. Adam was quite the experienced Happy Wheels player, holding.
I mean, just so you guys know, like Adam did not like come out from nowhere or anything. Like he probably has like thousands of hours in the game. Just like, I mean, he has like tons of IL records. He's been playing the game for ages. He's like the either first or second best like irresponsible dad masher with the left-right strategy and stuff. So yeah, I mean, Adam like definitely, and he had to like, you know, like still play the game a bunch to like get the record and demo. So he could definitely
I remember going on the goddamn replays on levels and just seeing all of the same guy.
Yeah. Well, and if you do that now, it's literally like on BMX Park 2, it's just Adam V247, the entire list on the first page. It's funny.
Individual level world record in multiple of the demo levels prior to tackling the entire category. In his 325, his Snowy Mountain completion was 10 seconds faster than it was in Dre's record, thanks to a much more optimal kickback from the boosters and by completely avoiding all of the holes in the ground, which is what QWERTY had managed to do in their slightly faster individual level world record. Dre may have been done with demo runs back in 2019, but with his record being taken, he knew that he had to return. In October of 2020, he snapped back with a 312. To match Adam's gameplay in Snowy Mountain, he decided to actually start with that level instead of Trap Track. This was more risky since Trap Track was still wildly inconsistent, but his 34-second completion of Snowy Mountain, 15 seconds faster than his previous PB, really spoke for itself. The only really noticeable issue with the run was that he had some unoptimal movement in Dawn of the Dead, due to him being unprepared to play it after accidentally selecting the level out of order. However, he remarked in the description that about 4 seconds were lost between BMX Park 2 and Satan, and that Trap Track and Gut Bus Extreme each had around a second of time save as well. With better menuing and gameplay, he knew that a sub-3 demo run was possible, and he was going to go for it.
No
way, a month later,
dude.
he shaved a second off his PB with a 311.
This shouldn't be
Oh my
here
god,
for a
a
while.
311.
Sub 3, please
Shaving
don't
just a
take
second
too
off your PB. That sounds familiar. Next.
Yeah.
Another year passed, and nothing. It seems like sub 3 was just too much to achieve. However, behind the scenes, Dre was not down for the count. He was still.
I've never
grinding the
played
category,
World of Goo, by the
periodically
way,
playing
but the music, oh my gosh. Like, this opening song is absolute fire.
the game in hopes that he
So
would
good.
finally
World
reach
of
the
Abigail.
milestone. And in December of 2021, the bombshell finally dropped.
In August of 1945, the
Shut up!
I did it.
Yeah.
2:59. On Christmas Eve, Dre had finally broken the final minute barrier in demo any %.
That is the video. Yeah, so that run I don't know why it looks different on YouTube. I think YouTube does some weird playback stuff. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's like interlaced for some reason.
At the tail end of an over 8-hour
Not exactly
attempt
sure
session,
why.
his last Hail Mary to achieve the milestone.
I probably could have done something to fix it, but I don't think it was. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying, Jetman. Yeah, recorded with Xbox app. Yeah.
2022.
Maybe not
thanks
the best
to an
move.
upcoming vacation. The dedication was just astonishing. He had been working towards this goal for years and years, and it had actually just happened. He had truly become the master of the Snowy Mountain Cha-Cha as he completed the level in just around 30 seconds.
I need to learn how to do the Snowy
However,
Mountain Cha-Cha.
in true
That
Dre
sounds like a
fashion, he wasn't yet
goddamn-
satisfied with the run.
That sounds like
especially
something I'd
because of
bust
the
out, the
extremely
Snowy
dumb
Mountain
death that he had
Cha-Cha.
at the start
Yeah.
of Dawn of the Dead. Now that he
God.
had broken the immense mental barrier standing in his path, he was ready to apply his true potential in the category,
Y'all ready to
hoping to
see this?
achieve a
Oh,
sub
Mountain
250. Once again, he was back to the grind. 2 months later, in February of 2022, he claimed a 251, a run that tragically had a failed starting room exit in Gut Bus Extreme, costing around 1.5 seconds. The same month, he was on a run that was already 3.4 seconds ahead out of Trap Track. And despite a slightly unoptimal Satan, he was easily on 2.4x pace if he got a first try Gut Bus Extreme. He got it. And then...
Grab the rope. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Do you see that glass on top of the helicopter? That's a freaking like 2% chance, dude. That saves a second and a half.
Do you see that glass?
Dude,
The glass!
Dre saved so much time
Dude,
on
look
this
at that
level, and
glass.
why exactly was he freaking out over a tiny piece of glass on the helicopter? In Dawn of the Dead, the helicopter that the player grabs onto...
This clip was a nightmare to record. This literally took over an hour to get this 5-second clip because I had to get a program to create 2 virtual 4K monitors and put them on top of each other. And then I had to drag the Flash player window to like cover the whole thing, and the performance was terrible, and OBS kept like messing up and lagging my PC and crashing and stuff. No idea why. I had to like restart my computer. But yeah, it was bad. But, you know, I got the 5-second clip that I wanted, so, you know, there you go. It was worth it, maybe. No, it wasn't. Not at all.
Is actually tied by an invisible rope to a frozen ball that is on a slightly
Yeah, we
downward...
desperately need a way to, like, view Happy Wheels levels, like, by just having the data or whatever. Just, like, because this is not good.
sloping block. When any object, including the player, touches the helicopter, the ball unfreezes, allowing it to roll. What had happened in Dre's run was that a piece of glass from the window at the very start of the level had managed to fly and hit the helicopter after the explosion, causing it to start moving much sooner than intended. On the run of his life, Dre had just been handed a time save that had only happened to him around 10 to 15 times before in his thousands of attempts at playing the level. He nailed It Keeps Happening. But then...
Oh my god, I choked. $249. Oh my god. I lost 3 seconds and got a 249.
A bit of a tragic end to an absolutely insane run.
Are so guys,
but he still
it's
got
actually
the first
2:14 a.m.
2.4x,
for me.
And that's where the story ends. He had finally achieved his goal.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Do you seriously think that Dre would go out on a run that ended like that? Before doing more runs, Dre sought to find a setup for Dawn of the Dead
Jazz
that
has
would
stayed
allow
up till
the early
7:14
helicopter
a.m.
activation
Absolute
to be based on
legend.
his skill of performing
See ya,
a
Muck
series
Muck.
of predetermined key
Entire
presses
country
rather
is
than it
shooting.
relying on pure luck. In a deterministic game like Happy Wheels, if keys are pressed on the exact same frames as an earlier execution, it will always lead to the exact same result. The first setup that he found involved buffering up and the jump key before entering the level to cause a stationary jump,
Alright, see ya, like
releasing
Kiki.
jump in the air, and then releasing up after
Thank
the
you so
explosion.
much for, like, sticking
However,
around for
because
the
of
whole
the
thing,
stationary
that's
jump,
crazy.
this setup was barely any faster. Next, he found a setup that involved
Shout out to
buffering
all the
up
ones
before the
who
level and then pressing
Yeah.
shift on exactly the 21st frame after starting, removing the sizable time loss from the stationary jump. He started going for this setup in runs despite it being slightly slower than the lucky skip in his PB. However, a few dozen runs in, Dre would accidentally discover the definitive version of the early helicopter activation.
Accidentally discovered definitive edition.
He pressed shift way too early.
I love this
frame
segment
18
coming up where the
21,
music just cuts
leading
out.
him to believe
It's
that
so
he had
funny.
failed the strategy. But this ended up happening instead.
It's a tight window. Can't be too bad. Okay, I'm sorry, what?
The glass had reached the helicopter way sooner than it had on frame 21, activating it so early that he wasn't even able to reach it in time. If he was somehow able to reach the helicopter, the frame 18 setup would be half a second faster than the early activation in his PB, and 1.5 seconds faster than the frame 21 setup. Thankfully, by incorporating some more optimal movement at the start of the level, he found that it was possible to not just reach the helicopter, but also to grab onto its tail, which saved an additional second. Despite having the new setup at his disposal, Dre's next PB wouldn't come so easy. Through his failed runs, he had an additional piece of motivation pushing him forward. The desire to beat the then-standing world record in red ball of 248.194 by the entire country of Sweden. At least that's what Speedrun.com may lead you to believe. 2 months and more than 10,000 more attempts later,
That's gonna be funny to rehash
1.7
at
seconds
some
ahead
point.
going into Gut Bus Extreme after hitting the frame 18 setup. Sadly, he failed the first try room exit in Gut Bus Extreme. However, this time, he didn't mess up the menuing going into rope swings and scored himself a 246. Judging from the description, there was still some more room to go. The very same day, he was ahead going into Gut Bus Extreme, but he unfortunately didn't save any time due to unoptimal gameplay in the level. He maintained the small lead and got a lower 246. Still not what he wanted. Thankfully, 4 days later, the stars would finally align.
It's over. It's finally over, dude.
Dre's speedrun of the Happy Wheels demo in 2 minutes and
Dang,
43
yeah,
seconds
man.
is...
You're able to pull it together on the 30th, man. I mean, I'd be so mad too, like, or so upset, like, wow. Like, losing a run like that, like, 2 dumb ways to lose a run in a row, like, man.
Without a doubt, the greatest Happy Wheels speedrun ever performed. The years of dedication and the tens of thousands of attempts that he poured in all culminated in a nearly flawless speedrun with essentially 0 notable mistakes. Demo Any Percent was initially a category that challenged people to stay consistent instead of always attempting the craziest strategies in each level. But if you broke Dre's most recent world record up into 9...
Oh, so yeah, there's an editing mistake on this that, like, I somehow didn't catch, where, like, a random Dawn of the Dead clip, like, goes above that, Snowy Mountain run. It's like,
9 different individual
whatever.
level speedruns, it would be
Nobody's pointed
extremely
it out in the
hard to convince
comments yet,
people that
so
the
who
completions
cares?
were actually all performed back-to-back under immense pressure. There is still a bit of room to push the run further, with a time in the 2-3x range certainly being attainable through movement optimization or the implementation of more risky strategies. For example, there is a strategy in Satan which Dre has hit in previous runs where he would simply not dismount from the wheelchair before entering the crusher, able to save up to 2 seconds. However, with second place sitting 42 seconds behind him in this 3-minute long category, there isn't really too much incentive for Dre to climb any further. He finally got the run that he wanted. In Dre's own words,
I'll return to this category when someone challenges the throne. However, it is currently a very, very tall throne.
So do you know when you started playing Happy Wheels and whatnot?
Most people who...
Also, yeah, this interview I edited, like, so heavily. I even, like, re-recorded, like, one of the questions or something, because I realized that I said the word like for a bunch of times. Like, I don't know how I guess it's because it's my first interview thing or whatever. But man, I need to do better.
I've heard of Happy Wheels.
Glad I was
started
able
with
to
the
make
online
it
game,
good.
but I never played the online game. I started playing demo in middle school with my friends in study hall because I did not want to do homework.
Wow, so like how many years ago was
Yeah,
that?
but for me it was elementary school when it started.
7 or 8 years.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and I've played it consistently the whole time. I've probably taken a 6-month break at the longest. I have 3 or 4 different documents where I've gone through and played every single level 100 times, and I've done that 3-4 times now, just playing each level.
So I know that LiveSplit showed that you had roughly 14,000 attempts in the category when you got your 243.
Oh, nice,
I know that you only
Jez. Oh
actually
my
started
gosh.
using LiveSplit pretty recently. So how many attempts total would you estimate that you actually have in the category?
Attempts is really hard because this is probably the fastest resetting game.
I
on
think
Speedrun.com.
Nor's still there. Nor's still
14,000
there, right?
resets. I only started
Yeah,
doing
sure.
that whenever I
Yeah,
started
he's there.
streaming, and that was only 5 months ago, maybe. So if you multiply that
I
times,
almost just fell asleep. I closed my eyes for a
yeah,
second. And you
yeah,
said
it's a
something,
lot.
and I, like,
Probably
woke
over
back up.
100,000 attempts.
It's
It's probably near 200,000. I just suck
absolutely
at
over
math.
100,000 attempts. If we're talking hours, I probably have somewhere between 2,000, 2,500 hours in this game.
Oh yeah, I deadass got a comment that said 2,000 hours isn't that much. It's like, guys, it's a 3-minute long flash game.
I've wasted like 2.5 years of my life on Red Bull.
I've played League of Legends for like 15,000 hours.
Across the entire Red Bull series.
I don't want to
might
hear
have
it.
1,000, dude. Like 2,000 to 2,500 on one flash
Yeah.
game would make me go insane.
It's like, bruh, it's not even that much time. It's like, oh my gosh. So
I would go insane.
That's absolutely like I get it. There are
Holy
professional League of Legends players with like 20,000 hours.
Dre's
in that
unique
game. I
dedication
don't
to
care.
Happy Wheels
It's League
demo
of Legends.
speedruns is unlike anything else that I have ever seen in speedrunning. The ability for someone to almost single-handedly push a category so far for so long with almost no attention being drawn to them is truly mind-blowing. Dre's story is truly the most genuine representation of speedrunning. Someone working towards a goal solely because they themselves want to achieve it, with them having zero motivation whatsoever by the reactions that other people will have to their accomplishment. Indeed, Dre's 243, the speedrun that he spent so much time and effort to achieve, currently sits on YouTube with just 46 views.
Yeah, and Creddy, we were wondering who has the most hours in the Red Ball series. Like, yeah, that's a good way of contextualizing it, Jetman. 2,000 hours is a full-time job for a year. Like, just think about that.
Right.
Like, and lots of people have full-time jobs that make like 6 figures. It's like 6 figures of your time spent on a 3-minute long flash game. I mean, like, it depends on you or whatever, but like for some people, like that's a considerable, it's like saying like 2,000 hours is not very much. It's like the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. So yeah.
So please, do yourself a favor.
I just know for a fact that I am not the one who has the most hours in the Red Ball series. Like, definitely not. I haven't even like, I've played Red Ball for like 40 hours in the past year or something. Like it's nothing. Like maybe 50 hours in the past year.
And go watch Dre's.
Well, actually, no, I forgot about IL garbage. Maybe like 80 hours in the past year. Yeah.
Run. And if you have been inspired by his story, please consider dropping him a subscription as well. The paths that people walk in the speedrunning community.
Like I haven't even spent like I probably haven't even spent 1,000 hours on YouTube. Like, I'd have to think about it. No, like serious. I mean, like if you could account all the times of me thinking about stuff and coming up with ideas or whatever, but like actually working, like it's probably like 2 hours per minute of video, I'd say.
I feel like I sometimes overestimate my hours, but then I look at my Twitch stream hours and I realize that I do not overestimate my hours.
So,
it's like, holy shit.
I probably have roughly 1,000 hours making my currently public YouTube videos.
Extremely unique, and it's crazy to think that if it weren't for me randomly wanting to do Happy Wheels mobile speedruns back in 2017,
I probably
would have
YouTube
never
for
been
over
able to
10,000
witness
hours,
this
yeah.
story and share it with you all. If you did end up enjoying this video, please also consider hitting the subscribe button below this video, as there are still so many more stories to tell.
Yeah,
However,
maliciousness, that's me.
don't accidentally miss and hit the save button, or you might accidentally add one of my videos to your only
I just ripped this from the Twitter video that I uploaded like 9 months ago. It's still there. Last time I checked.
For 9 months and counting.
So funny.
Anyways, just know that speedrunning at its core isn't about getting some kind of attention or respect for your accomplishments. The most genuine, fulfilling moments come when you set a goal for yourself and you do whatever it takes to achieve it. So
also, like, some people like took this there's like 1 or 2 people took this the wrong way. That doesn't mean like, oh, like you can't compete with people in speedrunning. It's just like you speedrun because you want to speedrun. Like, that's the point. If it's on your own or competition, like, those are both good in their own way. Like, yeah.
Controller or keyboard and start playing whatever you are passionate about. You never know where it might lead. Thank you all very much for watching. An enormous thank you goes out to Dre, Aggle, AdamV247, Lupus, Qwerty, and Harris for all helping me out immensely with this project. If you are wanting to watch more scripted
Just type
Happy Wheels
Rambo
content,
into
Harris
Google
actually
and
has
click
an
on
entire
titles. It's not that
retrospective series
difficult.
over on his channel that covers various topics relating to glitches, in-game replays,
I didn't-
and speedrunning. So I highly recommend
Dang,
checking
Dre's
these out.
over
I hope that you
2K.
all have
Let's
a great
go.
rest of your day.
Dre went from 26 subs to 2K in under a week from this video. Gotta love it. Well, that's it, guys. That's the maximum marathon. So let's close out the tier list and let's close out this thing this video so I can go to bed. Okay, I'm gonna reorder things a little bit. I think the yeah. Okay. Do we have any final comments on this tier list? I kind of want to move something out of A because I don't like that it's 2 things big. If I zoom, yeah.
If you're gonna move something out of A,
Grab. Yeah, okay. There we go. All right, that's the tier list.
my B tier is no montage.
Yeah, no, I agree. Okay, there we go. I'm going to I'll just hit the save button on that. Oh wait, it does it anyways. Whatever. I think that's pretty accurate. I'll deal with that later. But yeah, that's gonna do it for the Maximum Marathon. Thank you very much to everybody who's here right now at freaking 2:28 a.m. Eastern time, and thank you especially to the people who were here like the entire time. Norxor, Jez, Lake Kookie, you guys are awesome. I can't believe it. I'm really glad I was able to do this. I've never streamed more than like 5 hours, so this was definitely new territory for me. So glad I was able to build endurance while staying hydrated and while eating enough food and stuff. Thank you all so much. There will be more streams coming and whatnot, but yeah, just thank you all very much for the support since the whole speedrunning content creation thing started. I'm so glad I'm able to do this stuff and that you guys enjoy it so much. And this is definitely motivating me to improve my craft even more and make just absolutely amazing videos in the future. To add more to that S tier. So yeah, say hi to YouTube. This whole VOD's gonna go on YouTube, on my second channel. So if you're watching over there, thank y'all as well, for however much of the VOD you watched. And yeah, hope you all have a good night or a great rest of your day, depending on what time it is for you. And yeah, that's me signing off. Thank you.